You clearly awakened the ability to control the fate of all things. Yet you are still mocked by everyone as useless. Even your class teacher, who always believed in you, now thinks that you are nothing in this life just because you awakened the most mysterious profession, Fate Player. But your talent can only be used once in a lifetime, and can only change one word in the synopsis of Fate. However, no one expected that with just one clever move, you turned a trash talent into a divine-level talent. Now you stand in front of the awakening platform, a purple light soaring into the sky. Did he really obtain the mysterious profession? The mysterious profession is full of wonders. It could be very powerful, but also extremely weak. At this moment, the old principal grimly reads the content on the statue: Fate Player of the mysterious profession, D-level talent. Fate modification is one time only. In an instant, everyone's gaze towards you changed. There have been too many tragedies caused by Fate players in history, and without exception, all of them went insane in the end. There was once a killer who was skilled with a sniper rifle despite having a lame leg, who awakened this profession, turned all the people in a city into flesh and blood lotuses, once causing the entire Dacia country to fall into panic. It is unexpected that someone has awakened the Fate Player profession again. However, your D-level talent still made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, as a one-time talent naturally has no use. All the diviners of the past, without exception, had S-level talent. Are you also feeling confused at this moment? Don't wait, keep thinking. A sharp pain emanates from deep within your brain. A line of text appears in front of you, a major event in Fate. You gain a talent, which will disappear after one use of Fate modification. Your talent is extremely terrifying, able to extract the future, or the current threat of Fate, condensed into a Fate node, and modify one of the words within. Wait, so you mean I can also modify this summary of Fate? It seems like the experience of exploiting bugs in games from a past life is useful. Immediately, you silently change 1 to billion in your mind, and a ding sounds in your head. In a major event of Fate, you gain the ability to modify Fate, which will disappear after one use. You burst into laughter, looking up at the sky. The audience below, watching the continuously laughing face, all wear expressions of deep concern. Could this person really be going crazy? Soon, another purple mist surges out from the awakened crystal statue, as if drained, transforming the crystal statue directly into a stone statue. This feeling causes a hint of unease in your mind, then that extreme pain descends once again. In a major event of Fate, you have activated the professional skill of Fate Perception. You wear a smile on your face. Did you just gain the skill without awakening? Skills, aside from using skill scrolls, only professionals who reach level 15 and complete the awakening task in the Awakening Temple can obtain it. You quickly open your attribute panel, click on the skill introduction, and find it is a passive warning skill similar to Spider Sense. You can detect danger in advance, and you are very satisfied with this life-saving skill. Just then, a female officer walks up to you, her face full of seriousness as she stares at your profession. It's too dangerous. You need to register at the headquarters manually. Don't worry, it won't harm you. Just as the officer speaks, suddenly, a female assassin wearing a black mask rushes out from the corner of the classroom. With one stroke, she stabs into the heart of a newly awakened male student with a B-level talent. The female assassin's eyes are full of madness. After killing the male student, she knows her fate is sealed, so she begins to crazily chase and kill the other students. Adhering to the principle of killing enough to satisfy, she quickly slashes and kills 4 or 5 people. Damn it, it's a combat-type shadow assassin, actually ambushing here in advance just to kill some talented geniuses? The panicked students run around frantically, making the shadow assassin feel even more at home. Just then, a sense suddenly arises in your mind. A scene of the future about to happen appears in your mind. After the female assassin reaches a dead end, she will bypass 2 officers and come towards you, and even the female officer couldn't stop her. In a small twist of fate, you were attacked by an assassin. The fact that you saw the summary of your own destiny again, but very rarely, indicates that there are very few loopholes to exploit. However, you showed no worry at all. You suddenly turned your head and met the crimson eyes of the female assassin. At that moment, a sense of unease suddenly rose in the heart of the female assassin. She bit her tongue, accelerated once more, and charged towards you. Classmate, run quickly! Several nearby officers hurriedly shouted, but they all understood that your chances of survival were slim. Facing the desperate attack of the shadow assassin, it was not something a newly awakened professional could resist. At this critical moment of life and death, you activated fate modification, and the small twist of fate was you being attacked by the assassin. In the next instant, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the assassin decisively threw away the dagger. With fingers together, forming the posture of a dragon's claw, she pressed directly against your chest. The force was so great that it caused your chest muscles to sink in. These days, assassins are so twisted. The old principal stood beside you, just about to draw the big sword from his pants, but instead witnessed an unforgettable scene in his life. Why stand there dumbfounded? Shoot! Shoot! Why stand there? Subsequently, those officers quickly raised their guns and shot, turning the female assassin into a sieve. As she was dying, she still clung tightly to your chest, her eyes filled with confusion and fear. She couldn't understand why she had suddenly run over and grabbed your chest. This girl has quite a strong grip. You forcefully pry open her hands and look towards the female officer from before. I don't think it's necessary to register this, after all, I am a profession that awakened right under your noses. The female officer glanced at the female assassin's body, then after a moment, she slowly spoke, "Let's set aside your question for now, but you can't leave Ching recently." You nod, sit back in your seat, and in front of you, a text box that only you can see is floating, teasing fate, gaining 1 fate point. Could it be obtained after modifying the fate plot earlier? But what is the use of this fate point? You proceed to explain about fate points separately. After changing the predetermined fate, you can obtain it. When using a fate point, you can choose one from countless fates. Does this mean it consumes fate points? It allows me to choose the one that suits me best from all possibilities. If you use fate points on a lottery, wouldn't you become super lucky every time? Clearly, fate points have many uses, but you need to explore them on your own. At this moment, a male student walked out from the crowd and said that he was a fate manipulator, one of the top 10 dangerous professions. Are the night guards not going to control him? The leading officer impatiently glared at him and said, "Night guards need your command to act." Hey, well, it's all for everyone's safety, the male student awkwardly smiles. A girl standing nearby immediately retorted to Yang Wei, "I think you just can't stand others doing well. There are no dangerous professions at all. Those are all rumors spread by marketing accounts." Other girls agree too, Su Chen is just so handsome. How could it be a lunatic? As everyone walked out of the classroom with their graduation certificates, the female officer suddenly spoke, "Combat professionals, mental professionals, and mysterious professionals. A week later, you can join the Night Watchman organization's expedition team to enter the secret realm to hunt monsters. Students who perform well can receive early admission qualifications from the Night Watchman." Upon hearing this, most people's eyes lit up with joy. After all, the Night Watchman is the only 9th level guild in the academy, and most people dream of joining it. But instead of staying, you came to the school gate. Are you planning to splurge? Have a good meal on graduation day. However, as you enjoyed the food heartily, a message suddenly popped up in front of you. Fate event, you consumed moldy fruit, reducing poison resistance by 5%. Fate event, you consumed aged bone ash starch sausage, reducing lifespan by 1 day. Fate event, you consumed expired milk tea, decreasing health status by 5%. You stared at the fate summary in front of you, stunned. Are these things meant for human consumption from these damn unscrupulous merchants? You were about to throw away the food, but suddenly stopped, your eyes darted around, and in one breath, you ate all the fruits. In a minor twist of fate, you consumed moldy fruits, gaining a 5% resistance to poisoning. In another twist of fate, you ate aged bone ash starch sausage, adding 1 day to your lifespan. Lastly, you drank expired milk tea, resulting in a 5% health status. You toyed with destiny, gaining 30 fate points. Wow, you're really something. As you continuously alter fate, you feel your physical condition improving, with a healthy flush on your face. After some thought, you ordered 2 portions of spare ribs, 2 bowls of duck blood vermicelli soup without duck blood, and then got 2 large bowls of complimentary soy milk. Seeing this scene, the diners nearby were all satisfied after their meal. After wiping your mouth contentedly, you decided not to go home in the afternoon, instead heading to explore the secret realm. If you play your cards right, it might lead to unexpected gains. Within Xincheng, there are a total of 5 secret realms, with only 3 suitable for novice leveling up: Goblin Forest, Minotaur Plain, and Black Brothers. Since it's your first time, you decide to head to the easiest level of difficulty, the Goblin Forest. Before heading to the secret realm of the forest, you first arrived at a weapon shop not far from the realm. As a novice, you currently lack significant combat abilities, so you plan to purchase some equipment first. Upon entering, you were greeted by swirling smoke, reminiscent of a fire scene, which made you cough lightly as you gazed around. To your surprise, several professionals were seated together, puffing and chatting. In a minor twist of fate, you inhale a large amount of harmful gas, causing your physical attributes to decline. As you catch sight of the kid in front of you, your complexion worsens. Are these people smoking cigarettes or their lives away? The concentration of secondhand smoke can actually affect your basic attributes. Hello, may I help you with something? The shop owner gave those people a cold look. Then, he approached to greet them. However, he didn't drive those people away. After all, the companions of those regular customers had just died in the secret realm, so this situation was nothing out of the ordinary. 2 force assault rifles, 600mm antimatter bullets, a titanium alloy dagger, a broadsword, and also a piece of armor that I can wear. That will be a total of 356,000. Will you be paying in cash or by card? With a pained expression, you hand over your credit card, then take out a few thousand in cash from your pocket and hand it over. In order to save your life, you decide to splurge despite the pain. In this lifetime, the inheritance left behind by your parents who died in the secret realm. It was all used up in one go. After the transaction, you didn't rush to leave. Instead, you paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating something, and suddenly your eyes lit up. In a minor twist of fate, you inhale a large amount of harmful gas, causing your physical attributes to increase. The fate modification is successful. You are amazed to discover that your physical attributes have slowly increased by 0.01, a finding that fills you with joy. Basic attributes can only naturally increase through leveling up or by purchasing expensive potions. Converted into the previous point attribute, that would be 1 million, which means, just made 10,000 out of the blue. Thinking about this, you suddenly took a deep breath, gaining 0.1 in stamina. As secondhand smoke increased, the rate of stamina growth skyrocketed. Is this kid seriously ill? The weapon shop owner looked bewildered at him, as if enduring a century-long smoking addiction, nearly purifying the air in the shop. Meanwhile, the professional players who lost their comrades all had strange expressions. One of the female professionals, dressed in cool attire, had a compassionate look and handed you a pack of cigarettes. You smiled as you took it, lit up a pack of 20 cigarettes, and started puffing away, gaining 1 point in stamina. A few minutes later, you walked out of the weapon shop, still savoring the experience. This opportunity directly increased your stamina by 4 points, equivalent to being 4 levels ahead of Shield Mountain at the same rank. If it weren't for being broke, you would have definitely boosted your stamina and put on that 200,000 leather armor. Carrying bags big and small, you walked non-stop to the entrance of the secret realm. Hey buddy, a bald man suddenly blocked his way. A map of the secret realm, please. No need to thank me, you shook your head, swiftly bypassing him. In this twist of fate, the bald man held a grudge against you, leaving you momentarily stunned. You glanced sideways at the man. Indeed, his gaze towards you was cold, with a hint of fierceness. What did I do to offend him? Hey, that kid is almost armed from head to toe. Clearly a newbie. How dare he not pay the entrance fee? Probably doesn't know about these unwritten rules. This month, the Goblin Forest is under the management of the Hanhai Guild. Regardless of necessity, it's mandatory to buy a map upon entry. Just looking at a map isn't enough. After you come out, others will make you share the spoils of the adventure. When did entry into the secret realm start requiring protection fees? You can't help but think, the world has gone mad. Secret realm exploration is already a perilous endeavor. Even the official building doesn't charge any fees, yet the hard-earned gains need to be shared. You glanced at the bald guy, exhaled slowly, triggering a minor fate event. In that instant, you earned the resentment of the bald man. The bald man suddenly felt a chill below his waist. When he looked down, he found himself completely exposed. Damn, I was pulling up my pants. His face immediately turned red and he quickly jumped into the nearby bushes. Ah, this is hilarious. Who would have thought the bald guy looked fierce, but he's just a little caterpillar. As you activate your talent, you have already entered the secret realm, passing through a faint golden barrier. Before you appeared a scene resembling an ancient forest. You encountered many small monsters. However, these level 1 monsters don't give much experience and rarely drop equipment. Almost everyone is venturing further inside. Suddenly, your expression changed, and a picture appeared before your eyes. As you passed through the bushes, a green snake suddenly darted out and bit fiercely into your calf. You almost instantly recognized it as a real green viper. Despite its small size, a single drop of its venom can easily kill 10 level 10 professionals. In a fateful turn of events, you were attacked by the green viper, and its venom entered your body. Your mind raced, seeking a solution. In situations where fate is set, it's incredibly difficult to reverse the outcome by changing a single word. In other words, the venom entering your body is a predetermined outcome. No, it's not just venom, it could be something else entering the body. With a flash of inspiration, you thought of a good idea. In a fateful turn of events, you were attacked by the green viper, and spiritual fluid entered your body. After the modification, you only felt an invisible force propelling you forward. You walked forward. Indeed, as you passed through the thicket, some auxiliary professionals had already discovered it and hurriedly warned, "Damn, how could there be green vipers on the outskirts? This secret realm is simply deadly." Hearing this, countless professionals quickly retreated. This creature's venom is potent, even more challenging to deal with than the Goblin King. Many professionals would rather team up to defeat bosses than face it alone. "Hey, handsome guy, why aren't you running? Are you going to walk away?" You sighed helplessly. In your premonition of fate, you attempted to pass, but as a level 1 novice Fate Master, how could you outrun a level 10 green snake? Running or not, the outcome was already predetermined. In the next moment, a green shadow shot out from the bushes and pounced straight towards your bucket. Just as everyone had mentally sentenced you to death, beams of white light rose from the top of your head. Holy cow, how is he leveling up so rapidly? On the outskirts of the secret realm, a group of professionals stared in astonishment at this scene. Despite being firmly bitten by the clear wind snake, there was not the slightest sign of impending death. Instead, you looked delighted, gaining 635 experience points, and leveling up to level 6. Pouring all the experience into it, you looked intoxicated, completely immersed in the exhilaration of leveling up. According to your expectations, leveling up 2 or 3 levels on this trip to the secret realm would have been good enough, but you never imagined that the green hornet snake's essence was so dominant, causing you to skyrocket by 5 levels. If you were to pay someone to level up, it would take at least a week's time, not to mention spending at least $1 million. Yet now, you managed to do it in just over 10 seconds. More importantly, the green hornet snake's essence is also enhancing your base attributes, along with the attributes gained from leveling up, which has boosted your stamina to 34 points, far surpassing Shield Mountain of the same level. Without using attribute potions, no professional could have 34 points of stamina at level 6. However, you quickly realized that the essence contained within this green pine snake was almost depleted, and what followed would be the extremely venomous snake poison. You can feel the biting force of this green pine snake has increased significantly. Those cold eyes seem to be saying to you, "Kid, wait, your death is imminent." This kid is really lucky. I wish I could be bitten too. After grinding levels for over half a month, not like this kid, who entered the secret realm for the first time, 5 minutes, the professional onlookers around had red eyes. Just then, the flashy guy who was outside the secret realm also ran over. After hearing others' complaints, he couldn't sit still. "You brat, you distracted me before, that's how the thief managed to ambush me. This opportunity doesn't deserve me to get the first kill." Without giving you time to react, he grabbed the clear breeze snake, pressing its 2 venomous fangs directly onto his own wrist artery. He glared, signaling you to scram quickly. You hesitated, rubbed your leg, and walked away under the warning gaze of the bald man. "Wait, that guy just now didn't seem to have that expression. Help me." At this moment, the bald man's face turned dark, lips purple, eyes wide open, trembling all over, and soon he breathed his last. "Damn, this isn't an opportunity, it's clearly a death curse." Seeing this, everyone present scattered. Meanwhile, deep in the secret realm, you were walking alone in the area where level 7 monsters appeared. After advancing a distance, 3 level 7 goblin soldiers caught your attention. After selecting your target, you sweep over it in one go, while attempting to actively initiate fate perception. Suddenly, a slightly blurry image appears in your mind, where the bullet touches the goblin footman, only to be bounced off by its tough skin. In this fated moment, you attack the goblin footman, causing external skin injuries. In a flash, you realize that you were attempting to trigger fate alteration on your own, and unexpectedly, you succeeded. After swift contemplation, you modify the essence of fate, deciding to attack the goblin footman and cause internal skin injuries. In the next moment, the bullet that would have been bounced off by the goblin footman's skin instead pierces through its body, even penetrating its heart directly. 2 more shots are fired rapidly, turning the goblin footman into nothing, and the experience points elevate you to a new level. Only on the ground, a piece of antique bronze equipment lies quietly, a rough wolf tooth club, bronze level 3, durability 9, power 30, described as a sturdy wolf tooth club. It may cater to some of your interests. Without hesitation, you directly stuff the wolf tooth club into the linen pocket beneath you. You feel some emotions in the midst of it all, realizing that combat-oriented professionals make money quickly. Just casually killing monsters can yield equipment worth 300,000. Thinking about this, your motivation becomes even stronger. Suddenly, a series of rapid footsteps approached, accompanied by the howls of wolves, green eyes glinting in the bushes and shadows of trees. Is it a pack of wolves or goblin wolf riders? Stop immediately, body slightly bent, cautiously observing. Soon, a giant wolf with snow-white fur emerged from the base of the tree canopy, a bloodthirsty wolf joining the elite group, although not a goblin wolf rider. Remember from the textbook that the first skill of the bloodthirsty wolf is a frenzied charge. Once the skill is unleashed, his speed will increase by more than 30% in an instant. Just as you were dazed, it roared to the sky and sprinted towards you. Your heart sank. What you fear most at the moment is this powerful and extremely fast monster. Fate perception passive activated, showing you glimpses of the next few seconds in your eyes. The bloodthirsty silver wolf flashed, covering a distance of almost 200 meters in an instant, arriving in front of you. Its sharp claws and teeth are terrifying. A light scratch could break your skin. Fate's minor event, the bloodthirsty fiend, charges towards you. Your brain starts spinning frantically, changing to attack the chest like before definitely won't work. Time is short, no time for overthinking. Try something different. Fate's minor event, the bloodthirsty fiend, unleashes bone spikes towards you. A silver light flashed before your eyes, but as he rushed towards you, countless bone spurs suddenly emerged from his body, turning him into a hedgehog. The bloodthirsty werewolf writhed in pain, rolling on the ground, blood spilling everywhere. The other bloodthirsty werewolves, witnessing this eerie scene, were so frightened that they stood frozen in place, hesitating to charge forward immediately. As expected, you smirked and quickly took your submachine gun to finish the job. After all, who knows if using fate modification to kill monsters might bring unwanted attention upon oneself. Soon, following your plan, your level increased to level 9. Who knows, maybe this adversity exploration could directly boost me to level 20. Then I can proceed with my professional awakening. Just then, a silver light flashed, revealing another piece of equipment. Instead of rushing to pick it up, you held your submachine gun and aimed at the werewolf pack. The monsters in the secret realm aren't very smart. Your provocation immediately drew the hatred of a dozen more bloodthirsty silver wolves. Drawn towards you, the lonely insect corpse stood still, and as the wolf pack approached, it immediately used fate modification, causing the wolf pack to unleash bone spurs towards you. The next moment, bloodthirsty werewolves charging through the forest, all pierced by the bone spurs. After killing more than a dozen bloodthirsty silver wolves, your experience bar has increased by more than half. However, after level 10, the experience required for leveling up will increase exponentially, making leveling up not so easy. Of course, after leveling up, the attributes you gain will also increase significantly. After finishing off the ordinary bloodthirsty silver wolves, you head towards that silver equipment. Silver Wolf Battle Boots, Silver Level 9, Agility plus 20 Endurance, 9 degrees 30 Talent Extreme Level 1. After wearing them, your movement speed increases by 10%. A great item, solely due to the 10% increase in movement speed, these boots can be sold for over $1 million. You directly slip your feet into the Silver Wolf Battle Boots, instantly feeling a light and agile sensation spreading from your feet throughout your body, then you start moving around this forest area. Not long after, you encounter another group of goblin soldiers. You raise your hand and sweep over them, a small twist of fate, you attack the goblin soldiers, causing internal injuries. Using the same tactic again, the 9 goblins don't even have time to react before you severely injure them. You raise the wolf fang club high, hitting one head after another. In the blink of an eye, you've taken down this goblin squad. This goblin squad is not weak. With the upgrade to level 11, their basic attributes increase, making you cheer loudly. Just as you were about to check if any equipment had dropped, a strange fragrance enters your nostrils. You first go to check the 2 pieces that dropped. Stamina Bracelet, Bronze Level 8, Stamina plus 5 Endurance. 9 degrees 20 Ruby Ring, Bronze Level 7, Agility plus 3 Stamina. At 9:20, you put it on directly, then sniffed, planning to see where the scent was coming from. You walk slowly, carefully following the shadows of the trees, and soon the path ahead becomes clear. A tall figure appears 500 meters ahead of you, a goblin half-orc, Lamo 12 elite eagles and goblins. There are also 30 goblin soldiers. My goodness, it's like encountering a small tribe. You quietly observe from the hiding grass, and in a crevice of a huge rock, a red and blue mixed grass grows surprisingly. Based on the knowledge from textbooks, you almost instantly recognize this as ice fire spirit grass, worth at least 3 million. You squint your eyes, feeling a bit hesitant. The bigger the risk, the greater the reward. After a moment of hesitation, you grit your teeth and decide to go for it. You take a deep breath, aiming a shot at the goblin half-orc, without using your talent to enchant the shot. The goblin half-orc's stamina is too high. Even if the bullet pierces his skin, it will get stuck in the flesh, causing minimal damage. Moreover, you only have 1 shot left. You need to save it. The goblin half-orc is enraged by this shot, taking heavy steps as he charges towards you. His target is clear, aiming to seize the opportunity to land critical hits on the goblin half-orc's eyes, neck, and lower body. However, the goblin half-orc's speed is too fast, making it impossible for you to find any openings. But with the speed boost from the silver wolf boots, that goblin half-orc will also find it difficult to pose any threat to you for a while. The two of you chasing and fleeing, neither can prevail over the other in a short period of time. But at this moment, you are unaware that every move you make is being watched by the professional team lurking in the shadows. Watching closely. We haven't given the order yet. Why did our people come running at this time? A middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure frowned. He is an elite member of the Hanhai Guild. He specially led the team here this time for that ice fire spirit grass. But he didn't expect you to attract monsters all alone, which left him puzzled for a moment. The captain is not part of our team, he must be a lone wolf. Since the lone wolf kindly helped us draw aggro, let's just go and get the ice fire spirit grass. Good. That kid is looking for death on his own, so it's not our fault. The others agreed one after another. You guys hold off the rest of the goblin minions, especially the archers and spear throwers. I'll go pick the spirit grass. The middle-aged man grinned, and with a command, the professionals lurking in the shadows all sprang into action. The mages and archers, along with other ranged professionals, worked together to restrain the goblin archers. Shield Mountain charged at the forefront, engaging with the goblin axemen. This team was particularly mature and skilled, with extremely coordinated tactics and cooperation. In an instant, the entire goblin tribe's fighting force was entangled. The middle-aged man leaped onto a boulder a few steps away, reaching out to collect the ice and fire spirit grass. I have to thank that ranger, otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort to get this ice and fire spirit grass. Seeing this scene, Suchen was not happy at all. So, while I'm struggling with this elite monster, you guys are picking peaches behind me? Bang! 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 Suchen raised his hand and fired a few shots, simultaneously using fate modification to break through the goblin half-orc's defense, sending him flying back more than 10 meters. Then he shouted ahead, "Don't touch my stuff." Oh? The middle-aged man smirked. You say we can't touch it, so we can't touch it? Kid, who do you think you are? At these words, the dozen or so professionals all looked disdainfully at Suchen. Kid, if you honestly hold back that elite monster, maybe you can save your life later. Otherwise, The deputy captain made a throat-slitting gesture towards Suchen, the threat in his eyes evident. Humph, are you sure? Suchen's expression gradually changed. Those who knew him well could tell that he was truly angry. Roar! 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 The goblin half-orc suddenly had his defenses broken by bullets, momentarily confused and howling incoherently. Suchen ignored this big guy and focused his gaze on the boulder. His mind was extremely focused, and his fate perception was being actively engaged. Kid, I'm going to pull out this ice and fire spirit grass right in front of you, and then take it away in front of you. How about that? Feeling angry? The middle-aged man sneered, pretending to pull out the ice and fire spirit grass. The next moment, an image appeared in Suchen's mind of the middle-aged man taking the ice and fire spirit grass and swaggering away. This made Suchen extremely angry. Good, very good. Suchen took a deep breath. Don't regret this. Humph, I'll wait for you to make me regret it. The middle-aged man didn't look back, his right hand already tightly gripping the base of the ice and fire spirit grass. Suchen's brain raced frantically, thinking of a strategy. The next moment. Ding! Fate event. You witness the ice and fire spirit grass being taken away, and you are very angry. Fate modification successful. You brat, wait until you're out of this secret realm. You'll know that you can eat shit, but you can't talk nonsense. The middle-aged man smirked, pulling hard with his right hand. Why can't I pull it out? He paused, looking down. But at that moment, the ice and fire spirit grass in his hand began to grow wildly, quickly growing into a giant spirit grass over 3 meters tall. Crack! In the next instant, the boulder shattered. Damn! This thing mutated. Seeing this, the middle-aged man quickly retreated, trying to escape from this mutated spirit grass. But the long roots of the ice and fire spirit grass acted like legs, and it started running on the ground. Damn it! The middle-aged man felt the strong wind behind him and quickly turned around. At this moment, the red and blue leaves directly bound him, then turned sharply and ran deep into the forest. Help me! Brothers, help me! The middle-aged man screamed in fright, kicking and hitting the leaves of the ice-fire spirit grass with his legs, but to no avail. What the hell is going on? Has the spirit grass come to life? Even if it has come to life, shouldn't this thing be growing on the ground? Why is it running? Seeing this scene, the members of the Hanhai Guild were dumbfounded. Damn it, release the captain. Realizing the situation, their faces turned pale, and they quickly drew their swords, attempting to rescue their leader. Seeing the ice-fire spirit grass running away, the goblin half-orc and more than 30 goblin soldiers immediately gave chase. And so, a strange scene unfolded. A middle-aged man was wrapped up by a 3-meter-tall spirit grass and ran wildly through the forest. Behind them, a group of professionals chased after them. Behind the professionals, there was an elite goblin and more than 30 goblin soldiers. This group of people and monsters rushed through the secret realm as if in a race. My god, what is this? The surrounding professionals were all dumbfounded. This absurd scene was truly a rare sight. Didn't expect this, old deng, humph. Su Chen watched as the group of people and monsters gradually moved away, a slight smile on his lips. His talent was simply unreasonable, otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened to become disposable. Fortunately, Su Chen had been clever since he was young, and this talent was just right for him. Ah, it's a pity about that 3 million. He shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of a glimmer of light. Ha! Su Chen turned to look. In the giant rock where the ice fire spirit grass was rooted, something was actually glowing. Could the good stuff be hidden here? Su Chen hurried over at the site and, sure enough, after digging through the pile of rubble, a red and blue gem appeared in his hand. Damn! Ice fire profound stone? This is it, I've hit the jackpot this time. His eyes were almost bulging out. This ice fire profound stone was extremely rare, one of the best materials for refining, capable of giving weapons both ice and fire attributes, making them more powerful. Such items were sold by the gram on the outside. 500 grams per pound. The piece in his hand weighed over 10 pounds. At least it could be sold for upwards of 15 million. Without hesitation, Su Chen put away the ice fire profound stone and ran outside. However, before he could take 2 steps, a cold breath suddenly struck him from the side. Fate perception passive activated. A scene appeared in Su Chen's mind. It was a thief wearing night clothes, sneaking up on Su Chen and snatching the ice fire profound stone in one swift move. Before leaving, the thief even taunted him by flipping him off. Damn! Stealing and being so brazen? Su Chen was furious. He had just lost 3 million, and now that he had finally come across a windfall, it was going to be stolen again? And not only stealing, but this guy dared to taunt him too? Fate minor event, you are stolen from by a thief. Humph. Seeing this summary of fate, Su Chen sneered. Ding! Fate minor event, you steal from the thief. In the next moment, the scene in fate perception changed. Didn't expect your luck to be so good. The thief activated his stealth and had already approached Su Chen, but Su Chen had not noticed his intentions at all. Too bad, this thing belongs to me now. The thief's mouth curled up, directly using the skilled steal and reaching for the icefire profound stone. His steal was a skill he had learned after awakening as a professional, and even Su Chen, let alone an ordinary second awakening professional, would find it difficult to resist. Once, he had stolen an omen from a second awakening professional on the street, and the person didn't even realize it until they got home from their walk. How is this possible? However, under the confident grasp of the thief, his hands were empty. Just as the thief was puzzled, Su Chen disdainfully tossed a pair of square pants to the side. What is this? The thief's eyes widened instantly upon seeing the bare pattern on the square pants. He reached into the crotch of the pants, only to find them empty. What the hell? Are you also a thief? The thief's face was full of horror. It was easy to detect his stealing behavior, but to directly nullify his skills and in turn steal his underwear, this ability was simply terrifying. The young man in front of him was definitely pretending to be weak. Don't worry about this, daring to steal my things, you have quite the courage. Su Chen sneered, pulled out a wolf's tooth club from his waist, and threw it fiercely at the thief. Bang! Right in the thief's back. The thief groaned, clearly injured. He was about to escape, but Su Chen was faster than him, rushing up to pick up the wolf's tooth club and fiercely hitting the thief on the back of his head. You! The thief's words were cut off as he fell to the ground unconscious. You underestimated my strength. Su Chen smirked, threw the wolf's tooth club aside, dragged the thief back to his side, and began searching him up and down. Soon, Su Chen felt a bulge. You have quite the stuff. Su Chen revealed an evil smile and tore open the thief's night suit. Below was a well-made pocket with numerous runes on it. Damn, a spatial bag? Su Chen swallowed his saliva, couldn't help but reach in and feel around. TSK, indeed a spatial bag, this thing is quite valuable, I wonder where this guy stole it from. Opening the spatial bag, there weren't many things inside, but each item was valuable. 1 black card, 3 pieces of silver equipment, 2 bottles of healing potions, 1 bottle of experience potion, some cash, totaling over 80,000. Estimated value around 15 million. Su Chen immediately transferred everything from his tattered bag to the spatial bag. This spatial bag had about 10 cubic feet of space, considered the lowest grade storage equipment. But even so, it was worth at least 1 million. After all, this thing was incredibly convenient in the secret realm, whether for storing supplies, equipment, materials, potions, etc. Indeed, taking the back door is the fastest way to get rich. Suchen sighed. He had risked his life exploring in the secret realm, only to gain 3 pieces of silver equipment, 4 pieces of bronze equipment, and a piece of icefire mysterious stone. But in just a short minute, he had directly gained a harvest of no less than 20 million. Shaking his head slightly, Suchen opened the secret realm map. It marked the locations of elite monsters and boss-level monsters, as well as many areas where treasures often appeared. Boss level. Suchen grinned and put away the secret realm map. He lowered his head, ready to make a small profit. But when he looked again, the thief had disappeared along with his wolf's tooth club. This guy runs pretty fast. Too bad, my big club was stolen. Suchen muttered, but didn't pursue. The thief's stealth ability was not weak, otherwise, he wouldn't have walked up to him without being noticed. For now, continuing to level up was more important. When he completed his first awakening, killing this thief would be as easy as cutting vegetables. Thinking of this, Suchen took out the bottle of experience potion from his storage bag. In the exquisitely crafted gilded bottle was half a bottle of purple-red liquid. Suchen sniffed it, then unscrewed the cap and drank it down in one gulp. Ah, refreshing. A cool sensation spread throughout his body. The experience potion brewed by this pharmacist not only provides a large amount of experience points, but also randomly increases 1 basic attribute point after leveling up, making it an extremely precious potion. Even thieves are reluctant to use it on themselves. But now, it's cheap for Suchen. Your level has increased. Current level LV12. Your level has increased. Current level LV13. Your level has increased. Current level LV14. In an instant, he leveled up 3 times in a row. Suchen was overjoyed. It seems that this bottle of experience potion is of high quality, probably meant for awakening professionals to use. He casually glanced at the attribute panel. The significant increase in basic attributes made Suchen's smile even brighter. Occupation, Fate Master level, 14 Strength, 36 Stamina, 58 Intelligence, 42 Agility, 36 Awakening, Not Activated Skill, Fate Perception Talent, Fate Modification Fate Points, 37 Bang. Suchen gathered his energy. A seemingly ordinary straight punch hit the tree trunk, making a loud noise. Crack! Suddenly, a long crack appeared on the tree trunk, which was almost broken by a single punch. Looking at the effect of his punch, Suchen nodded slightly. Now he had a certain self-defense ability, no longer relying solely on firearms to kill monsters. After some thought, Suchen thought of the nearest boss location on the secret map. If he could kill a boss, his leveling efficiency would definitely increase several times, maybe even reaching level 20 directly. Moreover, the probability of bosses dropping good equipment was also very high. If he could get a piece of gold-level equipment, he would truly be on his way to prosperity. After planning in his mind, Suchen took a few steps and left the place. Damn bad luck! In the depths of the forest, a curse rang out, startling a flock of birds. A man in a suit held a withered ice-fire spirit grass in his hand, looking frustrated. What kind of mutation happened to this ice-fire spirit grass that it led him directly into the depths of the goblin forest? But as soon as he arrived here, this thing seemed to wither suddenly, losing all its divine aura and becoming a useless weed. This shattered his dream of getting rich instantly. Damn it! If I had known, I would have given him the grass directly. The man in the suit threw the withered ice-fire spirit grass aside. At the same time, he picked up a piece of silver equipment from a pile of ashes on the ground. Hee hee, unexpected fortune. I didn't expect this goblin orc to drop a piece of silver equipment. He carefully examined the shield in his hand, looking very pleased. However, his surrounding team members were in a bit of a mess. In order to catch up with the man in the suit who was wrapped up by the ice-fire spirit grass, they had all consumed a lot of energy. Then they engaged in a fierce battle with the goblin army led by the goblin orc here, resulting in serious injuries to the team members. If the man in the suit hadn't completed an awakening, they would probably have all fallen here today. However, all the efforts were worth it. With a piece of silver equipment in hand, especially the most valuable shield equipment, this trip to the secret realm was not in vain. Roar! However, just as the man in the suit was preparing to lead the team back, he heard a terrifying roar behind him. Boom! With heavy footsteps, a huge figure appeared in front of the team members. It was a giant goblin that was 10 times larger than the other goblins. Its whole body was dark gold in color, emitting a faint light, especially its forehead, which was covered with 2 sharp black horns. Just by appearance, it gave off an extremely fierce and powerful feeling. Damn it! Goblin King! The man in the suit's face changed, quickly gesturing for everyone to hide behind a large rock, cautiously looking around. Just then, the Goblin King showed no sign of leaving, instead taking steps towards them. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, as if stepping on everyone's hearts. Is this the boss? The team members were amazed. Under the guidance of the ice and fire spirit grass, they had actually entered the area where the boss was located? For a moment, everyone's hearts sank. The Goblin King was a level 25 boss monster, and not even 5 awakened professionals could stand a chance against it. Their attacks couldn't even break through the Goblin King's skin. Forget it, let's all go together. Let's fight and maybe we'll survive. Seeing the Goblin King getting closer, the man in a suit shouted and charged forward. Alright, Captain, let's fight it. However, just as everyone followed him in the charge, the man in the suit suddenly stopped, then doubled his speed and began running away. Damn it! You traitor! The rest of the team members were incredulous. The man in the suit coldly snorted, "Humph, I don't want to die, my life is more precious than yours." With that, he disappeared like a phantom in the distance. The team members were dumbfounded. The captain ran away. The captain is such a jerk. If they had each escaped separately, there might have been a slim chance of survival. But now, betrayed by the man in the suit, at such a close distance, they would definitely all die under the feet of the Goblin King. "If I don't die this time, I will definitely skin that guy alive when I get back," said a female mage with despair on her face. Boom! A loud noise rang out. Then, splatters of blood sprayed onto everyone's faces. The shield bearer who was at the forefront was smashed to pieces by the Goblin King's fist. Even the silver shield was shattered into 3 pieces. It's over. Seeing this scene, everyone's heads were buzzing. Put! Almost in the blink of an eye, another mage player was torn apart by the Goblin King's claws. The ground was covered with blood and remains. The remaining 8 people wanted to escape, but they were immobilized by the boss's aura and couldn't move a step. Just as everyone had closed their eyes and resigned themselves to death, a somewhat familiar voice of a young man sounded. "According to the map, the Goblin King should be here, right?" Upon hearing this voice, the 8 people suddenly opened their eyes, a glimmer of hope flashing in them. But soon, after seeing the newcomer's appearance, they sighed and shouted directly at Su Chen's position, "Kid, run away quickly. Don't come over here. The Goblin King is here, you still have a chance to run." When a man is about to die, his words are good. They couldn't do what the man in the suit did, betraying others to save himself. Oh, after searching for so long, is it really here? Su Chen was not deterred by the warnings of the few people, his eyes shining as he charged towards them. Boom! A gunshot rang out. "Why bother coming to your death? With your trash gun, you think you can break through? Ha!" Archer's words were cut off as he stared in shock at the Goblin King's right eye suddenly bursting open. "Damn it! Did you blow up the Goblin King's eye with that junk gun?" For a moment, everyone present was shocked. They could see clearly that Su Chen was only holding the lowest grade force assault rifle, and the bullets used were only 9 millimeters. Let alone the Goblin King, even to kill a level 1 soft bone rabbit, one had to aim for the heart to be fatal. But now, Su Chen had used this junk gun to blow up the Goblin King's eye with one shot? Roar! The Goblin King roared in anger, on the verge of madness. Fate point -1. However, at this moment, Su Chen's attention was not on the Goblin King, but on the floating characters in front of him, lost in thought. The function of fate points is to turn possible destinies into reality? Su Chen murmured. The moment he fired that shot, he activated fate modification, adding a 100% armor-piercing attribute to the bullet. But for the Goblin King with overflowing health points, breaking through the skin defense was useless. Therefore, he had to try another way. The moment he pulled the trigger, a possibility flashed through Su Chen's mind. If the Goblin King happened to not notice the bullet aimed at its right eye, and the bullet happened to enter while it blinked, triggering the subcutaneous judgment, then, that shot would likely directly disable one of its eyes. After Su Chen had this idea, he noticed that he had lost a bit of his fate points. At the same time, the Goblin King was conveniently blocked by flying dust, and because it coincided with Su Chen's shot, the sound overlapped. Therefore, this extremely unlikely shot succeeded. After understanding all this, Su Chen had a specific understanding of his profession. Indeed, worthy of being called a fate trickster, playing with destiny? Su Chen's lips slightly curled up, raising his gun to shoot again. Fate point -2. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. This time, the Goblin King was clearly more cautious. But fate sometimes worked out so coincidentally. It turned out that due to excessive focus, it stepped on the shattered silver shield fragments under its feet. The sudden pain caused the Goblin King to lose balance, and the bullet that should have been swatted away entered its left eye perfectly. With this, the Goblin King's eyes were directly disabled by these seemingly casual 2 shots. Is this guy's profession a gun god? Or is it some kind of hidden profession? The remaining few people were dumbfounded. Su Chen's bullets seemed ordinary, but they never missed, and were powerful, as if they had the guaranteed hit and armor-piercing attributes attached. These 2 shots could be considered miracles. Watching the Goblin King, who was now going mad with his eyes covered, the few members of the team looked at each other with complex expressions. Unexpectedly, Su Chen, who was originally seen as an enemy, had now become the savior of the group, and their captain, who they had previously looked up to as a role model and idol, had abandoned them and fled alone. "Aren't you leaving yet? Do you want to fight the boss with me?" At this moment, Su Chen's playful voice came. "Let's go, let's go." The group quickly thanked Su Chen and ran away. Before leaving, 2 female mages even handed over their only disposable talismans to Su Chen. Su Chen did not refuse, he considered these as their payment for saving their lives. Just then, roar! The Goblin King's body emitted a red light, muscles bulging, launching indiscriminate attacks. Thick tree trunks were broken by it, turning into ashes upon falling, as if corroded by something. The air was filled with a strong stench of decay and burnt smell, making people want to vomit. Obviously, this boss had entered a berserk state, activating a hidden skill. Is it going berserk so soon? Seeing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his fingers slightly bent, a disposable spell appeared in his palm, and he fiercely waved it outward, explosive flame. His flames engulfed the Goblin King instantly. In that moment, Su Chen focused and calmly sensed the trajectory of fate. Finally, an illusory scene appeared before his eyes. Fate event, you use a one-time flame burst on the Goblin King, causing minor burns. With this simple summary of fate, Su Chen almost instantly completed the fate modification. Ding! Fate event, you use a one-time flame burst on the Goblin King, causing severe burns. Immediately, there was a loud rumble, and white smoke rose from the sea of fire. Then, the figure of the Goblin King slowly emerged from the flames. At that moment, its skin was cracked and burnt all over, with a charred appearance that was quite terrifying. What was even more horrifying was the deep hole burned into its chest, exposing the bone. The 8 people who hadn't run far were startled by the sound and couldn't help but look back. Seeing the pitiful state of the Goblin King, everyone couldn't help but swallow nervously. Damn, a fire spell could produce such an effect? It's too scary. Is this a mage awakened after a breakthrough? No wonder he dared to challenge the Goblin King alone. Fortunately, they hadn't clashed with this person before, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Even the mage girl who gave Su Chen the spell didn't realize that the spell that burned the Goblin King was her own. Roar! The Goblin King, after being burned, completely lost what little intelligence it had and began to rampage through the jungle. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it had lost its sight, but any noise would attract its frenzied attacks. The blood splattered by the Goblin King was corrosive, quickly forming a poisonous barrier in the jungle. Oh no! This poison gas is indiscriminate, staying too long will directly reduce basic attributes. Does that handsome mage have a way to deal with it? The mage girl was particularly worried. Since someone dared to challenge the Goblin King alone, they must have been fully prepared. Why are you worrying? Could it be that you've taken a liking to him? Teased the archer next to her. Hearing this, the mage girl didn't retort but instead blushed, her eyes fixed on the battle behind her. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle. Bang! Bang! Seeing the poisonous mist spreading, Su Chen remained calm, raised his spear, fired a shot from time to time, and dodged using the agility provided by the silver wolf boots, slowly wearing down the boss's health bar. However, the issue of his own insufficient attack power gradually became apparent. After breaking through the boss's defense completely and finding it difficult to trigger the fate summary, Su Chen found it hard to deal fatal damage to the boss. With just a broken gun in his hand and 3 disposable spells, even though the Goblin King's health was low, he couldn't kill it in a short time. However, at that moment, fate event, you inhale a large amount of toxic gas, your stamina attribute is rapidly decreasing. Seeing the small text in front of him, Su Chen was not surprised but delighted. He immediately activated the fate modification. Ding! Fate event, you inhale a large amount of toxic gas, your stamina attribute is rapidly increasing. Stamina +1. Stamina +1. Ha ha, awesome! Su Chen grinned. For him, this toxic mist was clearly spiritual energy. In just a minute, it directly increased his stamina by 2 points, which was equivalent to a windfall of 2 million. Bang! 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 Then, Su Chen fired several shots, causing the Goblin King's blood to splatter. Roar roar! Feeling the pain, the Goblin King roared, and the speed at which the toxic mist emanated from its body increased. Yes, that's it. Seeing this, Su Chen took a deep breath in excitement. Stamina +2. As he continued to inhale deeply, the purple toxic mist in the jungle dimmed slightly. The few people watching from afar were all stunned. They saw someone using the Goblin King's poison barrier for the first time. Su Chen looked like a smoker who hadn't smoked in 50 years, almost wanting to lie on the Goblin King's back and inhale deeply. However, this blissful time of brushing up on stamina finally came to an end 5 minutes later, because Su Chen found that after his stamina reached a certain level, it stopped increasing. Is it because the poison barrier is too weak to harm me? Su Chen felt a sense of disappointment. Since it's useless, then you can go die. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen threw out 3 fireballs in a row, heading straight for the Goblin King's head. Fate points -5. The 3 fireballs traced a perfect arc, coincidentally entering the Goblin King's brain along the previous bone fractures, causing it to howl in pain and fall dead. You have killed Goblin King LV-26, gaining 25,680 experience points. Your level has increased. Current level LV-15. Your level has increased. Current level LV-16. Your level has increased. Current level LV-20. So much experience points provided by the boss? Su Chen was somewhat surprised, wiping the sweat from his forehead and showing a happy expression on his face. Perhaps because his base level was very low, and he was not in a team, all the experience was solely his. Therefore, after killing the Goblin King, his level directly increased by 6 levels, reaching level 20. This speed of advancement was incredibly fast. It should be noted that there are level restrictions in the secret realm. Therefore, even the top-ranked mercenary teams would need a month to bring a level 1 rookie to level 20. But Su Chen did it in less than an afternoon. In less than an afternoon, he went from a level 1 newbie to the point where he could undergo a professional awakening. Not only that, his basic attributes such as physique, agility, strength, and defense were all steadily increasing. Profession, Fate Weaver level, 20 strength, 49 stamina, 96, plus 5, intelligence, 52 agility, 49, plus 23, awakening, not activated skills, Fate Perception talent, Fate Modification Fate points, 34 especially in terms of stamina, with the equipment bonuses, it had already exceeded 100. This was almost approaching the level of a shield mountain after an awakening. In other words, Su Chen could now stand in front of the Goblin King with a shield and not lose any health even if it was hammered for a long time. A glint of gold caught Su Chen's eye. Ha! Did I get equipment drops? Su Chen's eyes lit up as he rushed to where the Goblin King had fallen. A pair of golden green gauntlets lay quietly in the ashes. Su Chen picked them up. Green King gauntlets, gold grade, level, 20 attributes, strength plus 50 durability, 120/120 talent, strong LV2, after wearing, your strength increases by 20%. Skill, destruction, when released, swing a powerful punch forward, causing damage and armor-piercing effects, with a cooldown of 6 seconds. Great stuff! Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This piece of gold equipment was extremely valuable, not only providing a powerful boost but also having an armor-piercing effect, making it a divine equipment for warrior and boxer professions. This equipment would still be excellent even when used at level 40. A hint of conflict flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Fate Weavers belonged to the mysterious class, able to wear and use any equipment. In other words, he could use these gauntlets too. But charging in with gauntlets didn't quite fit his envisioned fighting style. I'll keep it for now and see how things go after leaving. Su Chen muttered to himself, storing the Green King gauntlets in his storage bag, then prepared to exit the secret realm. He is now at the end of his rope. With a harvest far beyond expectations, it's time to call it quits. After all, his talent is strong, but he struggles against opponents with overwhelming power. Ha! Just as Su Chen was about to leave, his face suddenly changed. In his eyes, a black shadow suddenly attacked. The man in a black suit, holding a short dagger in his hand, was looking at him with an evil smile. It turned out to be the man in the suit who had escaped earlier. Hee, kid, didn't expect your luck to be so good, actually managing to kill the Goblin King. But, it ends here. A long-range professional like you being found by me for a close encounter, should I say you're unlucky or lucky? The man in the suit smirked and quickly approached Su Chen. Su Chen frowned. His mind had been focused on the Green King's boxing gloves, completely unaware of how long the man in the suit had been gone, never expecting him to return. Damn! You despicable scoundrel dare to come back? Just then, a furious shout was heard, and not far away, a female mage raised her hand and cast a fireball spell at the man in the suit. However, the fireball spell flew too slowly and was easily deflected before getting close. At the same time, the other 7 people were also filled with indignation and quickly ran over. You bastard! You tricked us into luring the monsters, then ran away yourself. Now that someone else killed the boss, you come back to pick the peaches? I must have been really unlucky to join the same guild as you. If you dare to harm our savior, don't even think about leaving this dungeon today. Ignoring the continuous curses, the man in the suit said nothing, just silently increased his speed. Golden equipment, he definitely didn't misread it just now. As long as he could grab that piece of golden boxing gloves, he could live a worry-free life for the rest of his days. What were these teammates worth? They were just the bottom of the Hanhai Guild. As long as he bribed the guild leaders later, even if he killed all these people to keep them quiet, it wouldn't matter. Kid, blame your bad luck. The man in the suit held the dagger in his hand, a chilling glint emanating from it. The next moment, his skill was activated. In a few blinks, he pulled dozens of meters away and kept changing his position, even creating several afterimages to confuse the enemy. He was extremely wary of Su Chen's long-range attack methods. However, to his surprise, Su Chen didn't make any move, but just stood there quietly watching him. Even when he stabbed the dagger into Su Chen's heart, he still maintained a calm expression, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Humph, you're just a wolf in sheep's clothing. What are you pretending to be a big shot for? The man in the suit stabbed fiercely, using all his strength. It's over. Seeing this scene, the members of the team couldn't help but stop. They watched helplessly as their savior was stabbed to death by the man in the suit, filled with sorrow. But the next moment, is that it? Can't even trigger a minor event of fate? Su Chen looked disdainfully at the man in the suit. With over 100 points of health, he could withstand any attack below level 30. The man in the suit's desperate stab didn't even break the skin. Hearing Su Chen's voice, everyone was dumbfounded. How is that possible? The team members widened their eyes. They knew their own business. The man in the suit was a level 20 shadow assassin, with damage capabilities that were among the best of all professions. Yet, it seemed he couldn't break through the defense of Su Chen, who appeared to be a long-range professional. The man in the suit was also puzzled. He had clearly stabbed Su Chen in the heart just now. How was this guy acting like nothing happened? The next moment, a flash of green and gold light appeared. The golden-green boxing gloves were particularly eye-catching, and the powerful wind generated at the fist was terrifying. Su Chen stood firm, even without the support of melee skills. This punch alone was deadly enough. Boom! A loud noise rang out. The man in the suit's clothes were torn to shreds, and he was thrown backwards, his chest deeply caved in. In less than a second, his heart turned into pieces along with his expensive suit. One-hit kill. Just one move. Su Chen's level was equivalent to the man in the suit, who was even wearing defensive gear. However, the final outcome was being killed in an instant? Damn! This is too unbelievable. The only archer in the team couldn't help but curse. As an archer, his vision was excellent, so he saw the clearest. After Su Chen put on the green gold gloves, with just one punch, he directly crushed the man in the suit's heart, who couldn't even resist. If Su Chen was a long-range attacker, he could barely accept it, but his close combat ability was too terrifying, right? Not only could he withstand the full-force stab of the man in the suit without injury, but his close combat attack ability was also so unbelievable. Just one punch killed the opponent. Whether in close combat or long range, even his defense ability exceeded the top shield mountain line. Does this guy really have no weaknesses? Fate minor event, your first kill. Fate points plus 10. Looking at the small words floating in front of him, Su Chen took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. His rapidly beating heart gradually calmed down. The corners of Su Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. He didn't feel scared at his first kill, but rather excited? The feeling of directly destroying the opponent's fate made him feel somewhat pleased. However, Su Chen didn't let himself indulge in it. He didn't want to be called a madman like the jesters in history. He took 3 steps to the side of the man in the suit and quickly began to search. Thanks to the green gold gloves' armor-breaking effect, the valuable items of the man in the suit were all exposed. 3 one-time spell scrolls, 100,000 in cash, a small pile of secret realm materials, 1 skill book. A poor guy, not as rich as the previous thief. After looting some valuable items, Su Chen glanced at the man in the suit's body. Killing and looting in the secret realm was common and wouldn't attract night guards. However, there was still a level 4 guild behind this guy. Ding! Fate minor event, your first kill. Ding! Fate minor event, your first kill of a pig. With the fate modification activated, the man in the suit's body instantly transformed into a giant black pig. This sudden change startled everyone once again. Transformation magic? Isn't that the ability of a level 50 mage? The mage girl covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. Su Chen's displayed abilities were too bizarre, even making her feel a bit scared. The members of the team looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Boss, may I ask what profession you are? The mage girl approached with a small wand in hand. In her eyes, Su Chen was simply an all-around king, not only good at everything but also exceptionally skilled. The person in front of her probably had some kind of hidden profession. Profession? It's better if you don't know. Suchin shook his head slightly, showing no intention of conversing with this team. After counting his spoils, he walked quickly towards the exit of the secret realm. Soon, Suchen arrived at the exit of the secret realm. However, just as he was about to step out and leave the secret realm, he was stopped by two men in black. One of them with a stern face said, "Friend, routine inspection, you need to show your gains from the secret realm and pay 10% of the value." At these words, Suchen's eyebrows furrowed instantly. What's going on? I worked hard to earn money in the secret realm, and now I have to give up 10% of it? Seeing this scene, the expressions of many professionals nearby were not good either. Okay, another newcomer. But newcomers are fine too, probably won't gain much, just need to pay a fee. I think this commission is unreasonable. Does Desya hand over the secret realm to these guilds just to exploit the people? Desya officials don't have that kind of power over those guilds. Some people reluctantly paid the money and chose to endure it. Some others muttered under their breath, venting their displeasure. Listening to the conversations around him, Suchen also understood what was going on. Officially, professionals are allowed free entry into the secret realm for exploration, but in reality, they have to pay fees for entry and exit. Suchen remained still, but his frown deepened. Most of his belongings were ill-gotten, and there were many things belonging to the man in the suit lying in his storage bag. As members of the Hanhai Guild, these people must be familiar with those stolen goods. At that time, perhaps they wouldn't do anything to him on the surface, but secretly, Suchen didn't dare to bet that they wouldn't come after him. Just then, the black-clothed man who had spoken to Suchen before suddenly spoke up. "Kid, can't you understand human language?" After speaking, the two took 2 steps forward, as if they were about to search him directly. Seeing this scene, many professionals nearby were somewhat gloating. After all, as experienced individuals, they knew very well. No matter how aggrieved or uncomfortable you felt, facing the behemoth that was the Hanhai Guild, you could only bow your head and tidy up your hair. "I won't pay this commission." Suchen shook his head slightly, his attitude extremely resolute. Once the contents of his pockets were exposed, it would be a fight to the death for the Hanhai Guild. Since that was the case, he might as well confront them head-on. Suchen didn't believe that these guys would dare to bring their shady money collection activities to light. "You brought this upon yourself, you brat." Upon hearing Suchen's words, the two exchanged glances, a smirk appearing on their faces, and they suddenly quickened their pace. The Hanhai Guild members surrounding them also turned their gaze towards them. If Suchen tried to resist, he would face the siege of hundreds of professionals. In that case, don't blame me. Suchen quickly focused his mind and activated his fate perception skill. Soon, a line of text appeared before him. "Fate minor event, you are being obstructed by members of the Hanhai Guild, who are forcibly demanding your belongings." In the instant he saw this line of text, Suchen's brain began to work frantically. Got it! In less than a second, as the two men reached out towards Suchen, he completed the fate modification. Fate minor event, you are being obstructed by members of the Hanhai Guild, who are forcibly storing your belongings. Asterisk ding. Asterisk fate minor event, you are being obstructed by members of the Hanhai Guild, who are forcibly storing your belongings. Playing with fate, fate points +6. In the next moment, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone present, the two black-clothed men suddenly reached into their pockets and frantically pulled out items. A bunch of bright red banknotes were forcibly stuffed into Suchen's hands. Suchen tried to refuse, attempting to return the banknotes to the two men, but they insisted on giving them back. The scene was like a tug-of-war over New Year's money. The professionals watching nearby were dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes vigorously, wondering if they were dreaming. The Hanhai Guild members weren't feeling any better. If it weren't for the detection professionals confirming that there were no anomalies, they would have thought that the two men had been bewitched. Maybe this kid is their friend? Were they just joking earlier? Someone thought. Fate modification is indeed powerful. Suchen silently praised. Subsequently, under the strange gazes of everyone, Suchen was escorted out of the secret realm. After Suchen left, several people guarding the exit couldn't help but ask, "What happened between you two just now? Why give the money to that kid?" The two men in black looked at each other, scratching their heads. "Am I not good enough?" The other man pondered for a moment and said, "I think it's because he's good-looking, right? Everyone else." After leaving the secret realm, Suchen hurried all the way to the weapon shop where he had previously purchased equipment. This weapon shop was under the banner of the Favorable Wind Trading Company, with abundant financial resources. Suchen planned to dispose of the gains from the secret realm nearby. "Boss, come out and serve the customer." Suchen walked in and called out. With a casual glance, he noticed that the mercenary team that had been sitting in the hall before was still there, but there were more empty wine bottles on the table. However, it seemed like they weren't smoking anymore. Soon, the weapon shop owner came out and, upon seeing Su Chen, his eyes widened, blurting out, "Oh, buddy, back for another smoke fix?" "No." Su Chen waved his hand, took out the storage bag, turned it upside down, and shook out the contents onto the table. "What is this?" At first, the boss didn't pay much attention. After all, what could a rookie like Su Chen, who entered the secret realm for the first time, harvest? The mercenary team in the hall just glanced over and then looked away. But soon, the boss's smile froze on his face. 3 pieces of silver equipment, and an Icefire Profound Stone? The boss widened his eyes, his voice becoming sharp. "How did you do it?" "Just got lucky," Su Chen casually replied and continued to take out things from the bag. He directly eliminated some equipment with poor attributes, leaving only the ones that were useful to him, such as the silver wolf boots. The boss's mouth twitched a few times. Luck? What kind of luck could allow a first-time rookie in the secret realm to get such terrifying gains? 3 pieces of silver-level equipment alone were worth around 2 million. The Icefire Profound Stone was even more valuable, a favorite of alchemists. The piece in front of him could easily sell for at least 18 million. Altogether, that was a minimum of 20 million worth of items. In other words, this guy made 0. 2 small goals in one afternoon? The mercenary team on the side stopped drinking, and all their gazes turned towards Su Chen. 20 million, that was a number they might not even earn in a year of hard work. But this guy in front of them, who still looked like a student, managed to get it in one trip in and out of the secret realm. This made the mood of the mercenary team particularly uneasy. "Oh, by the way, there are a few cards here, do you want them?" Su Chen handed over the bank cards he had picked up from the thief and the man in a suit. These bank cards were hot items, and he would rather sell them at a low price than invite trouble. At the moment they saw those cards, the mercenary team members all put away the hint of disdain they had shown earlier. In the secret realm, the most terrifying thing was often not the monsters, but the fellow professionals. Since Su Chen could walk out of the secret realm with so many treasures, and even those unexpected gains, he had already earned their respect. The boss looked around and then calmly took the bank cards. After scanning them on a strange black box a few times, the boss whispered to Su Chen, "There's 10 million in these cards, I can cash out 5 million here." He then pretended to be hesitant, furrowing his brows. "Industry rules, black cards have a 50% handling fee, after all, we need to process." "Deal." Without waiting for him to continue, Su Chen nodded happily. After all, it wasn't his money, so having it was good, and not having it was fine too. "Great. It's amazing that you can earn so much money." The boss was very pleased with Su Chen's non-negotiable behavior. Then, he took out a measuring device and placed Su Chen's other items on it. 4 pieces of silver equipment, 3 pieces of bronze equipment, a 3-kilogram Icefire Mysterious Stone, plus some miscellaneous materials from secret realms, totaling 246 million. "Brother, since you're so straightforward, I'll round it up for you, just 250 million. Hearing this, Su Chen's heart beat slightly faster. 250 million. With the money in the card, it's 300 million, plus the 50,000 from those 2 big grudges at the secret realm exit, I have a total of 350 million in savings? Would you like cash or a transfer?" The boss pushed a calculator in front of Su Chen, showing a hearty smile. "No rush, I'll buy something first." Su Chen rubbed his hands and walked towards the interior of the weapon shop. With money in hand, the first thing to do was definitely to upgrade his equipment. The interior of the shop was particularly simple, with various weapons and equipment on the shelves, as well as many firearms and ammunition. Su Chen walked to the firearms and ammunition counter and carefully examined them. "Brother, do you want to buy a gun? The items here are all crafted by low-level blacksmiths. Let me show you some good stuff." Seeing Su Chen stop, the boss said enthusiastically. Su Chen glanced at the boss, smiled, and remembered that he didn't have this attitude when he came at noon. Without answering, he asked, "Do you have a gun that has weak armor-piercing power but strong explosive power afterwards?" Hearing this, the boss was momentarily stunned, but quickly said, "Are you talking about Dragon's Breath rounds? They have almost no armor-piercing ability, but the explosive power is decent, and can cause a burning effect on secret realm monsters. It's best to load this type of ammunition with a shotgun. Look, this OMG model shotgun can meet your needs." The boss picked up a cool-looking shotgun and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen took the shotgun handed to him by the boss and carefully examined it. This OMG model shotgun indeed looked very imposing, with mysterious patterns engraved on the black gun body, giving it a futuristic feel. He gently touched the gun body, feeling the cold metal touch. The smell of gunpowder in his nostrils and the weight in his hand made him feel a slight acceleration in his heartbeat. OMG 9527, Silver Grade, Level, 15 Attribute, Stamina plus 1 Durability, 300/300 Talent, Explosion Level 2, Bullet Explosion Effect increased by 20%. Skill, Quick Loading Level 1, your loading speed is increased by 10%. This shotgun is indeed very good. Su Chen nodded, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. How much is it? The boss smiled and said, this shotgun is priced at 4 million. As you know, firearms equipment has always been expensive, but I can give you a discount. Deal at 3,500,000, and I'll also give you 5 Dragon's Breath rounds. Dragon's Breath rounds are 10,000 each, so it's like I'm only selling you the gun for 3 million. Hearing this, Su Chen nodded, loaded up, and also give me 100 more Dragon's Breath rounds. A hint of joy flashed on the boss's face. Alright. He quickly took out a bag, put all the scattered items inside, packed the Dragon's Breath rounds, and handed them to Su Chen. Su Chen took it and, under the boss's puzzled gaze, walked towards the display case of melee weapons. After Su Chen spent a huge sum of money on purchasing firearms and equipment, the boss almost concluded that Su Chen was either a firearms expert or a wandering gunman type of profession. But now, he's picking up swords and knives? Originally, the boss thought he would buy some thunder or smoke bombs to restrict close combat. Su Chen sifted through a pile of silver-grade swords and sticks, and finally settled on a silver-grade long sword. This long sword was silver-white all over, with a faint aura, worn at the waist, giving off a feeling of a swordsman wandering the rivers and lakes. Moreover, its attributes also suited Su Chen's taste. Silver Sword, Silver Grade, Level, 18 Attribute, Agility plus 20 Durability, 60/60 Talent, Sharpness Level 2, inflicts a light injury effect after hitting, lasting for 3 minutes, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Light injury, reduces movement speed by 20%, healing speed by 50%. I wonder if after triggering a fate event, I can turn the light injury effect into a severe injury. Su Chen muttered to himself. If it can really trigger, that would be awesome. Boss, I've made my choice, I'll take this long sword. Hearing Su Chen shout, the boss quickly walked over, took a look at the silver sword, and said with a wry smile, brother, although this sword is of silver grade, the talent effect is not weak, so the price is not low. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 12 million. Stop talking, I'll buy it. Hearing this, Su Chen was not surprised, and waved his hand to let the boss pack it up. After all, most people explore in teams nowadays, and this kind of weakening monster attribute is very effective, so it is in high demand. However, Su Chen did not plan to team up with anyone. His fighting style is not suitable for team battles, so he must make up for his shortcomings as much as possible. Therefore, Su Chen spent a lot of money to buy both ranged and melee weapons. Melee has the exploding clothes. Green gold gauntlets, mid-range uses the silver sword, and long-range has the OMG 9527 shotgun. Now, Su Chen's offensive methods have finally become more comprehensive. After also purchasing some disposable spells and consumables recommended by the boss, Su Chen finally walked out of the weapon shop satisfied. Su Chen had a high-tech shotgun hanging on one side of his waist and a fairy-like silver sword hanging on the other side, which looked strange no matter how you looked at it. His storage bag was also stuffed full of ammunition and consumables. Sigh, money just doesn't last. Su Chen sighed. He had spent all but 5 million of the 350 million he had just received. However, Su Chen was not in a hurry to enter the secret realm again, but took a detour and went back home to sleep. By the time he lazily got up the next day at noon, he headed towards the Awakening Temple. His level had reached the limit, so he had to undergo a professional awakening. Sharpen the knife before cutting wood, and after awakening, he would also gain new professional skills. Su Chen had a feeling that after the first professional awakening, the Fate Master would bring him some unexpected surprises. Su Chen? Upon entering the Awakening Temple, Su Chen saw several familiar figures. Su Chen scanned the inside of the Awakening Temple and found that half of the temple was filled with former classmates. They lined up, with a familiar goddess statue at the end of the line. Several female classmates broke away from the line and surrounded Su Chen, blinking their eyes and asking, Su Chen, are you here to see the professional preview too? Professional preview? What's that? Su Chen asked curiously. A girl beside him immediately introduced enthusiastically, our levels are not high enough for professional awakening yet, but we can communicate with the professional deity statue to see what our professional development will be like in the later stages, which can also increase everyone's leveling motivation. Oh, I see. Su Chen suddenly realized. It was like when playing an online game, the developers would attach some exciting videos to the job change interface, letting players know what abilities their profession would have in the later stages. Buzz. Just then, as the person at the front of the line reached out to the goddess statue, a dazzling scene appeared before everyone. Su Chen also looked over. Accompanied by cool sound effects, a handsome swordsman appeared. He was seen in a white robe, holding a 3-foot green sword, slashing out endless sword energy with a lift of his hand. Every swing of the sword was as graceful as flowing clouds in water, giving a sense of elegance and agility, as if an extraordinary sword immortal had descended to the mortal world. Everyone was excited, crowding around to observe carefully, afraid of missing any details. Wow, so handsome. I didn't expect Wan Lin, this guy, to be so powerful in the later stages of his swordsman profession. I feel like this guy's looks have inexplicably improved a bit. A few girls whispered to each other. Su Chen also felt his heart beating slightly faster. You see, although they were considered professionals now, most of them hadn't even acquired their professional skills yet. This undoubtedly made people doubt their own professions. But now, these young men and women, when they saw the prospects of their professions, were as if they were seeing their future selves, filled with passion and excitement. Su Chen, come on, I'll let you go ahead of me, a girl in a strapless dress blushed and said. A short-haired girl next to her also didn't want to be outdone. Su Chen, you can go behind me too. Su, come here. Well, okay, then I'll go ahead. Su Chen couldn't resist the enthusiasm of his female classmates and reluctantly nodded. In the end, amidst the envious eyes of a group of boys, Su Chen was surrounded and placed in the middle of the line. Before long, those in line ahead saw the prospects of their professions. Except for the guy with the pimp profession who felt a bit embarrassed, the rest were almost satisfied. Su Chen took a deep breath and walked up to the statue of the goddess. He skillfully placed his hand on the peak of the goddess statue. Buzz! In that instant, darkness surged from the top of the goddess statue, filling the entire awakening temple. The next moment, everyone saw an unforgettable scene. At this moment, the curtain rises, and our performance begins. With the deep, hoarse voice of a man, a round moon suddenly appeared above everyone's heads, radiating a bright light that illuminated the earth. Beneath the moon, a figure in blood stood quietly. Bathed in moonlight, with eyes closed, he seemed to be waiting for the opening of a concert. In front of that person, countless limbs and flesh formed a bizarre and beautiful picture. Some medical professionals felt chills all over, as they could see at a glance that those were all human bones. Roar! A beastly roar sounded. Countless strange monsters rushed towards the figure, trying to tear him apart. But as those monsters stepped into the blood and flesh picture, the man held the white bone sniper rifle with one hand, waving it like a conductor. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, with flesh and blood flying everywhere, blooming into one after another of extremely bright and beautiful flesh lotuses, filled with indescribable artistic beauty, extremely shocking. Blood rained down, white bones struck the ground, forming a strange drumbeat. Every swing of the bone sniper rifle conductor would bring about the fall of countless lives. Each blooming flesh lotus was like a heartbeat. In the midst of death, it also meant that they would welcome new life. This was a blood-colored concert composed of death and rebirth. I bloom in the midst of slaughter, like a flower in the dawn. When the music ended, a handsome man covered in blood stood in the center of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his body straight, surrounded by a faint light. His eyes were as black as ink, and he slowly raised his arm, turned around, and made a gentleman's bow. Everyone in the temple was stunned by this scene, staring blankly at the figure for a long time, unable to speak. Is this the Harlequin, ranked as the most dangerous profession among the top 10? Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke the silence. Su Chen couldn't help but smile, his hands lightly clapping together, offering his praise. He felt a tingling sensation all over his body, as if he had a vague insight into something. However, the moment of enlightenment passed quickly, and he did not capture it. Just as Su Chen felt regretful, the man in the illusion slowly stood up, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the boundary between illusion and reality as they met Su Chen's gaze. Fateful intermediate event, you watched the death concert, comprehended the true essence of the puppeteer profession, and gained the skill, rhythm of life. Rhythm of life, in your presence, all life will have nowhere to hide. Rhythm of life? Su Chen was stunned, but when he came to his senses, he found that the visionary image of the profession had disappeared. He also felt a strange connection to everyone around him. It was like having an infrared detection system, where no living being could hide within a kilometer radius of him, not even the strongest invisible assassin. This skill undoubtedly filled another gap for Su Chen. Now, he would no longer encounter things that others had hidden from him before. Su Chen let out a sigh and pulled his thoughts away from the bloody scene he had just witnessed. As he turned around, he noticed that everyone's gaze towards him was like they were looking at a monster. Even the few girls who had been close to him subconsciously took a step back when he looked at them. Thinking about Su Chen becoming that kind of person in the future made them shudder with fear. Although the puppeteer was killing monsters, the fact that he used human materials was something that most people could not accept. Su Chen paid no attention to others' opinions. he just turned around slowly and walked towards the depths of the Awakening Temple. After watching this concert, his interest in professional awakening grew even stronger. Inside the Awakening Temple, watching Su-chen's back, a girl with short hair bit her lip and broke the silence. Will Su-chen really become that kind of person in the future? The temple staff had complex expressions in their eyes and shook their heads in response. It's hard to say, the profession visionary only captured some images of the most representative individuals of that profession, but the probability is high. Listening to his words, everyone present fell silent. Does this mean that Su-chen will probably become that kind of madman in the future? Some girls closed their eyes and silently gave up some thoughts. However, a small number of boys' eyes began to look strange. Hey, wait, how did he get into the Awakening Temple? Isn't it that you can't enter until you're level 20? Finally, someone noticed something was wrong. Damn! Has he already reached level 20? He didn't come this time just to watch the profession visionary, but to undergo professional awakening? With this statement, the atmosphere exploded, making the previously calm atmosphere boil over again. Generally, after awakening to a profession, they would follow the night watchman into the secret realm for leveling up a week later. For those with strong abilities or financial resources, reaching level 15 before the entrance exam in a month would already be considered very good. But now, in just one day, Su-chen had already reached level 20? This was simply unbelievable. It's impossible, right? Maybe he's just hanging around outside and can't get in? A boy scratched his head. At the same time, inside the Awakening Temple, Su-chen walked along a straight path towards the depths. There were no guards here, the entire hall seemed empty, and only his footsteps echoed in the corridor. Before long, Su-chen felt like he had passed through an invisible barrier, and the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. The blue stone tiles under his feet disappeared, replaced by darkness, as if he had entered a void in the universe. In front of him, a magnificent and gigantic statue of a goddess appeared out of nowhere. Then, a white light rose from the goddess statue and swept over Su-chen's body. This seems to be some kind of detection method. Su-chen's attribute panel automatically popped up. Occupation, Fate Weaver level, 20 strength, 49 stamina, 96 intelligence, 52 agility, 49 awakening, not activated skills, Fate Perception Life Rhythm Talent, Fate Modification Fate Points, 65 following that, a cold female voice sounded above Su-chen's head. Occupational conditions for the first awakening detected, initiating awakening task extraction. Awakening task extraction in progress. Awakening task extraction failed. Detected unique occupational class, Fate Weaver. Please select an occupational path first. Occupational path? Su-chen was puzzled. He didn't remember anything about occupational paths from the textbooks. Before he could ponder for long, his vision blurred, and Fate Perception started to operate on its own. It was as if he was standing at a three-way intersection, with three paths appearing before him, and he had to choose one. Fate Major Event. You have reached a crossroads of fate and must choose one of the three paths. A major fate event appeared. Su-chen's expression instantly became serious. Major fate events rarely occurred, but when they did, it meant a significant turning point in his life. By literal interpretation, Su-chen's choice this time was particularly important and might affect the course of his future life. Therefore, he had to be extremely cautious. Su-chen took a deep breath and gazed at the path to his left. It was dark, making it hard to see clearly, but he could vaguely make out a blood-red lotus flower. Before long, the blood-red lotus flower slowly dissipated, transforming into the words orator. Perhaps that was the name of this path. An orator who expresses ideas with blood and fire. With a familiar scent of blood and gunpowder entering his nostrils. Almost instantly, Su-chen understood what this path represented. If he chose this path, his future development might focus on long-range attacks and the creation of deadly devices like traps, as shown in the occupational foresight. It's not a bad choice, but the lack of close combat skills on this path is also a problem. After all, that crippled Fate Weaver was most likely disabled by a close combat occupational class. Let's look at the other two paths. Su-chen's mind raced, various thoughts flashing through his mind. This decision was too important and required great courage to make. So, he looked towards the second path. Similarly, that path was shrouded in mist. Su-chen stared at it carefully for a long time before vaguely seeing a pattern resembling a short sword. He sniffed. A scent of blood, 100 times stronger than before, entered his nostrils, making his stomach churn. He frowned, his gaze falling on the blade of the sword. The short sword looked ordinary, even lacking a hilt, with only the nearly transparent blade emitting a cold and sharp sensation. Su-chen couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. However, the closer he got, the more he could smell the pungent scent of blood. Ha! Su-chen paused, his body stiff for a moment. He silently returned to his original position, several bloodstains suddenly appearing on his shoulder. Su Chen's eyes slowly moved. It was then that he noticed countless threads covering his body. These threads extended from the short sword, filling the space as if cutting it into numerous pieces. That sharp feeling seemed to break through all restraints and cut through all obstacles. Even though it was a simulated effect, it still possessed a strong killing power. After a while, the short sword slowly disappeared, transforming into the words breaker of cocoons. Perhaps, only when the cocoon made of threads that can cut through time and space completely disappears, will one truly break free from the cocoon and become a butterfly? The second path seems to be of the assassin type. The method of attack should be those transparent threads and that short sword, which would be quite terrifying in enclosed spaces or small-scale battles. In terms of killing efficiency, this extreme method of attack is estimated to far surpass the first path. However, walking on the edge of the blade is not my style. Su Chen squinted his eyes, immersed in thought, and then looked towards the last path. Battle! Exciting! At first glance, Su Chen's eardrums trembled, and his heart raced. This path was filled with blood, cruelty, brutality, and madness. At the end of that path, one could vaguely see countless piles of bones and rivers of blood converging. A majestic figure stood there. He roared to the sky, facing countless formidable enemies. But no matter how strong the enemies were, they could not defeat him. He fought more bravely, his roars and shouts piercing the boundaries of time and space, clearly reaching Su Chen's ears. Su Chen's eyes turned bloodshot, his skin burning hot, influenced by that fighting spirit. What kind of warrior was this? Su Chen was shaken in his heart. He seemed to be on the battlefield, fighting countless formidable enemies, blood splattering across the sky, corpses strewn across the field. Those scenes made Su Chen's blood boil, wishing he could rush into the frontline battle immediately. After a long time, the giant figure gradually became illusory, all the visions converged and turned into the words gatekeeper. Ha! The name of this path of the battle maniac. Just as Su Chen's mood was calming down, he was puzzled by the name of the gatekeeper path. Shouldn't it be battle maniac or war lover? However, Su Chen didn't delve into it. He had more important things to do now. Looking at the three paths, Su Chen fell into contemplation once again. Each of these three paths had its own characteristics and were very powerful, making it difficult to determine which one was stronger. If he had to choose one, Su Chen felt conflicted. He wanted to balance defense and survival means while also desiring strong offensive capabilities. After all, the best defense is a good offense, and the truth lies only within the range of the cannon. Forget it, adult's world doesn't need too many concerns. Su Chen's mouth curved up, finally shifting his gaze to the summary of fate. The next moment, fate modification initiated. Ding! Major fate event. You have reached a crossroads of fate and must choose among three paths. Teasing fate, fate points plus 20. Only children make choices. Su Chen wanted them all. Just after Su Chen completed the fate modification. Boom! The scene in front of Su Chen instantly distorted, as if time and space were in chaos, and the three paths were forcibly merged into one, forming a brand new road. It was a path that had never appeared before, combining all three paths of the fate player, and it would be unprecedentedly powerful. Su Chen's heart raced, and he took a step towards that path. As soon as he took that step, all the visions in front of him disappeared. The radiance of the goddess statue became slightly more mysterious, her star-like eyes flickering, as if there was a hint of liveliness in an instant. However, Su Chen did not notice this. His attention was now focused entirely on the few lines of blood-red text that appeared below the statue of the goddess. Fate player chooses the path of destiny. Awakening task extraction in progress. Awakening task extraction successful. Awakening task, defying fate. Task difficulty, 10 stars. Introduction, you are a thief wandering in the river of fate, you are the master of fate, but if you want to tease fate, you must first endure fate's wrath. When you find that your fate cannot be controlled, how will you respond? Awakening condition, obtain 1000 destiny points and survive. Mission time limit, 24 hours. Failure after exceeding the time limit, and permanently unable to obtain professional awakening qualification. Destiny path, unable to control one's own fate, and also need to obtain 1000 destiny points within 24 hours? Su Chen felt a bit of a headache. You should know that he has only obtained 65 destiny points so far. Obtaining 1000 destiny points within 24 hours is like a hellish difficulty for him now. Moreover, this mission also comes with the survival condition, which means it seems like he needs to face unknown dangers. Is this the value of a 10-star difficulty? Su Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. Truly worthy of the three paths combined, the difficulty is indeed sky-high. But since the difficulty is so high, perhaps the rewards after completing the mission will be substantial. Forget it, can't waste any more time. 1,000 destiny points is too huge a number. Even if obtained through killing, he would need to kill 100 people. But now there are no enemies to satisfy his needs. Su Chen felt a sense of urgency rising in his heart, quickly turned around and walked outside. Back to the main hall of the Awakening Temple. Su Chen was preoccupied, walking quickly with his head down, but he didn't notice a figure blocking his way. Duong with a sound. Su Chen felt like he had bumped into 2 cotton balls, and was pushed back a step. He looked up at the person in front of him. "Ha! Why is it you, Officer F?" Su Chen was stunned. Standing in front of him was the busty female officer he had encountered when awakening his profession before. "What Officer F? My name is Gu Qingying. And, it's G, not F." Gu Qingying crossed her arms, squinted her eyes, carefully scrutinizing Su Chen. She had received intelligence that there were high-risk professionals lurking here. She didn't expect it to be this guy, Su Chen. Although the Harbinger was dangerous, if guided well, it could make a huge contribution to the Federation. There was once a Harbinger who single-handedly guarded the National Gate, fought to the death with the foreign tribes for 3 days and nights, and exchanged his own life for the lives of millions of people. "You have already accepted the awakening mission?" Gu Qingying stared at the 10 small stars above Su Chen's head, looking a bit bewildered. She had thought it was some kind of decoration, but upon closer inspection, it was the characteristic after receiving the awakening mission. The awakening mission with several stars would suspend several small stars above the head, and after the awakening mission was completed, these stars would merge into the body of the professional, turning into the power of professional awakening. And now, the 10 small stars above Su Chen's head were simply too eye-catching, even giving a feeling of being surrounded by stars. So cool a girl couldn't help but whisper, "Cool, this damn thing is life-threatening, okay?" The guy next to her immediately retorted, "The more stars, the more dangerous the awakening mission. This guy has 10 stars on his head, it's simply a 10-star awakening mission that has never appeared before." 10 stars? 5 stars are already called hell difficulty, what should 10 stars be called? Wow! Is this directly going to take his life? How could a 10-star mission be completed? Everyone was shocked by Su Chen's 10-star awakening mission. Now, no one cared about how he managed to level up 19 levels in a day. After all, even if the leveling speed was fast, without professional awakening, it would be useless. Without professional awakening, the level limit for professionals is only 20 levels, no matter how many monsters you kill. Can you reveal the content of your mission? Maybe I can help. Gu Qingying approached with a hint of sympathy in her eyes and asked seriously. "No need, this mission can only be completed by myself." Su Chen declined her kindness and quickly walked out of the awakening temple under all kinds of strange looks. He glanced up at the countdown. 23:55. He let out a long sigh. He didn't have time to waste anymore, he had to quickly figure out a way to get fate points. Otherwise, should I continue to the secret realm? However, just as Su Chen was about to consider this idea, he suddenly sensed a cold gaze behind him. Su Chen remained calm and continued walking forward. But soon, he realized that the gaze not only did not disappear, but more and more people were staring at him. Su Chen forced himself to stay calm. Soon, he discovered the key issue from the clothing of those people. These people were all members of the Han Hai Guild. Has the matter been exposed? But I handled it quite cleanly, didn't I? Could it be that those people betrayed by their own captain also betrayed me? Su Chen speculated. However, he quickly dismissed this speculation. No, this is probably just a sign of losing control of fate, right? Everything going wrong? Definitely bad luck? Su Chen sighed inwardly. However, his mood improved slightly. Just worried about not having a place to get fate points. He muttered. Su Chen suddenly accelerated, taking big strides into a nearby alley. Not good. The target has found us, take enforcement measures. Seeing Su Chen's figure disappear, a dozen or so people wearing earpieces suddenly rushed out onto the street. After a brief exchange, they quickly dispersed. Among them, the few who first tracked Su Chen quickly followed him. Su Chen's speed was extremely fast, rushing all the way, passing through several underworld alleys in the blink of an eye. However, to his dismay, he had not run far when he suddenly saw several people blocking his way ahead. Su Chen's face immediately changed. Is this bad luck effect too strong? Clearly, I chose the escape route after observing the rhythm of life. He cursed inwardly. Haha, he actually came to us voluntarily. A middle-aged strong man couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw Su Chen. Another person beside him also had a cold smile on his face. The rest of the dozen or so people also began to surround Su Chen. One of them crushed a disposable spell, creating a shielding barrier. This way, the events happening here would not be noticed by the night watchman for a short time. Fate minor event. you are surrounded and about to face an attack. As the summary of fate appeared, Su Chen's face became even more grim. Is the summary of fate also affected? This one can't be changed. Su Chen tightly gripped the shotgun in his left hand, while his right hand rested on the hilt of the silver sword. At the same time, he scanned the rhythm of life. There were a total of 12 people behind Su Chen, all professionals who had completed their first awakening and were above level 20. The bald strong man slowly wore the finger tiger on both hands, sneering as he charged towards Su Chen. Humph, dare to resist? The more you resist, the more excited I get. A white aura surrounded his body, and his muscles rhythmically bulged. In a few strides, he rushed to Su Chen and then unleashed a powerful blow aimed at his temples. The alloy finger tiger brought a piercing sonic boom as it struck Su Chen's two temples. This blow was full of killing intent, with no mercy, a real killing technique. A first awakening boxer, around level 25. Su Chen quickly judged the approximate strength of this person. However, he did not rush to draw his sword or gun. Su Chen's eyelids drooped slightly. Fate modification initiated. Fate minor event, you are surrounded and about to face an attack. Ding! Fate minor event, you are surrounded and about to face a scarf. Teasing fate, fate points +5. In the next moment, the terrifying scene directly changed. Ha ha ha, die! The bald strong man's fist paused, and then with a fierce expression, he hung a white scarf around Su Chen's neck. Illusion? Or? The bald strong man looked at the disappearing brass knuckles in his hand, muttering to himself. The rest of the people behind him were also stunned, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. What profession is this guy after all? A magician? A cold touch came from the top of his head. The bald strong man suddenly came to his senses. A beautifully designed but unusually rough shotgun was pressed against his head. Gudong! His throat rolled, and the fierceness on his face disappeared without a trace. Brother, calm down. Sorry, when people are killed, they die. I don't want to be killed by you, so please go die first. Su Chen coldly interrupted. Bang! With a loud roar, the dragon's breath exploded into a fire dragon, instantly devouring the bald strong man's head. Blackened blood sprayed out, and the bald strong man fell backward. Fate point +10. Su Chen put away the shotgun and muttered to himself, the weapon's power seems too great. It seems that I can't earn fate points anymore. Then, he looked at the others. Do you also want to kill me? Seeing Su Chen's unflinching killing intent, the group of professionals around him felt their hearts pounding. This kid looks harmless, but he's really ruthless. Some immediately had the urge to retreat, but thinking of the leader's orders, they forced themselves to be brave. Let's attack together. Melee professionals go forward, mages prepare, curse him, sorcerers. I don't believe it, there are more than 10 first-tier professionals. We can't take down this guy who hasn't even reached the first tier. Charge! In the shouts of these people, more than 10 professionals rushed forward. They cooperated excellently, with 2 shield bearers holding shields like doors at the forefront, firmly protecting some fragile mages. 2 mages in the back kept chanting spells, a hot breath spreading out. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were fighting a secret boss. Very good. Seeing this, Su Chen was not surprised but delighted. He immediately raised his gun and aimed at the shield bearer in the front. Hee, do you think you can break my shield with your silver shotgun? The shield bearer sneered disdainfully. The death of the bald strong man was his own stupidity, hitting the gun barrel. He had great confidence in his shield, not to mention dragon's breath, even specialized armor-piercing bullets couldn't penetrate his shield. However, he didn't underestimate his opponent and immediately activated a skill. Holy Light Protection, generates a holy light in front, greatly reducing the damage received, lasts for 5 seconds, cooldown 5 minutes. A holy light appeared in front of the shield. Now he was completely stable. However, the next moment, Su Chen decisively pulled the trigger without hesitation. In that instant, a future scene appeared in Su Chen's mind. The dragon's breath first passed through the holy light, weakened by 80% of its power, then hit the shield, erupting into a fierce fire. However, that was it. After the fire disappeared, the shield remained undamaged. Fate minor event, you use a shotgun to attack the shield, dragon's breath disappears after hitting the shield. Everything seemed to slow down around. This was a sign of Su Chen's brain overclocking. After all, just changing one word to reverse fate required immense brain power. Got it. Suddenly, Su Chen's mouth slightly curved up. Fate modification initiated. Ding. Fate minor event, you use a shotgun to attack the shield, dragon's breath pierces the shield and disappears. Teasing fate, fate point +5. Bang. At the sound of the gun, a flash of fire roared towards Shield Mountain. Overestimating your abilities. Shield Mountain roared, exerting all his strength to hold up the shield. Boom. Like thunder striking, the huge sound made everyone's eardrums tremble. Shield Mountain was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall. As the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Shield Mountain had been directly lifted off with a huge hole in his silver-grade shield. Hiss! Everyone gasped. That was a silver-grade shield, enhanced by Shield Mountain's skills, yet it was pierced by a single shot. You see, that was a dragon breath bullet, the weakest in armor-piercing ability, yet it produced such a terrifying effect? Don't kill me. I surrender. A series of pleas for mercy rang out. Shield Mountain was terrified to the core. Suchin shook his head and said calmly, "Too late." Boom! The dragon breath bullet roared out, engulfing the person in flames. Ah! A cry of agony came from the fireball. Shield Mountain had high stamina, but Suchin didn't expect a single dragon breath bullet to take his life. Suchin calmly turned and fired another shot at another Shield Mountain's shield. Boom! With the same move, the other Shield Mountain was also sent flying, with a hole in his shield. After all this, Suchin put away his shotgun. A pair of green golden gloves appeared in his hands. Golden equipment? He actually has golden equipment. Seeing the gloves, someone couldn't help but mutter, "Good opportunity." At this moment, a stern shout was heard. Immediately, several figures shot towards Suchin. They were fast, almost reaching him in the blink of an eye. 4 people wielded long swords, quickly closing in on Suchin, blocking all his escape routes. Prepare to die. Although the swordsman didn't understand why a gunner like Suchin had a piece of golden-level gloves, they knew what fate awaited an unawakened gunner when faced with 4 swordsmen up close. Suchin's expression slightly changed, his figure flickered, evading several fatal attacks. Fate perception was activated. The future scene appeared. A sword gleaming with cold light struck his shoulder. But because his stamina was too high, it only cut half an inch into his flesh. Minor fate event, you are attacked by a long sword, shoulder injured. Is the outcome fixed? Pressed for time, Suchin didn't have time to think of a better plan and had to make a random adjustment. Minor fate event, you are attacked by a long sword, shoulder injured. Ding! Minor fate event, you are attacked by a long sword, shoulder bruised. Clang! A huge force of recoil came. Damn! How come this sword feels like it hit a Shield Mountain? The swordsman was confused, as he had put all his strength into that strike. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even cut Suchin's skin? Very good, very good. Suchin patted his reddened shoulder, a hint of red light flashing in his eyes. The pain and the smell of blood mingled, making him feel inexplicably excited. The other professionals also watched this scene solemnly. Could this person's profession be Shield Mountain? Someone guessed, but quickly dismissed it, because Suchin's 2 shots just now were too amazing, nothing like the attack power a Shield Mountain could have. However, they didn't dwell on it for too long because Suchin unexpectedly didn't retreat but instead moved closer. He reached out and grabbed the long sword that the swordsman was about to pull away. With the power of the green gold gloves, he yanked the swordsman off balance. Not good. The swordsman's pupils constricted as his eyes were filled with the fist the size of a sandbag. Bang! Suchin's heavy punch hit the swordsman's chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, the swordsman's chest caved in, and his whole body bent like a shrimp. And it's not over yet. After Suchin's punch landed, the armor-breaking effect immediately followed. Just a crack. Sound. The swordsman's clothes instantly turned into pieces. Even his bronze-level inner armor was no exception. He was left completely exposed in the air. A 2-centimeter caterpillar floated in the wind. Ah! The man screamed in agony, his face turning extremely ugly. This was not just physical damage, but also a mental devastation? The face of a female swordsman turned pale in shock. Death is one thing, but does it have to be in such a humiliating way? Suchin sneered, drew his silver sword from his waist, and stabbed it into the gap between the ribs, a fatal blow. Crack! The sound of the blade entering flesh rang out, and the swordsman's mouth overflowed with blood, his face filled with disbelief. A first-level swordsman like himself couldn't last 3 seconds in the hands of this young man? Fate points plus 10. Seeing the fate points added, Suchin didn't hesitate, turned around and charged towards another person. Bang! Crack! Crack! Armor breaking, drawing the sword, fatal blow. Fate points plus 10. As the process unfolded, another life slipped away in Suchin's hands. His white short sleeves were dyed blood red, looking particularly eerie and terrifying. Not good. Scatter! A mage in the team shouted. Suchin's melee ability was strong, and now that the battle formation had been broken, they could only engage in guerrilla warfare with him until the mages finished charging up. Spell, slow. A dim light rushed towards Suchin. Fate minor event, you are cursed by a spell, greatly reducing your speed. Looking at the small text that appeared before him, Suchin's smile was particularly bright. In the next moment, the fate modification was activated. Fate minor event, you are cursed by a spell, greatly increasing your speed. Quick! I've slowed him down, he's moving like a turtle now, retreat quickly, the mage said wearily. The remaining swordsmen looked at each other, then fled in different directions, no longer willing to fight. Humph, think you can escape? Suchin's mouth curled up as he chased after them with his silver sword in hand. Swish, he moved incredibly fast, like lightning. Damn! Is this your idea of moving like a turtle? Is this a Xuanwu? Seeing Suchin rapidly approaching, the three couldn't help but curse out loud. Split up, let's see who's unlucky. One of the swordsmen said helplessly. The other two nodded simultaneously. Then, the three instantly dispersed, running in three different directions. Without hesitation, Suchin randomly chose one to pursue. In no time, he was already behind that person. Damn it! Why are you chasing me? Go after them. The female swordsman was on the verge of tears, with no fighting spirit left. Joking aside, if she were to be punched by Suchin, she would. Shameless! How could there be such a shameless guy? Fighting him, win or lose, would definitely mean losing her dignity. However, sometimes the more you fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Bang! Feeling the strong wind behind her and a powerful impact on her waist, tears welled up in the female swordsman's eyes. I'm so dead! Crack! Along with the sound of fabric tearing, a white scene was exposed to everyone. Even one of the mages who was charging up was distracted by the swinging white snowballs, and the chanting of the spell slowed down significantly. However, Suchin's expression remained unchanged. The hot blood in his body was distributed to the right places, with no time to go to strange places. However, just as Suchin drew his sword, preparing to send away this woman swordsman who had nothing to live for. You lunatic, go to hell! Super giant fireball spell. A hysterical roar came from not far away. Suchin felt a wave of heat rushing towards him. Two huge fireballs whistled towards him, carrying destructive power, smashing towards him. In such a hurry to die? Suchin muttered to himself. In the vision of fate perception, the two giant fireballs merged in mid-air, turning into a fireball the size of a 3-story building flying towards him, then exploded. Fate medium event, low-level magic, super giant fireball spell explodes in front of you. Suchin's eyes showed an unusual seriousness. Although mages are often criticized for their fragility and long casting time, once they release their magic, it is definitely a disaster. The spell effect has ended, it's not very realistic to consider dodging. Suchin could see the two mages looking at him vigilantly, ready to manipulate the large fireball to change direction at any moment. However, Suchin had no intention of dodging. Since the fate synopsis had appeared, he would not let the opportunity to earn fate points slip away. Fortunately, the fate synopsis did not show severe injury or death as the outcome. However, it's difficult to modify this fate synopsis. Suchin quickly considered countermeasures in his mind. Across from him, all the professionals breathed a sigh of relief. They watched the huge fireballs slowly merging together, feeling a sense of security. This was their trump card. Once used, even a level 42nd tier professional would suffer greatly, and if hit head-on, there was a high probability of being killed directly. Finally killed this person. What kind of profession is he that he's so difficult to deal with? He's probably a hidden profession, otherwise the guild leader wouldn't have personally issued a pursuit order. It's a pity, if this guy didn't offend the guild leader, he would probably become someone significant after growing up successfully. Several professionals whispered around the two mages. And just as the last person's voice fell, a dazzling red light flashed. At the same time, Suchin finally made a move. Ding! Fate medium event, low-level magic, super giant fireball spell explodes in front of you. Teasing fate, plus 10 fate points. Fate modification initiated. Suchin felt the high temperature in front of him disappear instantly, realizing that this strategy was indeed correct. Magic turned into a trick, and that terrifying giant fireball suddenly became a deception. Boom! A deafening sound echoed in everyone's ears. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. It was a fierce explosion. The barriers set up by the barrier master were directly broken through. However, no one noticed that despite such a large explosion, the ground did not shake at all. Damn! Isn't this a bit too loud? Aren't they afraid that it won't kill him? After all, he's a monster with stamina comparable to a shield mountain. The two mages looked at each other and said with a bitter smile, "Let's go, we should go back and report. I didn't expect that a guy who hasn't awakened could actually kill so many of us." Everyone was full of emotion. At the same time, a strong sense of achievement rose in their hearts. Killing a genius of this level, it was impossible not to be excited. "Did I let you go?" However, before everyone had taken a few steps, Suchin's cold voice came into their ears. "Impossible. That was the limit of low-level magic. How could you be okay? The two mages screamed in disbelief. However, the only response to them was Su Chen's cold sword edge. Fate points plus 10. Fate points plus 10. Between the flashing of the sword light, two heads fell to the ground. Blood dyed the small alley bright red, like a hell on earth. The rest of the professional team ran out like mad, completely losing their will to fight after Su Chen emerged unscathed from the huge fireball spell. But the location they had chosen for concealment had unexpectedly become their burial ground. No! A swordsman screamed in despair, but his heart was still shattered by Su Chen's green golden gauntlet. Su Chen moved as if in a realm of his own, clearly having never learned any combat skills, yet his movements were incredibly coordinated, a sword, a punch, directly shattering this fully armed professional team. Fate points plus 10. Fate points plus 10. The notifications of increased fate points kept popping up, and Su Chen's mood became increasingly joyful. He seemed to be dancing, blossoming with the passing of life. It's over. It's all over. The surviving sorcerer let out a desperate roar. You've killed so many people. You can't escape. The Night Watch will punish you. The guild leader won't let you off. I only know that when you wanted to kill me, the Night Watch didn't intervene, so when I kill you, no one can stop me either. Su Chen responded indifferently, first come, first served. As for your guild leader, let him wait a bit longer. With a casual and domineering tone, he took another step forward and threw a punch at the sorcerer's chest. The sorcerer looked at Su Chen, his gaze vacant, murmuring, guild leader, why? Before he could finish his sentence, his pupils dilated, and his vitality dissipated. Fate points plus 10. Su Chen brushed off the non-existent dust on his clothes, calm and composed. He opened the attribute panel and took a look. Profession, Fate player level, 20 strength, 49 stamina, 96 intelligence, 52 agility, 49 awakening. First transformation skills, Fate perception, life rhythm talent, Fate modification fate points, 175. I've actually accumulated 175 points? It seems that reaching 1,000 fate points isn't a particularly difficult task? Su Chen squinted his eyes. But, it seems like there's something wrong with my current state. Could it be the influence of watching that performance earlier? He shook his head slightly. After resonating with that Fate player, he felt that he had indeed changed somewhat. At the very least, he didn't used to find ending lives a very pleasant thing. But, this didn't seem like a bad thing, did it? Su Chen? You. A trembling voice came, and Su Chen turned to see Gu Qingying slowly approaching him. She held a staff in her hand, her expression serious. Did you kill all these people? Gu Qingying stared at Su Chen intently. The young man seemed to have just emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, his dark red eyes full of aggression, instilling fear in others. She had originally intended to follow Su Chen, help him with the awakening task, and try to see if she could recruit him into the Night Watch. But now, Gu Qingying deeply suspected that Su Chen's mental state might have a problem. Could this guy have gone mad too? In response to Gu Qingying's question, Su Chen casually nodded. Yes, it was indeed me. They wanted to kill me, but unfortunately, they failed. Hearing Su Chen's words, Gu Qingying's last trace of hope vanished. She took a deep breath, swiftly took out the communicator hidden on her body. Calling. However, before she could speak, Su Chen covered her mouth. What are you trying to do? I don't want to, so be quiet. Su Chen smiled lightly, covering Gu Qingying's mouth and dragging her into the alley. The spoils of war had not yet been obtained, so they couldn't afford to be exposed so soon. Gu Qingying wanted to struggle, but as a mage who had just completed an awakening, she was completely overpowered by Su Chen in terms of strength attributes. The field of vision in front of me is gradually engulfed by darkness. Feeling the scorching body temperature behind me, as well as the heavy breathing, Gu Qingying's mind was in turmoil. It wasn't until she was dragged into an unattended corner that Su Chen finally let her go. Then, Su Chen quickly took off the blood-soaked short sleeves, revealing his strong muscles and neatly defined 8-pack abs. He gazed intensely at Gu Qingying and then pulled off her coat. What do you want to do? Gu Qingying's heart was pounding. What do I want to do? Do I even need to say? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and put on the night watchman's uniform coat. After all, the blood-red short sleeves were too eye-catching. Gu Qingying crossed her arms, her eyes red and watery, lowered her head, and said softly, okay, but you have to wear that. What? Su Chen was puzzled. Just stand here and don't move. I'll go scavenge the spoils. Behave and you'll stay alive, got it? Okay. Gu Qingying looked up and saw Su Chen wearing her clothes, suddenly understanding what was happening. Her face turned red. Although she had joined the Night Watchman Guild at a young age, she was still just a 20-year-old girl, and everything that was happening was overwhelming for her. Especially, the fact that she had agreed to let Su Chen do that to her. It was embarrassing, incredibly embarrassing. Suchin didn't think too much about it and headed straight for the alley. The smell of blood at the mouth of the alley was too strong. He had to hurry and search the bodies. If he was caught by the night watchman, his awakening mission would be ruined. Soon, Suchen stuffed bronze or silver-grade equipment into his storage bag. The already full bag was now even more overloaded. If the storage bag could speak, it would surely say, "Stop stuffing, I'm already full." 15 pieces of silver-grade equipment, 8 of which are damaged. 20 pieces of bronze-grade equipment, but they're not very useful and not worth much. Oh, this is a good find. From a body buried at the bottom, Suchen made an unexpected discovery. It was a gunner profession. But due to the terrain, he hadn't shot at Suchen yet. Desert Eagle, bronze grade, durability, 100 out of 100. A bronze grade pistol, 10 armor-piercing rounds, 50 explosive rounds. Not bad, not bad. Suchen nodded in satisfaction. He had noticed during the recent battle that the Dragon's Breath rounds were too powerful and often didn't trigger fate events. This Desert Eagle could make up for that. Suchen removed the gun bag and Desert Eagle, tied them to himself, and then hurried towards the nearest favorable winds trading post. He already had a preliminary plan for this 10-star awakening mission. Gu Qingying watched Suchen's back, hesitated for a long time with the communicator in her hand, but waited another 5 minutes before dialing a number. Soon, the crisp sound of high heels approached. Gu Qingying immediately looked over and, upon seeing the person, ran over quickly, calling out, "Teacher, you finally came." Lu Keixian walked gracefully in a phoenix-patterned cheongsam, with a dignified and imposing demeanor that commanded respect. "What happened here?" Lu Keixian asked calmly. Even though the surroundings were full of corpses, her expression remained unchanged. "Teacher, it's like this." Gu Qingying wiped away the tears in the corner of her eyes and quickly recounted everything that had just happened. When Lu Keixian heard that Suchen's profession was a fate weaver, her gaze became slightly more serious. She glanced at the bodies on the ground and paused on the emblem of the Hanhai Guild for a moment. "Give up this task and go back to school. I will handle things here," Fairy Lu Kei ordered lightly. In addition to being a night watchman, she was also a mentor at the Holy Spirit Academy, one of the 4 major academies. The original intention of this academy task was to let Gu Qingying gain some experience, but it turned out that this girl was still too inexperienced. It's better to let her start from small tasks. "Then, how will you deal with Suchen?" Gu Qingying hurriedly asked. "Deal with him? Why should we deal with him?" Fairy Lu Kei raised an eyebrow and asked back. "Ha?" Gu Qingying felt a bit confused and said, "But he killed so many people." The Hanhai Guild first violated the Great Xia public security regulations and maliciously targeted young talents of Great Xia with a well-organized team of 12 professionals. As for Suchen, he was just acting in self-defense. "What I need to deal with now is the Hanhai Guild, do you understand?" Fairy Lu Kei calmly explained, word by word. "Is that so?" Gu Qingying suddenly realized, feeling a hint of guilt in her heart. It seemed that she had misunderstood Suchen. With this in mind, she left somewhat absent-mindedly. After Gu Qingying left, Fairy Liuchua's body emitted a red light. In the next moment, the fire of Zhu ignited, burning away all the filth in the alley. After completing all this, Fairy Lu Kei took out a communicator and dialed a number. "How is the investigation of the Hanhai Guild going?" This is the 3rd time this year that they have targeted the younger generation. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a deep voice of a man. "Teacher Lu, we are just 1 step away from completing the evidence chain. Please be patient." "Patient? Nonsense patience. Go tell that to the dead human genius." "Well, after all, this is Great Xia, not like the front lines where anything goes." "I don't care. Do you know? Today they almost drove another puppeteer into madness." "Another puppeteer of this generation has appeared?" Fairy Lu Kei angrily hung up the phone, turned into a red light, and rushed towards the location of the Hanhai Guild. Rely on oneself rather than others. She was ready to personally investigate the Hanhai Guild. After leaving the alley, Suchen crossed several streets and walked directly into the Shunfeng Trading Company. After displaying more than 10 pieces of silver equipment, the receptionist directly escorted him to the VIP area on the 2nd floor. Suchen did not sell all 15 pieces of silver equipment but chose to wear 2 pieces of armor. He planned to sell all 13 pieces of silver equipment and 20 pieces of bronze equipment. A sense of urgency appeared between Suchen's eyebrows as he urged, "Please appraise these items quickly, I have other matters to attend to and it's urgent." Across from him, a bald manager quickly said, "Alright, please wait a moment, our appraiser has started the valuation." He also saw the 10 small stars above Suchen's head, so he felt extremely sympathetic towards Suchen's situation. Poor little guy, encountering a 10-star awakening task, does he have to sell everything to complete the task? Shortly after, the bald manager smiled apologetically at Su Chen and left the room. Sorry for keeping you waiting. When he returned, he held a list in his hand, detailing the appraisal results and estimated prices of all the equipment. Take a look. After the bald manager entered, he directly handed the list to Su Chen. No need to look, just tell me how much money, Su Chen said straightforwardly without taking the list. The manager nodded, looked at the contents of the list, and pondered for a moment before saying, 12 pieces of silver equipment, 8 of which are severely damaged, with a total value of 23 million. 20 pieces of bronze equipment, with a total value of 8 million. Your items are worth a total of 8 million. Would you like cash or a bank transfer? Just over 30 million? Su Chen frowned. Then, with a pained expression, he handed over his bank card. The bald manager took it with both hands. Do you mean to transfer everything to this card? No, take out another 2 million and give me a level 4 war declaration. Su Chen replied sternly. Ah, a level 4 war declaration? The bald manager's fat face trembled in disbelief. What, don't you have it? Su Chen frowned. Yes, I'll go get it for you right away, the bald manager replied, wiping his sweat. The war declaration is an item used to initiate guild wars, and a level 4 war declaration signifies a battle with a level 4 guild. Currently, there are only 3 level 4 guilds in Xinjiang: Hanhai Guild, Lingxiao Guild, and Quanshan Guild. They dominate the annual guild wars. Could it be that the intimidating figure before him is a member of a level 4 guild? The bald manager couldn't help but swallow nervously at the thought. Here is what you requested. Soon, the bald manager came in carrying a wooden box. Su Chen took the box and opened it to reveal a yellowed paper with unknown writing, a sword and dagger emblem at the bottom, symbolizing war. War declaration level. For description, when used by the guild leader, it can initiate a guild war with a hostile guild. Note, if the user does not have a guild, they can still initiate a guild war. Very good. Su Chen glanced at the war declaration and nodded. Without further delay, he headed straight to the Hanhai Guild with the war declaration. The headquarters of the Hanhai Guild was not far from there, just 5 blocks away. Su Chen swiftly moved through the night, constantly adjusting his state. The next encounter would be a fierce battle, and also an opportunity for him to earn a large amount of fate points. After the guild war is initiated, several battle zones will be designated. The zones are divided based on awakening times. As an unawakened professional, Su Chen would be counted as awakening for the first time. This means he would face all the first-level professionals of the Hanhai Guild at once. However, Su Chen was not worried about his safety. Once the guild war starts, external forces cannot interfere, and no deaths can occur. Even if he is truly no match for the opponent, he would just be teleported out. Every year, major guilds voluntarily initiate guild wars to increase their members' combat experience. However, it was rare for someone as bold as Su Chen to challenge a guild alone for the first time. The Hanhai Guild, facing north and occupying a vast area. At this moment, the guild leader, Li Hanshan, was sitting in the guild hall, listening to reports from his subordinates with a frown. Guild leader, a team sent to the Awakening Temple location has been completely wiped out, and it's still unclear who did it. Do you think we need to cover it up to divert attention? Li Hanshan snorted coldly. A bunch of useless people. A hint of killing intent gathered on his forehead. The temperature in the entire guild hall dropped sharply, and the air became icy and piercing. It's just a kid who recently obtained a profession, yet he's so hard to kill. He stood up, pacing the hall with his hands behind his back. In a place where others couldn't see, a smile appeared on Li Hanshan's face. Heh, it's good that he's not dead. As long as he distances himself from the human camp, it's best if he harbors hatred towards humans. With that in mind, Li Hanshan turned around and looked at the 8 bodies lying in the hall, saying coldly, take these 8 traitors out and hang their bodies in the most prominent place outside the guild. Yes. 2 guild elders promptly responded, taking ropes to tie up the 8 bodies. These 8 individuals looked particularly young, but their bodies were covered in gruesome wounds, many of which were caused by branding irons and whips. Obviously, they suffered inhuman torture while they were alive. The rest of the guild members watched this scene, feeling a chill in their hearts. Those 8 people did not betray Su Chen in their final moments before death. It was only after the necromancer extracted their memories that it was revealed that Su Chen had killed the captain. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire guild. Boom! The next moment, a loud noise rang out from a distance. Accompanied by scorching heat, a vermilion phoenix shadow reflected in the sky. Lu Keixian, what are you doing? Li Hanshan suddenly became furious. This Lu Keixian had a significant background as a mentor at the Holy Spirit Academy, and even Li Hanshan did not dare to offend her easily. Moreover, he understood that Lu Keixian's visit to Qingqing this time was probably to investigate him. Could it be that the matter of my joining the Descendants Society has been exposed? Li Hanshan, I advise you to surrender. Lu Keixian said calmly, I have collected enough evidence of your crimes. If you persist, I will personally end you now. Ha ha ha. Li Hanshan laughed loudly and said coldly, Lu Keixian, don't try to deceive me. If you had evidence, you would have acted long ago, right? Why bother with threats? At these words, Lu Keixian's face darkened, her hands trembling slightly with anger. Her gaze wandered through the Hanhai Guild. With a slight glance, she saw the 8 bodies tied together on the rooftop of the Hanhai Guild. At that moment, Lu Keixian took a long breath, as if she had made a certain decision. She could not allow this cancer to continue to harm Daya. You are wrong. Today, even without evidence, I will kill you. Do you dare to make a move here? Li Hanshan's eyes narrowed dangerously. However, just as the two were on the verge of a confrontation, bang! A pebble fell into the Hanhai Guild. Then, the yellow paper wrapped around the pebble fell off. A challenge letter? Li Hanshan's expression changed, somewhat surprised. Who sent a challenge letter at this time? On the other side, a bright light suddenly appeared in Lu Keixian's eyes. Outside the Hanhai Guild, Su Chen raised his head expressionlessly, his gaze fixed on the 8 bodies. Boss, may I ask what profession you are? The image of the mage girl blushing and looking embarrassed seemed vivid in his mind. Su Chen even found it difficult to associate her with the broken female corpse. Su Chen took a long breath. The shotgun was aimed at the guild's main gate. Fate perception activated. Fate minor event, you use a shotgun to blast the Hanhai Guild's main gate. Ding! Fate minor event, you use a shotgun to blow up the Hanhai Guild's main gate. Fate points plus 10. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. Along with the rolling flames, Su Chen blasted the Hanhai Guild's main gate with a shot. The deafening sound echoed far and wide. No one could have imagined that this expensive platinum-level gate would be so easily destroyed by Su Chen. Guild battle announcement, Hanhai Guild's main gate has been breached. Guild battle announcement, Hanhai Guild points minus 10, current points 90, the losing side of the guild battle will receive a random punishment. As Su Chen slowly entered the Hanhai Guild, countless eyes gathered on him, showing various complex expressions of surprise, doubt, and anger. The place had already turned into chaos after Lu Keixian's appearance, and Su Chen's rough entrance had further shocked everyone. This was the platinum-level gate that the guild leader had spent a great price to build, something that had once withstood an 80th-level mage's powerful strike, and yet Su Chen had easily destroyed it with a single shot? Su Chen seemed completely unaffected by the people around him, walking straight ahead. Soon, he saw a middle-aged man in a platinum robe standing in front of him, his face full of seriousness and wariness as he stared at him. You're the one who initiated the guild battle? One person wants to challenge a guild, truly a madman. Li Hanshan sneered repeatedly, his eyes full of disdain. Madman? Ha, artists are all madmen. Su Chen didn't care at all, looking around. After breaking through the guild gate, the combat area would directly refresh inside the Hanhai Guild. Upon hearing their conversation, the surrounding area immediately erupted into a commotion. Is this guy really crazy? Daring to start a guild battle alone? Who is he? Why have I never seen him before? Forget about it, since he dares to come here seeking death, let's just kill him first. The guild leader definitely won't mind. Humph, brat, don't think you can just come here recklessly because you can't die in a guild battle. We have ways to make you wish you were dead. The crowd discussed fervently, their gazes towards Su Chen filled with killing intent. Under Li Hanshan's leadership, the Hanhai Guild was almost a gathering place for scum in Xincheng, with only a few new members still retaining a conscience. Soon, the 4 battle zones were already divided. Su Chen couldn't be bothered with these scum and walked alone towards his designated battle zone. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a voice in his mind. At the same time, a line of small words appeared in front of him. Lu Keixian invites you to join the level 9 Guild Night Watchman, do you agree? Ha! Su Chen raised an eyebrow at the fiery figure in the air. He had seen that person at the entrance of the Hanhai Guild, but didn't pay much attention, never expecting her to be a night watchman? But what's the deal with inviting himself to join the Night Watchman Guild? Su Chen thought that even though he was forced to fight back, killing so many people in public might still land him in trouble for a while. I refuse. I'll think about it. Su Chen was about to refuse, but as soon as he spoke, he saw Lu Keixian's murderous gaze. Help me out. Lu Keixian pinched her fingers and used a sound transmission technique. Do you know how many people are desperate to join but can't qualify? This is the only level 9 guild in Daxia, with plenty of benefits for joining, and it's also the only guild without hierarchical control. Whether you do tasks or not is entirely up to you. Alright then. Su Chen shrugged and nodded. After all, he could always leave the guild later if it didn't work out. I accept the invitation. Congratulations on joining the level 9 guild Night Watchman. You receive a permanent guild buff, increasing base attributes by 5%. You receive a permanent guild buff, reducing elemental damage taken by 5%. You receive a permanent guild buff, increasing experience gain by 5%. You receive a permanent guild buff, increasing the probability of obtaining high-quality equipment by 5%. A series of attribute bonuses filled Su Chen's vision. Compared to regular guilds, the bonuses from a level 9 guild were indeed much more comprehensive. However, Su Chen felt somewhat puzzled. Only a 5% bonus from a level 9 guild? Night Watchman is different from other guilds, I'll explain more later. Lu Keixian's figure slowly descended. After entering the 4th battle zone, she continued speaking to Su Chen. How long do you think you can last? If it's too short, sister here might not be satisfied. Su Chen thought for a moment and pointed to the hundreds of Hanhai guild members in front of him. You should ask them that question. Good. Sister likes your arrogance. Lu Keixian's lips curved into a smile, then a dazzling flame suddenly appeared on her body. She beckoned to Li Hanshan. What's wrong? Presently afraid. Historical Cold Mountain's face looked extremely ugly, without responding to Lu Keixian, but staring straight at Su Chen, word by word saying, Kid, I will make you regret this decision. Ordinary Night Watchmen cannot initiate guild battles, but Su Chen had a free man status before initiating it. That's how he found a loophole for Lu Keixian, using the identity of a Night Watchman to start a special guild battle. Ordinary people don't have the courage to start a guild battle, and Night Watchmen rarely appear alone in unfamiliar guilds. But, this extremely rare event actually happened. You really found a way to deal with me. Historical Cold Mountain, seeing Su Chen ignoring him, turned his gaze back to Lu Keixian. Because he didn't enter the battle zone, Lu Keixian's basic attributes kept increasing, and the flames emanating from her body became brighter. If he delayed any longer, he would probably have no chance of winning. After the battle zone was divided, he had no choice but to fight. He stepped into the 4th level battle zone, sneering coldly. Are you sure he can withstand the siege of 300 first level professionals? Just because he's a trickster who hasn't even completed the awakening task? Enough nonsense. Lu Keixian narrowed her beautiful eyes, her momentum suddenly bursting, a vermilion bird phantom appearing behind her, like a meteor rushing towards Historical Cold Mountain, striking out with a palm. Screech! At that moment, Lu Keixian seemed to have truly transformed into a vermilion bird. Winter Fist. Seeing this, Historical Cold Mountain didn't care about trash-talking anymore, his muscles bulging as he created an ice mountain. Bang! The ice mountain collided with the vermilion bird, causing a terrifying wave. But the ice mountain was clearly no match for the opponent, quickly melting away. Su Chen glanced slightly surprised at Lu Keixian. This woman indeed had some skills. Clearly a mage, but leaning towards melee combat in battle. While Historical Cold Mountain, as a boxer, relied more on ranged attacks. After reaching a certain level of professionalism, it seemed that they all underwent some qualitative changes. However, as the first-level professionals approached, Su Chen lost interest in watching. He took out 2 talismans from his storage bag. One-time acceleration spell, increases movement speed by 15% for 5 minutes when used. Snap! Su Chen first activated Fate Perception, then directly pasted the 2 talismans on his thighs. Fate Minor Event, you use a one-time acceleration spell, slightly increasing your movement speed. So simple? Glancing casually at the Fate synopsis, Su Chen almost instantly had an idea. Having experienced several high-difficulty Fate synopses in a row, Su Chen was still somewhat unaccustomed. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you use a one-time acceleration spell, significantly increasing your movement speed. The effect has increased to about 60%, equivalent to a top-tier silver-level spell. After carefully feeling it for a moment, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He activated 2 one-time spells at once, lasting for a total of 10 minutes. Die! At that moment, a black-skinned female assassin suddenly emerged from stealth behind Su Chen, aiming a strike at his lower back. The dark green dagger gleamed with a cold light. This strike had multiple effects: breaking stealth, critical hit, and poisoned. If hit by this strike, even a level 30 shield master would be in trouble. However, this strike only pierced through a residual image. Not good. The black-skinned female assassin realized something was wrong. About to enter stealth mode, she felt a sharp pain behind her. That was the perception warning her frantically. Backstabbing is no longer effective against me. Su Chen smirked, his green-golden gauntlet carrying a deathly aura, heavily striking her temple. Bang! Red and white liquid mixed, splattering out. Fate points plus 10. Good news, she did not suffer the fate of being killed. Bad news, she won't be able to figure things out in the future. No! With a flash of light, the female assassin's figure appeared outside the empty space. She touched her head, tears welling up in her eyes. It was close. If it weren't for the guild battle, she would have really died. However, the feeling of having her head smashed by a punch was truly despairing. Looking at the battlefield covered in the fog of war, she felt a sense of foreboding. Can they really defeat that guy? One punch kill? Is he a melee class professional? Watching Su Chen's explosive scene of punching heads, over 300 professionals collectively raised their eyebrows. However, they soon relaxed. Melee class professionals may have strong close combat abilities, but they are the least suited for facing multiple opponents. As long as they use Shield Mountain to entangle the opponent, there are over 100 ranged professionals here. Even if one person uses a small skill, it's enough to overwhelm the opponent. Everyone, listen to my command. In the team, a professional holding a war flag shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention. His profession was a military strategist, very skilled in commanding battles. Shield Mountain, hold the front, avoid enemy attacks from the rear. Melee professionals flank from both sides, but don't engage in a fight to the death, just entangle him. Ranged professionals prepare to unleash. Archers, gunners, find your output positions. Assassins and thieves spread out, find your own opportunities. Lastly, the mage directly cast a curse him to death for me. This military strategist was indeed cunning, quickly figuring out how to deal with Su Chen. With his command, Shield Mountain slowly moved forward. The other melee professionals flanked to the sides. With a backbone in place, the oppressive force displayed by the 300+ people was alarming. This is completely like the lineup for fighting a large-scale secret boss. Even if this guy dies, he will become famous, right? More than famous? Just by daring to start a guild battle alone, he'll probably be known throughout the empire by tomorrow. The mages and archers in the rear couldn't help but discuss. Faced with such a huge power disparity in the battle, these people did not consider the possibility of their side losing. After all, it was 300 against 1, and the opponent was just an unawakened professional. Boom! 20 Shield Mountains approached with their shields raised, the heavy footsteps echoing across the entire empty space, as if an earthquake had occurred. Meanwhile, the other 100+ melee professionals stood in 2 rows, blocking the paths on both sides. Seeing this formation, Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. To say he didn't feel pressured would be a lie. The opponents were clearly professionals, maximizing the team's advantages and gradually squeezing his living space. However, since Su Chen chose to start the guild battle, he naturally prepared himself mentally. Ha! A rookie who has just obtained a profession isn't afraid of challenges, thinking of challenging a dragon? The military strategist sneered at Su Chen, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth, as if he could already see Su Chen being crushed under his feet. The other 300+ professionals also showed disdain. Just then, as Shield Mountain finally entered range, Su Chen finally made a move. He raised the bronze-grade Sand Eagle, aiming the barrel at the foremost Shield Mountain. He held a triangular shield, muscles bulging, giving off an indestructible feeling. At this moment, watching Su Chen's actions, he disdainfully said, "Sand Eagle? Can this piece of junk even scratch me?" Bang! With a loud explosion, everyone was stunned. Su Chen actually intended to use the broken Sand Eagle to shoot at a rotating Shield Mountain? However, what surprised them even more was that the triangular shield in the Shield Mountain's hand was shot into pieces by a single shot, exploding. Damn it! Are you kidding me? This scene left everyone stunned, almost doubting their own eyes. Ding! Fate minor event. You used the Sand Eagle to shoot and explode the shield. Fate points +5. Su Chen succeeded with 1 shot, and then continued, emptying the entire magazine with 20 consecutive shots. Fate points +5. Fate points +5. Fate points +5. In less than 3 seconds, the fate points skyrocketed by 100. Indeed, large-scale battles are more suitable for earning fate points. Su Chen muttered to himself, then directly holstered the Sand Eagle. Across from him, over 300 professionals fell silent. Each person's face bore a fear of the unknown. They couldn't understand how Su Chen managed to shatter a silver-level shield with a single shot. However, at this moment, no one dared to confront him head-on. The impact of this scene was immense, and for a moment, the momentum of the 300 professionals pushing forward abruptly halted. Again? However, at that moment, Su Chen's sense of fate began to activate on its own. A scene appeared in Su Chen's mind. A smarter assassin bypassed Su Chen's blind spot and launched a deadly attack towards his neck. Fate minor event. You are attacked by an assassin. Dare to assassinate me again? Su Chen smiled faintly. Fate modification launched without hesitation. Ding! Fate minor event. You are attacked in the chest by an assassin. The next moment, a shadow suddenly darted out from Su Chen's side. She was incredibly fast, obviously using some kind of skill. The assassin grabbed a short dagger and, with a determined look, rushed towards Su Chen. Die! Then, to everyone's anticipation, she grabbed Su Chen's chest. Seeing this scene, the 300 professionals fell silent simultaneously for a moment. What is she doing? The strategist was shocked. With such a good opportunity, why touch his chest instead of his neck? The assassin was also stunned, not understanding what she was doing. However, just as she tried to change targets and attack Su Chen's heart with the dagger, bang! Su Chen's green golden gauntlet struck, knocking the dagger aimed at him aside. Then, with undiminished force, he struck directly at the assassin. Not good. The assassin's eyes widened in panic. At such a close range, she couldn't dodge this punch. No matter how she twisted her body, she could only watch helplessly as Su Chen's fist landed on her abdomen. Bang! The assassin was sent flying by the punch, and her tight stealth suit also burst open, turning into pieces that fell down. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Damn it! Everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? What kind of equipment is this, so abnormal? What should we do? A mix of embarrassment and anger flashed across the assassin's face as she covered herself and retreated from the guild battle area to find a place to hide. Hee hee, all's fair in war. You 300 attacking me alone isn't shameless? Su Chen smiled indifferently. His hand rested on the shotgun, ready to start harvesting fate points on a large scale. But at that moment, darkness suddenly fell in front of Su Chen. It seemed like the sky had darkened. I curse you with slow movement, trapped in the mire. I curse you with blindness, blind in eyes and heart. I curse you with weakness, drained of strength. I curse. Over 30 curses were uttered in succession. 36 curse masters simultaneously launched curses. How terrifying is their power? The densely packed curse runes changed the color of the entire world. Hee hee, being cursed by 36 curse masters at the same time, even if you are invincible and ranged in melee combat, you will still obediently surrender. On the ground, all professionals felt a slight relief in their tense hearts. The pressure Su Chen put on them was too great. Even though their side had an absolute numerical advantage, they couldn't gain any benefits from the opponent. However, once entangled by curses, no matter how strong Su Chen's combat power was, or how cunning his methods were, he would still obediently be toyed with to death. Finally, the big one has come. However, upon seeing this scene, there was no fear on Su Chen's face as they had imagined. His eyes widened, not retreating but advancing, eagerly rushing towards those curse runes. Fate Minor Event, you are cursed with disability magic, greatly reducing your movement speed. Fate Minor Event, you are cursed with blindness magic, greatly reducing your perception ability. Fate Minor Event, you are cursed with withering magic, causing a significant decrease in strength in a short period of time. Fate Minor Event, you are cursed with exhaustion magic, causing a significant decrease in endurance in a short period of time. Fate Minor Events continued to pop up, with 36 Fate Minor Events appearing in Su Chen's field of vision in a row. Ha ha ha! Su Chen laughed heartily, then began to modify each one. Ding ding ding! Fate Minor Event, you are cursed with disability magic, greatly increasing your movement speed. Fate Minor Event, you are cursed with blindness magic, greatly increasing your perception ability. Fate Minor Event, you are cursed with withering magic, causing a significant increase in strength in a short period of time. Fate Minor Event, you are cursed with exhaustion magic, causing a significant increase in endurance in a short period of time. Fate points plus 360. Awesome! Those curse runes emitting black smoke seemed like blessings with holy light in Su Chen's eyes. Occupation, Fate Weaver level, 20 strength, 35 plus 200 stamina, 96 plus 240 intelligence, 52 plus 190 agility, 49 plus 260 awakening. First transformation skills, Fate Perception, Life Rhythm Talent, Fate Modification Fate Points, 655. Su Chen felt his whole body filled with strength, and all aspects of his attributes were boosted. Although it was only a temporary increase, this tangible sense of power indeed made him somewhat intoxicated. Damn, what is this guy up to again? Is this guy crazy? How dare he approach the curse masters actively? Everyone couldn't help but curse, their faces filled with astonishment and confusion. At a time like this, if you don't hide and instead move forward, is your brain malfunctioning? Not only that, Su Chen even felt that those curse runes were flying too slowly, so he actively grabbed the curse runes and pressed them onto his body. Unusual things must have a demon behind them. This thought flashed through their minds, and they all instinctively retreated. However, it was still too slow. A flash of green gold light passed before everyone's eyes. Bang bang bang! Accompanied by the terrifying sound of physical impact, Su Chen's fists fell like raindrops. Ah, damn, how did this guy become so strong? Help, someone kill him. The sounds of wailing and screaming resounded one after another. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, the professionals who were just confident and imposing moments ago were now completely powerless. Su Chen's speed was unbelievably fast, almost comparable to a peak-second transformation assassin. He moved through the crowd, interrupting the progress of mages who were about to cast spells. Some unlucky mages were even punched and sent flying out of the battlefield. Blood, screams, and torn clothing fragments filled the battlefield, reaching a chaotic extreme. Taking advantage of the chaos, Su Chen swept through the entire battlefield. There are too many people. Su Chen shook his head slightly. He could already feel the curse weakening. Once the boost disappeared, he could easily be overwhelmed and taken away. Su Chen felt a sense of urgency and accelerated his attack pace once again. The next moment, screams rang out on the battlefield like a symphony. Su Chen moved gracefully like a dancer, weaving through the rain of bullets and arrows, taking lives at random. At this moment, he was the Grim Reaper controlling this area, and no one could defy his will. Professionals were punched to death and appeared outside the battlefield. The remaining members of the Hanhai Guild watched as more and more members were eliminated, feeling puzzled. An elder rushed up, grabbing a disheveled mage and asked, "What's happening inside? How were you eliminated?" Upon hearing his words, the mage burst into tears. Her expression was as if she had been violated. He's not human at all. As the mage recounted, a chill crept into everyone's hearts. A shield mountain defense was easily broken with a shot. An assassin attacking was punched to death. The curse of the sorcerer not only had no effect but turned into a buff? Is this still a human? Looking at the two battlefields shrouded in the fog of war, they couldn't help but feel deeply worried. If a few guild members were defeated, it was no big deal, but the guild leader might have a hard time holding on. After being cursed, did it actually have the opposite effect and turn into a blessing of some sort? The strategist had over a dozen large bumps on his head. The military flag was tattered, with only the pole remaining. He hid in a corner, watching Su Chen charging through the crowd, in and out, occasionally bursting someone's clothes, feeling like crying without tears, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Right. If the curse applied to him has the opposite effect, then isn't a blessing just the effect of a curse? The strategist slapped his forehead, feeling like a genius instantly. He stood up and shouted to everyone, all support professionals, use any buff abilities like blessings on that madman. This is an opportunity, make sure to seize it, don't hold back. Bless him fiercely. Upon hearing him, everyone's eyes lit up. Great idea. Yes, if the curse turns into a blessing, then isn't a blessing a curse for that guy? Indeed, the strategist is sharp-witted. Come on, brothers, give it your all to support and defeat him. Seeing hope, everyone's fighting spirit reignited instantly. Even the melee professionals stopped fleeing, and even the shield mountains whose defenses were broken stood up from the rear, ready to restrain Su Chen with their bodies. Blessings? Su Chen's expression was strange, and he could barely contain his laughter. Whose brilliant idea was this? It's really amazing. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the nearby melee professionals redoubled their efforts. This madman is scared. Everyone, put in more effort and try to take him down in one go. Su Chen suppressed a laugh, deliberately slowing down his attack pace, even showing signs of fleeing. However, in the eyes of those melee professionals, this scene became a sign of his cowardice. They seemed to see the dawn of victory and intensified their attacks even more. Bang! Su Chen was sent flying by a long sword, a trickle of blood flowing from his mouth. The person showed great joy and shouted, "Ha! This madman can't take a hit, surround him and don't let him escape the blessing range." Buzz! At that moment, pure white orbs of light rose into the sky and rushed towards Su Chen's direction. The clusters of light continued one after another, under the control of dozens of melee professionals, flying into Su Chen's body one by one, dyeing Su Chen's whole body white. Watching this scene, the chief strategist breathed a sigh of relief. A total of 88 blessings, can they heal him to death? Fate Minor Event, you are hit by Holy Light, slightly increasing your stamina. Fate Minor Event, you are hit by Battle Roar, slightly increasing your strength. Fate Minor Event, you are hit by Blessing of Water, slightly increasing your recovery speed. Fate Minor Event, you are hit by Blessing of Wind, slightly increasing your movement speed. More terrifying than the previous curse spam, a total of 88 fate summaries appeared in front of Su Chen, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Then I'll accept it. The smile on Su Chen's lips was even more difficult to suppress than AK, and fate modifications continued to trigger. Ding! 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 Fate Minor Event, you are hit by Holy Light, greatly increasing your stamina. Fate Minor Event, you are hit by Battle Roar, greatly increasing your strength. Fate Minor Event, you are hit by Blessing of Water, greatly increasing your recovery speed. Fate Minor Event, you are hit by Blessing of Wind, greatly increasing your movement speed. Fate points plus 880. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from within Su Chen's body. The horrifying aura swept out in all directions, directly sending several nearby professionals flying. What's going on? How can this be? A series of exclamations rang out. Countless gazes turned towards Su Chen's position, eyes wide open. This guy not only wasn't weakened, but instead became stronger. This damn curse effect turned into a blessing, and the blessing effect not only didn't turn into a curse, but instead became more powerful? The chief strategist slapped his head, deeply regretting the decision he had made. It's over, everything is over. Dust filled the air, and a sturdy figure slowly walked out. Su Chen's body expanded to 3 meters, surrounded by a dazzling light, with invincible inscriptions all over his body. Gulp! The remaining 100 or so professionals all swallowed nervously. Big brother, let's talk, we admit defeat. All professionals scattered and fled at the same time, afraid of being tortured by Su Chen on this battlefield. However, how could Su Chen, whose speed attribute had already exceeded 400, let these moving fate points escape? At the same time, in the 4th level war zone. Unlike the bustling 1st level war zone, the battle here seemed to have ended early. Li Hansan was suspended in midair by several flame ropes, while Lu Keixian held a long whip of flames, continuously lashing at him. The intense heat and piercing pain kept coming, causing Li Hanshan's lips to crack and his body to be covered in burns. Lu Keixian, just give up. That little lunatic might have been eliminated from the game by now. An ordinary level 20 professional, even if he is a mysterious hidden class, cannot withstand more than 300 first-level professionals. If you're too slow to go out, you might end up collecting his corpse. Shut up! Faced with Li Hanshan's threat, Lu Keixian's expression also showed a brief hesitation. After the battle started, both inside and outside the war zone would be shrouded in the fog of war. She couldn't see what was happening on Su Chen's side, so she could only increase the torture on Li Hansan, hoping to expose his weaknesses sooner. Seeing the anxiety between Lu Keixian's eyebrows, Li Hansan suddenly calmed down. He endured the pain of the vermilion bird's fire burning him, taunting, "Heh, didn't the Holy Spirit Academy teach you the skill of interrogation? Lu Keixian, this only makes me feel more refreshed. Ha ha ha, the more you torture me, the more refreshed I feel. Damn pervert." Upon hearing this, Lu Keixian's face was full of disgust, and her movements slowed down involuntarily. She couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness in her heart. This guy was like a stone in a pit, smelly, hard, and disgusting. Ah, if I had known this earlier, I would have definitely found a pervert from the Purgatory Academy to teach you a lesson. Lu Keixian said as she flicked her fire whip. Your wish is my command, Li Hanshan said with a smirk, still maintaining his stubborn appearance. On the other side, the 1st level war zone had been completely suppressed by Su Chen. Except for the 88 professional practitioners of blessing arts, the rest had been forcibly eliminated by Su Chen. At this moment, he was standing in the center of the battlefield, surrounded by a circle of the 88 practitioners, their blessings shining relentlessly. Su Chen was full of joy, brushing off fate points with great satisfaction. Boss, I'm completely drained. Yeah, my mana is completely depleted. I can't even cast a single blessing spell. Before long, these practitioners all looked withered, as if their bodies had been drained, pleading with Su Chen. Su Chen scanned the crowd and nodded slowly. Fate perception was not unlimited, and he was starting to feel the strain. However, seeing the increasing balance of fate points, it was all worth it. Well, stop now. Upon hearing this, the practitioners were teary-eyed and almost cried. Finally, it stopped. Continuing would have been deadly. Although Su Chen didn't kill them, they had suffered great mental damage. After their mana was depleted, using blessing arts could potentially cause irreversible damage to their brains. Boss, shall we leave? A female practitioner asked tentatively. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, not responding. Seeing Su Chen ignoring them, the practitioners looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly fled the war zone. Su Chen couldn't be bothered with them. At this critical moment, he didn't want any disturbances. Fate Major Event, you have completed the awakening task and successfully undergone your first professional awakening. Fate points minus 1000. The next moment, the 10 small stars floating above Su Chen's head began to slowly rotate and eventually merged into his body. Buzz! A thick and terrifying blood aura erupted from Su Chen's body. A mysterious invisible energy descended from the sky, enveloping Su Chen. He felt like he was back in amniotic fluid, warm and comfortable all over. In this state, Su Chen felt like he was immersed in a dream. He could clearly feel that something wonderful was improving his body. His skin and bones were undergoing subtle changes, every inch of muscle containing immense power. Not only that, his brain was also being strengthened, his mental power greatly increasing. Everything around him was vivid, even ants crawling by were clearly visible. The feeling was simply wonderful. Gradually, Su-Chen opened his eyes. He felt much lighter, with endless power surging through his body. Professional awakening complete. You have gained the Destiny Path skill, Crowd Pleaser. You have gained the Destiny Path skill, Weapon Master. You have gained the Destiny Path skill, Battle Fury. I actually gained 3 professional skills at the same time? Su-Chen was pleasantly surprised. Perhaps by merging the 3 paths, he had gained the skills of all 3 paths at once after the professional awakening? With some anticipation, Su-Chen opened the introductions to the 3 skills simultaneously. Crowd Pleaser LV1, active skill. You are a paranoid artist, a painter recording the splendor of life, and a dancer walking between life and death. When you display the power to charm the masses, you can assemble any surviving or deceased bodies into a Lotus Phantom Thunder, and the power of the Lotus Phantom Thunder depends on the materials used to create it. Weapon Master LV1, passive skill. You are a natural weapon master, and any weapon in your hands will become a terrifying weapon. Attack power increases by 20% when wielding any weapon. Battle Fury LV1, passive skill. When you engage in battle or receive damage, you can accumulate fury, with a total of 5 layers of fury. For each layer of fury, all attributes increase by 5%. When the fury reaches the 5th layer, your sense of pain will disappear, and your nerve reflex speed will increase by 100%. Note, after awakening again, you can enhance your professional skills, or increase skill levels by consuming destiny points. Is this the destiny path? It's like a bug-like existence. Su-Chen was extremely shocked. This is what is called destiny. After the first awakening of a normal profession, you can only obtain basic skills like fireball technique or sword mastery. Su-Chen, on the other hand, with just the title of a weapon master, is already equivalent to the 2nd or even 3rd awakening of a normal profession. And these 3 skills are not fixed at a certain level like those of normal professionals once obtained. Su-Chen found out after a simple attempt that he could upgrade his skills at any time using destiny points. However, he was not in a hurry to do so. The 3 skills have different focuses, so he needs to find out the most suitable way of fighting for himself through battles. However, with such strong skills obtained after the first professional awakening, what kind of powerful abilities would he gain after a few more awakenings? Su-Chen closed the skill introduction and then opened the attribute panel with some anticipation. In the final wave, with the strength of 88 blessings, he directly forced those professionals to earn destiny points. He was not polite with them at all, and many professionals suffered severe mental damage as a result. Even Su-Chen himself had a headache from excessive use of destiny perception. Even after deducting 1,000 points from the professional awakening, there was probably still a significant number left. Profession, Fate Master level, 20 Strength, 101 plus 369 Stamina, 167 plus 472 Intelligence, 102 plus 598 Agility, 109 plus 450 Awakening. First turn skills, Destiny Perception, Life Rhythm, Charm the Masses LV1, Weapon Master LV1, Battle Fury LV1 Talent, Fate Modification Destiny Points, 3,655 Prosperity. After seeing the balance of destiny points, Su-Chen's eyes lit up. Destiny points were now more precious to him than money. They could not only be used in battles and to enhance skills but also to trigger the occurrence of low-probability events, making them truly versatile. Phew! After sitting still for a moment, Su-Chen got up and slowly walked towards the exit of the first battle zone. The purpose of this trip had been achieved, and now he had to consider how to escape. By initiating the guild battle, he had definitely offended the Hanhai Guild. That guy from Lihan Mountain probably wanted to tear him apart alive, right? Although they were in the city, Su-Chen didn't dare to gamble on the character of the Hanhai Guild. I can always hide in the secret realm after the guild battle ends. But now that I have joined the Night Watchman Guild, they wouldn't dare to come after me in the city, no matter how bold they are, right? Su-Chen released the life rhythm, put on the green golden gauntlets, held the sand eagle in his left hand, and the shotgun in his right hand. After becoming a weapon master, he could now wield multiple main weapons simultaneously without the need to switch back and forth like before. Stepping out of the battle zone, as Su-Chen took his steps, the war fog in the first battle zone instantly dissipated. Boom! The bell rang throughout the Hanhai Guild. Guild battle announcement. The battle in the first battle zone has ended. Guild battle announcement. Hanhai Guild points -50, current points 40. This guy, he actually did it. Watching the figure holding dual guns approaching slowly, the faces of everyone in the guild changed. A guy who had just turned around actually completed the feat of facing 300 opponents alone. And it seems like this guy also completed the awakening task on the side? Could it be that his awakening task is challenging a guild alone? Ha! Is that woman, Liu Xian, not done yet? Su Chen looked towards the fourth war zone opposite, still shrouded in the fog of war, unclear. Could it be that they encountered some trouble? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. He didn't mind teaming up with Liu Xian to crush the Hanhai Guild first. Ka! At this moment, Su Chen suddenly exerted force with his right hand, completing a very cool single-handed loading. Then, Su Chen pointed the gun at the shadow behind him and said lightly, "If you're going to make a move, do it quickly, or else I'll leave." On the open ground, a dozen guild elders glanced at each other and nodded simultaneously. Su Chen not only made the guild lose face, but also severely damaged their interests. Moreover, this guy also joined the Night Watchman Guild. Perhaps the only time to get rid of him is now. Blame yourself for helping Liu Xian, otherwise you could have lived a little longer. A senior holding a long knife squinted and said, "Bang!" accompanied by a muffled sound. The next moment, 4 sharp killing intents suddenly burst out from the shadows, aiming directly at Su Chen's heart, throat, brain, and lower back. Damn! This attack was too sudden, as fast as lightning, and aimed at vital points, making it extremely difficult to react. For third-level assassins? Do they really need to target me like this? Su Chen used the rhythm of life, his eyelids twitching. No wonder the rhythm of life couldn't fully detect the opponent. Turns out the level difference was too big. The next moment, the sense of fate began to warn frantically. The image of the next second flashed in Su Chen's mind. Although the blessing effects in his body had not completely disappeared, it was still extremely difficult to evade the ambush of 4 third-level assassins. Just as he turned sideways, the 4 short daggers deeply penetrated his body. Fate minor event, you are attacked by 4 assassins simultaneously and seriously injured. Time was too short. Su Chen didn't hesitate at all, immediately activating fate modification. Fate minor event, you are attacked by 4 assassins simultaneously and seriously injured. Ding! Fate minor event, you are attacked by 4 assassins simultaneously and lightly injured. Fate points +5. Hiss! The sound of 4 sharp weapons piercing flesh rang out simultaneously. However, after penetrating half an inch, the daggers were blocked by an unknown force. No matter how hard the 4 assassins tried, they couldn't advance any further. Ha! Is this kid's body made of alloy? The 4 assassins simultaneously sensed that something was wrong. Even if it was a shield of the same level, they should be able to dismember it like cutting tofu, right? Rage stack +4. A surge of anger burned in Su Chen's heart, and his basic attributes rose again. Taking advantage of the 4's moment of confusion, Su Chen suddenly broke free and ran towards the 4th war zone. His rhythm of life had already sensed the approach of high-level professionals. He had to avoid the limelight first. Hee, little brother, why are you in such a hurry? Don't you want to play with us, sisters? One assassin stuck out her tongue, licked the blood on the short dagger, and pulled out a sickly smile. The other 3 also made the same gesture. Such sweet blood, don't even think about running. Let us taste you properly. These 4 assassins seemed to be 4 sisters, with the same twisted smiles. As the ace assassination team of the Hanhai Guild, the number of third-level professionals who died at their hands was countless. In an instant, 4 shadows began to quickly approach Su Chen again. Alright, since you all want to eat, then let's have your fill all at once. Su Chen backed away while aiming the gun at one of the assassins. Hee. Are you planning to shoot me with your little toy? Seeing this, the assassin's smile became even more crazed. She pulled at her collar, revealing a hint of snow-white skin. Come on, use your gun and shoot at me. I promise to catch them all. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Is that so? Then you better catch them well. Bang! Su Chen pulled the trigger without hesitation. The dragon's breath bullet roared out of the gun barrel, the scorching heat distorting the air. Too slow. The assassin's face carried a mocking smile. Although Su Chen had demonstrated the power of this gun before, she was a renowned agile assassin. How could she be hit by a silver-grade firearm? However, just as she was about to dodge, she was horrified to find that she couldn't dodge the shot. Su Chen's shot hit her at the exact point where she was trying to evade. And, coincidentally, the 4 people subconsciously dodged in the same direction, colliding with each other. How is this possible? The smile on her face froze, instantly engulfed by the fire snake. Fate point -400. Seeing the prompt, Su Chen felt a bit distressed. After all, the opponent was a 3rd-tier assassin, and there were 4 of them. It would cost a lot to trigger that low-probability event. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen stopped retreating and actively activated his fate perception. Fate minor event, you hit the opponent with a shotgun, causing minor burns. Indeed, a 3rd-tier professional, only causing some superficial injuries. Su Chen squinted his eyes. Except for the person hit head-on, the injuries of the other 3 couldn't even trigger the fate synopsis. Ding! Fate minor event, you hit the opponent with a shotgun, causing severe burns. Fate modification initiated. A miserable scream came from the flames. The other 3 assassins were shocked. Why, when hit by the dragon's breath bullet, were they unscathed, while the other one looked like she was about to die? However, before they could think, they saw Su Chen charging towards them. The 3 of them exchanged glances and chose to retreat, leaving the severely injured person behind. Save me. The assassin pleaded in despair, but the other 3 ran even faster. Don't worry, I'm here to save you from your suffering. Su Chen lightly placed his finger on her skull. Let me see what it means to be irresistible. He murmured softly, like a demon's whisper. No. The female assassin seemed to sense something. Her eyes widened instantly. He's a fate weaver. However, soon her throat could no longer produce a sound. Countless invisible threads of fate entered her body through Su Chen's 5 fingers, taking control of everything. In that instant, no one could understand her better than Su Chen, not even herself. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones breaking continued, like a series of jumping drumbeats. Her body twisted, joints reversed, turning her into a human lotus flower. A fate weaver? No wonder this guy dares to start a guild war alone and even win. Nearly 1,000 members of the Hanhai Guild watched this scene from afar, their eyes filled with indescribable fear. Distant memories resurfaced. Any madness attributed to a fate weaver seemed somewhat reasonable. After the Lotus Thunder was completed, Su Chen smiled slightly and pushed her towards the members of the Hanhai Guild. Please accept my gift. Su Chen bowed gentlemanly and then walked away without looking back. Boom! A huge explosion resounded, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. The life of the female assassin flashed like a slideshow in the explosion. The brilliant and dazzling light sublimated at this moment, presenting itself in front of everyone like an art exhibition. Most people were shocked by this beautiful scene, even forgetting to escape. Not good, retreat quickly. As the fire approached, some people finally reacted and were scared, quickly trying to avoid it. However, it was already too late. Fate points plus 10. Fate points plus 30. Fate points plus 20. Fate points plus 30. Fate points plus 10. Indeed, as a third-tier professional, the power of creating Lotus Thunder is very impressive. Seeing the small words in front of him, Su Chen's face relaxed slightly. This wave brought back nearly 300 fate points, so it wasn't too much of a loss. Oof. Su Chen listened quietly to the screams and slowly entered the 4th-level war zone amidst countless hateful and fearful gazes. Damn! The 12 guild elders looked at the 4th-level war zone shrouded in the fog of war, their faces grim and full of unwillingness. The only opportunity to kill Su Chen had disappeared, and what awaited the Hanhai Guild in the future might be endless retaliation. A grown-up trickster will be an unimaginable disaster. Inside the 4th war zone, Li Hanshan's smile had disappeared. It was replaced by a complex expression of pain and despair. When he heard the guild battle announcement, his mood was extremely complicated. Can every trickster really create miracles? With over 300 professionals, how did that guy win? Useless. Can't even take down a brat? Li Hanshan roared in anger. The guild battle can last up to 7 days. In other words, without any worries, Lu Keixian could completely torture himself for 7 days and nights here. As long as she doesn't kill herself, he won't be able to break free from her control. What? Are you considering confessing now? At this moment, Lu Keixian's expression relaxed a lot. She leisurely set up a bonfire at Li Hanshan's feet and quietly enjoyed the pleasure of roasting a whole person. Whenever she noticed Li Hanshan's vital signs weakening, she would throw 2 bottles of potion to bring him back from the brink of death. But no matter how she tortured him, Li Hanshan held his ground tightly, refusing to give in. Don't even think about it. I can endure for 7 days, what's the harm? Li Hanshan gritted his teeth and spoke, once I confess, it's certain death. Do you think I would admit it? Hearing this, Lu Keixian fell silent. Li Hanshan had joined the Descendants Association out of fear of death, so how could he willingly give up his life? It seemed she had been a bit impulsive. Lu Keixian stared into his eyes and said calmly, don't think you can escape punishment under the laws of Daxia. The laws of Daxia are tools to protect the people of Daxia, not a shield for criminals like you. If necessary, I would rather accept punishment than forcibly bury you here. Then you can try. Li Hanshan showed a smile uglier than crying, but compared to before, his confidence was clearly gone. Buzz! Just as the two were at a standoff, a figure passed through the fog of war and arrived in front of them. Did I come at the wrong time? Su Chen looked at the strange scene in front of him, his eyelids twitching. At this moment, Lu Keixian held a fire whip and kept lashing Li Hanshan, looking like a queen. While Li Hanshan was bound and subjected to inhuman treatment, A hint of a sickly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This scene could easily be mistaken for some kind of special game. No, you've come at just the right time. Seeing Su Chen's arrival, Lu Keixian also breathed a sigh of relief. She had no experience in interrogation, and the torture of Li Hansan was indirectly a torment to her own spirit. If Su Chen had arrived any later, she even doubted if she could hold on. Phew! Lu Keixian let out a long breath and walked up to Su Chen. I came to Qingqing this time to investigate the collusion between the Hanhai Guild and the Advent Society. Advent Society? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards Li Hansan showing a hint of disgust. The Advent Society was one of the top-level guilds under the Night Watchman and was considered a highly dangerous cult organization that advocated for the arrival of secret realms and monsters to rebuild social order. Su Chen's parents died in an incident planned by the Advent Society, so he harbored a deep hatred towards them. Are you saying this guy has joined the Advent Society? Su Chen asked. Lu Kei nodded. Yes, it's now completely certain that he has joined the Advent Society, but due to a lack of crucial evidence, we cannot convict him yet. Su Chen stepped forward to Li Hansan and said without looking back, "What evidence do you want?" "Ha?" Lu Keixian looked puzzled. "What are you going to do? Just tell me what evidence you need." Su Chen's tone was calm, as if he was describing a trivial matter. However, Li Hansan inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. Even after all the torture from Lu Keixian, he had never felt this way before. "If you dare to touch me, I swear I will kill you after the guild battle ends." "Is that so? I hope you can live until then." After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen suddenly turned to Lu Keixian and said, "Tear off his clothes." "Ha?" Lu Keixian widened her eyes in astonishment. "You don't mean?" In that instant, Lu Keixian felt a sense of reverence towards Su Chen. This guy was old, bald, and unattractive, making Su Chen, the handsome young man, look pitiful. "What are you thinking? Hurry up and do it." Su Chen felt Lu Keixian's gaze on him was very strange and urged her with a frown. Lu Keixian shook her head, and the vermilion bird's fire ignited, burning off Li Hanshan's pants. Li Hanshan's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes widened, and he struggled frantically. "How dare you touch me? I will kill you, you despicable creature." "Shoo!" Su Chen raised a finger to his lips. He looked at Li Hanshan with a cold gaze. "Madman! What are you, this madman, going to do to me?" Li Hanshan felt a coldness descending from the heavens, making him uneasy. It seems that a level 1 overwhelming crowd is not enough. Su Chen furrowed his brow. He had tried to turn the opponent into a lotus thunder, but even in a severely injured state, Li Hanshan was not easily shaken by a level 1 overwhelming crowd. "It's okay, if level 1 doesn't work, then let's raise it a few levels." Su Chen's thoughts shifted slightly. Instantly, his fate points began to rapidly decrease. Fate points minus 200. Overwhelming crowd LV1 upgraded to LV2. Fate points minus 400. Overwhelming crowd LV2 upgraded to LV3. Fate points minus 1000. Overwhelming crowd LV3 upgraded to LV4. After upgrading the skill to level 4, Su Chen immediately stopped. If he raised it another level, he would truly be drained. A large amount of information flooded Su Chen's mind. This included details about physical structure and a wealth of knowledge about the origin of life. Su Chen felt that with his current level of knowledge, he could easily become a professional surgeon. Of course, the patients might not think the same. Looking towards Li Hanshan again, Su Chen showed no mercy. Dealing with enemies required a heart as cold as stone, otherwise, one would only end up at a disadvantage. In the next moment, countless invisible threads pierced into Li Hanshan's body. What have you done to me?" Li Hanshan's voice trembled. His face twisted in fear. "Just carving a piece of rotten wood." Su Chen didn't explain further, placing his palm on Li Hanshan's shoulder and effortlessly dislocating both his arms from the shoulder joints. His legs were twisted at the hip joints and pressed against his back, contorting him into a ball shape. At the same time, Su Chen's palm moved lightly, skillfully striking the acupoints and meridians all over his body, as if playing a human piano elegantly. Su Chen's knuckles struck the 12 protruding ribs, producing a melodious sound like a bell. The whole process flowed smoothly, and Li Hanshan didn't even feel a hint of pain. But Su Chen's actions inflicted a greater damage to his soul than the fairy Li Kei's. He keenly felt that everything about himself was being taken away. After Su Chen completed all this, his life would no longer belong to him. Even in a guild battle state, this madman could take his life. Watching Su Chen's actions, even the strong fairy Li Kei felt a chill down her spine. "Have you acquired that person's skills?" Her voice trembled, her eyes filled with complexity. "Yes, this skill is quite useful. Every use feels like using others. Everything is material to create, bringing a great sense of achievement." Su Chen responded unabashedly. Then, have you felt any changes in yourself? No sudden urge to kill, right? Fairy Lee K asked tentatively, her right hand moving discreetly behind her. Su Chen glanced sideways, sensing the implication in her words. But he didn't care, focusing entirely on creating the Lotus Thunder Trap. The scene froze for a moment, and Fairy Lee K felt a tightness in her chest, her breathing becoming uneasy. Finally, after a while, Su Chen rolled up his sleeves, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned around. I believe puppeteers are not all madmen, but the previous puppeteer was too crazy, contaminating the profession. Although I do appreciate this artistic expression. As he spoke, he showcased his masterpiece. Li Hansan had completely lost his mobility by now, his limbs twisted, his skin peeled back, becoming a blood-red lotus flower. This lotus flower appeared terrifying at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it exuded a stunning beauty. Even after staring at it for a while, a hint of enchantment appeared in Fairy Lee K's eyes. This was an exquisite piece of art. Suddenly, a thought popped into her mind. Hiss! Fairy Lee K gasped, quickly shaking her head to dispel the dangerous idea. Let's set aside professional matters for now, but you need to be careful yourself, don't lose yourself, or else. Fairy Lee K didn't finish her sentence, but the threat in her eyes was evident. Okay. Su Chen casually replied, then pointed to the Lotus Thunder Trap made from Li Hansan. You can now ask yourself the questions you want. After being made into the Thunder Trap Lotus, he has lost himself, you can do whatever you want with him. Hearing this, Fairy Lee K fell silent for a moment. After making up her mind, she walked slowly forward and stood in front of the blood-red lotus flower. Li Hansan, have you joined the Adventurers Association? Lu Keixian stared at Li Hansan and asked. Yes, Li Hansan answered without hesitation, his voice coming from the flower bud. Lu Keixian's eyes lit up as she continued. What tasks did the Adventurers Association give you, and do they have any plans for Qingcheng? He. Li Hansan chuckled softly, sending shivers down Lu Keixian's spine. They want me to suppress young talents as much as possible, and incite dissatisfaction among the younger generation towards the human race, trying to recruit more members. As for Qingcheng, I can't say. Upon hearing this, Lu Keixian immediately looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with some doubt. Wasn't it said that any question could be asked? Su Chen shook his head slightly. It's not that he doesn't want to say, but his soul has been tampered with, and he can't reveal certain core issues. I see. Lu Keixian suddenly realized that the Adventurers Association used many such methods, and the Night Watchers naturally had countermeasures. However, she still needed a few days to call for reinforcements. Then I'll take him back to the branch first. Right, you come too. After some thought, Lu Keixian then said to Su Chen, although I recruited you into the Night Watchers, you still need to register your information at the branch. After registration, you will receive a monthly subsidy, which is equivalent to a salary. Okay. Su Chen glanced at the Lotus Flower Thunder, feeling a bit reluctant but still nodded. After all, he needed Lu Keixian's help to survive and leave the Hanhai Guild. Seeing this, Lu Keixian breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Su Chen would be as unpredictable as the former trickster. Now it seemed that as long as she didn't touch his sore spot, Su Chen was quite easy to get along with, right? Lu Keixian took out a small cloth bag from her waist, and after a brief chant, the bag instantly enlarged and she put Li Hansan inside. The appearance of this blood lotus flower was too shocking and could not be taken out casually. After doing all this, she and Su Chen walked out of the fourth war zone side by side. Boom! The moment they stepped out of the battlefield, 3 mysterious boxes appeared in Su Chen's hands. At the same time, a deafening bell rang throughout half of Qingcheng. Guild battle announcement. Hanhai Guild's points reset. Guild battle failed. Guild battle announcement. The winning side will randomly receive 3 items from the losing guild's warehouse. Hiss. The guild battle ended so quickly? Which 2 guilds were fighting, and why did Hanhai Guild lose so quickly? I don't know, the guild names weren't displayed. Could it be a personal guild battle? Could it be? Although, it seems that when a personal guild battle is initiated, the announcement won't display the names? For a while, the whole of Qingcheng became lively. Su Chen's phone kept vibrating, and when he opened it, he saw his classmates discussing the guild battle. Many classmates were also exchanging strategies for the Goblin Forest Secret Realm, preparing for the exploration in a few days. After scrolling up, there were even some who confessed their love during graduation, only to be mercilessly rejected. Su Chen didn't feel like joining the chat, so he glanced at it briefly before closing his phone. As for the 3 boxes, he just put them in his storage bag and didn't rush to open them. He stood with Lu Keixian, facing over 1,000 members of the Hanhai Guild. However, with Lu Keixian backing him up, he naturally had nothing to fear. The higher the level of a professional, the more terrifying their strength. As a fourth-turn Vermilion Bird Mage, Lu Keixian could easily wipe out this group of people with just one hand. All members of the Han Hai Guild, listen up. Stay where you are and don't move around. Wait for the Night Watcher's branch to come and inspect you. If the inspection is clear, then you can leave. Do you understand? Lu Keixian's cold words echoed inside and outside the guild. The faces of all the members of the Han Hai Guild looked ugly, but they all nodded at the same time, not daring to show any resistance. The 12 elders of the guild also lost their temper. When the guild leader failed to come out of the battlefield, they seemed to understand something. One of the elders looked towards the guild warehouse, his pupils slightly shrinking. The platinum equipment at the bottom of the warehouse is missing. Did that kid have such good luck? Let's go. Lu Keixian turned back and nodded at Su Chen. Immediately, she was surrounded by the Vermilion Bird's fire, and a pair of flame wings spread out. Hold on tight, I won't be responsible if you fall. She walked up to Su Chen, her pretty face slightly red. Su Chen did not refuse. No human could resist the temptation of the sky. His hand wrapped around Lu Keixian's slender waist, his cheek pressed against her abdomen. Feeling that warmth, a strange feeling rose in Lu Keixian's heart, but she quickly sang out loud, taking Su Chen soaring into the sky. The violent airwaves hit Su Chen's face, making it hard for him to open his eyes. However, this situation quickly disappeared after Lu Keixian cast a windproof barrier. Su Chen looked down. The lights of thousands of families were all visible to him. This visual impact was more shocking than watching it on video, because the human eye could capture more details than a camera. However, Su Chen soon discovered that every time Lu Keixian accelerated, two soft masses would hit his face, making his viewing experience extremely poor. This woman, isn't she wearing a mask? Su Chen frowned and looked up diagonally. At this moment, Lu Keixian's face was already red, like a ripe apple, charming and dripping. Don't think too much, we're almost at the branch, she reminded through gritted teeth, her voice suppressing a mix of embarrassment and anger. Lu Keixian wanted to slap herself. Why did she have to show off and fly him here? Couldn't they just take a taxi? Soon, after experiencing a journey of face wash, Su Chen finally arrived at the Night Watchman branch under the leadership of Lu Keixian. It was located in the center of Qingqing City, the busiest and most bustling place in the entire city. Su Chen followed behind Lu Keixian, passing through layers of guards, and finally entered this place that most people dreamed of. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, but the branch was still lively, with many professionals walking around. I'll go deal with Li Hanshan and the Han Hai Guild's matters first, you wait here for me. In the hall, after giving Su Chen a few instructions, Lu Keixian walked towards a deeper area. Su Chen stood in place, looking around. In front of him was a wall made up of liquid crystal screens, displaying various tasks. Depending on the difficulty of the tasks, the guild contribution values listed below varied. Is this the Night Watchman's operating mode, leaning towards laissez-faire? Su Chen guessed. That's right, it seems you're a newcomer to the guild? You joined the Night Watchman at such a young age, are you still in high school? A young man's voice came from behind. Su Chen frowned at the slightly sharp voice. Could I be right? The man, seeing Su Chen ignoring him, walked up to him. Let me introduce myself, I'm Luan, a second-level soul wanderer in the Night Watchman. Luan smiled, patted Su Chen's shoulder. I happen to have some free time now, if you don't mind, I can show you around and explain some common knowledge of the guild as a senior. No need, thank you. Su Chen expressionlessly removed the hand on his shoulder. At the same time, he looked around the guild with a scrutinizing gaze. If this hierarchical atmosphere was the norm, then he would probably consider leaving the guild. Little brother, I kindly offered to show you around. It's really impolite of you to reject my kindness like this. Hearing Su Chen's cold tone again, Luan narrowed his eyes and his face darkened. Don't you know the more friends you have, the more paths you can take? I was once at your age too. Luan, what are you doing? At this moment, Lu Keixian walked quickly from a distance, interrupting Luan. Teacher Lu? I didn't expect him to be your student. Sorry, I was just being kind-hearted and wanted to show this little brother around. Luan put away his previous expression and awkwardly smiled at Lu Keixian. Then he turned to Su Chen and said, Little brother, I have something to do now. How about we talk another day? Remember, my name is Luan. With that, he walked away without looking back. What were you talking about just now? Lu Keixian asked after watching Luan leave. Nothing, just casual conversation. Su Chen shook his head slightly. That guy's father is the deputy mayor of Qingcheng. He may not have learned much else, but he's good at forming cliques. Don't bother with him. Lu Keixian sighed. Since seeing Su Chen's strength, she couldn't afford any accidents. If some foolish people without foresight pushed him to oppose Daxia, there would be nowhere to cry. Oh, I see, Su Chen replied casually, continuing to observe his surroundings. I've already submitted your information for you. Now there will be a small entrance assessment, is that okay? Sure, but when will the subsidy you mentioned be issued? On the 8th of every month, 500,000 will be deposited into your account for the first level access. You don't have to worry about that. Lu Keixian pointed to the LCD screen and said, but for Night Watchers, money is too thin compared to contribution points. When you actively complete tasks, participate in rescues, or kill monsters attacking the city, you will earn corresponding contribution points. Contribution points are like currency, but you can buy a lot more things with them, things you can't even imagine. When your contribution points accumulate to a certain level, your membership level will also be upgraded. Membership levels range from 1 to 9, with each level increase giving you more guild attribute bonuses and privileges. Levels 1 to 3 are called Wandering Souls, 3 to 6 are Night Wanderers, and 6 to 9 are called Day Wanderers, which is different from most guild models. Su Chen nodded. The Night Watcher model was indeed innovative, more like a large mercenary group than a guild. Hearing this, Su Chen temporarily dismissed the idea of leaving the guild. If it was like a regular guild, with clear hierarchies and obvious exploitation, he wouldn't be able to stay for long. But now, it seems not bad? Lu Keixian paused, then led Su Chen out of the guild mission hall and into a room. My people are here, let the assessment begin. Su Chen followed into the room. Inside, several people of similar age were nervously sitting together. Is this the new person brought by Teacher Lu? So young. Haven't even entered the top 4 academies yet? If it weren't for the obvious characteristics, I would even think he's a newcomer who just got his profession. I wonder if he can pass the assessment. People in the room began to whisper quietly. Su Chen was slightly stunned, his gaze meeting another person in the room. Little brother, didn't expect to see you again so soon? Luan smirked. He had just taken on a task from the mission hall, which was to be the examiner for this entrance assessment. Although he was an examiner, all he needed to do was stay here to ensure nothing unexpected happened. If it weren't for his special status, he wouldn't have been assigned this simple and safe task. What is the assessment content? Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Su Chen cut to the chase without pleasantries. He still had 3 mysterious boxes in his hands that he hadn't opened yet, and he just wanted to finish quickly and go back to open the treasure chest. The other 4 people looked at Su Chen with admiration, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Luan, but none of them had the courage to confront him face to face. Alright, follow me, Luan said. After being confronted, the smile on Luan's face gradually disappeared. However, with Fairy Lu Kei present, he didn't dare to lose his temper. Later, led by Luan, Su Chen and the other 4 quickly arrived at a large open space. Buzz! As Luan swiped on the tablet, a fierce-looking Minotaur appeared in front of everyone. Level 35 Minotaur, with 2 small skills, basic attributes equivalent to a normal level 35 warrior. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. The Nightwatch internal system provided 5 monster options, and this Minotaur was the strongest. Ahem! Luan cleared his throat. Your assessment task is to cooperate in killing this Minotaur. Upon hearing this, the other 4 were taken aback. Us? A boundary mage immediately questioned. I am a first-level boundary mage, 1 is a physician, and 2 are ice mages. How can we possibly defeat this level 35 Minotaur? I object. The 4 looked at each other, knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses, so they saw this as an impossible task. Sorry, objections are invalid, Luan said smugly. He didn't know why the back-end system assigned such a strong monster to this group, but he was just following the rules, and not even Fairy Lu Kei could find fault with it. Unfair, you. Alright, enough talk. The other 4 wanted to say something, but Su Chen interrupted directly. Minotaur? As a pure warrior of love, what I hate the most is Minotaurs. With that, Su Chen pulled out a shotgun from his waist and started firing wildly. Boom! Dragon breath bullets roared out of the barrel, hitting the Minotaur hard, exploding into flames that engulfed it. The Minotaur's body was instantly blown apart, but it didn't die, just covered in wounds, with charred fur, looking extremely terrifying, and this was just the beginning. The Minotaur roared in anger and charged at Su Chen, trying to tear him to pieces. Fate perception ineffective? Su Chen frowned. He had tried to activate fate perception while shooting, but it didn't work. Could it be a man-made product, lacking true life? Or, is the fate of these things controlled by something else? Su Chen speculated. The green golden gauntlet appeared in his hand. Since he couldn't use fate modification, the 2 guns in Su Chen's hands were useless. With only silver-level strength, they could only tickle the Minotaur. Buddy, what's your profession? Let's work together. Seeing Su Chen act so urgently, the other few quickly stood by his side. The boundary mage immediately set up layers of transparent barriers in the Minotaur's path. The 2 ice mages on the other side chanted spells, conjuring ice spikes in front of them. Just treat me as a melee class. Su Chen glanced casually. Hearing this, the boundary mage's eyes lit up. So the main damage dealer is him. Alright, brother, we'll create opportunities for you, let's try to take it down in one go. No need to make it complicated, I can handle it alone. Su Chen shook his head, took a step forward, and suddenly lunged. The powerful airwaves surged, interrupting the chanting of the two mages. Ahem, why is he so reckless? Shouldn't the people brought by Teacher Lu be different? Could he be from the Purgatory Academy? The two mages exchanged a glance, their expressions unusually strange. Their conversation was also overheard by Fairy Lu Kei. Indeed, the Purgatory Academy is a suitable place for him. Fairy Lu Kei squinted her eyes and continued to watch Su Chen's battle. Ever since she left the Hanhai Guild, she had been extremely curious about how Su Chen managed to defeat over 300 professionals. Bang! After a sudden charge, Su Chen fiercely collided with the Minotaur. Fury level +1. The green golden gauntlet flashed, activating the armor-breaking effect. Next. In the next moment, the Minotaur's only grass skirt shattered, revealing numerous cracks on its skin. Oh, the barrier's sister blushed, thinking, it's so big, will it break? Roar! The Minotaur winced in pain, raised its right hand, and fiercely smashed towards Su Chen. Su Chen stood his ground, relying on his high vitality attribute to withstand the blow. Fury level +1. Another layer of battle fury stacked up, making Su Chen's red eyes even more intense. Next, he dashed towards the Minotaur, lifted both knees, and heavily pressed them against the Minotaur's abdomen, pushing back. Bang! The Minotaur's belly was hit like a cannonball, causing its massive body to fall flat on the ground. By this time, Su Chen's eyes had returned to normal. So strong! The people around couldn't help but exclaim. The Minotaur's defense was terrifying, and although it was just an ordinary dungeon monster, few could solo it. Moreover, this Minotaur was artificially crafted, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, making it formidable. Su Chen's single move against it left everyone in awe. This guy. Luan squinted his eyes, secretly regretting offending Su Chen. This kind of person indeed had the capital to be arrogant. Assessment conclude. Wait. Luan was about to announce the end of the assessment but was interrupted by Su Chen. He had to swallow his words and stood silently, waiting. Su Chen put away the green golden gauntlet, quickly approached the Minotaur, and placed his hand on it. He wanted to see if this seemingly ethereal artificial monster could be used to create the Lotus Thunder Trap. In the next moment, the mass adoration was activated. Bang! However, with a crisp sound, at the moment the threads of fate entered, the Minotaur exploded into pieces. Luan's pupils contracted. What kind of method is this? To directly kill a level 35 Minotaur? His heart was extremely unsettled. Defeating the Minotaur showed Su Chen's strength, but instantly killing it indicated that Su Chen's power was far beyond level 35. How old was he? With such strength at a young age, his future prospects were probably limitless. Alright, let's announce the end of the assessment now. Su Chen's voice rang in Luan's ears, startling him. Don't be afraid, you're not a monster, I won't kill you. Su Chen patted his shoulder, a mysterious smile on his lips. I'll upload the assessment results now. Luan forced a smile that looked worse than crying and hurriedly ran off to submit the task. At that moment, Su Chen turned around, his gaze falling on Fairy Lu Kei. Is there anything else to explain? Su Chen smiled, if not, I'll take my leave. After some thought, Fairy Lu Kei said, by the way, you just graduated from high school, have you considered furthering your studies at the 4 great academies? The 4 great academies? Su Chen was momentarily stunned, then asked, I'm not very familiar with that, could you tell me more? Of course. Fairy Lu Kei smiled lightly and led Su Chen away from the assessment site. Watching the backs of the two leaving, the 4 newcomers were full of shock. Such high-level big shots, actually among this year's freshmen? To have such strength within a few days of starting a profession, it's killing me. On the other side, Lu Kei-hsien found a secluded spot in the mission hall and ordered 2 cups of coffee. She picked up the coffee cup, took a sip, and slowly began to speak. The 4 major academies are Holy Spirit Academy, Civilization Academy, War Academy, and Purgatory Academy. The Holy Spirit Academy mainly trains professionals like mages, and has produced many magic gods and boundary masters capable of large-scale teleportation. The Civilization Academy aims to cultivate the leadership class, and has produced many famous commanders and politicians. As the name suggests, the War Academy serves for warfare, and it is a paradise for melee professionals, from soldiers to generals. Pausing here, Lu Kei-hsien continued. What about the Purgatory Academy? Su Chen interjected. The Purgatory Academy is a true purgatory, and those who come out from there are called Yin Chai or Yin Wang. There is a saying, when the king of hell calls you to die at 3, who dares to keep you until 5? A hint of fear flashed in Lu Keixian's eyes, her voice slightly trembling. The Purgatory Academy cultivates absolute individual strength. They are lone wolves on the battlefield, each one a hexagonal warrior without weaknesses. It is a place for geniuses to bury their bones, a place among monsters. Unlike the other 3 academies, ordinary geniuses only reach the threshold for admission to the Purgatory Academy. Su Chen nodded. From all aspects, the Purgatory Academy indeed suited him well. It seemed that Lu Keixian hoped to join the Purgatory Academy. I have a letter of recommendation from the Purgatory Academy here. If you want to go, just fill in your name on it. Indeed, after explaining everything to Su Chen, Lu Keixian took out a blood-red envelope from her bag. A heavy bloody smell filled the air. Su Chen reached out and took it. Without hesitation, he filled in his name. After Su Chen wrote his name, the letter spontaneously ignited. Lu Keixian breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have retained this talent. After submitting the letter of recommendation, the Purgatory Academy will send someone to assess you for admission. However, this assessment is different from the standardized tests like the college entrance exam. It is a one-on-one observation. They will secretly set assessment tasks for you, but will not inform you. You may end up receiving an admission notice without even realizing it. With that, Lu Keixian stood up, extending her hand. Well then, Su Chen, I hope to see you again at the freshman exchange event of the 4 major academies. Thank you. Su Chen also stood up, shook her hand, and earnestly thanked her. The Purgatory Academy was so powerful, and this letter of recommendation was probably of great value. He felt obliged to the other party. Su Chen always repaid kindness and enmity, and he remembered this favor. No need to thank me. Consider this letter of recommendation as your reward for helping me take down the Hanhai Guild. Lu Keixian smiled lightly. They nodded to each other, and Su Chen walked out. Damn, the record for the trial tower has been broken again? Who's this badass? Too bad, I only gained some experience from my entry opportunities this month, just leveled up. Just as he left the mission hall, Su Chen heard a commotion coming from behind. Su Chen's steps slightly faltered, and he looked towards a room across the corridor. Seeing Su Chen stop, Lu Keixian stepped forward to explain to him, first-level spirits can challenge the trial tower once a month. Each floor of the tower is guarded by various monsters, and successfully clearing it will earn you a large amount of experience points, which is also one of the benefits of the Night Watchman Guild. Having said that, she smiled and said, want to give it a try? Lots of experience points? Su Chen's eyes lit up. He had just completed his professional awakening and was planning to level up by fighting monsters in the secret realm. But now, with a better option available, of course, it was the best choice. Moreover, if the monsters in the trial tower were like the Minotaur monsters before, wouldn't they shatter with just one touch? Okay. So Su Chen nodded without hesitation. As the two stepped into the room, more night guards gradually appeared around them. The room looked small from the outside, but it was a different world inside. At a rough glance, it covered at least tens of square kilometers, and it definitely used technologies like folding space during construction. A 1,000-meter-high sky-reaching tower stood in the center, with hundreds of screens below showing climbers' images in real time. Cheers, laughter, and curses could be heard from the crowd from time to time. The night guards didn't interact much with each other, but they shared a common language when it came to the trial tower. Because it was just too difficult. Most professionals were used to teaming up and had their own roles in the secret realm. But once they entered the trial tower, they were attacked by a group of monsters alone, and their usual combat experience was useless. However, when Su Chen saw the real situation of the trial tower, he smiled. Being surrounded? I have experience with that. Can I just go in directly? Su Chen looked around and asked. Lu Keixian whispered, yes, you can choose any entrance to go in. Even if 2 people enter the tower at the same time, they will be teleported to different places. Su Chen nodded and walked straight towards the trial tower. He randomly opened a door and walked in without any hesitation. At the same time, a screen below the trial tower lit up. Seeing this, Lu Keixian walked directly to the screen and stood in front of it. Another newcomer? Starting from the first level, ha! TSK, I hope he can persevere and at least get the reward for the first level. Many old-timers around didn't seem to have high hopes for the unfamiliar face of this handsome young man. This young man looked delicate and didn't seem like a melee professional at all. And ranged professionals were at a disadvantage in the early stages of climbing the trial tower, with their advantages only showing after the 3rd transformation. Ha! Something's not right. I just looked away for a moment, and this kid has already reached the 3rd level? However, soon there were exclamations from the crowd. What? Are you kidding me? This guy reached the 3rd level in less than 10 seconds? Can this be fake? He encountered venomous slimes on the first level, killed them with one shot, encountered 5 elite goblins on the second level, also killed them one by one, and now on the third level. What? One punch each again? Is he hiding his true strength? Oh my god, how are others supposed to play like this? Lu Keixian couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, sighing inwardly. What method was this guy using that she still couldn't figure out? Hey, where do you think this handsome guy will stop? He looks fierce now, but he's too aggressive in the early stages. I bet he won't be able to hold on later. I guess at most 10 levels. I think so too. He's only a level 1 soul, probably hasn't even undergone the second transformation yet. Making it to the 11th level would be the limit. Meanwhile, on the 5th level of the trial tower, you gain 2,345 experience points. You gain 10,086 experience points. You gained 114,514 experience points. You gained experience points. Your level has increased. Current level LV21. Your level has increased. Current level LV22. Su Chen looked at the constantly popping up prompts in front of him, laughing uncontrollably. It wasn't as easy to level up after the job awakening, but Su Chen managed to level up twice in just a few minutes. This trial tower seemed tailor-made for him. Not only could he gain a large amount of experience points, but he could also gain some combat experience in fighting multiple enemies at once. After all, although those monsters shattered into pieces with a touch of the thread of fate, he still had to withstand the monsters' attacks and avoid being seriously injured. After all, his fate synopsis couldn't be triggered here. These monsters were not alive, and he himself was not truly threatened with his life. Bang! Another punch was thrown, and several threads of fate entered the body of the monster in front of Su Chen along with his fist. However, just as he was trying to turn it into a lotus thunder, the whole monster suddenly collapsed and disappeared. You gained 135,468 experience points. In the next moment, a white light flashed, and Su Chen ascended another level. Suddenly, several huge bears appeared in front of him. Raging Bear LV28, Elite, Raging Bear LV29, Elite, Raging Bear LV29, Elite, roar. Several bears over 4 meters tall roared and charged towards Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen's mouth curled up, without any intention of backing down. If it were in a secret realm, Su Chen might be more cautious, but since it was a trial tower where he wouldn't die, there was no need to be polite. Boom! His movements were as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he was in front of one of the raging bears. Boom! With a punch, a terrifying force erupted, and with a dull impact, one of the bears was smashed away. Before landing, under the effect of the thread of fate, this raging bear had already shattered into nothingness. However, the other 2 raging bears took the opportunity to pounce on Su Chen, their sharp claws reaching all over his body. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been torn apart by now. Put! Su Chen's toes tapped on the ground, his figure floating like the wind, spinning in midair to dodge the attacks of the 2 bears, then his legs bent and he suddenly shot out. Bang! Bang! The 2 bears fell flat on the ground, with huge cracks appearing on their bodies. Next, Su Chen locked onto another bear, his figure swaying as he arrived at its side. Crack! His arm reached out, grabbing the bear's neck, and with a slight force, the bear's head immediately drooped down softly. You gained 165,849 experience points. Your level has increased. Current level LV23. In less than a minute, he leveled up again. Su Chen's eyes lit up terrifyingly. After waiting for a minute in place, he was teleported to the 7th floor of the trial tower. This level featured 10 frost skeletons. These skeletons had ice attribute attacks, which would reduce one's movement speed upon contact, making them very tricky opponents. However, under Su Chen's full firepower, they couldn't last a minute. Experience points plus 188,888. This leveling speed was simply exhilarating. Truly the benefit of a level 9 guild. Su Chen swiftly advanced through 2 more levels and reached the 10th floor of the trial tower. At this point, the anomalies around the trial tower attracted more onlookers. He actually drew a swamp earth dragon-type monster? Someone couldn't help but exclaim as they watched the giant monster taking shape on the screen. Swamp earth dragon? That's a killer for melee classes, it's probably tough. A distinguished 3rd transformation mage also turned his gaze over. The 10th floor is a watershed, he needs to face a level 30 boss alone, it's probably going to be a fierce battle. He said in a deep voice, let's watch. He is likely to fail, but he already has the courage to challenge, at least proving that he is not afraid of powerful enemies. The rest of the night watchman nodded. Yes, this young man is still young, even if he fails this time, he can completely wait another month to continue the challenge. Inside the trial tower, Su Chen was unaware that he had attracted widespread attention. But even if he knew, he didn't care. Mud Swamp Dragon LV30, Lord level, in front of Su Chen, a big guy resembling a lizard, covered in mud, slowly raised its head. Roar! It opened its mouth and let out a hoarse growl. Bringing a foul wind, it lunged towards Su Chen. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, moved his feet, dodged to the side, and casually punched the Mud Swamp Dragon in the abdomen. Bang! Su Chen's punch hit the Mud Swamp Dragon, splattering countless mud spots, but it couldn't break through its defense. Reached the limit of the Green Gold Gauntlet. Su Chen frowned. The Green Gold Gauntlet was only a gold-level equipment, showing its shortcomings when facing this level 30 boss. So, Su Chen directly took off the gauntlet, stretched his neck, and made a crisp cracking sound. Rage Stack +1, current Rage Stack reaches 5 layers, pain disappears, nerve reflex speed increases by 100%. In an instant, the world in Su Chen's eyes slowed down. Hiss roar! Hit by this punch, the Mud Swamp Dragon only paused for a moment, then suddenly turned sideways and swiped a claw towards Su Chen. Too slow. Su Chen reacted quickly, stepping back while his right leg swept out, fiercely hitting the Mud Swamp Dragon's belly. Boom! Accompanied by a dull sound, the huge body of the Mud Swamp Dragon flew back several meters, struggling to get up after landing. This made many of the surrounding night watchmen shudder. The power of this kick was too terrifying, almost reaching the strength of a second-turn boxer. Not good. The Mud Swamp Dragon is changing the terrain. A third-turn mage squinted and said, "We need to finish this quickly. If the Mud Swamp Dragon completely changes the terrain to a swamp, it will be hard for him to win." The crowd couldn't help but sweat for Su Chen. However, they were soon amazed by Su Chen's actions. Boom! 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 Su Chen kept pulling the trigger. Dragon breath bullets bombarded the Mud Swamp Dragon, bursting into countless fireballs. The intense heat directly roasted the Mud Swamp Dragon's shell to a crisp, as if turning it into a sculpture. The movement of the Mud Swamp Dragon was hindered, losing its initial momentum. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly approached, and threads of fate emerged from his hand. The Mud Swamp Dragon tried to dodge, but was too slow in speed, completely being toyed with. Crash! In the next moment, the once lively Mud Swamp Dragon turned into a pile of debris. It's this move again. His profession is definitely different from the previous Harlequin. What secrets does this profession hide? Lu Keixian's mind was in a whirl. After standing in place for a while, she turned and left. Anyway, as long as Su Chen didn't do anything out of line, she didn't need to pay attention. After dealing with this Mud Swamp Dragon, Su Chen completely unleashed his skills. With the 5 layers of battle rage, he easily approached any monster below level 40, and then used the crowd to crush them. Even when monsters above level 40 appeared later, equivalent to second-turn professionals, they only slightly slowed down Su Chen's progress. Your level has increased. Current level LV25. Your level has increased. Current level LV26. Your level has increased. Current level LV27. Your level has increased. Current level LV28. Your level has increased. Current level LV29. Your level has increased. Current level LV30. As the number of floors in the trial tower increased, Su Chen's rapid level increase was accompanied by a large amount of experience gained. Finally, when he reached the 20th floor of the trial tower, Su Chen finally stopped moving. He quietly watched the hell 3-headed dog in front of him, then exited his rage state. This guy's level had reached 60, stronger than the average third transcendent professional. Although Su Chen was confident in defeating his opponent, the time and energy required were immense. The continuous battles had greatly weakened his state, so Su Chen had already considered retreating. Woof woof! As the hell 3-headed dog lunged towards him, Su Chen chose to retreat directly. Congratulations on setting a record for a first transcendent professional clearing the trial tower up to the 19th floor. You have earned 5,000 guild contribution points. Your guild contribution points have exceeded 2,000. Congratulations on unlocking privileges and obtaining the title of second-level Wandering Soul. Please leave your name on the monument. Leave a name? Su Chen's figure flashed and appeared outside the trial tower. A stream of light passed, making all his fatigue disappear. Not only that, the promotion of guild privileges also increased his overall attribute bonus from 5% to 15%. Su Chen clenched his fist, feeling his combat power had increased by at least 30%. It seems like I should raise my guild privileges when I have time, Su Chen muttered. However, he was not in a hurry to do tasks. Lu Keixian mentioned that after Li Hanshan's case was completely closed, he would receive half of the guild contribution points. Countless eyes were staring at him, but Su Chen paid no attention. He rubbed his chin and casually wrote 2 words on the monument. Buzz. The next moment, the trial tower shook violently. In the stone monument forest outside the trial tower, a brand new monument slowly rose. Guild announcement. Congratulations to Dad for challenging the trial tower for the first time and successfully passing the 19th floor. Guild announcement. Congratulations to Dad for unlocking second-level privileges and becoming a second-level wandering soul. Ha! Is this guy crazy? When asked to leave a name, he wrote that. Hearing the serious and majestic broadcast, everyone around couldn't help but laugh and cry. This was the first time someone dared to take advantage of the guild. Ahem. Suchen lightly coughed and walked towards the door without changing his expression. He didn't expect the guild to be so high-profile in its announcement. If he had known, he would have raised his seniority even higher. As he walked out, he opened the attribute panel and glanced at it. Profession, Fate Master level, 30 strength, 185 stamina, 297 intelligence, 193 agility, 165 awakening. First transcendent skills, Fate Perception, Life Rhythm, Crowd Favorite LV4, Weapon Master LV1, Battle Fury LV1 Talent, Fate Modification Fate Points, 1780 not bad. Looking at the luxurious attribute panel, Suchen nodded in satisfaction. His stamina was even close to 300, an attribute that only a typical third transcendent shield mountain could possess. Next, rest for 2 days, then go to the secret realm to level up. Try to level up a few more levels before the assessment at the Purgatory Academy, and hopefully reach level 40 to complete the second career awakening. Suchen silently planned. Some people approached him to chat, but Suchen had no interest in small talk and just made a few casual remarks. In the crowd, Luan Yuan smiled and nodded at Suchen from a distance, but his appearance made Suchen's impression of him even worse. He disliked this kind of smiling tiger who would provoke trouble if he didn't like something, even if it meant getting beaten up. What's your name? As Suchen was about to leave the sight of the crowd, the third transcendent mage suddenly asked. However, Suchen seemed to have not heard and walked straight out of the Night Watchman branch. In his opinion, useless socializing should be avoided if possible. It would be better to find some unsuspecting targets to brush up on his luck. It was already late at night when Suchen walked out of the Night Watchman branch. He strolled down the street. It seemed like it had rained before, and the surroundings were filled with the fragrance of grass mixed with the earthy scent. After the increase in intelligence attributes, it seems like the effect of the rhythm of life has also been enhanced. Suchen squinted his eyes, carefully perceiving. Thump, thump. The sound of heartbeats within a 5-kilometer radius all entered his ears, like a different kind of symphony. It seemed like that senior Fate player had given him a big gift. Not only that, his perception ability had also been qualitatively improved. Suchen tilted his head slightly, his gaze instantly locking onto the two white figures hidden on the rooftop, who were currently engaged in the great process of life continuation. Glancing sideways, the sound of a teenage girl tasting ice cream in the alley was crystal clear. In the mall, a man reached into his pocket and pressed a remote control, causing the woman opposite him to suddenly stagger. The improvement of basic attributes brings about a more comprehensive enhancement of various abilities such as physical fitness, rather than just cold data. Suchen silently quickened his pace. The city at night was too stimulating, and if he stayed any longer, he feared he wouldn't be able to resist rescuing one or two wayward girls. Back home, Suchen emptied the stock in the refrigerator in one go and made a pot of stew. After a hearty meal, he went to bed. The next day, it was still dark at 5 in the morning when Suchen sat up in bed like a carp. Sitting on a chair, he looked at the 3 boxes on the coffee table. As far as Suchen knew, during guild battles, guilds would deliberately take out valuable items from the warehouse and replace them with some junk equipment to avoid heavy losses later on. However, Suchen initiating a guild battle was a sudden event. This also meant that he was very likely to obtain good items. With some anticipation, Suchen reached out and opened the first box. Dazzling golden light appeared. A dagger emitting a cold light appeared in front of Suchen. Crimson Rose, Gold Grade, Level, 25 Type, Dagger Attribute, Agility plus 40 Durability, 150/150 Talent, Agile LV2. After wearing it, your movement speed increases by 30%, and attack speed increases by 30%. Skill, Thorn Pierce. Each of your strikes will inflict a bleeding effect that lasts for 3 minutes, stackable up to 5 layers. Good stuff. Suchen held the Thorn Rose in his hand and played with it. With the enhancement from the Weapon Master, he quickly mastered the use of the dagger in just a few minutes. A sharp sound of breaking wind could be faintly heard as he casually danced a knife flower in the air, and a sharp sound seemed to emanate from the dagger. Does the attack come with a bleeding effect? Suchen stared at the dagger, pondered for a moment, and then lightly cut his palm. Although it was just a small wound, blood kept flowing out uncontrollably. Fate Minor Event, you gain a negative effect, bleeding, losing 1 milliliter of blood per second, lasting 3 minutes. The blood dripped onto the floor, but Suchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed, this kind of negative effect can trigger the fate synopsis 100%. Su Chen pondered slightly, then activated fate modification. Fate minor event, you gain a negative effect, bleeding, losing 1 milliliter of blood per second, lasting 3 minutes. Ding! Fate minor event, you gain a negative effect, bleeding, losing 0 milliliters of blood per second, lasting 3 minutes. Fate points plus 5. In the next moment, although the wound in Su Chen's palm was still there, not a drop of blood flowed out. Doesn't this mean that I can gain 5 fate points without harm every 3 minutes? 3 minutes equals 5 points, 1 hour is 100 points, 1 day is 240 points, and 1 month is 7,200 points? Although it seems strange to occasionally give yourself a cut, these fate points are obtained for free. The more Su Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. This time, he really hit the jackpot. He was just worrying about not having enough fate points to upgrade his skills, and now it's like a pillow sent to him when he's sleepy? 3 minutes later, Su Chen repeated his old trick and made a small cut in the palm of his hand. However, this time he completed the fate modification before the blood flowed out. Fate points plus 1. Done. Seeing the increase in fate points, he completely relaxed. This method of increasing fate points is definitely a sustainable project. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen looked at the other 2 boxes. With a pop, he opened one of them. Unfortunately, it only contained a piece of ordinary bronze equipment. Su Chen picked it up, glanced at it, and threw it behind him without even checking its specific attributes. This is the last one, hopefully it's something useful, Su Chen muttered. He opened the other box. When the box lid was lifted, Su Chen was first stunned, then his face lit up with joy. A box emitting a soft white light lay quietly inside. The white light was more condensed than the light emitted by silver equipment, it was a genuine platinum equipment. Moreover, it belonged to the most special category of equipment. Shenkuan Sword Box, Platinum Grade, Level, 0 Type, Mysterious Attribute, 0 Durability, 1000/1000 Talent, Sturdy LV5. The sword box is made of special materials, extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Skill, Shenkuan Wuji, every hour, a sword energy will condense inside the sword box, with an attack power equivalent to a full force strike of a third turn swordsman. When the sword box is opened, all the sword energy will be released at once, causing devastating damage to enemies. The sword box can store up to 100 sword energies at most. Hiss! After seeing the attributes of the Shenkuan sword box, Su Chen couldn't help but sweat for Liu Keixian in his heart. If it weren't for the sudden start of the guild war, just this equipment alone could have given Liu Keixian a hard time. Releasing his sword energy equivalent to a full force strike of a third turn swordsman, and the sword box was filled with 100 sword energies. If 100 swords were released at once, not even a fourth turn would be enough to survive. Fortunately, he started the guild war in time. If Li Hanshan had been well prepared, he would definitely have used this Shenkuan sword box to deal with Liu Keixian, and she probably wouldn't even find a place to cry. Ah, this is so satisfying. Su Chen laughed 3 times, holding such a powerful equipment in his hands. This kind of killer-level equipment, if used well, could completely reverse the situation. The Hanhai Guild probably treated it as an ace in the hole. But it's a pity, it can only store 100 sword energies. If it could store an unlimited amount of sword energies, wouldn't it be great to release 1,000 swords at once? Su Chen thought absent-mindedly. He repeatedly held the Shenkuan sword box in his hands. Soon, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. If I use the threads of fate to link this equipment, connecting its fate with mine, can I trigger a special fate synopsis? Su Chen's thoughts raced, constantly pondering this possibility. If a fate synopsis describing the specific attributes of this equipment could appear, then he could forcibly change the equipment's attributes or skills through fate modification. If it really succeeded, even ordinary silver equipment could exert a terrifying effect in his hands. Thinking it, he did it. 5 invisible threads emerged between Su Chen's fingers, attempting to connect with the Shenkuan sword box. Wang soon, a strange and tingling sensation came from the Shenkuan sword box, and Su Chen felt as if he were in a hot spring. Then, the ordinary Shenkuan sword box unexpectedly emitted a soft and beautiful light, and the entire box seemed to be alive, constantly jumping. Su Chen watched this scene without blinking. He could feel that the Shenkuan sword box seemed to have some kind of connection with him. Fate minor event, you are connected to the Shenkuan sword box, greatly increasing the proficiency of this weapon. Su Chen frowned. He succeeded, but not completely. This method was indeed feasible, and it seemed to be the way the Breaker of Cocoon manipulated weapons. However, the generated fate summary was not what Su Chen wanted. Ah! Su Chen sighed softly. When in doubt, spend money. In the next moment, the fate points drastically decreased. A massive amount of fate points turned into a pair of large hands, forcibly dredging up the fate summary that Su Chen needed from countless possibilities. Fate points minus 1,500. Fate minor event, you are connected to the Qian Kuan sword box, able to consume mental power to actively condense sword energy, with the sword box able to store up to 100 sword energies. Got it! After seeing this fate summary, Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. For this fate summary, he almost depleted all his fate points. But Su Chen had no regrets, everything was worth it. Fate modification initiated. Ding! Fate minor event, you are connected to the Qian Kuan sword box, able to consume mental power to actively condense sword energy, with the sword box able to store up to 1 billion sword energies. Fate points plus 10. Wah! In an instant, the Qian Kuan sword box in Su Chen's hand burst with brilliant light, and a faint sword hum emanated from within, shaking people's souls. Up to 1 billion sword energies accumulated. Even if each sword energy only had the attack power of a third-turn swordsman, it was still extremely terrifying. Su Chen couldn't imagine the horrifying scene that would occur when the 1 billion sword energies were released. However, it was bound to be spectacular. 1 sword energy generated per hour, only 24 in a day, but after being connected by the threads of fate, I can also consume mental power to actively generate sword energy. Su Chen took a deep breath and tried to infuse mental power into the Qian Kuan sword box. 5 minutes later, he pressed his temple wearily, looking exhausted. Forget it, I'll wait for it to produce sword energy on its own before my intelligence attribute improves. Su Chen shook his head slightly. He had exerted a lot of effort just to add 1 more sword energy to the box. This thing was not meant to be used like that and was only suitable for accumulating damage over time. Resting at home until noon, Su Chen finally replenished his depleted mental power. During this time, he also checked the other 2 secrets in Qingcheng. These 2 secrets were large intermediate-level secrets suitable for professionals from the 1st to the 4th turn. Compared to the Goblin Forest, there were many more resources and dangers. This time, Su Chen was prepared to go to one of the secrets called the Rampaging Bear Plain. Downstairs, he hailed a taxi and headed straight to the entrance of the secret. This time, Su Chen did not see anyone collecting fees at the entrance. It was estimated that those who could come to the intermediate-level secrets were quite powerful and could not be handled like the novice secrets. Stepping into the entrance of the secret, in sight was a vast plain shrouded in gray mist. It was hazy here, with extremely low visibility, only faintly seeing some figures through the mist. Su Chen squinted. He had watched several videos of the Rampaging Bear Plain before coming. Unlike the cute little bears of the Black Bear Ridge, the rampaging bears here not only had stronger combat power but also far surpassed them in intelligence. They would pretend to be professionals waving in the fog, and once prey approached, the violent bear would immediately rush up and tear the target apart. Moreover, this guy likes to eat live, gnawing on the opponent 1 bite at a time while the prey is still conscious. However, for Su Chen, who possesses the rhythm of life, those beckoning in the gray fog are not violent bears, but experience points, equipment, and fate points. Su Chen charged forward suddenly, throwing a punch towards a dark figure in the mist. A very solid feedback came. Rage stack plus 1. Roar! The violent bear, in pain, roared angrily, showing its fierce fangs, and pounced with teeth and claws bared. Boom! Su Chen didn't dodge, directly clashing fists with the bear paw. Rage stack plus 1. Crack! With a muffled sound, the bear paw split open, blood flowing. The violent bear, seeing the situation was bad, wanted to escape. Su Chen's rage stack was not full yet, so how could he let it escape from his grasp? He leaped suddenly, jumping directly onto the violent bear and engaging in a struggle. Rage stack plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Battle rage reaches the 5th level, pain disappears, your nerve reflex speed increases by 100%. Boom! After the rage stack was full, Su Chen immediately distanced himself, raising his hand and firing a dragon breath blast. Fate minor event, you use a shotgun to attack the violent bear, causing minor burns to the opponent. Ding! Fate minor event, you use a shotgun to attack the violent bear, causing severe burns to the opponent. Fate points plus 20. Roar! The violent bear was engulfed by the fireball, charred all over, severely burned. Seeing this, Su Chen drew Thorn Rose and rushed over to clear the health bar with a single slash. You killed Violent Bear LV36, gained 6,540 experience points. After easily killing a violent bear, Su Chen stood still, not rushing to continue hunting. He looked at the bear's bones beneath him, lost in thought. Previously, when killing monsters in the Goblin Forest, those monsters turned to ashes directly, unlike the violent bear leaving bones behind. Also, after modifying the fate synopsis, he could still gain fate points unlike in the Goblin Forest. He speculated that this might be related to the level of the monsters. The stronger the monster, the stronger its fate, and the more fate points obtained after modification. Killing them one by one is too inefficient. Just came out of the trial tower, forgot about my specialty skill. Suchin casually cut himself, brushing fate points while maintaining the rage state through injury. Fate points plus 10. His mouth gradually curved up, rushing towards another violent bear not far away. A dragon breath shot inflicted severe damage, and a punch knocked it down directly. However, Suchin did not rush to kill this violent bear but instead sent the threads of fate into its body. Crack! With the sound of bones shattering continuously, a Lotus Ghost Thunder was completed. He. Looking at his masterpiece, Suchin smiled sinisterly. After circling around, he deliberately buried the Lotus Ghost Thunder under a small mound. He specifically set it to manual detonation to prevent some unwise professionals from coming to their deaths. After doing all this, Suchin entered the mist again, holding a dagger. Whoa! Just a few steps in, he sensed a group of Moonshadow wolves howling in the mist. The highest level in the Moonshadow wolf pack was only around level 30, much weaker than him, but the sheer number was overwhelming. Starting at 70 to 80 at a time. If it were someone else encountering this situation, they would definitely choose to detour. But Suchin didn't have so many concerns. This wolf pack was excellent material for the Lotus Ghost Thunder. Suchin's eyes completely turned dark red, a wicked smile on his lips, as he plunged into the wolf pack and began a massacre. Here, Suchin seemed to be like a master, freely slaughtering the wolf pack. Whoa! The Moonshadow wolves gathered together to charge at him, but Suchin easily dodged them. Even when the Moonshadow wolves used skills to shoot crescent-shaped energy balls, they still couldn't do anything to Suchin. He danced among the wolf pack, and the thorny roses were completely dyed red. One by one, wolf heads were cut off, crimson blood splattered the ground, quickly staining a large area of soil red. Many professionals in the distance saw this scene and were shocked by Suchin's actions. The Moonshadow wolf pack was one of the taboos of the rampaging bear plane. Although individually weaker than the rampaging bear, they were numerous in quantity. 80 Moonshadow wolves launching crescent energy waves together could easily kill 3 third-tier professionals. But in front of them, Suchin seemed as relaxed as if he were grinding low-level monsters in the goblin forest. This big shot must be a third-tier or higher assassin. His agility is simply invincible. I think he might be a thief. After all, thieves also have a path called Lifestealer. People around whispered. However, no one noticed the eerie scene that was quietly unfolding. The bodies of those Moonshadow wolves seemed to come back to life, constantly merging and piecing together into beautiful lotus flowers. Finally, after turning the last Moonshadow wolf into a Lotus Thunder, Suchin carried all 80 Lotus Thunders and left. Covered by the mist, the professionals did not see this horrifying scene, thinking that the big shot had just finished off the monsters and left. Suchin returned to the small hill and buried the Lotus Thunders one by one. A total of 82 should be enough, right? Suchin nodded slightly. He patted the blood on his body and casually chose a direction to speed off. The trap was already set, and how much profit he could gain next would depend on his aggro-pulling technique. Next, the thorny roses made a sharp sound as they fiercely stabbed the buttocks of a rampaging bear. Whoa! The rampaging bear roared in pain and jumped up, instinctively swatting backward with its hands, but missed. Boom! The bear's paw slammed on the ground, splashing gravel and dust. Ding! Fate event, you use thorny roses to attack the rampaging bear, causing a bleeding effect lasting 180 seconds. Boom! The bear's paw slammed on the ground, splashing gravel and dust. Ding! Fate event, you use thorny roses to attack the rampaging bear, causing a bleeding effect lasting 180 years. Fate points plus 10. Suchin glanced at the fate summary and quickly made the modification. Then he turned around and rushed towards the next target. As long as the bleeding effect persisted, the rampaging bears would not shift their aggro. Boom, boom, boom. Behind him, followed by a dozen rampaging bears over 10 meters tall. Each one was as strong as a small mountain, with powerful limbs that shook the ground violently as they ran, as if they could crush everything into mincemeat, sending shivers down one's spine. Huff, huff. Each behemoth panted heavily, following his footsteps, wishing to tear him apart alive. Each of them had more or less a cut on their bodies, and blood gushed out of the wounds as if it were free. Even with the terrifying physical attributes of the rampaging bears, those wounds could not heal. And the more they bled, the more they hated the figure in front of them. What's happening? Did the rampaging bears riot, causing a beast tide? The commotion caused by Suchin frightened the professionals in the secret realm. If they hadn't vaguely noticed a figure in front of the rampaging bears, most people would have fled long ago. Normally, everyone quietly hunted some lone rampaging bears, but this guy, he caused such a big commotion, dragging everyone along to their deaths. In the mist, a high-ranking professional with extraordinary temperament rubbed his eyes. Is that Su Chen? Has he gone mad? Actually provoked so many violent giant bears? Seeing Su Chen's back, Chen Wanxian was surprised and uncertain. He was a mentor at the Purgatory Academy, coming specifically for that letter of recommendation. After following Su Chen into the violent bear plane, he had intended to lead a few violent bears over to test him, but he didn't expect this guy to be even more ruthless than himself. Those dozen or so violent giant bears were probably a challenge even for third-tier professionals. Interesting. Qian Wanxian squinted his eyes, looking at Su Chen with a hint of admiration in his gaze. He liked this kind of madness. He licked his lips, a wicked thought suddenly rising in his mind. Since you want to attract monsters, then I'll help you out. Ding! Fate minor event. You use Thorn Rose to attack the violent giant bear, causing a bleeding effect lasting 180 years. Fate points plus 10. Once again attracting a violent giant bear, Su Chen quickly withdrew. However, this time he didn't run far before his high-speed movement suddenly stalled. I remember the monsters here weren't this dense, right? A woo in front, there were faint wolf howls. It was a large pack of moonshadow wolves, with at least 100 of them. And Su Chen also spotted a moonshadow wolf king. Doesn't matter, I'm going for it this time. Su Chen thought to himself. With over 20 violent giant bears behind him, plus the more than 100 moonshadow wolves in front of him, if he could take them all down, the rewards would be unimaginable. Thinking this, Su Chen tiptoed, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he had appeared next to the nearest moonshadow wolf. Swish! Thorn Rose flew out once again. The moonshadow wolf was clearly awakened. Seeing a human intruding into the wolf's den, it immediately roared in anger, baring its fangs and pouncing. Su Chen sneered, leaping up suddenly. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, the dagger accurately pierced the moonshadow wolf. Ding! Fate minor event. You use Thorn Rose to attack the moonshadow wolf, causing a bleeding effect lasting 180 seconds. Ding! Fate minor event. You use Thorn Rose to attack the moonshadow wolf, causing a bleeding effect lasting 180 years. Fate points plus 10. After easily marking a moonshadow wolf, Su Chen didn't stop, continuing towards the depths of the wolf's den. Wolves were vengeful creatures, with a strong sense of territory. Just as Su Chen ran a few steps, dozens of moonblades came slashing towards him. These moonblades were not like the level 20 moonshadow wolves he had encountered before. Each one was powerful enough to cut even golden equipment into pieces. Is he crazy? Seeing Su Chen's crazy actions, even Chen Wanxian, who had seen many geniuses and monsters, felt a sense of knowledge gap and doubt. Daring to charge into a large pack of moonshadow wolves at level 30, why? Does he know I'm here? Seeing those dozens of moonblades, Chen Wanxian clenched his fists, ready to rush over and save him at any moment. Su Chen remained unfazed, even though the space had been sealed off by those moonblades, leaving him with no chance to dodge. The future 3 seconds of the scene appeared before him. A total of 56 moonblades came whistling towards him, engulfing Su Chen directly. Fate minor event. You are attacked by 56 moonblades, with no way to escape, and are hit head-on. Seeing the summary of fate, Su Chen's brain raced. The first option, change the number, 56 to 06. Or change no way to escape to there is a way to escape is also good. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen came up with 2 ways to resolve the current situation. However, he was not very satisfied. Ding! Fate minor event. You are attacked by 56 mooncakes, with no way to escape, and are hit head-on. When those crescent moons spun and arrived in front of Su Chen, there was no sign at all. 56 crescent moons instantly turned into 56 mooncakes. Su Chen's mouth curled up, allowing the mooncakes to hit him, and he charged straight towards the center of the wolf pack where the Wolf King was. What the heck? Qian Wanxian's hand, which had just been raised, suddenly stopped in midair. How did he do it? Material transformation? Or reality manipulation? As soon as the words came out, Qian Wanxian slapped himself hard. What does this guy have to do with the skills after the 6th transformation? He's only level 30, just completed the first transformation. At this point, Qian Wanxian completely stopped underestimating Su Chen. He didn't expect that such a character could appear in this small place. Not only was he calm and composed in the face of challenges, but he also dared to challenge himself, with some actions even incomprehensible to him as a 5th-level professional. I want to see what other incomprehensible actions you can come up with. Qian Wanxian sat down where he was, carefully watching every move Su Chen made. What are you doing? However, not long after, he exclaimed again in his mouth. Su Chen broke through the blockade of mooncakes and rushed into the wolf pack. The moonshadow wolf pack was obviously stunned by this sudden change. How did the attacks that had cost almost half of their mental energy suddenly turn into food? Howl! The Moonshadow Wolf King stared at the figure charging towards it, emitting a low and angry roar from its mouth, its body slightly arched, as if it could pounce at any moment to bite Su Chen's neck. Su Chen paid no attention to the warning of the Moonshadow Wolf King and engaged in a fight with it. Seeing this, the other Moonshadow Wolves were about to come forward to help, but they were attracted by the commotion behind Su Chen. The group of raging giant bears made their eyes instantly serious. Although they didn't know why these raging giant bears were collectively attacking them, the Moonshadow Wolves did not hesitate, leaving the Wolf King with Su Chen and striding towards the raging giant bears. It seems we need to end this quickly. Su Chen bent down, skillfully avoiding the Wolf King's pounce, and took a quick look at the battle of the Moonshadow Wolf Pack. In just one clash, several Moonshadow Wolves were killed and eaten by the raging giant bears. If he didn't act quickly, the final harvest would definitely be much less. Su Chen tightly held the thorn rose in his right hand, trying to find an opportunity to strike the Moonshadow Wolf King. But this guy was just too agile. Lord-level monster attributes were already high, and the Moonshadow Wolf King's skills leaned towards speed. Even if Su Chen was filled with rage, it was difficult to match the opponent's speed. Ayo! The Moonshadow Wolf King roared again, a strong light burst from its body, and a round moon appeared above its head. Under the moonlight, the Moonshadow Wolf King's speed suddenly doubled. Even Su Chen could only see fragments passing by. His fate perception automatically activated. His gaze involuntarily turned to his right leg. In the future scene, a Moonshadow Wolf rushed forward and tore off a piece of flesh from his leg. If Su Chen's stamina wasn't so high, this bite might have taken his entire right leg. Medium fate event: you are bitten by the Moonshadow Wolf King, severely injured. Seeing the summary of fate, the redness in Su Chen's eyes deepened. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Fate modification activated. Ding! Medium fate event: you bite off a piece of flesh from the Moonshadow Wolf King, severely injured. The next second, the Moonshadow Wolf King's figure teleported in front of Su Chen. Its huge mouth opened, sharp fangs approaching Su Chen's right leg. However, just as it viciously bit down, it found that it had missed. Ha! Where did this despicable human go? The Moonshadow Wolf King looked around. At this moment, a sudden intense pain came from below. Ow! 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 Woof woof woof. It quickly turned its head to look at its wolf leg. Su Chen, with red eyes, bit down hard on its thigh and then violently tore off a large piece of flesh. Blood flowed down his mouth. At this moment, Su Chen looked like a ferocious demon. This eerie scene made the Moonshadow Wolf King's heart tremble. It quickly twisted its body, trying to get rid of Su Chen. But just as it was about to create some distance, a short dagger cut through its wound, opening a more than 1 meter long gash. Blood gushed out from the wound. The Moonshadow Wolf King bared its teeth, glanced back at Su Chen, wanting to attack this despicable guy, but forcibly held back the urge. Fate event: you use Thorn Rose to add a bleeding effect to the Moonshadow Wolf King, increasing its hatred towards you slightly. Su Chen smiled slightly. Fate modification initiated. Ding! Fate event: you use Thorn Rose to add a bleeding effect to the Moonshadow Wolf King, significantly increasing its hatred towards you. Ow! The Moonshadow Wolf King's eyes turned completely red. A surge of rage instantly scattered all its rationality, howling as it charged towards Su Chen. All the surrounding Moonshadow Wolves were also attracted by this howl, ceasing their attacks on the rampaging giant bear and charging towards Su Chen. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, Su Chen hurriedly started running. Hundreds of Moonshadow Wolves and more than 20 rampaging giant bears chased after him. The scene was extremely spectacular, like a level 10 earthquake. The professional teams passing by were all stunned, standing still. In this situation, no one dared to approach. What the hell did this guy do to provoke so many monsters to chase after him? Did he steal the treasure guarded by these monsters? Everyone was puzzled. But there were still some who were not afraid of death, hanging far behind the chasing group, hoping to gain some benefits. What is this guy trying to do? Qian Wanqian rubbed his chin, very puzzled by Su Chen's actions. Since entering the secret realm, Su Chen had been deliberately attracting the monsters' hatred. By now, the monsters he had attracted were at a scale that required a third-tier professional team to deal with. Qian Wanqian was very curious, how did this guy plan to deal with this group of monsters? With a swish, several crescent moons whistled past Su Chen's side. Su Chen just swayed his body slightly, easily dodging them. The Moonshadow Wolf King launched a sneak attack from behind, but ended up crashing into a tree trunk without even touching Su Chen's sleeve, taking a few steps back. The Moonshadow Wolf King's eyes widened, even more ferocious. But no matter how it attacked, it couldn't touch Su Chen at all. His speed surpassed the limit, completely different from before. However, such a cool operation also came at a price. Fate points minus 50. Fate points minus 50. Looking at the reduced fate points, Su Chen felt a pang of heartache. If he didn't hurry to the small mound, the fate points he had accumulated would probably be depleted. After entangling with the Moonshadow Wolf King for half a minute, Su-Chen finally saw the small mound where he had buried the Lotus Thunder. However, just as he was about to approach, a fireball suddenly flew towards him. "This is the base camp of our iceberg team, stop right there." Over a dozen figures suddenly appeared in front of Su-Chen, with a mage speaking and unceremoniously casting a fireball spell at Su-Chen. "Get lost." Su-Chen's face turned cold. Without any hesitation, he directly resisted the fireball spell with his body. Boop! When the fireball hit Su-Chen, the expected explosion did not occur. Instead, it burst like a soap bubble. "Are you a second-tier shield mountain?" The mage's face changed drastically. The situation just now was clearly due to this person's excessive physical strength, which caused the spell to be forcibly suppressed. "Let me say it again, get out of the way quickly, or you will regret it." Su-Chen did not slow down, rushing towards the team of Ice Mountain. Boastful. "Even if you are a second-turn shield mountain, so what? Let me tell you, even if it's the Heavenly King himself, don't think." A swordsman with his hands on his hips, with an unfriendly tone, but before he could finish his words, he felt unstable standing. Immediately after, there was a sense of earth shaking and mountain moving. Huge monsters the size of small mountains rushed towards here. "What the heck?" The team looked up and instantly felt their souls shudder. It's over. Everyone was instantly shrouded in the shadow of death. Normally, their team would need to prepare for half a month just to hunt down a raging giant bear. And now, at a glance, there were at least 20 raging giant bears. Moreover, around the raging giant bears were a large number of Moonshadow wolves. The threat of the Moonshadow wolf pack was far greater than that of the raging giant bears. But now, the two overlords of the raging bear plains actually stopped fighting each other and chased after one person together? Did this guy wipe out the monster's home base? Otherwise, why would so many monsters want to kill him? Boom! The herd ran past, stirring up a sandstorm. Not dead? The members of the Ice Mountain team looked at each other, their eyes filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Tears welled up in their eyes as they all looked towards the direction of the charging herd. There, Su-Chen had already stopped, standing tall and straight, giving off a feeling of being as calm as Mount Tai despite the chaos. What a ruthless person! The members of the Ice Mountain team were dumbfounded. The other professionals who had followed along the way also looked puzzled. Why did this guy suddenly stop? Can't run anymore? It's a pity for this handsome guy, he will probably be devoured by the monsters in no time. Countless invisible threads emerged between Su-Chen's 5 fingers, activating a total of 82 Lotus Thunder formations one by one. The Moonshadow Wolf King at the forefront seemed to sense something, a hint of clarity flashing in its crimson eyes. However, just as it slowed down, it was forcibly pushed forward by the raging giant bear behind it. No, this despicable human is definitely up to something, we must run quickly. It panicked, but the monsters behind it crowded together, not giving it a chance to escape. Watching the scene before him, Su-Chen's hands trembled slightly. It was not fear or nervousness, but rather overwhelming excitement. After all, this was the first drama he had directed. "Take your positions, let's begin," he shouted lowly, clenching his palm tightly. Bang 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 bang! In an instant, a violent commotion erupted within 100 meters around him, dust flying, the earth shaking, as if doomsday had arrived. Roar howl accompanied by extremely mournful screams, brilliant lotus patterns bloomed. Each lotus contained the life of a monster, even their souls were sublimated to the extreme. At this moment, Su-Chen brought them to their respective peaks. The scorching blue lotus blossomed from the mud, flames and lightning intertwined, dazzling and illuminating the night sky. The Moonshadow Wolf King was blown to pieces, struggling to charge towards Su-Chen, wanting to take this despicable human with it before dying. Bang! Su-Chen's expression remained unchanged as a blood-red lotus bloomed under the Moonshadow Wolf King's feet, turning it into ashes. You have killed Moonshadow Wolf King LV45, experience points plus 26,806. You have killed Raging Giant Bear LV31, experience points plus 6,548. You have killed Moonshadow Wolf LV30, experience points plus 4,560. Your level has increased. Current level LV31. Kill you. The power of each Lotus Thunder was approaching that of a level 40 fireball spell, and under Su-Chen's control, they detonated in succession, multiplying their power once again. A series of mournful wails spread throughout the area, shaking the hearts of every professional. They felt a chill run down their spine, their souls trembling. The visual and auditory impact of this scene was so immense that it left everyone frozen in place. So that's how it is. Qian Wanqian's expression was complex. He finally understood Su-Chen's plan. The recommendation letter did not specify Su-Chen's profession, but now, seeing the lotus flowers bloom, he knew. However, he was not deterred by the fact that Su Chen was a harbinger of doom. Instead, his interest grew stronger. This kid must be recruited into the Purgatory Academy. As the smoke cleared and the light faded, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a ruin intertwined with charred blackened blood. Damn! Wow, what skill is this? It's even more awesome than a 4th rank mage. This guy is so cool, so handsome, I want to marry him, sob. All the professionals were amazed, their eyes fixed on the distant dust. Su Chen bowed slightly, as if taking a bow. At this moment, he finally understood why the skill was called Allure of the Masses. Your level has increased. Current level, 37. Profession, Harbinger of Doom level, 37 strength, 256 stamina, 367 intelligence, 253 agility, 237 awakening. First rank skills, Fate Perception, Rhythm of Life, Allure of the Masses LV4, Weapon Master LV1, Battle Fury LV1 Talent, Fate Modification Fate Points, 780. A splendid performance that directly raised him by 7 levels. This was an effect that ordinary professionals might not achieve even after a whole year of hard work. Su Chen's gaze fixed on the last message, a faint smile on his lips. The sharp rise in level brought a significant increase in basic attributes, making his mood even more joyful. The feeling of this power belonging to himself was truly great. However, his gains were far from over. With a slight sway of his figure, he arrived near the corpse of the Moonshadow Wolf King. A piece of platinum equipment lay quietly there. Moonshadow Cape, Platinum Grade, Level, 40 Type, Upper Garment Attribute, Defense increased by 50% Durability, 300 Talent, Moonlight, when worn, you will be shrouded in moonlight, increasing spell resistance by 30% and movement speed by 30%. Skill, Twilight Barrier LV4, summons a barrier that blocks a fatal attack once, then disappears. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Su Chen's eyes lit up. The attributes of this Moonshadow Cape were very good, providing a significant boost to defense. The only downside was that his current level was not high enough to use this equipment. Su Chen was not in a hurry and temporarily stored the Moonshadow Cape, planning to wear it when he reached level 40. Then, he looked towards where the other monsters had fallen. Golden and white light flickered, along with the monsters turned into Lotus Thunders. He harvested over 200 monsters at once, dropping at least 20 pieces of equipment. Most of them were golden equipment, while the rest were some silver equipment and rare materials. Su Chen also found a skill book among them. He picked up the skill book to examine it. Storm Magic, Golden Grade, Level, 35 Profession, Mage Enchanter Barrier Master Description, Summon a storm to destroy enemies. The power of the storm depends on the chanting time, up to 60 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. It's a wide-range killing skill. Su Chen shook his head slightly. This thing looked good, but he couldn't learn it. The puppeteer belongs to the mysterious department and can only obtain skills through the pathways after professional awakening. Sir, can we make a deal? At this moment, a middle-aged man carrying a basket walked up to Su Chen. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, looked at the other person for a while, and asked, "What kind of deal?" The merchant licked his chapped lips and chuckled. Several other professionals in similar attire nearby, seeing their colleague being one step ahead, raised their middle fingers and cursed silently. "I am a traveling merchant from the Favorable Wind Trading Company. You can trade anything you want." With that, the merchant put down the basket and handed Su Chen a tablet, saying, "You can choose freely on it." Okay. Su Chen took the tablet and examined it carefully. He had learned about these professionals at school. They would appear in various major secret realms, not hunting monsters themselves but trading after strong individuals killed the secret realm monsters. Su Chen was not in a hurry to pick up the dropped equipment, as no one dared to play tricks under his watchful eyes. The tablet was obviously used specifically for exchanging currency and various items. Su Chen searched for a while and quickly found his target. Wisdom Source Stone, Platinum Grade, Level, 0 Attribute, 0 Durability. Talent, Light of Wisdom. After wearing the Light of Wisdom, you will permanently gain 1 point of mental power every 10 days. Price, 1.5 billion. Su Chen's gaze lingered on the introduction of the Wisdom Source Stone, not moving for a long time. "Sir, are you interested in this item?" The merchant timely approached and glanced at the tablet before saying, "Although mental power is not directly reflected in your profession, it is essential for any profession. Its importance is self-evident for long-range professionals, especially for someone as powerful as you. I believe that after you possess it, your strength will definitely improve." He skillfully flattered, but Su Chen remained unmoved. "It's too expensive." Su Chen shook his head slightly. "Although this item can permanently increase mental power, the time it takes is too long. With this money, I could buy some potions to drink and improve faster, couldn't I?" Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the merchant was momentarily speechless. The Wisdom Source Stone was not originally intended for ordinary professionals, it was usually bought by some big shots to cultivate their descendants. After all, as Suchin said, gaining 1 point of mental power every 10 days was far less efficient than spending millions on potions for improvement. The merchant's eyes flickered, then he forced a bitter smile. Alright, if you really want it, I'll consider it a loss and trade it with you as a friend. You just need to exchange it with these equipment on the ground and that skill book. Is that so? After pondering for a moment, Suchin nodded. Deal, but there is one piece of equipment I need. He walked to the side, took off the silver wolf war boots under his feet, and put on a pair of gray-black leather boots. He could do without the pile of equipment, but these golden grade war boots provided a significant boost for him and had to be kept. Earth boots, golden grade, level 32 type, boots attribute, agility plus 40 durability, 160/160 talent, sprint LV3, after wearing, your movement speed increases by 35%. Skill, charge LV3, your movement speed increases by 100% for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Once the earth boots were worn, a sense of lightness spread throughout his body, and Suchen felt a familiar connection with the ground under his feet. With a few casual steps, a strong wind was stirred up. After activating the skill, even if the Moonshadow Wolf King exerted all its strength, it could only be left behind by him. No problem, just a pair of golden boots, let's consider it making friends. The merchant wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded repeatedly. He turned around, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift up. Afraid that Su Chen would regret it, he quickly reached into the backpack. Then, a shimmering ice blue wisdom source stone was handed to Su Chen. Su Chen also handed the skill book to the merchant. He didn't count how many pieces of equipment exploded this time, but judging from the merchant's expression, he definitely didn't lose out in this trade. Of course, Su Chen didn't lose out either. As a platinum equipment, the wisdom source stone is sure to trigger the appearance of the fate synopsis. By then, his mental power will probably increase by more than just 1 point. Su Chen smiled brightly and bid farewell to the merchant. Both parties in this trade got what they wanted and were satisfied. Only 3 levels left until the second professional awakening, getting closer. Su Chen wore the wisdom source stone close to his body, and in a flash, he disappeared from everyone's sight. The onlookers stared at the traces he left behind, with a hint of reminiscence on their faces. Blood Lotus, could this guy's profession be a fate weaver? At this moment, someone in the crowd voiced their confusion. Fate weaver? Upon hearing his words, most professionals immediately froze. Then, everyone's breath paused, sending shivers down their spines. Yes, that iconic lotus pattern clearly belonged to the Fate Weaver who had caused sensational bloodshed in the past. How come this high-risk professional hasn't been controlled? Shouldn't he be locked up and brainwashed? Exactly, if he suddenly goes berserk, won't Qingcheng be in danger? I wonder what the Night Watchmen are up to, awakening such a professional and not keeping a close eye on him, letting him roam the secret realm freely. The crowd began to criticize Su Chen one after another, as if doing so could dispel the fear in their hearts. At this moment, a few figures in black cloaks quietly retreated from the crowd, their eyes carrying a deep meaning. After leaving the merchant, Su Chen continued to navigate through the secret realm, occasionally defeating 1 or 2 raging giant bears and turning them into lotus thunder traps. However, as he delved deeper into the secret realm, Su Chen gradually sensed that something was amiss. In the depths of the raging bear plain, the figures of the raging giant bears were becoming scarce, and the level of each raging giant bear was gradually increasing. However, from the feedback of the rhythm of life, the life flames symbolizing the raging bears were burning fiercely, constantly releasing an emotion called fear. What could make these level 40 raging giant bears afraid? Su Chen stopped in his tracks, not venturing further. Unusual occurrences must have a cause, and the raging bear plain is home to monsters as high as level 80. His current strength might not be enough to deal with such beings. However, just as Su Chen turned around, preparing to continue with a grand performance on the outskirts, boom! The entire world trembled. Then, countless giant shadows rushed towards him from a distance. Su Chen struggled to stabilize his figure and looked up. Raging Giant Bear LV-45, Elite, Raging Giant Bear LV-47, Elite. In his sight, there were raging giant bears as tall as 10-story buildings. They formed a dense mass, rushing towards him like a tide, with a terrifying momentum. Where they passed, the earth shattered, and nothing survived. Hiss! Even Su Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling his scalp tingle. He couldn't understand why these normally inner area-dwelling bears were collectively charging towards the outer perimeter of the secret realm. Could it be? Is this the assessment of the Purgatory Academy? Su Chen pondered for a moment and quickly recalled the letter of recommendation he had submitted earlier. When chatting with Lu Keixian, she had mentioned that the Purgatory Academy liked to conduct assessments by sending monsters to attack the entrance in the secret realm. Such sudden events could indeed quickly demonstrate a professional's overall qualities. Right, these violent bears are in fear, probably forced over by the high-level professionals of the Purgatory Academy. After observing for a moment, Su Chen became more certain of his speculation. What? However, at this moment, Chen Wanxian stared wide-eyed, full of confusion, and asked, "When did I force monsters to come over?" Moreover, even if the assessment at the Purgatory Academy is difficult, they wouldn't arrange such a hellish difficulty level for the candidates, right? He suddenly stood up, his gaze piercing through the layers of gray mist, looking towards the depths of the secret realm. Not good. The violet bears are rioting collectively, this is a sign of a beast tide. In his eyes, it was not just Su Chen's position that was being attacked by the bear group, but all the violent bears within the secret realm were running madly outward. Damn it, luckily I followed this kid, otherwise things would be in chaos. Chen Wanxian hurriedly set off towards the depths of the secret realm. As for Su Chen, he had no time to manage now. Once these violent bears broke through the blockade of the secret realm and arrived in the city, the resulting damage would be immeasurable. At the same time, Su Chen gave up running away and activated the rhythm of life. Over 100 elite-level raging giant bears? Indeed, it is a difficult assessment. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Without preparation, even he couldn't deal with so many raging giant bears at once. This battle was tough. However, Su Chen had never been afraid of challenges. His talent was meant to create miracles. At this moment, all the professionals on the violent bear plane also noticed something unusual. Whether it was the violent bears, moonshadow wolves, or other monsters, they were all running madly towards the exit of the secret realm. Their behavior looked extremely terrified, even ignoring the professionals chasing after them. What the hell are these damn guys going crazy for? Someone in the secret realm couldn't help but curse loudly. As soon as he spoke, a deafening explosion and rumbling came from ahead. A fireball soared into the sky, dispersing the surrounding mist slightly. At this moment, everyone could finally see the countless violent bear group that stretched as far as the eye could see. Damn! It's a beast tide. Run fast! A chaotic roar echoed from all corners, and then the professionals in the secret realm turned and fled, looking as if they wished they had never been born. It was a race against time at this moment. If they ran too slowly, they wouldn't even leave a bone behind. Run fast! There's a beast tide on the violent bear plane. The first professional to reach the exit of the secret realm was a thief with excellent escape abilities. Just before leaving the secret realm, he informed the guard troops of the situation here. Unlike low-level secret realms like the Goblin Forest, the violent bear plane was not managed by the guild but directly controlled by the Night Watchman branch. Upon hearing this terrifying news, the on-duty Night Watchman immediately reported it. The piercing alarm sounded throughout the secret realm. All professionals evacuate the violent bear plane immediately. All professionals evacuate the violent bear plane. Emergency recruitment. Combat professionals of second rank or above, please join the guard troops immediately. In an instant, the emergency plan was activated at the exit of the secret realm, mobilizing a team of 1,000 people. Not only that, the Night Watchman branch outside the secret realm also quickly went into operation. In the mission hall, dozens or even hundreds of tasks marked in red and bold appeared. Countless Night Watchmen accepted the tasks and headed to the violent bear plane. The City Lord's mansion was also alarmed, and the Deputy City Lord personally led a group of elite soldiers to rush to the secret realm. For a while, the interior of the city became much emptier. These raging giant bears rarely leave their territory. What could be the reason for this riot? The City Lord frowned, his face dark. What reason? What other reason could there be for the riot in the secret realm? The Willow Sparrow Fairy bluntly retorted, I told you earlier, let's first capture Li Hansan and interrogate him slowly. You insisted on following procedures, and now look where we are? The City Lord was left speechless. Indeed, there was almost always the shadow of the Adventurers Guild behind every secret realm disturbance, and this time was likely no exception. Well, that's true. But what if Li Hansan is not with the Adventurers Guild? Wouldn't we be wrongly accusing an innocent person? The City Lord said with a troubled expression. The evidence is right in front of you, accusing the Bull Demon of wrongdoing? The Willow Sparrow Fairy slammed the table, resembling an enraged vermilion bird. The City Lord fell silent. Forget it, since it has already happened, there's no point in hindsight. He shook his head inside, then turned to his advisor. How far along are we with the situation? Below, the advisor quickly reported, the rampaging giant bears on the violent bear plains, along with other monsters, are all charging towards the secret realm exit. They have already breached the outer defenses of the secret realm and are close to the final line of defense at the exit. So fast? And You said all of them? The city lord's heart skipped a beat. This wave of attacks was too brutal, even more terrifying than the beast tide he encountered last time. After all, the monster disturbance he faced a few years ago only involved a few hundred creatures. This time, there were tens of thousands. Moreover, there were 2 level 80 violent bears among them, equivalent to a 4th-tier professional. Once they entered the city, it would be a catastrophic disaster. The advisor nodded. Based on the guard forces we have now, we can probably hold off the violent bears for 30 minutes. 30 minutes. The city lord frowned, then looked at the Willow Sparrow Fairy, his eyes conveying a clear message. Only he and the Willow Sparrow Fairy could deal with the 2 level 80 violent bears, as the leaders of the other 2 4th-tier guilds were support professionals and could not be of much help. They had to stop the monsters within the secret realm at any cost. Let's go. What are you waiting for? The Willow Sparrow Fairy raised an eyebrow and left the city lord's mansion ahead of him. Her steps were somewhat urgent, because she had just checked the list of entrants for the secret realm today, and Su Chen's name was on it. The 2 of them moved at an extremely fast pace and had already rushed into the secret realm in less than a minute. At this moment, in front of each line of defense, there were countless monsters whose features were indiscernible in the darkness. The Willow Sparrow Fairy's eyes quickly scanned the crowd, but she did not find any trace of Su Chen. Are all the professionals in the secret realm here? She asked the night watchman in charge of managing the secret realm. He was a level 3 night wanderer. In response to the Willow Sparrow Fairy's question, he quickly replied, "They are all here. Those who are not here did not make it out." Upon hearing this, the Willow Sparrow Fairy bit her lip, her heart trembling slightly. Did not make it out. When Su Chen and she parted ways, they were only level 30, and it was impossible for them to survive among the tens of thousands of violent bears. "I see," she murmured, looking somewhat absent-minded. "Your friend is not here?" the night wanderer suddenly asked. The Willow Sparrow Fairy did not respond but instead focused on the front line. The millions of people in Qingcheng needed strong protectors like her. In times of crisis, there was no time to consider personal emotions. We just discovered that there are no high-level violent bears appearing in the northeast corner. Seeing the Willow Sparrow Fairy's silence, the night wanderer continued, through surveillance devices, it seems that there is a professional holding off the front line, stopping the violent bears above level 40. That person is quite powerful and has relieved us of a lot of pressure. At these words, the Willow Sparrow Fairy suddenly turned her head. Project the image. Okay, the night wanderer nodded. After a series of operations, an aerial view image appeared in front of everyone. Zoom in, I want to see his face. The Willow Sparrow Fairy urged again. The night wanderer complied, and soon, Su Chen's face appeared on the screen. It's Su Chen. Upon seeing Su Chen on the screen, Lu Keixian's pupils suddenly contracted, and the hand holding the hem of her clothes involuntarily loosened. Although Su Chen's temperament had changed somewhat and his strength far exceeded before, his gaze remained the same. His expression was indifferent, as if he was facing just a pile of ordinary monsters. However, professionals who often dealt with monsters knew that each of the berserk giant bears in front of Su Chen exceeded level 40. They required a team of second-tier professionals to deal with. And now, he was single-handedly holding off over 100 of them. He's only at the first tier, right? How can he deal with so many level 40 berserk bears? Even the lord of the city was shocked. He had only learned a few days ago that there was someone in the city who had awakened as a fate master, but he never expected that in just a few days, he would grow to this extent. In the scene, Su Chen moved among the group of berserk bears, wielding a blood-red short dagger, occasionally cutting open a wound on the bears, causing blood to gush out continuously. Strangely, the berserk bears that were slashed by the dagger gave up running towards the exit of the secret realm and instead turned to attack Su Chen directly. This is a method to draw hate? The lord's eyes lit up. The most terrifying thing about a beast tide is the number. If the group of beasts could be dispersed and defeated one by one, these tens of thousands of monsters would not be a big deal at all. Roar! Su Chen kept dodging and narrowly avoiding the bear's paw strikes and bites, making everyone's heart skip a beat. Boom! After confirming that all the berserk bears had no intention of leaving, Su Chen suddenly changed his position and fired the first shot. The dragon breath bullet roared out and pierced through the tough armor of the berserk bear, shattering its heart in front of everyone's eyes. This shot caused the hearts of all the professionals present to skip a beat. A flame of hope, along with the fireball formed by the dragon breath bullet, quietly bloomed. You have killed the berserk giant bear LV-41, gaining 13,580 experience points. Fate points plus 20. A berserk bear was instantly killed by Su Chen's manipulation of fate. However, the fall of this berserk bear did not affect Su Chen's situation at all. Hundreds of berserk bears continued to charge towards him frantically. Boom! After dodging a paw strike, Su-Chen didn't even look back as he fired another shot. Fate Minor Event, you use a shotgun to hit a berserk giant bear. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you use a shotgun to kill a berserk giant bear. Fate points plus 20. Along with the roar of the dragon breath bullet swallowing a berserk bear, Su-Chen exerted his strength again, moving through the attacks of countless berserk bears. However, there is always a risk when walking by the river. Su-Chen saw a future scene in front of him. It was a huge bear paw shining with a metallic luster. Fate Minor Event, you are knocked away by the berserk giant bear, receiving minor injuries. Seeing the summary of fate, Su-Chen immediately began to modify it. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you knock away the berserk giant bear, receiving minor injuries. The next moment, the paw of the berserk giant bear came whistling towards him, but Su-Chen, contrary to his usual behavior, did not dodge and instead struck back at it. Bang! The two palms collided, but the result surprised everyone. The berserk bear was directly knocked away by Su-Chen's palm, causing blood to spurt all over its body. There are still too many of them, Su-Chen frowned. At this point, he couldn't create the Lotus Thunder Trap, as the attacks from the berserk bears were too dense. He hesitated whether to take out the Qiankuan sword box. But once the sword box was opened, all the stored sword energy inside would be depleted. Using over 100 third-tier sword energies here seemed a bit wasteful. Su-Chen, can you hear me? Just as Su-Chen was hesitating, a familiar voice came from the sky. Ha! Is that the vacuum lady teacher? Su-Chen blurted out subconsciously. Lu Keixian was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood the meaning behind Su-Chen's words. She lowered her head and blushed, a flush spreading from her neck to her ears. What nonsense are you talking about, brat? Ahem. She cleared her throat and said seriously, I don't have time to chat with you now. What method did you use to attract the hatred of the rampaging bears? Why can't we get these guys' attention? Ha! This time it was Su-Chen's turn to be stunned. He pondered Lu Keixian's words repeatedly and finally came to a conclusion. Don't I have the rampaging bears here? Su-Chen asked tentatively. Lu Keixian, of course. What do you think? Su-Chen thought while images of rampaging bears attacking flashed through his mind. So, the whole rampaging bear plane is in trouble? Exactly, it's a beast tide. Although the reason is unclear, all the monsters on the rampaging bear plane are running wild now. The pressure on our defense is too great, we must divert them first. At that moment, a stranger's voice was heard. Su-Chen felt the voice sounded familiar, like he had heard it on TV before. Did that person cause all the monsters on the rampaging bear plane to go berserk just to test me? Su-Chen pondered. Impossible, right? Unless that person is crazier than me. By process of elimination, perhaps some kind of mutation occurred in the rampaging bear plane after he entered, triggering the beast tide? Classmate, the situation is urgent now. Once the monsters break through the defense line, the millions of people behind us will be in danger. Please help us, the Lord of the city said earnestly. As for the method to attract hatred, maybe I can try this. Su-Chen frowned and thought. He used fate modification to change the degree of hatred the rampaging bears had towards him, a method that was not universally applicable. However, it seemed there was still room for maneuver. A hint of madness flashed in Su-Chen's eyes. Let's play big if we're going to play. How about it? Any ideas? The Lord's urgent voice rang out again. I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee success. Su-Chen nodded. Do you need us to assist you? No, can you project my image and voice to the rampaging bears over there? No problem. Soon, Su-Chen's figure appeared throughout the secret realm. Boom! 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 He held a large caliber shotgun and fired several shots, temporarily driving back the rampaging bears in front of him. At the same time, the sound of gunfire attracted the attention of all the rampaging bears in the secret realm. Watching this scene, everyone felt puzzled. Can this method really help them? What does Su-Chen plan to do? Fate Minor Event, you attract the attention of all rampaging bears by firing a gun, causing them to feel annoyed towards you. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you attract the attention of all rampaging bears by firing a gun, causing them to feel agitated towards you. Fate points plus 20. Roar! In the instant the fate modification was completed, all the rampaging bears stood up and roared at Su-Chen's projection. They seemed to be stimulated by something, some even directly attacking the projection. It's working! Everyone watched the scene, not knowing how Su-Chen did it, but at least it showed some effect. The frontline rampaging bears were attracted by the projection, greatly relieving the pressure. The professionals who had been disrespectful to Su-Chen due to their occupations before now silently lowered their heads. A strong sense of guilt rose in their hearts. It seems we misunderstood him. This fate master is different from the one before, we shouldn't confuse him with that madman. I was wrong, can I make it up to you? You're dreaming. The wise judge actions, not intentions. Regardless of Su Chen's reasons for fighting against this group of rampaging bears, he had truly helped everyone. If we continue at this pace, the number of people who die due to the beast tide will definitely be reduced by more than 50%. However, just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Su Chen once again dumbfounded everyone. Keep an eye on all the rampaging bears. Suddenly, he rushed towards a rampaging bear, leaped up, and shot its head. This brutal scene immediately caught everyone's attention. Roar! Seeing their kind die tragically, the anger that had already risen in all the rampaging bears became even more intense. Some lower-ranking rampaging bears even abandoned their original targets and turned back to find Su Chen. Enough! Su Chen, stop provoking the rampaging bears! Lu Keixian hurriedly shouted. However, Su Chen seemed to be oblivious, agilely leaping and landing on the shoulder of another rampaging bear that was about to strike him. Boom! Immediately, without hesitation, he shot and shattered the rampaging bear's skull. Roar! In that instant, the bear's roar shook the entire secret realm. Fate minor event. All rampaging bears harbor moderate hatred towards you. Seeing the summary of fate appear, Su Chen once again added fuel to the fire. Ding! Fate minor event. All rampaging bears harbor intense hatred towards you. Teasing fate points plus 10,000. This sudden burst of energy instantly ignited all the raging giant bears. Their anger completely overshadowed their fear, and one by one, they roared and turned back, determined to tear Su Chen apart. Why did I get so many fate points this time? Su Chen was also taken aback, but it was because of this sudden influx of a large number of fate points. A total of 10,000 points. More than all the fate points he had received combined. Seeing this, Su Chen did not hesitate and immediately invested all this windfall into battle fury. Next, he was about to face a fierce battle. In order to survive the monsters in the entire rampaging bear plain, he not only needed a solid plan but also sufficient strength. Su Chen dared not linger for a moment and rushed straight towards the depths of the secret realm. Fate points minus 8,000. Battle Fury LV1 upgraded to Battle Fury LV7. Battle Fury LV7. Passive skill accumulate fury when you fight or take damage, with a total of 10 levels of fury. For each level of fury, all attributes will increase by 20%. When the fury level reaches the 10th level, your sense of pain disappears, your self-healing ability increases by 300%, and your nerve reflex speed increases by 500%. Roar! Su Chen's originally dark red eyes became even more crimson, involuntarily emitting low growls. The infinite anger burned in his heart, as if to destroy everything. Bang! With a casual punch, an infinite wave of energy erupted. This terrifying punch clashed with the incoming bear claw, directly sending it flying. Boom! The ground trembled, rocks flew, and dust filled the air. 10 levels of fury, terrifying indeed. Damn, the battle fury points are high and powerful, but it's easy to lose your mind. Su Chen gasped heavily, trying to maintain his composure. His right fist was covered in scars from the recent collision, but quickly healed at a visible speed. Hiss! The onlookers in the distance widened their eyes, showing expressions of astonishment on their faces. Crushing rampaging bears with sheer strength alone? Is this still a fate player? This doesn't seem right, does it? The lord of the city was also a bit confused. In his impression, isn't the main attribute of a fate player intelligence? The current Su Chen, he would believe if someone said he was a hidden melee class player. As far as I know, as a top player in the mysterious class, a fate player should have multiple paths available to them. Apart from the skills of the lunatic Eugene, Su Chen probably has gained abilities from other paths as well. The thoughts of Lu Keixian are countless, and she couldn't help but regret sending him to the Purgatory Academy. Such talent, even if the profession is not suitable for the Holy Spirit Academy, should still be nurtured at all costs, right? Ah! Lu Keixian sighed lightly. Now that the die is cast, it's too late for regrets. She casually closed Su Chen's projection, then spread her vermilion bird wings and charged towards the group of violent bears. Teacher Lu, what are you doing? The Lord asked instinctively. What am I doing? What do you think? Saving people. Lu Keixian turned around and scolded. Do you really think he can handle tens of thousands of violent bears? The Lord was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. I have to hold the last line of defense, there's no other way. I understand, I will bring that kid out. Lu Keixian waved her hand, her eyes deep. You brat, professional practitioners in Daxia have always gone from high to low. It's not your turn to play hero. Watching the figure leading tens of thousands of monsters alone, all the professional practitioners fell silent. Su Chen? We will remember you. In the depths of the violent bear plain, Su Chen was steaming all over, his skin turning red and purple, like a bomb about to explode. He held a dark box, pouring his mental power into it frantically. Su Chen really wanted to stop and personally turn the violent bears behind him into minced meat one by one. The gatekeeper's path was simply that of a berserker, making him extremely warlike. However, Su Chen knew he couldn't stop. Once surrounded by tens of thousands of violent bears, even with his extraordinary talent, he would be worn out. 128 sword chi, still not enough. Su Chen muttered. The 7th level battle fury filled him with a lot of mental power, but even so, he couldn't increase the sword chi in the Qiankuan sword box in a short time. He ran for his life for a distance. Seeing the violent bears behind him getting closer, Su Chen made up his mind to open the sword box. "Ha! Why are you here?" Just then, a deep voice suddenly sounded. Immediately after, a middle-aged man with a big belly landed in front of Su Chen. The man was wearing a blood-stained pink dress, with a face full of stubble that was quite unsightly. "Su Chen, what are you doing here? Hurry, let's go." Qian Wanxian's face was unnatural as he grabbed his arm to take him away forcibly. "Wait, who are you?" Su Chen frowned at this suspicious guy. "Me? I'm a mentor at the Purgatory Academy, but that's not important now, we need to run quickly. This secret realm, no, the entire Qingcheng can't be saved. So, did you really create this disturbance for the assessment?" Su Chen looked at Qian Wanxian in disbelief. They say there are many freaks at the Purgatory Academy, and now Su Chen truly believed it. Not only did he like cross-dressing, but he also wanted to destroy the city with a random assessment? Do you have the nerve? Do I need to create such a commotion for a small character like you? Qian Wanxian's face darkened. Regardless of whether Su Chen agreed or not, he pulled him and rushed out. "There has been a change in the secret realm. I find it hard to explain the specific reasons to you, but you just need to know it has something to do with the descent. After we get out, I will." Boom! Just then, the entire violent bear plane suddenly shook, the earth cracked, and the tremors continued. Damn! Weren't these monsters scared off before? Why are they back? Qian Wanxian felt like vomiting blood. It would have been fine during his prime. He could easily sweep these monsters with just one skill. But now, he was seriously injured, and being able to exert the strength of a first turn was already good enough. Su Chen shrugged and remained silent. His hand rested on the sword box, preparing to open it again. "My toy, where do you think you're going?" However, he was interrupted again. A soft voice of a girl echoed in the ears of the two. "CC." Upon hearing this sound, Chen Wanxian collapsed as if he had lost all hope, his mouth twitching, eyes lifeless. Su Chen's pupils shrank sharply, sensing a strong sense of danger. He suddenly raised his head, eyes widening. The sky was covered with dark clouds, blocking out the sun. A huge bear head, hundreds of feet in size, slowly emerged. It was completely black, with a lightning-like white pattern on its chest, and lightning snakes wriggling all over its body, exuding a terrifying aura. The ferocious bear face carried a cruel, bloodthirsty, and murderous expression, sending chills down one's spine. Perched on the massive bear's shoulder like a mountain was a young bear, the one who had spoken earlier. What kind of creature is this? Su Chen's head buzzed. He had never encountered such a huge monster before. Not even textbooks had mentioned it. The overwhelming sense of oppression it brought was suffocating. What level is this thing? Level 200 or 300? I told you to hurry up, didn't I? Qian Wanxian sat on the ground, smiling bitterly. When the beast tide erupted, he had seen the core of the problem directly and rushed to the deepest part of the secret realm to solve it at its root. Never did he expect a 200-level mythical creature to appear in an intermediate secret realm. There, he saw traces of the Adventurers Guild and forcefully killed those few people. However, in the end, they succeeded in awakening this mythical creature from ancient times. Titan Giant Bear. Qian Wanxian was powerless to resist and was half dead with a single slap, then thrown to the young bear as a toy by the Titan Giant Bear. After that, he escaped while the big bear was not paying attention, but was caught up by Su Chen after a while. Of course, even without Su Chen, his chances of escape were almost zero. The bear probably just wanted to enjoy the thrill of chasing prey. Is this the kind of creature that should appear in the savage bear plane? Su Chen swallowed hard, looking at Qian Wanxian beside him. Can such a creature really exist in this world? Who knows? Every secret realm hides secrets. Qian Wanxian sighed, indifferent. Su Chen continued to ask, how did the Adventurers Guild find the Titan Giant Bear and awaken it? I don't know, but the two of us probably don't need to bother understanding these things. Qian Wanxian lay flat on the ground, tossing a blue pill over casually. Bears like to eat live prey. We might have an easier time if we just take the poison. I won't take it. You can take it if you want. Su Chen declined his offer, looking up to meet the gaze of the two Titan Giant Bears. It has teeth, and so do I. Why not see if that giant bear fears me? The majestic and vast pressure permeated all around. The red light in the eyes of the raging giant bear above disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the fear from their bloodline overcame the anger in their hearts. The savage bears were so scared that they fled in all directions, no longer caring to attack Su Chen. Compared to the Titan giant bear, these former overlords of the savage bear plain seemed particularly ridiculous. Lu Keixian waved her flame wings and quickly arrived deep in the savage bear plain, just in time to see the scene of the savage bears desperately fleeing. What exactly happened in the depths of the secret realm? Is that a mountain? No, where did the mountain in the savage bear plain come from? Her eyes widened, her pupils slightly contracted. At the end of her sight, a huge creature was slowly emerging from the mist, like a god descending to earth, giving an indescribable sense of shock. Mythical creature. This secret realm actually hides such dangerous things. Lu Keixian's beautiful eyes widened, her expression changing unpredictably. Then, she suddenly saw two figures standing below the Titan giant bear. Not good. Su Chen is in danger. She hurried forward. However, she saw the Titan bear swinging its claws downwards. At that moment, it felt like the sky was falling. No! Lu Keixian screamed in despair, staring blankly as the destructive attack fell, as if the entire space was about to collapse. Then, in her eyes widened in despair, the ground where Su Chen was completely shattered, along with everything around it. It's over. He's doomed. Lu Keixian muttered to herself, her face full of bitterness. He's probably beyond saving, but I should be able to save him. Suddenly, a voice came. Lu Keixian looked up abruptly. On the shoulder of the Titan bear sat a young bear. The white pattern on its chest resembled a strawberry, with fluffy fur all over, much cuter than the big guy. Of course, compared to an ordinary bear, this was also a fierce one. At this moment, Chen Wanxian was being played with like a Barbie doll by it, even wearing a wig made of bear fur. However, Chen Wanxian's face was gradually turning dark, and his life force was dissipating. Chen Wanxian? You too. Lu Keixian's mouth twitched with bitterness. Even he couldn't handle it. Could he only end his own life by taking poison? Before Lu Keixian could think for long, a pair of eyes as bright as the sun slowly turned towards her. Another toy has come, making this baby happy. It disdainfully kicked Chen Wanxian, who had grown corpse spots, and looked at Lu Keixian with shining eyes. This toy looks soft and fragrant, this baby likes it. The little bear said in a childish voice, then pointed at Lu Keixian, Mom, I want that toy. In an instant, a sense of death climbed into her heart, Lu Keixian's body hair stood on end, and she turned and ran without thinking. However, before she could take a step, a terrifying sense of heaviness descended. The flame wings instantly dissipated, and she was directly suppressed on the ground, unable to move. At the same time, inside the Titan bear's body, I underestimated this guy's speed, can't even react to fate perception? Su Chen was lying in the stomach acid lake with a painful expression. He had planned to use fate modification to take a chance, but the power gap was too large, and the speed of fate perception was far lower than the Titan bear's attack speed. As a result, his fate synopsis was only triggered after being swallowed. Su Chen lay with his hands behind his head, his body continuously being corroded by stomach acid. However, due to his battle rage level being full, his strong self-healing ability was able to keep up with the rate of corrosion, and for a short time, the Titan bear couldn't digest him. At this moment, Su Chen was looking at the fate synopsis with great distress. Fate major event, you are attacked by a Titan bear, struggling hard in being eaten alive. The result of the fate synopsis was already determined. This meant that Su Chen's scope of action was very limited, and he could only work around the result. He also thought about replacing the word eaten with another word to reverse the result. But he quickly realized the problem. Even if the result could be reversed, so what? Even if he ate the Titan bear alive, wouldn't he be directly killed? After a sigh, Su Chen made a decision that went against his ancestors. Fate major event, you are attacked by a Titan bear, struggling hard in being born alive. Ding! Fate major event, you are attacked by a Titan bear, struggling hard in being born. As soon as the fate modification was completed, 2 hot tears fell from Su Chen's eyes. His figure instantly merged into the body of the Titan bear and moved rapidly towards a certain organ in the abdomen. The belly of the Titan bear bulged instantly, a strange sensation spreading throughout its body. Then, a familiar pain struck. What's going on? No male Titan bear has come here in these years? Its face was filled with some confusion. Isn't it just diarrhea as it thought? At this moment, just as Lu Keixian was about to imitate Chen Wanxian and take out the poison from his pocket. Ouch! It hurts so much. A low, hoarse female voice came from the throat of the Titan bear. Lu Keixian relaxed all over, quickly looked up. At this look, she was shocked. The Titan bear was holding its belly in pain. Liquid kept flowing from underneath it. Water broke? Is this Titan bear about to give birth? This sentence appeared in Lu Keixian's mind. Although she had never given birth, she still knew about mammalian biology. At this moment, the behavior of the Titan bear was clearly giving birth. This is a large mythical creature. This creature is actually giving birth? What does this mean? It means that there is very likely another male Titan bear here. She couldn't imagine, a mythical creature is terrifying enough, adding a male Titan bear, she couldn't imagine what kind of disaster Xia would become. Mom, what's wrong with you? At this time, the voice of the little bear sounded again, full of thick confusion. Lu Keixian took a deep breath, tried to keep calm, and then, taking advantage of the two not paying attention to her, she quietly slipped away. She couldn't die, she had to spread this important news. Roar! At this moment, the mother bear howled in pain again, the sound shaking the entire secret realm. Finally, it collapsed directly. Baby, you're about to have a little brother or sister soon. The Titan bear looked lovingly at the little bear, with a doting look in its eyes. Brother? Sister? The little bear blinked its eyes twice, seeming a bit confused. At this moment, a muffled sound of pop was heard, and a shadow holding the placenta fell from under the mother bear. Is this my little brother? The little bear scratched its head in confusion. Looking at the completely naked and smooth Su Chen, and then at its own furry coat, it thought to itself, something seems off. I think so. The Titan bear leaned over, carefully examined Su Chen for a while, and slowly said, no problem, this is the cub I gave birth to. Perhaps it's because of sleeping too long, causing some malnutrition? Hearing the words of the Titan bear, Su Chen struggled to tear open the amniotic sac covering itself, stood up, and shouted, Mom. After hearing this sentence, the Titan bear's doubts disappeared instantly. Good child, worthy of being my Titan bear's bloodline, just born and already calling for mom. Its eyes were full of deep maternal love and tenderness. Look at the child, how hungry he looks. Not even a bit, still without fur, could it be a premature baby? Very likely. It must be because I woke up and moved the fetal gas, which caused premature birth. Ah, the child is suffering. The Titan bear carefully held Su Chen in its arms, afraid that he would be crushed with a slight mistake. Then, it patted its chest, thought for a moment, Su Chen is so small that he probably can't even drink milk. After that, it squeezed out some milk and held it in its hand, then threw Su Chen in. Gulp! Su Chen was engulfed by the bear milk, choked on a mouthful, almost suffocating. Phew, he took a deep breath, finally recovering. The look in his eyes towards the Titan bear was full of complexity. When the two were in a hostile relationship, this Titan bear almost scared people to death. The sense of oppression was unparalleled. But after it regarded Su Chen as its son, that sense of security also burst. Motherly love is like a mountain. Su Chen no longer hesitated, swallowing the bear milk in big gulps. He could feel the terrifying energy contained in the bear milk. After this energy entered his body, it immediately surged through his limbs and strengthened his body like crazy. You have activated the Titan bloodline and gained the skill, Savage Growth. Savage Growth, passive skill, your digestive ability has been greatly enhanced to epic levels, able to digest and break down anything. Burp rubbing his swollen belly, Su Chen closed his eyes comfortably, feeling warm all over. It seemed like he was not just born from the Titan bear. While in the bear mother's belly, there seemed to be a mysterious energy that transformed his body. At this moment, after drinking the bear milk, that energy was completely activated. Crackle, crackle. Su Chen's body made a sound like popping beans. Then, his body began to transform. His height went from 175 to 195, his limbs became agile, and his muscles swelled. However, these muscles did not make him look bulky, but instead gave a sense of coordinated strength. The flowing power in his body made Su Chen extremely spirited. You have successfully activated the Titan bloodline. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Su Chen's eyes lit up as he unfolded it. Titan bloodline, your body contains the blood of ancient mythical creatures, the power of the Titans. Bloodline level, S+, activated, bloodline quality, SSS, pure bloodline, bloodline origin, Titan bear. Bloodline talents, 1. Transcend limits, you can gain life energy in battle or by devouring flesh and blood. 2. Every year of growth, you will undergo a life level transformation, the extent of which is determined by your life energy reserves. 2. After possessing the Titan bloodline, you will gain powerful defense and recovery abilities. Su Chen looked at the introduction of the Titan bloodline, then at his level 7 battle fury, and felt a thump in his heart. He quickly opened the attribute panel. Occupation, Fate Master level, 37 strength, 856 stamina, 767 intelligence, 273 agility, 567 awakening. First transformation skills, Fate Perception, Savage Growth, Rhythm of Life, Overwhelming Crowd LV4, Weapon Master LV1, Battle Fury LV7 Talent, Fate Modification Fate Points, 2780 Damn. 856 Strength? Oh no, have I become a brute? As a Fate Master with Intelligence as the main attribute, why am I either overpowered in stamina or strength? The Titan Bloodline is a complete enhancement to physical abilities, combined with the significant boost from Battle Fury. Su Chen's melee capabilities now even approach those of third-tier melee professionals. That strength value of 857 is a nightmare for any mage. Now, with just one finger, Su Chen can make all mage girls scream in fear. Furthermore, the Titan Bloodline undergoes transformation every year. After each transformation, his physique, strength, defense, and more will rise again. Su Chen dares to say that his current attack power can easily kill ordinary second-tier professionals. This is just a basic boost from the bloodline, yet it has multiplied his strength several times. This makes Su Chen's muttered mom sound even more natural. The Titan bear gradually loses itself in Su Chen's repeated calls, immersed in the joy of having his son. Mom! Suddenly, the little bear on the bear mother's shoulder called out. What's wrong? The bear mother was taken aback and turned her head to look at the little bear. Don't you think this little brother looks a lot like the human you ate before? The little bear furrowed its brow and carefully examined Su Chen for a moment. At these words, Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. Damn, this little bear may look small, but why is it so malicious? Is it trying to put me in a difficult situation? Really? I've forgotten what that human looked like. The bear mother scratched her head in confusion. Just as humans cannot distinguish between each bear, bear moms also have some face blindness towards humans, thinking that all humans look the same. The only distinguishing criterion is differences in clothing and the like. However, Su Chen now has nothing on him, except for a slightly strange face shape that doesn't look like a bear. There is not much difference from a bear cub. No! The bear mom suddenly changed her expression, carefully looking at Su Chen's face. Su Chen was stared at, his whole body was covered in goosebumps, and he couldn't even say a word due to the strong sense of oppression. After a moment, the bear mom turned her face to the side and said to the little bear, he does indeed have very obvious human features. See, I told you. The little bear was just about to excitedly speak, but was interrupted by the bear mom. However, this should be normal. The bear mom hesitated, and Su Chen was horrified to find a hint of shyness on its face. Then, the bear mom lovingly patted Su Chen's head. Your father should be of the human race. That seems to be 1,000 years ago, when a human came here, he looked a lot like you. Ha! This. Su Chen was horrified. Looking at the Titan bear standing nearly 3,000 meters tall and over 5,000 meters tall, 1,000 years ago, which brave warrior could capture the heart of a Titan bear? Does his hardware have to be over 100 meters long to connect? After the bear mom finished speaking, the whole scene fell into a strange silence. The bear cub no longer questioned, but looked at his brother with a face of sympathy. It was initially a bit jealous that Su Chen took away the bear mom's affection for itself, but now, it even felt sorry for Su Chen. Not only was he a premature baby, but also a mixed blood of the human race, far inferior to its own pure Titan bear bloodline. Ah, let the past go with the wind. The bear mom sighed. Then, it shook its body, and a jade pendant fell out. This is something that person left behind. You can use this to find him, if he is still alive. Listening to the bear mom's words, Su Chen hesitated for a moment but still picked up the jade pendant. Given the chance, he also wanted to meet this formidable person. The bear mom's eyelids drooped, a hint of weariness flashed in its eyes. It pricked its fingertip, using a drop of blood to draw a covenant array. I don't have much time left to awaken, child. Since you have human features, I am also relieved to entrust the bear cub to you. You must be careful when moving around in the secret realm. Be wary of those humans. The bear mom's voice grew weaker. It placed the bear cub next to Su Chen, and the covenant array gradually merged into both of them. Then, it took step by step towards the depths of the secret realm alone. This awakening was an accident. It was forcibly awakened from hibernation by someone, and now it had to go back to continue sleeping. However, due to the unexpected birth of Su Chen, the bear mom also happened to have the bear cub accompany Su Chen. With the ally covenant binding, the covenanters cannot harm each other, so there was no need to worry about the newborn Su Chen being accidentally harmed by the bear cub. At the same time, this child Su Chen seemed clever, and the bear cub following him would definitely not suffer. After doing all this, the bear mom's figure gradually disappeared from the sight of Su Chen and the bear cub. Don't worry, Mom, I will take care of my little brother. The bear cub slapped Su Chen on the head, causing him to lose his balance and almost fall into the ground. Fate minor event. You have signed an ally covenant with the bear cub. Glancing at the emerging summary of fate, and then at the lawless bear cub, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. An ally, huh? My name is Bear Cub, you are so white, I'll call you Whitey. Whitey brother, where should we go now? Or should we hunt in the secret realm? I'm a little hungry, are you hungry? Little Bear leaned in front of Su Chen, rubbing Su Chen's cheeks with its furry bear paws, smiling brightly. Ah, Mom always sleeps for a very long time, can't wake her up no matter how much I call, I get so bored. Luckily I have you this time. Su Chen reached out and touched its big head, shook his head, and smiled gently. Let's not rush, you said Mom can't be woken up after she falls asleep, right? Of course, otherwise she wouldn't only take me out when you wake up every time, the little bear said matter-of-factly. Su Chen's mouth lifted, alright. In the next moment, fate was altered. Ding! Fate minor event, you sign a covenant with the bear cub. Fate points plus 100. You gain a covenant pet, Titan Bear, Young. What did you do to me? The bear cub widened its eyes, its fur all over its body bristling, turning into a ball of fur. It felt the covenant left by its bear mother being forcibly altered by an irresistible force. Its throat trembled, looking towards the depths of the secret realm, wanting to call for Mom, but couldn't make a sound. Gradually, its gaze towards Su Chen softened. Although reluctant, it obediently said, Master bye-bye, can you change the title? Su Chen's face darkened. However, seeing this mischievous bear finally behaving, he felt extremely pleased. The bear cub stood with its hands on its hips, pouting, Master bye-bye, that's how it's written in the covenant, I can't help it. Fine. At the words, Su Chen's eye twitched, reluctantly accepting the title. The covenant with the pet was different from a simple pet contract. Although the bear cub became his pet, he couldn't harbor ill intentions towards it. In other words, the idea of slaughtering and eating bear paws was not feasible. Su Chen opened the bear cub's status panel. Bear cub race, Titan Bear level, 84 talent skills, power of the earth. The Titan Bear is the child of the earth. Fighting on the earth can greatly enhance defense, attack power, and quickly restore stamina. Titan's Fury. The Titan Bear's basic attributes will gradually increase during battle, up to 300%. Earth-shattering. The Titan Bear releases all its life energy, delivering a devastating blow. Hiss. This little thing looks cute, but it's level 84? Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and many thoughts arose in his mind. This level is equivalent to a human 4 transcendent professional. Moreover, with the mythical creature status panel of the Titan Bear, even an ordinary 5 transcendent professional might not be able to defeat it, right? In other words, he now has a 5 transcendent fighter? Doesn't this mean I can walk sideways in the future? Su Chen's mouth curled up, feeling very good. Although he was forced to acknowledge a mother this time, it was also a blessing in disguise. Not only did his strength improve in all aspects, but he also gained a mythical pet. Su Chen thought for a moment, then walked over to a nearby corpse with the bear cub. Hey, wake up! He kicked Qian Wanxian's foot, urging him. Seeing Qian Wanxian not responding, Su Chen leaned in his ear, whispering like a demon, Bears eat carrion, if you don't wake up, I'll let the bear cub eat you. Yuck, this guy smells bad, I'm not eating him. The bear cub looked disdainful. However, perhaps Su Chen's words had an effect. Qian Wanxian, who had originally been in a state of apparent death, suddenly sat up, covered in corpse spots. I owe you a big favor, Su student, you're really amazing. Qian Wanxian turned around and bowed. From now on, let's each do our own thing. You can call me teacher, and I'll call you foster father. His eyes were filled with tears, full of sincerity in his words. After falling into a false death, his 5 senses did not disappear. Therefore, he keenly sensed everything happening around him. In his opinion, Su Chen was like a god. After being swallowed by the Titan giant bear, he was able to reverse the situation and even turned enemies into friends, befriending a level 200 mother. And in the end, he even forcibly modified the ally contract, turning the bear cub into a pet. How could a person do such a thing? Even if the great Xiao war god came, it wouldn't work. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense, tell me what you know. What exactly happened in this secret realm? Qian Wanxian glanced at the bear cub with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Don't worry, there are contract restrictions, it shouldn't hear what it shouldn't. Well, it's like this. At that time, Su Chen listened carefully as Qian Wanxian recounted his experience after entering the secret realm. After a moment, his eyes turned slightly cold. It was the work of the Adventurers Guild again. These softies knew a lot of tricks, but they used them on their own people. If he hadn't used fate to change the situation, the Great Xia Guild would probably have suffered heavy losses this time, right? Although the Titan giant bear showed no intention of leaving the secret realm, those monsters would definitely rush into the city and wreak havoc. That's right. A flash of inspiration struck Su Chen's mind. Then, he looked at the bear cub, a slow smile forming on his lips. He almost forgot that there were tens of thousands of monsters in the secret realm. These are all the wealth left by my dear mother. With that in mind, Suchen decisively turned around. Bear cub, let's go. Your ally pet bear cub, level 84, killed the rampaging giant bear, level 45, you gain 9,640 experience points. Your ally pet bear cub, level 84, killed the rampaging giant bear, level 72, you gain 35,440 experience points. Your level has increased. Current level, 38. On the savage bear plain, Suchen and the bear cub began a massacre. Under the pressure of the bear cub and Suchen's titan bloodline, those rampaging giant bears were like toothless tigers, trembling as they approached, not daring to resist at all. Yura! The bear cub waved its claws, casually swatting a rampaging giant bear into a meat patty, extremely ferocious. Yura! 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 The bear cub was extremely excited, roaring continuously, killing a rampaging giant bear with each strike. Suchen, after a few attempts, realized that his efficiency was far inferior to the bear cub's, so he gave up on doing it himself and chose to sit back and enjoy the show. His experience bar skyrocketed, and he quickly leveled up again. Your level has increased. Current level, 39. Just one more level, and Suchen would meet the conditions for his second job awakening. Teacher Qian, why are you still wearing this skirt? Suchen caught sight of Qian Wanxian following behind, but his current appearance was quite eye-catching to Suchen. Clearly a scruffy middle-aged man, but still wearing a bear fur wig and a pink skirt. Isn't this pure perversion? He. Qian Wanxian seemed unconcerned, and after getting closer to Suchen, he whispered, "Don't be fooled by this skirt, this thing is a diamond-level equipment, and these bear hairs, they are from the Titan giant bear, selling them would fetch at least this amount." He spread out his 5 fingers, looking like a money-hungry person. After scrutinizing the long skirt for a while, he finally put it away. Suchen looked disdainful, then said expressionlessly, "Give me half, or I'll have the bear cub dress you up again in front of everyone." You! Qian Wanxian felt a surge of old blood in his throat. After weighing his options, he reluctantly agreed to Suchen's request. With a bitter face, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Suchen. Then, he glanced from afar at the ferocious bear cub, shivering involuntarily. Then, he slapped his head, took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, scribbled on it, and handed it to Suchen. "This is your admission letter. Remember to report to the school in half a month. I need to report the situation here and leave first." With that, he quickly activated his skills, afraid of being extorted by Suchen if he ran late. Suchen took the admission letter, glanced at it casually, then put it away with a smile on his face. He was about to take Xiong Baobao to another place to continue fighting monsters when suddenly his heart shook, and he turned abruptly to look at Xiong Baobao. Roar! At this moment, Xiong Baobao revealed a fierce look, its fur soaked in blood, clearly in a killing frenzy. With its roar echoing through the bear beast plain, all the monsters on the plain crazily rushed towards them. Their faces were full of fear and despair, as if they were being forced to come here. Suchen squinted his eyes, looking at the monsters under their feet, murmuring, "Is this the darling of the earth?" In an instant, tens of thousands of monsters in the secret realm were forcibly dragged over by Xiong Baobao. Then, its body rapidly expanded. 10 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters. It continued to grow until it stood at a height of 200 meters, emitting a terrifying aura. Roar! It roared at the monsters in front of it, and instantly, countless monsters fell to the ground in pain and agony. Their bodies couldn't withstand the immense pressure, their skin cracking and blood flowing from their 7 orifices. Destruction! Xiong Baobao bared its teeth and smashed the ground with all its might. Boom! In an instant, the sky darkened, black clouds rolled, and a huge claw appeared in the sky, blocking out the sunlight. Under the gaze of many eyes, it fell heavily on the plain. In an instant, the plain collapsed, dust and smoke billowing, as if doomsday had arrived. In the abyss-like crater, there lay countless monster corpses. Your alliance pet Xiong Baobao level 84, killed the Bear King level 80, you gain 99,640 experience points. Your alliance pet Xiong Baobao level 84, killed the Bear King level 80, you gain 95,440 experience points. Your alliance pet Xiong Baobao level 84, killed the Moonshadow Wolf King level 65, you gain 49,640 experience points. Your alliance pet Xiong Baobao level 84, killed the Rampaging Giant Bear level 72, you gain 35,440 experience points. What the heck? Xiong Baobao was so powerful. In an instant, Suchen's vision was flooded with countless messages. Your alliance pet Xiong Baobao's level has increased. Current level, 86. Your level has increased. Current level, 40. In comparison, the appearance of these 2 level-up notifications seemed insignificant. It's full. It's overflowing. Suchen couldn't stop laughing. Although his level was temporarily stuck at 40 due to not awakening his profession, as long as he completed the professional awakening within 3 days, none of these experience points would go to waste, instantly boosting his level like crazy after the awakening was completed. Master, Xiong Baobao is tired. Not long after, the voice of Xiong Baobao came from the deep pit. Su Chen walked over and caught the pouncing Xiong Baobao. At this moment, it had shrunk in size, looking like a sleepy little bear doll. Looking back at the deep pit, the countless monster corpses had disappeared, leaving only white bones. Did you eat them all? Su Chen's pupils slightly contracted. Xiong Baobao. Tired. Xiong Baobao closed its eyes and soon fell asleep in Su Chen's arms. Although it didn't answer, the bloody smell emanating from it explained everything. At that moment, Su Chen's understanding of the 4 words mythical creatures deepened. The little bear's personality is mischievous, harmless looking on the surface, but once it starts fighting, it becomes a tyrant. Su Chen shook his head slightly, found a piece of cloth, and tied the little bear on his back. Then, he walked to the edge of the deep pit and slid down the slope. The little bear was not gentle in its attacks, at least thousands of monsters had their equipment exploded, and almost all were buried in its claws. However, the surviving equipment was all top-notch. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he headed straight for one of them. The sparkling green light revealed that it was a jade-grade equipment. At the same time, as Su Chen happily picked up the equipment, thousands of eyes watched the scene through the monitoring device projection. How did this guy do it? The Lord was puzzled. Su Chen could actually command the Titan Bear to attack other monsters in the secret realm? Does he also have the ability to control beasts in his arsenal? Young people are indeed different. He sighed slightly. Indeed, my wife also said so. The staff subconsciously replied. What did you say? Nothing, you misheard. The Lord glanced deeply at the staff and then prepared the medal and banner to welcome Su Chen at the exit of the secret realm. Rampaging Bear Set, Jade Grade, Level, 55 Type, Top plus Bottom Attributes, Defense plus 300%, Movement Speed plus 80%, Stamina plus 40% Durability, 500/500 Talent, Sturdy LV6, reduces physical damage taken by 50% when worn. Resistance LV6, reduces magic damage taken by 50% when worn. Skills, Rampaging Bear Roar, use the Rampaging Bear Roar to attack all enemies around, causing a fear effect, cooldown 3 minutes. Rampaging Bear Stomp, stomp the ground, causing area damage with a stun effect. The higher the user's strength, the higher the damage of the Rampaging Bear Stomp, cooldown time 3 minutes. There are equipment sets like this? Su Chen looked at the Rampaging Bear set in his hand, similar to a leather suit, and praised it. This thing looks like a furry doll from the outside, but its attributes are quite abnormal. It is a divine tool for warriors or shield bearers. Su Chen put it away and stored it in a golden grade storage bag obtained from looting corpses. Maybe later he can wear the Rampaging Bear set and fight alongside the little bear? Not long after, Su Chen found another top-grade jade equipment. Wings of the Sky, Jade Grade, Level, 58 Type, Boots Attributes, Agility plus 30% Durability, 200/200 Talent, Sky Control LV5. After wearing, your movement speed increases by 10% and you gain the ability to fly. After a round, the golden storage bag was filled to the brim. There were a total of 7 Jade-grade equipment pieces and 5 Platinum-grade equipment pieces survived. In addition, he also picked up 2 Platinum-grade skill books. Su Chen roughly estimated that if these things were converted into money, they would be worth billions. Of course, these good things are usually bartered in the market, and no one would foolishly hold on to a huge sum of money. They would spend resources to enhance their own strength as much as possible. After making sure there were no omissions, Su Chen took out the level 40 Moonshadow cape from his bag and put it on, then turned into a shadow and ran towards the exit of the secret realm. At this moment, all he could think about was the second career awakening. The accumulated experience points might push him to level 60 in the moment of awakening. In this way, he wouldn't just have to watch these powerful equipment idly. Did Su Chen resolve this disaster? At the exit of the secret realm, Lu Keixian looked incredulous. She was followed by a group of Night Watchman's boundary masters, carrying a disposable diamond prop, all planning to permanently seal off the secret realm of the Rampaging Bear Plane with death. However, just as she entered the secret realm with a fearless face, she saw the Lord organizing people to hang banners. Moreover, on both sides of the secret realm, there were 2 rows of beautiful women in black stockings standing, each holding a basket filled with flowers and champagne. Li Keixian was instantly dumbfounded. And what shocked Li Keixian the most was not that the other monsters in the Rampaging Bear Plane had been dealt with, but how Su Chen managed to survive from the 2 Titan bears. According to the Lord's description, one of the Titan bear cubs even seemed to be controlled by Su Chen, suspected of being turned into a battle pet? What is going on? Did Su Chen sell his beauty to become the cub's stepfather? The rest of the professionals were also puzzled by the sudden change in the situation. It was supposed to be a disaster for the city, but it was resolved by a job changer. However, the result was ultimately good. A cat that catches mice is a good cat, regardless of whether it is a black cat or a white cat. Even though Su Chen's profession had caused panic before, now he was the hero who saved a city. Soon, a figure appeared in front of everyone amidst the attention. The figure was tall, wearing a silver-white cloak that shimmered in the moonlight, giving off a mysterious aura. Su Chen looked wary and did not approach immediately. "What are you doing?" "Of course, we are welcoming you, great hero," Li Keixian teased. Then, the group of female professionals in black stockings approached and surrounded him. "Hey, you're getting too close. Is it okay to bump into people with the ball?" Su Chen frowned, feeling uncomfortable with the situation. "Su, you're back." The Lord greeted warmly, then bowed to Su Chen. "Thank you for your contribution to Qingcheng. Without you, Qingcheng would probably be in danger today. For this, the Lord's mansion intends to award you a first-class honor." With that, the Lord smiled and pinned a medal on Su Chen's shoulder. Li Keixian also came over and whispered, "I've taken on the task for the night watchman, a total of 50,000 merits. You can take some time to exchange for resources. By the way, you are now a first-class night wanderer, but you can only update your permissions after joining the guild." Li Keixian said enviously. Even she, who had been in the Night Watchman's Guild for more than 10 years, was only a second-class night wanderer. This guy, Su Chen, was really good at creating miracles. Su Chen looked puzzled. "How did you know it was me?" "There are monitoring devices set up everywhere in the secret realm, except for the core area. Almost everywhere else can be detected." Hearing this, Su Chen tightened the burden behind him. Would these people see the image of him recognizing a bear mom? However, Su Chen quickly relaxed. It seemed that the Lord and his people only knew that he could control the bear cub. But you don't have to worry, as long as you can control the Titan bear and prevent it from threatening Daxia, no one will object. The Lord smiled. "By the way, your contribution this time is significant. You can make a request to the Lord's mansion." Hearing this, the professionals around him cast admiring glances at Su Chen. The Night Watchman's Guild was more like a state-owned enterprise, while the Lord's mansion was the real official power. If Su Chen wanted to pursue an official career, this great contribution was enough to make him jump several levels. "A request, then." Su Chen thought for a moment, then said, "Then give me 1 or 2 pieces of mythical equipment. Can we change it to something else?" The Lord's smile froze on his face. "Mythical equipment? This guy really dares to think. Whether the entire Daxia can gather enough for 2 pieces is another matter, as they are truly national treasures. Epic-level equipment? No. Legendary should be fine, right?" The Lord took a deep breath and interrupted Su Chen before he could say anything. "I can help you apply for 1 diamond equipment at most, but your level needs to be high enough." "Okay." Su Chen nodded, thinking that 1 diamond equipment would be better than nothing. "I'm in a hurry, can I leave now if there's nothing else?" Su Chen said as he prepared to leave. "Wait." Lu Keixian hurriedly stopped Su Chen, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Su Chen, can I ask what happened after you encountered those 2 Titan bears? And where is the other one?" "Well, you can ask Qian about the first question, and as for the second question." Su Chen pointed towards the depths of the secret realm. "What? You mean?" Su Chen smiled and nodded. Immediately, both Lu Keixian and the Lord's expressions changed. They had thought that the adult Titan bear had left, but to find out it was still in the savage bear plane? A creature of that level could easily destroy a city with a single swipe, right? But you don't need to worry about that. We will seal off the savage bear plane immediately, so no one can enter. It has some issues with its own state, still in a state of slumber, just temporarily awakened by the arrival. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the 2 of them felt slightly relieved. Subsequently, under the Lord's arrangement, the professionals orderly evacuated the secret realm. Then, Lu Keixian took out the one-time diamond equipment and completely blocked the entrance to the savage bear plane. After chatting with Su Chen for a few moments, Lu Keixian quickly grabbed the Lord and rushed back to interrogate Li Hansan. They believed that the arrival would not give up so easily, and this time was probably just the beginning. Meanwhile, Su Chen hurried to the Awakening Temple. However, before he could enter the main hall, a man with a tall back blocked his way. "Su Chen, right? Interested in having a chat? I'm busy right now, maybe another day." Without thinking, Su Chen gave a perfunctory response and planned to bypass the man to enter the Awakening Temple. However, the man clearly had no intention of giving up. "Do you really think you can tame the Titan bear with some tricks? That's a mythical creature. Aren't you afraid of death? Who are you?" Su Chen frowned. Haven't you already guessed?" The man sneered. A member of the Arrival Society? Quite bold. Suchin squinted, looking coldly at the man with the tall back. This guy was exceptionally bold, openly appearing at the entrance of the Awakening Temple. Why do you think the Arrival Society is an 8th level guild? The man smiled and then took out a crystal ball from his pocket. I'll give you a choice, join the Arrival Society, or die. After saying that, he placed his palm on the crystal ball. With a bang, Suchen's vision suddenly blurred. Medium fate event, you are locked by a high-level curse. Curse. Suchen didn't rush to modify his fate but instead, boom! Suchen suddenly threw a punch, but the blow went straight through the man with the tall back, shattering the huge pillar behind him. Hee, young man, you have quite the temper. It seems you've decided to oppose us? The man with the tall back sneered, glancing at the destruction caused by Su Chen, his eyes twitching. Was this guy a jester like Eugene? Could it be a melee approach like Nan Tian's? But it doesn't matter now. Since you've made your choice, then prepare to die. I thought you were close to the Titan Bear and would stand on our side, but I didn't expect. As he spoke, the man with the tall back pressed both hands on the crystal ball, and a wisp of dark light shot up into the sky, heading towards Su Chen. Su Chen remained calm, carefully observing the man with the tall back. It's not physical. Is this some kind of remote projection attack method? No wonder you dared to appear in front of me. Very clever, but too late. In the next instant, a faint light completely enveloped Su Chen. Fate Intermediate Event. Lin Tai uses a high-level curse of life exchange on you. Your life will decrease by 10 years per second, continuing until death. Glancing at the summary of fate, Su Chen completed the fate modification without hesitation. Ding! Fate Intermediate Event. Lin Tai uses a high-level curse of life exchange on you. Your life will increase by 10 years per second, continuing until death. Wow, someone is rushing to offer their life? After the modification, Su Chen crossed his arms, staring at Lin Tai with the eyes of a nobleman. Hopefully this guy can prolong the curse time a bit. What? Have you accepted your fate? Lin Tai sneered at the motionless Su Chen. Just the thought of killing such a peerless genius made him tremble with excitement. This was a monster who could grow into a top powerhouse or even a king, who knew how far he could develop in the future. Not to mention he seemed to have tamed a Titan bear. Being able to personally kill such a limitless potential existence would surely elevate his status in the coming meeting, right? However, the next moment, Lin Tai's face changed drastically. Because he found that although Su Chen was cursed, the curse was still active. But why was there no change on him? In fact, he seemed to be getting better. Could there be a problem with the curse? This was a high-level curse. Each second would cost him a year of his life, exchanging 10 years of the other person's life. Could this kid have a lifespan of thousands of years? 10 seconds. 30 seconds. Why is your damn life so long? It wasn't until 60 seconds later that Lin Tai couldn't bear it anymore. His hair had turned white, and age spots appeared on his face. He desperately pressed his hand on the crystal ball, trying to stop the life exchange. However, as he had said, this was a high-level curse. It wasn't so easy to stop. Finally, after another 10 seconds, Lin Tai turned into a dried corpse, and his projection disappeared with him. Why didn't you kneel down and kowtow when you met the one who was willing to be the son of a secret realm monster in the coming meeting? Su Chen glanced at the bear cub and made a sarcastic remark. He then edited his experience into a message and sent it to Lu Keixian. Ah, just standing still adds 900 years to my life. Where else can you find such a good thing? Su Chen couldn't stop laughing. Then, he quickly walked into the Awakening Temple. Without any obstacles, he walked deep into the Hall of Awakening, placed his hand on the twin peaks of the goddess statue as usual, ready to receive the second-level task. The next moment, a mysterious light flashed across the goddess statue. Before the second-level task appeared, a summary of fate appeared on Su Chen's face. Fate Minor Event. You are being watched by the goddess, receiving the goddess's blessing, luck +1. Su Chen's heart rate slightly increased. Goddess's blessing? In that moment just now, he clearly felt a gaze sweep over him, linger on the bear cub for a moment, and then disappear. Then, a golden light merged into his body. Su Chen silently took his hand off the goddess statue. He had thought before that this statue was just a prop, but he didn't expect there really was a goddess in the world. However, Su Chen thought to himself, even if it's a goddess, you still have to take advantage of what you can, right? Can the number only be replaced with a number, not changed to Chinese characters or symbols? Su Chen pursed his lips, wondering if he could change it to +infinity, or +1,billion luck points. But if he succeeded, maybe that goddess would come and kill him directly? The next moment, the fate modification was activated. Ding! Small fate event. You are being watched by the goddess, receiving the goddess's blessing, luck +9. Immediately, the golden light surrounding Su Chen increased by 8 more strands. Luck is usually imperceptible, but often plays an unexpected role at critical moments. After receiving the goddess's blessing, the light emanating from the goddess statue changed color once again. Detected that the professional meets the conditions for the second awakening, starting to draw the awakening task. Awakening task drawing. Awakening task, Death Lotus, task difficulty, 5 stars. Introduction. The whispers of the dead are guiding your path. The decaying leaves will become the nourishment for new life. Please go to the Strange Tale Town, kill the skeletal undead, and obtain the Death Crystal. Awakening conditions. Death Crystal 0/1, Fate points 1000/1000. Task time limit, 48 hours. Failure after the time limit, and permanently unable to obtain the qualification for the second professional awakening. Only 5 stars? Su Chen frowned. Compared to the first awakening task, this seemed too simple, right? He knew about the Strange Tale Town, located not far from the outskirts of Qingcheng in a burial mound. This was a mid-level secret realm slightly higher in level than the Savage Bear Plain, where most of the monsters were from various urban horror legends. The monsters in the secret realm were mostly things like the Cracked-Mouth Woman, the Spirit Medium, the Flower Child in the Toilet, the 8-Foot Lady, and so on. Not too simple, but not too difficult either. After leaving the Awakening Temple, Su Chen turned a few corners and arrived at the Night Watchman branch. As soon as he stepped into the guild hall, he felt a lightness all over his body, and his already high base attributes received another boost. Profession, Fate player level, 40 strength, 1008 stamina, 952 intelligence, 436 agility, 785 awakening. First transformation skills, Fate perception, barbaric growth, life rhythm, overwhelming crowd LV4, weapon master LV1, battle fury LV7 talent, Fate modification Fate points, 4650 strength over 1000? Su Chen clenched his fist, a slight smile on his lips. The deafening guild announcement echoed through the entire guild building the next moment. Guild announcement: congratulations to Dad for successfully unlocking the 4th level permission and becoming a 1st level Night Wanderer. Upon hearing this voice, all the night watchmen in the hall stopped their movements and looked towards the door. Sure enough, it was this guy, Su Chen, who had returned. It was him. Who else had the courage to take on such a title? However, the gazes of everyone in the hall towards Su Chen were somewhat complex. Clearly, he had only recently joined the guild, yet his permissions kept increasing, achieving in just a few days what others might not accomplish in over a decade. This was a monster. Who knew what achievements he would gain in the future? The head of the Night Watchman branch also cast an appreciative look towards Su Chen. However, hearing that Su Chen did not like socializing, he did not go up to chat with him. He just silently crossed out the name of the guy who had provoked Su Chen before in his mind. After entering the guild hall, Su Chen followed the signposts and arrived at the contribution exchange. He had a considerable sum of money in his hands, so he might as well spend it. "Hello, may I help you with something?" A mature lady in a white uniform greeted sweetly. "I heard that you can customize equipment with guild contributions?" Su Chen asked. "Yes." The lady in the uniform handed a form to Su Chen. The form listed various weapon types, and he could fill in his requirements in the blank spaces below. Su Chen took it and began to jot down his needs. With his level increasing, his silver-grade shotgun and bronze Desert Eagle were starting to look inadequate. If the power was too weak to even cause superficial injuries, then it would be extremely difficult for his Fate synopsis to be triggered. Although his close combat abilities were already very strong, Su Chen decided to have a set of firearms made, just in case. The set of Jade-level firearms you need includes a pistol, shotgun, sniper rifle, totaling 30,000 guild contributions. It will take 3 days to customize the weapons. "Leave your number, and I will contact you in 3 days, the uniformed lady said considerately. Also exchange 10,000 guild contributions for elemental bullets with special effects, Su Chen added after some thought. He left his number and walked out of the Night Watchman branch. Goo goo. Outside, Su Chen touched his stomach. He hadn't felt it before, but after leaving the secret realm, the hunger became more apparent. After obtaining the Titan bloodline, his body had become stronger, but the consumption was also terrifying. The military provisions in his pocket had long been depleted. Without much thought, Su Chen quickly arrived at a high-end restaurant. Upon entering, he directly placed the bank card given by Wan Qian on the table. 3 hours later, amidst the exhausted expressions of 20 chefs, he walked out contentedly. Consuming a large amount of monster meat seemed to have many benefits for the growth of the Titan bloodline. Bang! Bang! Su Chen's strong heartbeat sounded like a big drum, causing the nearby girls in the Spring-Full building to tremble. "Young master, come up and play no, I'm allergic to gelatin." Arriving at the city gate. Originally, leaving the city required some cumbersome procedures and a week of waiting for approval. However, when Su Chen casually took out the medal given by the city lord from his pocket, the guard immediately chose to let him pass. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, the military officer silently saluted. It was the first time he had seen a living person receive a first-class merit. After leaving the city gate, a sense of desolation and decay filled his eyes. The smell of rotting flesh and a faint scent of blood hit him, making Su Chen alert. The dangers outside the city were no less than those in the secret realm. If luck was not on his side, he might even encounter some monsters over level 100. However, Su Chen felt that with his luck, he wouldn't become that unlucky person. Smack! The bear cub was thrown to the ground by Su Chen. Get up quickly, haven't you slept enough? Su Chen patted its bare face. Although he had eaten and drunk his fill, this guy still lay on the ground, unwilling to get up. Although the bear cub whimpered in grievance, then continued to lie on the ground playing dead. Su Chen's mouth twitched. He had been carrying this guy all the way, so who was whose pet? If you don't get up soon, I'll send you back to sleep with your mom. At the words, the bear cub shivered, suddenly sat up. Master, are you really heartless enough to abandon the bear cub? The bear cub's heart hurts. Don't talk nonsense. Su Chen rolled his eyes and gave it a slap on the butt. Hurry up. The bear cub wagged its tail, gradually growing in size. Su Chen climbed onto its back and pointed in a direction. The bear cub nodded, breathing heavily. Is this the outside air? The full taste of freedom, much better than the small secret realm. It then sped off like the wind in the wilderness. Yura! Bear cub strikes. In an instant, the howling wind blew Su Chen's hair upright. In the wilderness, some monsters and scavengers were initially interested in Su Chen, but upon seeing the bear cub, they lost all thoughts. Half an hour later, the dusty duo finally arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Su Chen dismounted from the bear cub. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm resembling a ghostly face, he stepped forward without hesitation. However, the usually fearless bear cub was now standing in place, legs trembling slightly. Ha! Su Chen turned around. I'm scared. The bear cub's fur bristled. Don't talk nonsense. You're a 20-ton titan bear, and you're afraid of ghosts? There won't be any zombies here, right? The bear cub looked serious. It had once found a projector on the Savage Bear Plane, along with 300 zombie films. Therefore, it was extremely wary of such a heavily ominous place. After taking 2 deep breaths, it mustered up the courage to follow behind Su Chen. However, its steps were somewhat strange, with 3 incense sticks inserted behind its neck. Where did you learn this weird walk? And where did you get the incense from? Su Chen frowned. This guy was simply bizarre. I learned it myself. What's wrong? The bear cub looked puzzled. Isn't this for warding off evil spirits? Su Chen was speechless for a moment, but decided to let it go. Anyway, no matter what, this bear was a tough one, so let it be. The two entered the secret realm, only to be greeted by endless dry bones, as if this place had once buried billions of living beings. Although called a Strange Tales town, the area was incredibly vast, not inferior to the Savage Bear Plain. However, Su Chen soon noticed something strange. There were many professionals here, but most were only first or second tier, with very few higher-level beings in sight. And they were all gathered near the exit of the secret realm, wearing signs on their chests. Young man, need a guide? Good quality at a low price, with a lot of monster information included. Seeing Su Chen's arrival, a group of people crowded around. Su Chen was not surprised. He had checked the information about the Strange Tales town at the Night Watchman branch. The monsters here were different from those in other secret realms, with their own peculiar attack patterns that were very difficult to deal with and required specific attack methods. I want to go to the core death zone to hunt bone wraiths. Who can lead the way? Su Chen asked. His goal was the Second Awakening, and he didn't have time to deal with other minor monsters, so he went straight to the point. Bone wraiths? Why do you want to kill them? At these words, everyone looked at Su Chen with a puzzled expression. Although those creatures were powerful, they were also very special, as they had not killed a single human professional in decades. The biggest problem in finding bone wraiths was not killing them, but the fact that the area where these creatures resided was too dangerous. Everyone thought he was just a reckless young man and advised him, the core area is too risky, you might lose your life. Yes, the core area has too many strange restrictions. Even a team of third-tier professionals would find it difficult to break through, and you're alone. With a crazy bear. Looking at the overly young Su Chen in front of them, along with the bear cub walking in a peculiar manner with incense sticks, these guides couldn't help but feel skeptical. Double the commission, if no one takes it, then forget it. Su Chen ignored the questioning voices and repeated his request. Seeing Su Chen's firm attitude, along with the 5 stars above his head, everyone present understood his purpose. It seemed to be a requirement for an awakening mission? Ahem, afraid you'll have money but no life to spend it. A man chuckled. All right. Su Chen nodded. Since that was the case, he wouldn't insist, and he was ready to find the bone wraiths on his own. Wait, young man, did you just say more money? A ragged old man quickly called out to him, showing a happy expression. I'll take it. Oldly, you've really lived long enough. Seeing this, the other guide stepped back a few steps, looking at him as if he were dead. Su Chen glanced at Oldly and casually tossed a golden wrist guard to him. Enough? I'm in a hurry. Oldly's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, Enough, enough? I've been a guide in this secret realm for 30 years. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes carried a hint of nostalgia. In his past life, he had also worked as a guide. The Strange Tales town is divided into the outer, inner, and core areas. However, the monsters here are unlike those in other secret realms. Regardless of the outer or inner areas, the strength of the monsters is random. It is because of this that our profession has emerged in this secret realm. Oldly walked beside Su Chen, explaining the situation in the secret realm to him. The monsters in the Strange Tales town are few, but each one is among the best of monsters at the same level. Few professionals choose to come here to level up, most are looking for materials or awakening tasks. At this moment, they were walking along a dilapidated cement road. The surroundings were full of rundown low buildings, extremely gloomy and terrifying. Excuse me, Brother Bear? Oldly looked at Little Bear hesitantly, wanting to say something but hesitating. Your items won't work here. He pointed to the cross hanging on Little Bear's chest, the talisman on his forehead, the peachwood sword, the coins, the Bible, and other strange items hanging from his waist. I know. Little Bear didn't mind. But they make me feel safe. Isn't it said that belief is power? Oldly choked, glanced at Su Chen, and awkwardly smiled. Your pet is quite special. Su Chen nodded. Oldly was right. Little Bear was indeed the most special type of monster in all secret realms. He. Just then, a cold wind blew. Do you think I'm beautiful? Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, a slender figure wearing a mask appeared in front of them. Seeing this monster, Oldly's pupils constricted, and he quickly said, the split-mouthed woman, a level 60 to 75 monster. The special rule is to ask questions to people. Once the question is asked, it will be immune to any attacks. You must attack it before the question is asked. He quickly closed his eyes, grabbed Su Chen's sleeve, and said, it has already asked a question, locking us in. But the solution is simple, we just need to close our eyes and walk past it. Oldly wanted to pull Su Chen away, but Su Chen didn't budge. Perhaps there's a better way. Su Chen squinted, looking at the emerging summary of fate in front of him. Fate mini-event, you encounter the split-mouthed woman blocking the road. After a moment of thought, Su Chen made a decision. Ding! Fate mini-event, you encounter the split-mouthed woman repairing the road. Fate points plus 20. Seeing Su Chen unmoved, Oldly immediately became anxious. Hurry, let's go. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. He was a bit flustered. They had to quickly use the method to bypass the split-mouthed woman blocking the road, or even closing their eyes wouldn't work. The other guides watched from afar, shaking their heads one after another. What they hated most were clients who hired guides but still liked to act on their own. Oldly might be in for a rough time. Something's not right. Why did the split-mouthed woman leave on her own? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. What? Everyone looked up at the departing figure of the split-mouthed woman, looking puzzled. She actually left on her own. This doesn't make sense. Die. Not only that, the split-mouthed woman also lifted a bag of cement, laughing maniacally as she mixed the concrete according to proportions and filled the damaged parts of the road. What the heck? What is she doing? Repairing the road? Several guides looked at each other, wearing expressions of disbelief. Oldly's jaw dropped, looking at the split-mouthed woman, then at Su Chen, a thought forming in his mind. Could this be his doing? What kind of profession uses such bizarre methods? A mysterious ghost manipulator? Su Chen didn't explain anything, casually took out a thorny rose and cut himself. Fate changes are triggered. Fate points plus 15. Rage level plus 1. A touch of enchanting red flashed in his eyes. After the strength improvement, will there be more fate points? Su Chen muttered to himself. Although it was only an increase of 5 fate points, in the long run, it was still a considerable wealth. Then, he continued along this cement road. Along the way, there were cracks in the road blocking the way. But under Su Chen's command, they all turned into a road repair army. When they reached the end of the road, over 30 crack women had become a construction team, renovating the once dilapidated cement road, even widening it to make it more spacious and smooth. Come on, Bear Baby, Su Chen urged Bear Baby, now is your time to shine. Okay. Bear Baby looked serious. Then, it picked up a dried gecko from somewhere, chanting in a strange rhythm while jumping, "Evil spirits, leave quickly. Evil spirits, leave quickly. I asked you to attack. What are you doing?" Su-chen frowned, walked up and slapped it, but even a roar would be more effective. Old Lee twisted his thigh, forcing himself not to laugh out loud. But it was obviously too difficult. He thought of all the sad things in his life, but still couldn't suppress the smile. "Is that so? Isn't that how they exorcise in movies?" Bear Baby looked aggrieved. Then, it took off the talisman stuck on its forehead, with a hint of weakness, opened its mouth towards the street. Yura! In an instant, a majestic pressure descended. Thump! 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 Almost everyone except a few fell to their knees. Old Lee screamed, knees hitting the ground. The suffocation almost made him faint. This power was too overwhelming. It was like the might of heaven, leaving him no room for resistance. This is the pressure of a legendary creature? No. A myth? He looked at Bear Baby in horror. This seemingly ridiculous bear turned out to be a mythical creature? Your allied pet killed Crack Woman LV62. You gained 43,960 experience points. Your allied pet killed Crack Woman LV71. You gain 65,907 experience points. Your allied pet killed Crack Woman LV61. You gain 42,907 experience points. Alright, that's enough. Su-chen patted Bear Baby, nodding in satisfaction. So these ghosts aren't as scary as they look? Bear Baby seemed to have regained its confidence, directly taking off the strange exorcism items on its body. Then, with gleaming eyes, it rushed to where the Crack Women had died, picking up all the items that had burst out. Bear Baby's roar filled Su-chen's experience pool to the brim. Now, Su-chen was certain that once he completed the second transformation, his level would skyrocket. Master bye-bye, look what I found. Bear Baby's paws were holding several round, black balls, happily walking towards Su-chen. Death Chi Orb, Platinum Grade, Introduction. A bead containing Death Chi, can be used to craft equipment. Old Lee looked at Bear Baby with fear, then explained to Su-chen, "This is a specialty of the ghost town. A platinum-grade Death Chi Orb is worth around 3 billion. It can add dark attributes to equipment. Very valuable." Hearing this, Su-chen's heart stirred. The Death Chi Orb was not bad. Perhaps he could add dark attributes to the set of firearms he was customizing for himself? Master bye-bye, here you go. During the conversation, Little Bear had already handed the 4 dead spirit beads to Su-chen, and affectionately rubbed Su-chen's face. "Well done," Su-chen smiled and reached out to stroke Little Bear's fur. Then, the group continued walking towards the depths of the Strange Tales town. This is a big shot. The previous group of guides regretted deeply. If they had known that this person was accompanied by a mythical creature, they wouldn't have even asked for money. Meeting such a character was truly a rare opportunity, yet they missed it willingly. Perhaps it was because of Little Bear's roar that after entering the inner area, Su-chen and his group did not encounter any monsters attacking them. Little Bear curiously looked around, eager to try out its exorcism ability again. Just then, Su-chen suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet slightly trembling. Su-chen frowned, feeling uncomfortable all over. Suddenly, countless black mists emerged around them, blocking out the sunlight and creating a gloomy atmosphere. Terrifying growls could be heard from the black mist, resembling the roar of wild beasts or the whispers of demons. The black mist gathered more and more, quickly filling the entire street, making it suffocatingly dense. Old Lee's face turned pale. This is the sign of a lord-level monster descending in the town. If I'm not mistaken, this monster should be the demon of misfortune. He said anxiously, "We are surrounded by the domain of misfortune. We must escape the domain to deal with it. Otherwise, it will be invincible here, and we will be plagued by misfortune, rendering all attacks ineffective." To make Su-chen believe him, Old Lee even conjured a fireball spell. As he had said, he inexplicably failed twice during the chanting phase. Finally, when he managed to cast the fireball spell, a gust of wind blew it off course, causing it to curve back like a boomerang towards him. Even during its flight, the fireball grew larger and larger. If it weren't for Little Bear slapping it out, Old Lee might have died inexplicably under his own fireball spell. Misfortune. Fate minor event, you encounter misfortune. Su-chen glanced at the summary of fate, his lips curling slightly. Ding. Fate minor event, you encounter good fortune. Fate points plus 20. Yura. Ahem. Little Bear looked at the black mist, preparing to roar again. However, just as it was about to let out a roar, it was choked by a mouthful of saliva, coughing uncontrollably. "Let me handle this." Seeing even Little Bear affected by misfortune, Su-chen shook his head slightly and walked up to them. "Boss, let's take a detour. This thing is really sinister." Seeing Su-chen about to take action, Old Lee hurriedly advised. "It's okay, I know what I'm doing." As he spoke, Su Chen's gaze fell on the distant black mist, a playful smile playing on his lips. "You two step back 10 meters. Su Chen ordered, then took out the silver sword he hadn't used in a long time. Without hesitation, he threw the sword into the black mist. Boom! The speed was so fast that it even caused a sonic boom. Can this work? Old Li took a few steps back, fearing that the sword would rebound like the fireball spell earlier. Puff! The next moment, the sound of a blade piercing flesh was heard. Fate minor event, you used the silver sword to hit the demon of misfortune, inflicting minor injury effect on the opponent. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. Ding! Fate minor event, you used the silver sword to hit the demon of misfortune, inflicting severe injury effect on the opponent. Fate points plus 20. Roar! Following that, a painful roar came from the black mist. Can this work? Can great strength work wonders? Old Li muttered, staring with wide eyes. He thought Su Chen would hit a wall like he did, but he didn't expect him to actually hit misfortune, and judging from the sound, it seemed to have caused quite a bit of damage. Master Bai is really amazing. Xiong Baobao also exclaimed in surprise, opening his mouth wide. Su Chen smiled faintly. The stronger misfortune was, the stronger the good luck after the reversal. He didn't even need to aim. Good luck would forcibly make the sword fly towards misfortune. Human, you have successfully angered me. A demon with wings on its back and dark skin walked out of the black mist. It held a staff in its hand, a silver sword pierced through its chest, and dark blood continuously gushed from the wound. Su Chen squinted at the demon. It seemed to be misfortune? Prepare to meet your death. The misfortune demon was extremely angry. This was the first time someone had heard it in the realm of misfortune. In the next moment, an infinite black light condensed at the tip of the staff. A dark energy ball quickly formed. Watching this scene, Su Chen calmly took out the thorn rose and continued to cut his palm. Since entering the secret realm, he had stacked 9 layers of rage. Fate points plus 15. Rage stack plus 1, current stack reaches 10 layers, your sense of pain disappears, self-healing ability increases by 300%, and nerve reflex speed increases by 500%. In an instant, the scene in front of Su Chen seemed to be pressed at 0. 2 times the speed. He rushed forward, easily dodging the dark energy ball with a bend. Then, to the incredulous gaze of the misfortune demon, he turned and kicked it heavily in the abdomen. Crack! The misfortune demon's ribs directly broke, and its whole body flew out horizontally. Awoo! At the same time, a wail came from deep in the misfortune demon's throat. The piercing sound was terrifying, making one's heart race. It forcibly activated dark magic to stabilize its form and avoid being knocked out of the misfortune realm. Joking, this guy was already terrifying with misfortune attached, and now even more so outside the realm? Not only that, the misfortune demon actively let misfortune attach to Su Chen. Kill! Su Chen didn't hesitate, seizing the opportunity to attack, closing in. His whole body was entwined with black misfortune, making him look even more demonic than the misfortune demon. Boss, keep it up. Old Li and the others watched with excitement. They saw Su Chen charging straight ahead. Meanwhile, the misfortune demon kept conjuring dark magic missiles. However, even though Su Chen didn't dodge, all those dark magic missiles missed, unable to get close, as if something was blocking them. How can this be? The misfortune demon's eyes flickered with disbelief. Heh, your misfortune is amazing. Su Chen coldly smiled, pushed off the ground with his right foot, soared into the air, leaping 100 feet high towards the misfortune demon. Can you handle this palm strike from above? With his words, Su Chen's descent speed suddenly increased. The invisible pressure made the misfortune demon's heart pound. If hit by this strike, it would die. Damn it! The misfortune demon's pupils shrank, frantically moving around, trying to dodge the strike. But no matter how it turned and dodged, the sense of death threat did not diminish at all, as if that palm strike had an attribute of guaranteed hit. The consecutive encounters made the misfortune demon's mentality explode. Am I the misfortune demon, or is he the misfortune demon? After uttering its final question, Su Chen directly smashed its head with a palm strike. You have killed misfortune demon LV-72, Lord level, gaining 296,480 experience points. The black mist dispersed, and a pure black 4-leaf clover talisman appeared beneath the body of the demon of misfortune. Su Chen's expression brightened as he picked it up. Misfortune Talisman, Diamond Grade, Level, 0 Type, Special Attribute, Luck -5 Durability, 30/30th Skill, Misfortune Ensnare. Trigger Misfortune Ensnare on any unit within 500 meters, reducing their luck by -100 for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 24 hours. This attribute? Su Chen fell into contemplation. For ordinary people, this would be a powerful cursed equipment with strong effects, but the long-term luck -5 effect would undoubtedly bring trouble. However, for Su Chen, it seemed Not bad? His luck was at least 9 points, so he wasn't afraid of reducing it by 5 points. The key was that this thing's effect could be used on himself. In Su Chen's hands, wasn't this thing just giving himself plus 100 luck every 24 hours? No, it might be more than 100. Su Chen held the misfortune talisman and directly chose to trigger the misfortune ensnare on himself. Fate minor event, you are affected by the misfortune ensnare effect, luck minus 100. Symbols are not just for addition and subtraction. What if it's changed to a multiplication sign? Su Chen's heart pounded as he focused on that minus sign. Ding! Fate minor event, you are affected by the misfortune ensnare effect, luck x 100. Damn! It actually works! Su Chen was extremely excited. Do you see any changes in me? He asked Old Li and Xiong Baobao. It seems like nothing has changed? The two scratched their heads. Boss, I feel like you're getting more handsome. Old Li flattered. Xiong Baobao also quickly expressed loyalty. I also think Master Bai Bai is getting more handsome. Su Chen's smile disappeared. Luck is a hidden attribute, and the effects it brings should be tested with something. Thinking about it, Su Chen hastened his pace forward. Although Xiong Baobao and Old Li didn't understand what was happening, they quickly followed. The inner buildings of the Strange Tales town gradually became new, unlike the outer area which was dilapidated. However, the eerie and sinister atmosphere became even stronger. Death envelopes you. A monster with a human face, goat horns, and bat wings on its back suddenly rushed towards Su Chen from the shadows. Black flames condensed in its palms, distorting the light around it due to the terrifying high temperature. Death. However, before it could get close, it tripped on its own. Death. It tried to get up, but the black flames in its hands accidentally exploded. Boom! Flames rolled, and the monster was instantly blown to ashes. You have killed the Black Flame Demon LV-52, gaining 11,648 experience points. Ha! Su Chen looked back in surprise. Was this the benefit of having high luck? Entities that harbor ill intentions towards me will encounter misfortune? Su Chen muttered to himself. He continued on his way. In less than half a minute, the area he passed through became like a dead zone. Countless monsters emerged to attack Su Chen, but for various reasons, they failed and ended up harming themselves. Moreover, Su Chen often accidentally stumbled upon various platinum and emerald equipment, unexpectedly gaining more than 10 pieces of equipment in just a few seconds. Isn't this too cool? This is not just heaven's favorite, this is heaven's own father. After the 1-minute effect ended, Su Chen was somewhat reluctant to stop. This kind of strong luck was invincible, not needing his own effort to defeat monsters or collect equipment, just standing there waiting was enough. Unfortunately, the misfortune talisman needed a 1-day cooldown after each use. Otherwise, Su Chen would definitely clean up the entire town and then leisurely go boss hunting. Master, look what I found. At this moment, Xiong Baobao also ran over with a pile of equipment and a few jade-level dead spirit beads. It seems like my luck can be shared with Xiong Baobao? Su Chen pondered. Looking at Lao Li, who was empty-handed and confused, it seemed like he didn't share the luck. Su Chen thought to himself, this might be the effect of the pet contract. Boss, the core area of the Strange Tales town is just ahead, where you can find the bone wraith you're looking for. At this moment, Lao Li pointed to a castle not far ahead. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes. This castle housed the most powerful monsters in the Strange Tales town, some of which even had many unsolvable rules and were extremely difficult to deal with. Okay. Su Chen nodded and called Xiong Baobao. Then he turned and said, if you don't want to, you don't have to go in. Lao Li hesitated for a moment, stood still, and then gritted his teeth and followed. Boss, what are you saying? I take money to do things, this is my professional ethics. Su Chen smiled slightly and said nothing. He walked lightly and entered the castle. The castle was huge, like a palace. Su Chen and the others passed through layers of corridors and finally arrived at the main hall of the castle. In the main hall, a man in a sharp suit, tall and slender, about 5 meters high, slowly turned around and looked at Su Chen. Lao Li breathed heavily and quickly shouted, Boss, that thing is called the Thin Shadow Ghost, never look it in the eyes, it's extremely good at tormenting people, especially melee professionals, they will be dragged to death. Don't look in the eyes? Dragged to death? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He had already made eye contact with the Thin Shadow Ghost when it turned around. He even conveyed 3 words with his eyes. What are you looking at? Buzz. The next moment, the Thin Shadow Ghost flashed as if teleporting, and directly faced Su Chen. Fate minor event, you are attacked by the Thin Shadow Ghost and suffer superficial wounds. Ha! Su Chen hadn't even had time to think about how to modify the summary of fate when he saw a flash of light on the Thin Shadow Ghost's hand. The next moment, a cut appeared on Su Chen's shoulder. The moonlight cape was also cut by this attack. Boom! Su Chen instinctively threw a punch. However, before the punch could reach the opponent, the thin shadow ghost had already appeared dozens of meters away from him. There were a few drops of blood on the thin shadow ghost suit, and he put the crimson sharp knife to his mouth, licked it with his tongue, and showed a cruel smile towards Su Chen. The look in his eyes was like playing with prey. Fast, too fast. The opponent's speed, almost like teleportation, directly overwhelmed Su Chen. Even though he maintained 10 levels of rage at this moment, he still couldn't react to the speed like light. Su Chen frowned. This enemy was a bit tricky. However, it was just a bit tricky. In an instant, the cut on Su Chen's skin had already healed on its own. He smiled, stopping Xiong Baobao from making a move. He wanted to take down this enemy himself. Let's have a direct confrontation. With that, Su Chen took a step forward, his figure turning into a blur. His speed had increased more than twice from before, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the thin shadow ghost, his arms like steel pincers, trying to grab the opponent's neck. However, the thin shadow ghost once again displayed the teleportation-like ability, directly flashing behind Su Chen. Swish! The sharp knife cut through the moonlight cape but was blocked by a hazy moonlight barrier. Twilight barrier. Taking advantage of the moment when the moonlight cape skill blocked the thin shadow ghost, Su Chen suddenly delivered a powerful elbow strike to the thin shadow ghost's waist. Bang! The thin shadow ghost's body flew horizontally, smashing into the wall and disappearing. He can teleport? Su Chen was secretly surprised. This guy was really weird. His speed was so fast that even his fivefold amplified nerve reflexes couldn't catch up. He was truly abnormal. Su Chen immediately chased after him. However, at that moment, a sense of danger spread throughout his body. Fate Minor Event. You are attacked by a slender ghostly figure, who stabs you in the abdomen with a sharp knife. The moment Su Chen saw this summary of fate, he already felt a stabbing pain in his abdomen. However, at this moment, a smile appeared on his face. Ding! Fate Minor Event. You are attacked by a slender ghostly figure, who stabs you in the abdomen with a scream. The next moment, the smile on the face of the slender ghostly figure froze instantly. It felt that the once extremely sharp knife suddenly didn't feel right in its hand. Upon picking it up and looking at it, its expression became extremely vivid. That icy sharp knife had somehow turned into a 5 yuan bottle of soda at some point? The slender ghostly figure incredulously pinched the plastic bottle. The next moment, a stream of transparent liquid sprayed out from the bottle's mouth. Xiong Baobao's eyes lit up, rushing over to catch it with its mouth. So sweet. Can I have the whole bottle? It smacked its lips. At this moment, the slender ghostly figure, which had always maintained its elegance, finally showed a look of anger on its face. It was extremely angry that its weapon, which it relied on for survival, had somehow disappeared because of Su Chen. Finally getting angry? Su Chen sneered. If the slender ghostly figure was willing to face him head-on, that would be good news for him. Intruder, you're doomed. The sinister voice of the slender ghostly figure echoed from all around, and as its words fell, its entire body suddenly dispersed, transforming into hundreds of slender ghostly figures. These slender ghostly figures didn't brandish knives, but they revealed sharp claws instead. Su Chen didn't hold back, charging straight in and engaging with the hundreds of slender ghostly figures. As soon as the battle began, Su Chen felt uncomfortable. Each of these slender ghostly figures turned out to be solid, and each one possessed that teleportation skill, making them slippery. After landing a blow, before Su Chen could get close, they all teleported away. Humph, intruder, you don't understand the ways of a gentleman at all. Su Chen was practically being pulled in all directions. In the end, he even took out a shotgun and started blasting away. However, the silver-grade shotgun hitting this level 73 Lord-level monster was like scratching an itch. You forced my hand. Fire seemed to blaze in Su Chen's eyes. Under the influence of the full rage effect, he was already on edge, especially since the slender ghostly figure was deliberately taunting him. What level weapon master? Su Chen thought for a moment, but ultimately didn't choose that option. This thing was faster than bullets, and getting hit just now was probably intentional. Su Chen then threw away the shotgun and charged at the slender ghostly figure once again. However, at this moment, he closed his eyes and fully activated his fate perception. Human, do you really think I can't deal with you? Hundreds of slender ghostly figures spoke simultaneously. They maintained their elegant posture, and a crimson pattern appeared beneath each slender ghostly figure. These were symbols carved out of Su Chen's blood. A total of 444 slender ghostly figures, with 380 already inscribed with symbols at this moment. Oldly in the distance noticed what was happening and shouted loudly towards Su Chen, "This is a death curse ritual. It's using your blood to create a high-level curse ritual. Once it completes the death curse ritual, even a 5th-tier professional won't be able to withstand it and will die directly. However, Suchen seemed to be oblivious, allowing the slender ghostly figures to cut into him and take away a piece of his blood. Old Li watched anxiously, about to rush over to help. However, he was pushed down by Xiong Baobao with a slap. "Don't worry, Master Bai Bai isn't that foolish." Xiong Baobao sipped on the soda bottle, speaking calmly. Old Li was stunned, but soon stopped in his tracks. It wasn't until the 440th symbol appeared that Su Chen's expression finally changed. "Caught you." He suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at the summary of fate in front of him. "Fate, the slender ghost shadow is pulling and casting a death curse ritual on you. Ha ha ha. Foolish humans, daring to enter the castle of the dead, today you will be buried here forever." The slender ghost shadow laughed maniacally, starting to condense the 441st symbol. Just then, Su Chen completed the modification of fate. Ding! Fate, the slender ghost shadow is pulling and casting a death curse ritual on you. Fate points plus 66. Ha! What's going on? Just as the slender ghost shadow had just condensed the 441st symbol, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its body. What? What have you done to me? A total of 444 slender ghost shadows clutched their stomachs simultaneously. They were filled with fear, no longer the elegant and agile beings they once were. Poo-poo-poo-poo. At that moment, they all transformed into projectile warriors, dyeing the entire ancient castle hall a pale yellow. Watching this scene in the hall, Xiong Baobao silently threw away the bottle of unfinished scream. Although it had no taste, the sight was truly appetite-suppressing. All 444 slender ghost shadows were struggling to cast death curse runes while dissipating. As monsters, they did not have the ability to dissipate. Therefore, as they dissipated, the pale yellow liquid turned deep red. Intruder! You! Shameless! All the slender ghost shadows were going mad. This was the first time they had suffered such humiliation. Even though they usually strictly adhered to gentlemanly rules, under Su Chen's strange ability, they were caught off guard. Humans! Death will not spare you. Perhaps due to their dissipation, the voices of the slender ghost shadows became extremely weak. Gradually, all the slender ghost shadows became illusory. After completing the inscription of the 443rd death curse rune, the slender ghost shadows, filled with resentment and shame, completely turned into ashes. Even before Su Chen could make a move, they dissipated on their own. According to the modified summary of fate, if they stopped casting the death curse ritual on Su Chen, they might have been able to struggle a bit more, rather than dissipating themselves. You have killed the level 73 Slender Ghost Shadow, Lord level, and gained 336,458 experience points. Tisk TSK TSK. Su Chen glanced at the jade equipment lying in the yellow-red liquid and couldn't bring himself to pick it up. Old Li, you've had a hard time leading the way, so that equipment is yours. Thank you for your generosity, boss. Old Li immediately expressed his gratitude. Although it looked disgusting, it was indeed a genuine jade-level equipment. If the stats were good, it could be worth billions. However, Old Li overestimated his own tolerance. Ugh, after picking up the jade equipment, he felt nauseous and started retching against the wall. Seeing this, Su Chen shook his head. He had plenty of jade-level equipment, so it was only fair for Old Li to earn the money. Coco! Little guy, I didn't expect you to have some skills. At that moment, a graceful figure descended the long staircase in the castle hall. It was a woman 8 feet tall. She was wearing an evening gown, with hints of cleavage showing. Her chestnut-brown curly hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her exquisitely beautiful face was adorned with a seductive smile. Lady 8 feet. Seeing this woman, Old Li forgot about his nausea and hurriedly rushed to Su Chen's side, shielding him. Boss, this monster is invincible against male professionals with lower levels than hers. Especially virgins, they have no chance against her at all. Old Li glanced at Xiong Baobao, then at Su Chen. Let your pet go up, boss, trust me on this. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. At this moment, he had voluntarily calmed down from his rage, much more rational than before. Since Old Li said so, letting Xiong Baobao kill the monster himself wouldn't be a loss. Well, Su Chen would never admit that he was still a virgin in this life. So, Su Chen signaled to Xiong Baobao, go, Xiong Baobao. Slap this monster to death with one paw. Gaga. Xiong Baobao responded excitedly and then pounced fiercely, waving his bare paw, directly hitting the 8-foot-tall person. You little thing, you can't hurt me. The 8-foot-tall person snorted lightly, a serious expression appearing on his face, reaching out his right hand to grab forward. Crack, crack. The space around Xiong Baobao seemed to be imprisoned. Although Xiong Baobao broke free in an instant, taking advantage of this momentary gap, she also unfolded a speed close to teleportation, coming behind Su Chen, grabbing his neck and lifting him up. What the hell? Su Chen was instantly suppressed. At this moment, he finally understood what Old Li meant by invincibility. He felt his whole body becoming weak and powerless, and all the blood in his body rushing towards a certain point. The face of the 8-foot-tall person approached Su Chen's neck and directly pressed against it. Fate medium event. You triggered the male child suppression of the 8-foot-tall person. Your yang energy is being absorbed. Absorb my yang energy? Su Chen's heart trembled slightly. You seem a little nervous, little one. Sensing Su Chen's emotional change, the 8-foot-tall person seemed even more excited, licking her crimson lips. Your yang energy is too pure. If I suck you dry, my energy will definitely increase a lot. Damn it, I don't care. Feeling his body getting cold, Su Chen quickly activated Fate modification. Ding! Fate medium event. You triggered the male child suppression of the 8-foot-tall person. Your yang platform is being absorbed. Ha! In that instant, a hint of doubt appeared in the eyes of the 8-foot-tall person. She suddenly couldn't feel the yang energy in Su Chen's body. Little bear, trying to sneak attack me? The next moment, she felt a strong wind attacking from behind. She turned around abruptly, her expression suddenly stiffening. She thought it was Xiong Baobao attacking again. Unexpectedly, what was coming towards her was the balcony of Su Chen's house. The 8-foot-tall person was puzzled, not understanding how this clearly non-secret realm building appeared here. She quickly grabbed Su Chen and retreated. However, Su Chen's balcony kept chasing after them. Faced with this bizarre scene, the 8-foot-tall person didn't care about anything else, directly throwing Su Chen out and flying rapidly to escape. Her true form was extremely weak, only having a fatal attribute against young virgins. Right now, she had to quickly get rid of this tracking balcony. Xiong Baobao, stop her! Su Chen quickly shouted. Yura! Xiong Baobao bared his teeth, looking extremely angry. How dare this woman suck his master's yang energy in front of him? Humph! Xiong Baobao was very angry, and the consequences were severe. In the next moment, a bear paw fiercely slapped the 8-foot-tall person's back. Then, Su Chen's balcony followed up and smashed onto the head of the 8-foot lady. Your allied pet killed the 8-foot-tall person LV-73. You gain 365,080 experience points. Your allied pet Xiong Baobao leveled up. Current level LV-87. 2 messages rang out. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 8-foot-tall person was indeed not easy to provoke. He couldn't underestimate any secret realm. After all, who knew there would be a virgin killer before coming here? Boss, are you okay? Old Li hurried over and asked with concern. I'm fine. Su Chen shook his head. Boom! At that moment, the entire ancient castle began to tremble. Countless skeletons emerged from the ground of the castle. In an instant, it felt like being in the depths of hell. Countless white bones intertwined to form a bone throne reaching 100 meters high. A giant skeleton of the same height sat on the throne, with eerie blue flames bursting from its eye sockets, looking down at Su Chen. Human, what is your purpose for coming here? The skeleton on the bone throne said in a hoarse and eerie voice. Its tone was cold and mechanical, exuding strong intimidation and oppression. Su Chen raised his head to meet its gaze, emitting an aura belonging to mythical creatures. The two auras clashed in mid-air. Su Chen's aura was no less powerful than that of the undead skeletons. He said coldly, to kill you. Ha ha, foolish fellow, I am already a dead being. How do you kill a dead person? Dead person? Su Chen pondered for a moment and then leaped onto the undead skeleton. The undead skeleton did not react, only the soul flames in its eye sockets flickered. The undead skeleton felt strange to him. It didn't seem like a monster, but more like a person. Watching Su Chen's bold actions, Lao Li's heart almost jumped to his throat. The undead skeleton was the strongest lord-level monster in the ghost town, not only at level 90 but also possessing the Bone Castle, a formidable stronghold. Known as the Undying Bones, the undead. As even Little Bear showed a rare serious expression. If it went all out, it might defeat the opponent, but it would likely be a close victory. After all, this was someone else's home ground, and Little Bear could sense a hint of mythical creature aura from the undead skeleton. You were once human? Compared to the seriousness of the two, Su Chen seemed somewhat reckless. Standing on the thigh bone of the undead skeleton, he spoke as if chatting with a neighbor. You are sharp. The undead skeleton did not refute but said such words. Then why have you become a skeleton frame? Su Chen asked again. He had already figured out the opponent's temperament. Although it looked ferocious, it did not harbor any malice towards him and even provided information. Of course, most of the time, it remained silent. Su Chen had gotten used to its attitude. My power comes from death. After a long silence, it slowly said, everything has a price, but some are heavier than others. Su Chen pondered. Do you want to take my life? Feel free to try. The undead skeleton continued, its voice hoarse, with a mysterious charm. All right. Su Chen nodded. He came here for this, and since the other party agreed, he naturally did not hesitate. He pressed his left hand down on the leg bone of the undead skeleton. The masses are swaying, activate. In the next moment, countless threads of fate surged into the body of the undead skeleton. However, due to the opponent's high level, the threads of fate only entered halfway, and the length was insufficient. Little guy, you're a bit short. The undead skeleton teased. It's okay, once I get into the zone, I won't be short. Su Chen frowned and directly used the Fate Point enhancement skill. Fate Point 2000. Masses swaying LV4 upgraded to LV5. Fate Point 4000. Masses swaying LV5 upgraded to LV6. 6,000 fate points disappeared, and Su Chen's nearly 10,000 fate points dropped back. But he didn't feel heartbroken. The previously somewhat weak threads of fate instantly swelled up and began to roam in the body of the undead skeleton. Now we're talking. The undead skeleton chuckled lightly. Su Chen looked up at its eyes. For some reason, he seemed to see a hint of relief in those two clusters of dark blue flames. You've wanted to die for a long time, haven't you? Su Chen said, manipulating the threads of fate while keeping his head down. You figured it out, didn't you? The skeletal undead sounded somewhat surprised, then sighed, yes, everyone wants to live, including me, but... It suddenly stopped speaking. Forget it. I won't say anymore. It shook its head, returning to its indifference. The puppeteer's ability is indeed impressive, even death cannot stop fate. But you are still inferior to that guy, Eugen. Unfortunately, he doesn't acknowledge my soul, otherwise, it wouldn't be your turn. Su Chen nodded slightly. I've heard many people mention Eugen. What kind of person is he? The skeletal undead pondered for a moment. Him? A madman, obsessed with art. Where is he now? I really want to meet him. As Su Chen spoke, the joints of the skeletal undead began to crack, gradually reorganizing into a lotus pattern. However, it seemed to feel no pain, and the pale blue flames symbolizing its soul became even brighter. 30 years ago, Eugen slaughtered 3 cities, a total of 45,680,000 people. He turned them into a lotus flower and threw them into the frost giant tribe. I remember, his lover died at the hands of the frost giants. After slaughtering most of the frost giants, he disappeared completely from everyone's sight. Perhaps he died? The voice of the skeletal undead came slowly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen fell silent. It's hard to judge, isn't it? The skeletal undead chuckled. He helped the human race resist foreign invasions, but at the same time, he personally committed such atrocities, even more cruel than the foreigners. Indeed. Su Chen nodded slightly. He is indeed a madman. He admired Eugen's art, but the act of slaughtering cities was too insane. If it were up to Su Chen himself, would he choose to go alone to the frost giant tribe for a massacre? He would be 10 times, 100 times more evil than the evildoers, but justice has its limits, and involving the innocent is not Su Chen's style. The two chatted aimlessly. Countless white bones emerged from the ground and merged into the skeletal undead. Soon, the skeletal undead became a pure white bone lotus flower. It was as pure and flawless as a lotus that cleansed the world, making Su Chen somewhat intoxicated. Where will you choose to bloom me? The voice of the skeletal undead came from within. I don't know, I'll think about it. Su Chen took a deep breath, then shook his head slightly. He was reluctant to use this bone lotus flower casually. However, his second awakening task required him to kill the skeletal undead and obtain the crystal of death. For a moment, Su Chen was caught in a dilemma. This is too magical, isn't it? Reality is even more absurd than fiction. Behind the two, old Li's face was full of horror. It was the first time he had seen someone casually chatting with such a terrifying creature as the skeletal undead. And even Su Chen had turned the skeletal undead into some kind of prop? Who exactly is this big shot? He seemed to have mentioned Eugen? Could it be that the madman was involved in this? Xiong Baobao also blinked his big eyes, looking at the bone lotus flower in amazement. Among all the things it had seen, this bone lotus flower was definitely the most beautiful. Boom! Just then, the entire castle began to collapse, and the ground shook violently. Immediately after, Su Chen felt an extreme cold sweeping over him, his whole body's blood instantly freezing, almost stiffening. Su Chen's eyes flickered, and he quickly took a step back to avoid the impact of the earthquake. Click, clatter, click. One by one, the stone pillars fell, and the ground cracked. A crack that ran through the entire strange tale town slowly spread out. Su Chen's expression was solemn, his feet stepping on air, his figure suddenly rising, dodging the crack's attack with Lao Li and Xiong Baobao. At the same time, a dazzling red light burst from within the crack. Boom! With a muffled sound, the entire ancient castle collapsed completely. Su Chen stabilized his figure, looking into the distance, his pupils shrinking. Under the crack, a single eye slowly emerged. What's going on? The entire Strange Tale town began to undergo drastic changes, with countless professionals watching in horror at everything that was happening. A white bone lotus flower hung high, beneath which was a bottomless abyss, and the two seemed to be communicating something. You're late. The voice of the skeletal undead came from the white bone lotus flower, with a hint of mockery. Why violate the contract? From the abyss came a low, angry response, thick dark runes surging out from the depths. However, the skeletal undead ignored the other party, turning to Su Chen. Now is the time, burn me to ashes, that is the Eye of Death, something you can't deal with. At that moment, the Eye of Death also looked towards Su Chen. Upon seeing Su Chen, the Eye of Death instantly became furious. Fate Weaver. You blasphemers, you deserve to die. Major fate event, you are being watched by the Eye of Death and have received the mark of the Goddess of Death. A pure darkness flew from the abyss and straight into Su Chen's body. Su Chen gazed at the eye in the abyss, pondered for a moment, and nodded. The pressure brought by the Eye of Death was too strong for him to handle at the moment. Su Chen voluntarily severed the thread of fate linked to the skeletal undead, handing over the fuse that ignited itself. Immediately, he had shown Bao Bao take himself and Lao Li out of the core area. The following spectacular scene was probably a once-in-a-lifetime sight, but if one were to watch up close, their lives might also be ignited together, right? Sitting on Xiong Bao Bao's back, Su Chen's eyes flickered, casually completing a modification of fate. Ding! Major fate event, you are being watched by the Goddess of Death and have received the Diary of the Goddess of Death. Fate points plus 600. In an instant, the mark in Su Chen's body turned into a black book. He didn't rush to look at it, but instead put it away and looked back. Shortly after they left, the previously calm abyss suddenly surged with towering waves. It was a pure black ocean composed of countless black runes, exuding an endless aura of death. Boom! The thunderous explosion was deafening, as if it would tear the entire secret realm apart. Then, a pitch-black palm broke through the water and reached for the white bone lotus flower. Without my permission, you cannot die. The extremely indifferent voice echoed in the secret realm, carrying a chilling power. I told you, you're too late. The pitch-black fingers suddenly clenched, as if to crush it. Unfortunately, just as the pitch-black palm was about to descend, the white bone lotus flower bloomed. The brilliant and sacred light illuminated the void, like the dawn breaking, dispersing the night sky covered with dark clouds, revealing a pale light on the horizon. Even the darkness of death could not conceal the radiant light. In the secret realm, everyone was stunned. They even forgot to escape, turning to gaze at the white lotus. A lotus leaf fell, instantly igniting a seven-colored flame. Everyone was intoxicated by this dreamlike scene, forgetting everything. In a daze, various scenes unfolded before everyone's eyes. Mr. Li, do you know what the sunflower's language of flowers means? A woman in her early 20s stood by the window, her face full of smiles. Of course I know, it represents sunshine, brilliance, hope. Mr. Li said solemnly while talking nonsense. He, Mr. Li is indeed knowledgeable and talented. The woman smiled beautifully. He, just average. Mr. Li scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Then how about we name our daughter Li Kuei? The woman looked at the baby in the swaddle, her eyes filled with happiness and indulgence. Ha, I'm kidding, let's just call her Li Pingyan, okay? Peaceful and safe. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Was this the memory of the bone wraith? In the dazzling firelight, not only her soul and bones were there, but also the most profound memories were reflected. Then, the scene changed. Li Pingyan, I'm sorry, your father sacrificed himself. He died on the battlefield, heroically for the country. An old man stood in front of the young Li Pingyan, looking serious. Mom, will Dad come back? Li Pingyan's young face was full of confusion. She didn't understand death at that time. The old man spoke slowly. War always requires people to bleed in sacrifice. This world is always filled with killings. We can't stop it. We can only make ourselves stronger. Truth is only held by the strong. Okay, I understand. Li Pingyan nodded vigorously. As long as she studied hard and became stronger, her father would come back, right? The woman held Li Pingyan in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Then, the scene changed again, turning into a valley surrounded by sunflowers. Mom, I listened to you and worked hard to become stronger. Now, I am a fourth-turn contract mage. Li Pingyan looked at the four graves in front of her, her smile was poignant. An attack by a foreign tribe caused half the city to fall, with heavy casualties among the human race, including her grandparents and mother. The scene shifted again. This time it seemed to be on the battlefield. The sounds of killing filled the air, and blood stained the earth red. Pingyan, you go first, I'm afraid I can't make it. A man with only half a head left smiled bitterly as he wiped her tears, asking her to leave the battlefield, but Li Pingyan shook her head and refused. She stood up, looking around at the limbs and corpses scattered everywhere. Their logistics team's route was discovered by the foreign tribe, and almost all were wiped out in the Battle of Dacheng Mountain. We can't let the foreign tribe enter Dasha from here. A look of determination appeared on Li Pingyan's face. Death, I make a covenant with you. The price is everything of mine. In the next moment, Li Pingyan's flesh withered away, replaced by a 100-meter giant bone wraith. The dead human soldiers crawled out of hell and stood behind the bone wraith. Bones do not die, the dead do not perish. In this way, she stubbornly held her ground at the pass of Dacheng Mountain, facing tens of thousands of foreign troops, not allowing them to advance a step. Li Pingyan, you chose to embrace death yourself, but now you go back on your word? Watching this scene, the anger in the eyes of death intensified. Boom! However, the white bone lotus petals kept falling, preventing it from getting any closer. Gradually, the bones faded away, leaving only a blue soul fire floating in the air. Li Pingyan's gaze seemed to penetrate the realm, focusing on a small hill covered with sunflowers. She had a family of 6, but there were 5 graves standing there. Li Pingyan. Death's eyes let out an angry roar. Although it was a general under the goddess of death, it couldn't pass through the all-consuming firelight. Li Pingyan would rather give up her own life than give them a chance to control her. Li Pingyan closed her eyes, a faint smile on her lips. Gathering my old comrades at the spring, with 10,000 banners we'll slay Yama. Old comrades, follow me, let's kill the enemy. She slowly stepped out of the soul fire, walking towards the abyss. Figures emerged from the blue flames behind her, following her. They were either wearing armor or carrying long spears. They were generals, soldiers. They were once the elite troops, having followed Li Pingyan for countless years, already integrated as one. Kill! They shouted in unison, shattering mountains and rivers, trampling the earth. The eyes of death flashed with cold light, but even they could not underestimate the souls whose control had been taken away by fate. In an instant, black and white collided violently, creating a fierce storm. Endless black flames soared into the sky, transforming into a black dragon, roaring through the sky. Roar! Boom! The black dragon clashed with the sea of fire, darkness and light disappearing simultaneously. A soft sound was heard, and a transparent crystal dropped onto the cliff of the abyss. Mom, I know what the sunflower's language of flowers means. On the back of Xiong Baobao, old Li's face was already full of tears. Even Xiong Baobao's eyes were filled with tears. However, Su Chen at this moment had no expression on his face, lost in thought. He leaped down into the abyss, grabbing the death crystal in his hand. Scenes from before flashed through his mind, eventually turning into a sigh. He understood why Eugene was unwilling to help Li Pingyan break free. Li Pingyan had a similar experience to him, but their choices were completely different. For Eugene, when this white lotus bloomed, it must have had a great impact on his soul, right? Su Chen shook his head slightly, no longer thinking too much. Fate points minus 1,000. With the disappearance of fate points, the death crystal also merged into Su Chen's body. Second career awakening, complete. The little stars hovering above Su Chen's head also disappeared. Immediately, an extremely strong aura of death erupted from his body. The surrounding area within a radius of several kilometers became dark, and the air seemed to freeze instantly. Ah! Su Chen suddenly raised his head, his eyes becoming pitch black and dark. This feeling was like walking on the Naiha Bridge, witnessing the alternation of death and rebirth. Second career awakening successful. Your level has increased. Current level LV 60. In the moment the level restriction was lifted, a massive amount of experience points directly pushed Su Chen from level 40 to level 60. Su Chen felt transparent all over, instantly filled with strength. You have gained the Destiny Path skill, Death Weapon. You have gained the Destiny Path skill, Life Weapon. You have gained the Destiny Path skill, Lawbreaker. 3 more skills? Su Chen's eyes flickered, about to check the skill descriptions, but another prompt popped up. Your skills Death Weapon and Life Weapon have merged into Destiny Weapon. Seeing this, Su Chen directly opened the introduction of the skill Destiny Weapon. Destiny Weapon, you have the ability to forge a weapon of destiny. The Destiny Weapon will accompany your growth and can gain abilities by devouring materials. A weapon of destiny? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, instantly thinking of Eugene's bone sniper rifle and the short sword of the Cocoon Breaker path. So, Eugene's bone sniper rifle is a death weapon, and the weapon of the Cocoon Breaker is a life weapon? What about the Gatekeeper? Does he have the ability to forge a unique weapon? Countless thoughts crossed Su Chen's mind. Then, he closed his eyes, carefully feeling the skill of Destiny Weapon. Soon, Su Chen discovered that his Destiny Weapon seemed to contain the characteristics of these 3, and it surpassed them. His destiny weapon contained the powerful destructive power of the death weapon, the infinite growth ability of the life weapon, and the characteristic of the gatekeeper, indestructible.
Su Chen slowly exhaled a breath, slowly opening his palm.
In the palm of his hand, a transparent sphere emitted a faint light, as if containing endless energy, full of mystery and danger. This was the prototype of his destiny weapon.
Su Chen immediately picked a few jade-grade weapons from the storage bag and threw them in. In an instant, these jade-grade weapons were devoured by the life tool.
Perhaps because of swallowing the jade weapons, the transparent sphere also began to show a jade color. Life tool level, 30 life tool grade, jade weapon types, knife, sword, axe, spear. Weapon characteristics, indestructible, sharp, bleeding, critical hit, dizzy.
Weapon skills, undetermined. Swallowing a weapon gives the life tool the form and characteristics of that weapon?
Su Chen curiously played with his life tool. With his thoughts flowing, the life tool kept switching between the forms of knife, sword, axe, and spear.
This life tool is indeed domineering. As long as it keeps swallowing endlessly, the life tool has the potential for unlimited growth.
Furthermore, as the grade increases, Su Chen can also fix the skills of the swallowed weapons on the life tool. Jade grade can fix 2 skills, which can be unlocked with fate points after fixing. However, the skills that the weapons he currently swallowed come with are average, so there is no need to fix the skills temporarily. After playing for a while, the life tool transformed into a spherical form and was taken into Su Chen's body. Immediately, he opened the introduction to the skill Lawbreaker. Lawbreaker level 1, you are a lawbreaker walking outside the rules. Everything that attempts to restrain you will be cut off by you. Your attacks have armor-breaking properties and add 10% true damage. You deal double damage to spells, curses, enchantments, etc.
This seems to be the ability of the Lawbreaker path?
Su Chen's eyes lit up, extremely satisfied with this skill. Being able to break spells, curses with normal attacks can help avoid certain attacks that are difficult to deal with due to fate modifications.
And now, even at level 1, Lawbreaker can deal double damage to enchantments. If the Lawbreaker level rises, wouldn't any enchantment be unable to stop a single blow?
Su Chen smiled slightly and opened the attribute panel. Occupation, Fate player level, 60 strength, 2908 stamina, 2152 intelligence, 1036 agility, 2185 awakening. Second transformation skills, Fate perception, barbaric growth, life rhythm, life tool, overwhelming crowd level 6, battle fury level 7, weapon master level 1, lawbreaker level 1 talent, fate modification fate points. 40-50 leveling up 20 levels plus the second career awakening almost tripled his attribute panel. Those experience points were depleted after Su Chen reached level 60. However, this way, he didn't have to rush to undergo a third awakening. A hint of fatigue flashed in Su Chen's eyes. His body was extremely energetic, but the high-intensity monster grinding and task completion had made his mental state extremely poor. So, after adjusting for a moment, Su Chen took 3 steps out of the abyss and called Xiong Baobao to prepare to leave the secret realm. However, before Su Chen could take 2 steps, the sound of hurried footsteps in the distance approached.
Something's up.
Old Li's eyebrows furrowed. His experience of lurking in the secret realm for a long time was on alert.
Soon, hundreds of professionals surrounded Su Chen and the others.
Kid, where's that treasure?
I saw it drop here with my own eyes. Don't think you can fool your way out. One puppeteer stepped forward and said.
The other professionals also cast threatening glances at Su Chen. The skeleton undead had been reigning in the ghost town for over 100 years, and no professional had ever been able to kill it. And now, that monster suddenly perished with another monster. This powerful lord-level monster would definitely drop good items. However, they hadn't seen a single thing, so there was no reason not to suspect Su Chen, who was the closest.
I clearly saw something drop just now, and you must have picked it up, right? A third transformation warrior stepped forward and said.
While I don't feel like killing right now, you still have other choices, Su Chen shrugged, not taking these hundreds of professionals seriously at all. Hand over the treasure, and I'll spare your lives.
The puppeteer sneered, suddenly rising into the air and looking down on Su Chen. Ha! Su Chen chuckled and glanced down into the abyss. Is this the person you're willing to risk your life to protect?
In that instant, Su Chen's mood suddenly cleared. He wouldn't go crazy like Eugene, nor would he be as great as Li Ping'an. His thoughts were simple.
Repay kindness with kindness, and repay enmity with justice.
Su Chen suddenly bent down, his right hand forming a grasping gesture. Immediately, his weapon transformed into a spear, which he fiercely threw out.
Boom!
A thunderous sound rang out as the spear, with unmatched force, pierced through 5 people in an instant.
How dare you! Su Chen's sudden attack surprised all the professionals. They didn't expect that in a situation where one was against hundreds, Su Chen would dare to take the initiative to strike. Shouldn't they all be trying to negotiate and hand over the treasure to save their lives? Everyone, let's attack together.
This kid may seem like a second tier, but his strength is not weak. Let's kill him first and then divide the treasure. A shield-bearing warrior raised his huge shield, sneering at the front. Others also showed a mocking expression, each taking out their weapons.
In their view, Su Chen's actions were tantamount to seeking death.
Yura! Seeing the group approaching, Xiong Baobao immediately stood in front of Su Chen, the might of a titan suddenly spreading.
Everyone was startled by Xiong Baobao's pressure, hesitating for a moment. Let me handle this. Su Chen patted Xiong Baobao's shoulder, walked forward, and beckoned to the professionals in front of him.
After all, Xiong Baobao could share experience points when killing monsters, but he couldn't share fate points when killing people.
Ha, arrogant.
Seeing Su Chen planning to take on all of them alone, the group of professionals regained their confidence.
Having your pet fight might be tricky, but aren't you just seeking death by yourself? Can you give me some face? Oldly hesitated for a moment before walking out from the back. Oh my god.
However, the next moment, he was knocked unconscious by a brick flying from nowhere.
Sorry, my specialty is taking on multiple opponents alone, Su Chen said lightly, reaching out to catch the spear that was flying back. He viciously stabbed the thorn rose towards the abdomen. Fate points plus 20. Rage stack plus 1.
The pain in his abdomen made Su Chen's eyes flash red. With his current strength, if the thorn rose wanted to break through the defense, he could only attack the weakest point, the abdomen, with all his might. Then, he leaped up suddenly. The spear in his hand instantly changed shape, turning into a long sword. He tightly gripped the long sword and fiercely slashed towards the shield-bearing warrior.
A trivial skill. The shield-bearing warrior sneered, "Do you think these tricks can hurt me?"
Before he could finish speaking, his eyes were filled with seriousness.
Swish! 3 white lights flashed.
Then, the shield-bearing warrior felt a sharp pain in his chest. At the same time, he was afflicted with dizziness, bleeding, armor break, and various negative effects. Looking down, the platinum-level shield in front of Su Chen seemed as fragile as paper, and his entire equipment was shattered, leaving him defenseless and miserable. The shield-bearing warrior opened his mouth wide, but blood spurted from his throat, his eyes widened, and he died.
Ding! Fate points plus 200. Watching Su Chen easily kill the shield-bearing warrior, the footsteps of the other melee professionals instantly stopped. That was a second-tier shield-bearing warrior, the strongest in defense among all professionals, and he was killed by 2 swords like that? How is this guy so abnormal?
A group of professionals' faces changed slightly, but quickly reacted by raising their wands or firearms to attack Su Chen.
Boom boom.
Dozens of fireballs, ice arrows, and enchanted bullets whistled through the air, carrying sharp winds and breaking sounds as they headed straight for Su Chen's vital points.
Bang! Fate minor event. You are hit by a large number of flying spells. Su Chen remained unfazed. Ding! Fate minor event. You are hit by a small amount of flying spells. In the next moment, to the anticipation of all professionals, those flying spells instantly shrank.
By the time they reached Su Chen, they had shrunk from a dozen meters in size to less than a meter in diameter. Su Chen held a long sword and casually swung it a few times, directly slicing the fireballs and ice arrows into pieces, shattering them on the spot.
What? Everyone's pupils constricted. This is too unbelievable, right? It's one thing for the spells to inexplicably weaken, but he can actually shatter fireballs with a weapon?
A group of mages looked at each other in disbelief. Su Chen not only shattered the fireballs, but at the moment the fireball spell was hit by the sword, its magical circuit was also destroyed. This sword probably carried a powerful anti-magic attribute. Ignoring the shocked expressions of others, Su Chen's figure flickered, and he rushed forward with his long sword in hand. With each step he took, a piece of flying spell disappeared.
He seemed like a moving anti-magic device, shattering all flying spells wherever he went.
Quick, stop him, don't let him get close. A mage shouted, while using a sprint skill to run backward. This warrior with anti-magic skills was a complete nemesis to mages, leaving no mage unflustered. Swish! A thief rushed forward, dagger gleaming with cold light, viciously aiming for Su Chen's neck. At the same time, a large sword slashed towards Su Chen's waist, while several assassins surrounded him from all sides. Su Chen remained unfazed, enduring countless attacks as he moved forward. The hazy moonlight spread from his moonshadow cloak, momentarily blocking numerous attacks.
However, the Moonshadow Cloak's skill could only do so much.
In the next moment, a dozen attacks struck Su Chen.
However, under the effect of 10 layers of rage, Su Chen's health points had already exceeded the limit. These attacks didn't even trigger the fate synopsis. Then, Su Chen pushed off the ground with his toes, soaring into the air. He raised his left arm, and the long sword swept out horizontally. Bang!
A powerful momentum erupted, repelling all the air around, causing everyone to feel a sudden heaviness and lose control of their bodies. The dagger and large sword were directly cut off, and the assassin was split in two before he could even scream. A single strike. Su Chen continued stepping forward. One by one, the heads of melee professionals were cut off, and within a few seconds, 17 or 18 people had fallen. The remaining people were terrified, desperately trying to escape, but Su Chen's speed was too fast, and they couldn't get away. Su Chen was like an evil spirit emerging from the depths of hell, constantly harvesting the lives of these professionals. Whether it was a shield warrior or an assassin, they were all killed with a single blow. Some assassins tried to sneak attack, but under the rhythm of life, they had nowhere to hide, and the moment they struck was the moment of death. Fate points plus 200. Fate points plus 150. Fate points plus 300. The bodies of the professionals piled up like mountains, including even a level 73rd tier warrior. Of course, that warrior was too confident, wanting to face Su Chen head-on. Little did he know that Su Chen's strength, with 10 layers of rage, was no weaker than his. With a sword-breaking armor, piercing the heart, and the terrifying real damage added, he had no resistance at all. In just a few seconds, the close combat professionals who had surrounded Su Chen were almost completely eliminated. Fate points for killing come quickly. Su Chen sheathed his long sword and looked at the scattered bodies around him, feeling much relieved. Killing so many professionals had caused Su Chen to sustain many wounds, but thanks to his powerful self-healing ability, all the wounds quickly healed. The moon shadow cloak had become tattered and was finally torn off by Su Chen and thrown into his storage bag. Who are you exactly? Looking at Su Chen, who seemed like a demon, the remaining 80+ survivors were terrified and dared not approach. They all gathered on a white cloud conjured by a few mages, their faces full of panic as they fled towards the exit of the secret realm. Me? Su Chen coldly smiled and said slowly, I am the will of heaven. Then, he took out the Skywing from his storage bag. Skywing, Emerald Grade, Level 58 Type, Boots Attribute, Agility plus 30% Durability, 200/200 Talent, Sky Control Level 5. After wearing, your movement speed increases by 10% and you gain the ability to fly. These boots had a modest attribute bonus but possessed the ability of Sky Control. Su Chen glanced at Little Bear, signaling it to throw him towards the group of professionals. Little Bear nodded, instantly soaring several tens of meters high and holding Su Chen in its hand. Watch out! Get out of the way! Seeing this scene, the group's faces turned pale, hastily dodging. Swish! Su Chen turned into a streak of light, passing through them directly and appearing in front of them in the blink of an eye. Don't kill me! Two enchanters immediately opened their collars, tears in their eyes, and said, as long as you spare us, you can do anything you want. Is that so? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked. The enchanters nodded quickly, expressing their willingness to serve him and uttering all sorts of sappy and disgusting words. Pink energy emanated from the two of them, enveloping Su Chen. Seeing this, the other professionals rushed towards Su Chen. The mages in the rear also began chanting quickly, determined to seize this opportunity. However, the pink energy lingered in front of Su Chen for a long time but could not penetrate his body to charm him. Can't even pass my lowest intelligence attribute check? Su Chen shook his head in disappointment. He wanted to see what kind of fate synopsis would unfold after being charmed. Since this little trick is useless, there's no point in keeping you. No, please, the two enchanters' faces turned pale, shouting in terror. But it was too late. With a sudden intense pain, their heads fell to the ground, and countless pink lights burst out like fireworks, dazzling and magnificent. The hearts of all the professionals skipped a beat. This guy was not only invincible in close combat, unexpectedly strong, but also had formidable defense and ranged abilities, making it impossible for even assassins to sneak up on him. He was simply a boss without weaknesses. The dozen or so mages dared not hold back any longer and hastened their chanting. Silence. However, with a low growl, Su Chen released a terrifying pressure that directly interrupted their chanting. Not only the mages, but all the remaining professionals had blood streaming from their noses and mouths, their faces full of horror. A high-level creature's pressure. Could this guy really be a secret realm boss? How could he possess the abilities of those high-level monsters? Su Chen was not interested in wasting any more time. With a swift movement, he transformed into a silver light in the air. Fate points plus 150. Fate points plus 250. Fate points plus 100. In less than a minute, all these professionals turned into a pile of equipment and a large number of fate points. Su Chen called Little Bear over and began collecting the scattered equipment. Except for weapons like wands and barrier books that are of no use to him, all equipment above the emerald level was fed to his life tool. Su Chen thought for a moment, then threw all the death energy beads in as well.
It's time to lock in the first skill. Su Chen waited for the life tool to digest while exploring the attributes of all the weapons. It requires a large amount of fate points to change the fixed skill of the life tool, so it must be done carefully. Soon, among these weapons, he was interested in the skill of an emerald grade dagger. Shadow Kill, emerald grade, level 58 type, dagger attributes, agility plus 50%, strength plus 10% durability, 13300 talent, disguise. After wearing it, your presence decreases by 30%. Skill, instant shadow kill, instantly move behind an enemy within 1000 meters, deal a fatal blow to the opponent, cooldown time 10 minutes. Instantly move behind within a kilometer, plus a spell-breaking effect. Now I am truly the nemesis of mages. Su Chen smiled slightly, and the first skill of the life tool was finally obtained. Life tool level, 43 life tool grade, emerald weapon types, knife, sword, axe, spear, bow, shield, halberd, spear, short sword, dagger. Weapon characteristics, indestructible, death, sharp, bleeding, critical hit, stun, penetration, break defense, break magic, disguise. Weapon skill, instant shadow kill. After devouring hundreds of weapons, the variety of weapon types in the life tool finally became rich. Moreover, the characteristics carried by the weapons also reached dozens. Su Chen could imagine how satisfying it would be to strike with a single blow. Even an 80th level shield mountain wouldn't be able to withstand a hit, right? The only drawback of the life tool is that it does not provide any bonus to basic attributes, but Su Chen does not currently need it. After reaching the full rage level, his basic attributes have approached those of a 4th level professional, and the slight bonus from the equipment is already negligible. With some anticipation, Su Chen opened the attribute panel. Occupation, Fate player level, 60 strength, 2908 stamina, 2152 intelligence, 1036 agility, 2185 awakening. Second transformation skills, Fate perception, barbaric growth, life rhythm, life tool, overwhelming crowd LV6, battle fury LV7, weapon master LV1, spellbreak LV1 talent, fate modification fate points, 96,050 hiss. Even though he was prepared, he was still shocked by the nearly 100,000 fate points. Indeed, killing is the main way to accumulate fate points. Su Chen understood why his profession was ranked as the most dangerous among the top 10. This kind of growth method destined him to have less improvement in killing monsters compared to killing professionals. Especially for Fate players like Eugen, without the prerequisite skill of Fate modification, don't they have to keep killing professionals to earn Fate points? A red light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, but he was not overwhelmed by this huge sum of money. He was not Eugen, and he would not actively slaughter innocent professionals. But if someone provoked him, he wouldn't mind accepting this unexpected wealth. Su Chen exited the rage state, rode on the bear cub, and quickly arrived at the exit of the secret realm. There were still a large number of guides surrounding the area. They had originally wanted to escape, but their attention was drawn to the white bone lotus flower. When they came to their senses, the anomaly had already ended. What followed was the scene of Su Chen's massacre. Some guides gave a thumbs up to Oldly, seemingly admiring him for being able to come out alive. However, when they looked at Su Chen, their eyes became extremely wary. Their gaze was not that of looking at a professional, but more like looking at a terrifying boss of a secret realm. However, Su Chen didn't care at all about how others viewed him. After parting ways with Oldly, he quickly left the Strange Tales town with Xiong Baobao. Racing all the way back to Qingcheng, Su Chen returned home and stared blankly at the missing balcony. Along with the French window, the balcony seemed to have been bombed, with a breeze mixed with drizzle blowing in through the gap. Forget it, let's stay in a hotel. Su Chen shook his head slightly and checked into a room at a nearby hotel. After checking in, he took a shower and then used the black card with thousands of dollars to order a hearty meal from the hotel kitchen. Both he and Xiong Baobao had not eaten for a long time and were quite hungry. There were no tasty monsters in the Strange Tales town that they could eat, as they couldn't bring themselves to eat the cracked-mouthed women or the slender ghostly figures. They ate a meal that lasted a whole day and night. The appetite of the Titan giant bear was top-notch among mythical creatures. It wasn't until a chef was exhausted and on the verge of collapse that the two foodies finally stopped, still wanting more. After sleeping until noon at the hotel, Su Chen finally adjusted his state. With a slight smile on his face, he took out a black leather book from his storage bag. As soon as he opened the diary, a strong smell of death hit him. Fate event, you are shrouded in the smell of death, and your life force will rapidly decrease. This dark and corrosive force made it difficult for Su Chen to resist, and his skin instantly became much darker. Ding! Fate event, you are shrouded in the smell of death, and your life force will rapidly increase. However, after the fate modification was completed, this huge smell of death directly reversed,
providing Suchun with a large amount of life force every moment, even more terrifying than high-level life potions.
Can this thing be used as a blood bag in case of emergency? Suchen raised an eyebrow.
With the self-healing ability brought by the Death Goddess's diary and the stacking of rage, his healing speed was probably a bit outrageous. Even if Suchen stood still and let the previous group of professionals fight him for 3 days and nights, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Suchen waved his hand to disperse the smell of death on the surface of the diary and then began reading it with interest.
April 10th, God's Realm, Sunny.
I wanted to collect some mischievous souls and develop a few followers, but the goddess of luck stopped me at the gate of the God's Realm. So I gathered the fanatical followers for a grand celebration. The taste of young souls is really good.
April 15th, God's Realm, Cloudy.
The god of war came, and he made me look like a hellhound. The process was agonizing, but quite exciting.
May 1st, God's Realm, Rainy.
The sun god came, a useless guy. It ended in less than 3 minutes, and that thing burned me badly. May 2nd, God's Realm, Heavy Rain. The sea god came, his trident was as hard as ever, satisfying.
May 20th, God's Realm, Sunny.
The mother goddess of fertility came. She brought 4 sisters, one of them a legendary succubus, a flying experience.
June 6th, the beast god came.
Are you the goddess of death or the goddess of brothels?
Master, what are you reading? You look much better now than before.
Xiong Baobao's head leaned over, but Suchen pushed it back. Nothing, underage bears shouldn't look.
Suchen flipped through the pages faster and faster, finally sighed and closed the diary. He had originally wanted to see what secrets a divine-level existence would record.
Unexpectedly, the secrets were indeed strange, but they were all a mess and of no value. The goddess was indeed a goddess, and she really played around more than ordinary people. Suchen weighed the diary in his hand.
Perhaps the most valuable thing about this is the item itself, right? Maybe melting it down could create a legendary equipment.
After some thought, Suchen decided to carefully store the diary and wrap it with the thread of fate to avoid being found and silenced by the goddess of death.
Perhaps he could use this item to threaten some beings in the future?
After all, even the worst recorded here are legendary-level creatures.
Suchen then looked at his skills, planning to spend some destiny points.
After a moment of contemplation, Suchen decided to first strengthen the Weapon Master to level 10. With the diverse weapon choices brought by the Destiny tool, this skill's priority was pushed to the top of Suchen's list. The first level of Weapon Master clearly could not meet Suchen's need to wield multiple weapons simultaneously. The next moment, Destiny points began to rapidly deplete. Destiny points 64,000. Weapon Master level 1 successfully upgraded to level 10. Weapon Master level 10. Passive skill: you are a natural weapon master. Any weapon in your hands will become a terrifying weapon.
Attack power increases by 100% when wielding any weapon.
When using sword-type weapons, add the sharp effect. When using staff-type weapons, add the stun effect.
When using firearm weapons, add the focus effect. Looking at the new skill description, Suchen couldn't help but feel delighted.
The improvement after reaching level 10 in weapons was simply enormous, not only doubling the effect of each of Suchen's attacks but also providing special bonuses when wielding different types of weapons.
This skill is truly what any professional dreams of. Suchen manifested various weapon types with the Destiny tool.
Swinging a sword casually, he felt an incredibly smooth sense of control. Whether it was a sword, spear, or any other weapon, as long as it appeared in his hands, it would create an indescribable sense of pressure. Compared to now, he had been simply swinging weapons around before. After having his fill of fun, Suchen stood up and went to the hotel lobby with Bear Baby.
Hello, the total expenditure this time is 560 million, and your balance is 300,000.
The front desk handed over the black card with trembling hands. She doubted whether the Suchen in front of her was even human, perhaps just a monster disguised in human skin. How else could he eat hundreds of tons of food in a day?
Only 300,000 left? It seems that Money Wanchian's sincerity is not enough. Suchen clicked his tongue and took the bank card.
Then, he walked towards the night watchman branch with Bear Baby. The set of firearms he reserved 4 days ago had already been completed. Not only that, after unlocking the 4th level permission, he no longer needed to wait a month to climb the trial tower. He could enter at any time. This time, Suchen planned to test his own limits. No, perhaps the limits of the trial tower. Arriving at the night watchman branch, Suchen found that there were more people here than before, with some unfamiliar faces appearing.
However, he paid no attention and went straight to the contribution exchange on the 2nd floor.
Dad. Lord Night Wanderer, the weapon you ordered is here.
The uniformed elder's sister was about to mention Suchen's code name, but in the end, she couldn't say it.
Her pretty face blushed slightly as she handed over 2 large alloy boxes. After seeing Bear Baby, she ran her hand through her hair, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. The matter of Su Chen resolving the crisis in the violent bear plane had already spread among the night watchmen. Moreover, he had unlocked the 4th level permission at an extremely terrifying speed, becoming the youngest night wanderer in the history of the Night Watchman Guild. These various deeds had piqued the interest of many people in Su Chen, some even developing admiration for him.
I like this design. Su Chen opened one of the boxes, his eyes lighting up.
This large sniper rifle is about 2 meters long, with an 80mm barrel that is a dark purple color, as if soaked in blood for countless years, emitting a cold light. It is more appropriate to call it a sniper cannon rather than a sniper rifle. Hell's Call, Emerald Grade, Level, 58 Attribute, Stamina +1 Durability, 500 out of 500 Talent, Life-Seeking LV6, Bullet Penetration Effect increased by 100%.
Skill, Weak Point Strike, your next bullet adds a critical hit effect, with a
0.0001% chance to trigger an instant death effect, cooldown time of 3 minutes.
Instant death effect.
Without hesitation, Su Chen took out the Life Seeker and integrated the large sniper rifle into it. No matter how low his chances were, Su Chen could forcibly trigger it by consuming fate points, making this skill undoubtedly a divine technique for him.
Soon, Weak Point Strike became the Life Seeker's second fixed skill.
Lifeseeker Level, 44th Lifeseeker Grade, Emerald Weapon Types, Knife, Sword, Axe, Spear, Bow, Shield, Halberd, Rifle, Short Sword, Dagger, Sniper Rifle. Weapon Characteristics, Indestructible, Sharp, Bleeding, Critical Hit, Stun, Penetration, Armor Break, Magic Break, Camouflage.
Weapon Skills, Instant Prison Shadow Kill, Weak Point Strike.
After looking at the Lifeseeker panel, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the second box.
Inside were a handgun and a shotgun.
These 2 guns were also of Emerald Grade, but their attributes were much inferior to Hell's Call, so Su Chen quickly scanned them and holstered them at his waist. These 2 guns were only used to trigger the Fate Synopsis, and he did not plan to use them frequently, so he did not let the Lifeseeker devour them. After all, he would still have to manually load bullets after the Lifeseeker transformed into firearms, so it was more efficient to use them separately. After completing all this, Su Chen also exchanged all the items obtained from the more than 500 professionals last time for guild contributions.
Lord Night Wanderer, these items of yours have increased the guild contributions by a total of 23,600.
Here is the list. A uniformed lady handed a list to Su Chen.
Su Chen took a glance at it.
The contribution value added by these top-up items was not high, only half of the market value. However, Su Chen did not feel like he lost out, as the Night Watcher Guild had many more high-level resources compared to the Merchant Guild, and items like Hell's Call were hard to come by even with money. For him, all that junk put together was still not as valuable as the Weak Point Strike skill. After confirming everything was in order, Su Chen walked out and threw the list along with the phone number into the trash can. The uniformed lady watched this scene with slightly dimmed eyes, feeling a bit lost. It seemed she wouldn't have the chance to taste the flavor of the youngest night wanderer.
Where is Su Chen? Did he leave?
Not long after Su Chen left, a man with silver-rimmed glasses appeared at the contribution exchange counter.
Su Chen? Who is Su Chen?
The uniformed lady asked back. Within the Night Watcher organization, members mostly used code names to address each other, and only those with particularly close relationships would use real names.
It's... The man hesitated for a moment, not wanting to say the code name.
Speak up, the uniformed lady said sternly.
It's the Night Wanderer with the codename Dad.
The man clenched his toes.
Oh, him.
The uniformed lady suddenly realized, smiling as she said, he just picked up his custom-made weapons and went downstairs.
The man nodded and quickly walked downstairs.
Watching his back, the uniformed lady stretched lazily and squinted her eyes. Why are there so many people coming to headquarters recently, even a level 3 night wanderer?
In the Night Watcher branch hall.
The man adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, looked around, searching for Su Chen's figure. Guild announcement, congratulations to Dad for successfully passing the 20th floor of the trial tower.
Okay, no need to look for it.
Hearing this announcement, the man felt a toothache and went straight to the location of the trial tower. As soon as he entered, there was a commotion around the trial tower.
Oh my god, this guy is here again. How can he kill monsters so quickly? His strength has increased so much in just a few days?
Indeed, he's fast, clearing one floor every 3 seconds, but I hope he's not fast in other ways. Listening to the discussions around him, the man squinted his eyes and walked through the crowd to the front. Some people wanted to curse at him, but when they saw the 3 black rings swirling around him, they held back.
A level 3 night wanderer? How could such a high-level existence appear in the branch? Even the minister is only a level 2 night wanderer.
For a moment, the heat outside the trial tower gradually subsided with the man's arrival. getting ready for the 30th floor. The man looked at the screen where Su Chen was, his eyes flickering. Su Chen easily dealt with the 20 scythe mantises on the 29th floor with a punch each. However, the 30th floor represented level 60 Lord-level monsters, not so easy to deal with. However, he didn't have to wait long as Su Chen swiftly took out the level 60 skeleton warlock on the 30th floor with a punch. Guild announcement: congratulations to Dad for successfully passing the 30th floor of the trial tower. Wow! Amazing, brother! At that moment, the surrounding professionals couldn't care less about having a leader present and erupted in cheers once again. Something's not right. Seeing this, the man frowned, thinking of a possibility. Could this guy have the same skills as the remnants back then? This speculation made him feel uneasy. The remnants were the strongest newcomer in the Night Watchman Guild at the time, achieving a good result of reaching the 18th floor on their first climb of the trial tower, second only to Su Chen. The remnants had abandoned firearms and engaged monsters in close combat. Strangely, when those monsters approached him, they turned into ashes automatically. With this move, the remnants became the king of newcomers, leveling up rapidly and making a name for themselves. Now, Su Chen seemed to be even stronger than the remnants back then. After all, although he had a gun at his waist, his every move exuded the aura of a berserker. The man shook his head slightly, took out a tablet, and wrote a comment on a form: danger level, high. Mental state, unstable. Should he be entrusted with an important task? No. Evaluation: the investigation believes that this individual is not suitable for politics and is likely to be selected by the soul cultivation program of the Purgatory Academy. It is recommended to invest early. After completing the form, the man sighed softly, put away the tablet, and prepared to leave. He did not come to Qingqing specifically for Su Chen, it was just an additional task. However, just as he was about to leave the gate, there was another commotion behind him. No way? Is this guy preparing to climb the 40th floor? Incredible, truly incredible. Climbing the tower for the second time and facing level 80 Lord-level monsters? Dad, go for it. Hearing the last shout, the man's mouth twitched involuntarily, but he turned around and returned to the screen. Su Chen stood with his hands naturally hanging down, his eyes calm, not looking like someone about to challenge an 80th level Lord monster. His gaze made it seem like he was the Lord, looking down on the challenger about to come. You have cleared the 39th floor of the trial tower and gained 389,764 experience points. A prompt flashed before Su Chen's eyes. After clearing 10 floors of the trial tower in a row, he had gained nearly 3 million experience points. However, the higher the level of the professional, the more experience points needed to level up. Su Chen estimated that these experience points would only be enough for one level up. So, he planned to test his limits and gather some more wool before his third awakening. Roar! A sharp whistle echoed through the entire space, only to see a giant cockroach slowly emerging from the bottom of the trial tower, burning with pitch-black flames, exuding a formidable aura. Hell Cockroach LV80, Lord level. Su Chen's gaze focused on this cockroach. The cockroach was 2 meters tall, with an oval-shaped body, 8 legs on its back, and 6 legs underneath. Each of its legs was burning with pitch-black flames, emitting intense heat, as if cast from steel. It's actually this boss. This thing doesn't have strong attack power, but its self-healing ability is very disgusting. I wonder if his move will work. The man pushed his glasses and his expression became more serious. However, before he could lower his hand, a deafening announcement sounded in his ears. Guild announcement: congratulations to Dad for successfully passing the 40th floor of the trial tower. On the screen, Su Chen was still rapidly approaching. Then, with one strike, he killed it instantly. Unbelievable. I want to see how many levels he can climb. Do you think he's already at the 4th transformation? Otherwise, how could he kill the hell cockroach with one strike? The 4th transformation is unrealistic. How old is he? It's probably some special ability that happens to counter the monsters generated by the trial tower. After all, the monsters generated by the trial tower, although realistic, are different from the monsters in the secret realm. Yeah, it's realistic. I've tried it. Gradually, more and more people gathered around the trial tower. They were all attracted by the consecutive guild announcements. When they heard that Su Chen cleared the 30th floor, most people just sighed. But when he quickly cleared the 40th floor, everyone was no longer calm. That's an 80th level lord. Converted to a professional, it's also a 4th transformation level. Can Su Chen kill monsters of this level? How old is he to have such strength? He must be cheating. Before long, almost the entire branch's people crowded around the trial tower, staring intently at Su Chen on the screen. After the 40th floor, Su Chen's climbing speed noticeably slowed down. He was facing monsters of level 80 and above, and after the 46th floor, the monsters even reached level 92. The attack power of these level monsters was terrifying, even Su Chen couldn't ignore it. It wasn't until Su Chen reached the 49th floor that his body was already covered with wounds, not as relaxed as before. However, relying on the rage of 10 levels and the recovery of the Diary of the Goddess of Death, his overall condition remained at its peak. Soon, after a few minutes of rest, Su Chen resolutely stepped onto the 50th floor. Here, he would face unprecedented level 100 monsters. "Oh, a level 60 can reach here, not bad, kid." Just then, a deep voice suddenly came from the 50th floor of the trial tower. "Have you gained wisdom?" Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked ahead. In his line of sight, a giant creature 30 meters tall slowly turned around and faced him. Raging Bear King LV 100, Lord level. After seeing the true face of this lord, Su Chen's mouth slowly curved up. "Isn't this an old friend?" The 100th level Lord level monsters in the trial tower are almost on par with the combat power of the secret realm creatures, and the existence of the Raging Bear King at this level is even tougher. Even if the mage is fully charged, it's hard to break through its defense. This time, he should have a tough battle, right? Outside the trial tower, a group of people looked solemnly at the scene. "I think, dealing with this Raging Bear King, he might find it easier than the previous levels." However, some professionals who had participated in guarding battles at the Raging Bear Plain in the secret realm didn't think so. "How is that possible? The Raging Bear King is already the strongest among the 100th level. Are you saying he can still kill the Raging Bear King instantly?" "I don't know, but I'll know in a while." While the professionals were whispering to each other, Su Chen, standing on the 50th floor of the trial tower, finally made a move. "Kneel." He acted out of character, not attacking proactively, but slowly walking towards the giant brown beast. With each step he took, he seemed to be empowered by some unknown force, his aura becoming increasingly terrifying. If Su Chen seemed ordinary before, now he gave off an unfathomable aura, evoking a sense of awe in others involuntarily. As he approached, a human-like fear appeared on the face of the King of the Violent Bears. Titan. When Su Chen arrived in front of the King of the Violent Bears, it was already kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely. This is the suppression of high-level beings over low-level beings. Even though Su Chen's level was lower than that of the King of the Violent Bears, relying on the bloodline pressure of the Titan giant bear was enough to render it powerless to resist. Then, Su Chen placed his hand on the King of the Violent Bears. Threads of fate flowed into its body. Bang! The next moment, the King of the Violent Bears, like the monsters before it, shattered into ashes. Among those ashes, a shrunken, illusory version of the King of the Violent Bears looked at Su Chen in horror. "Oh, isn't this monster no longer completely generated by the trial tower?" Su Chen squinted, looking at the soul of the King of the Violent Bears. Just as he was about to continue challenging further, he was forcibly kicked out of the trial tower by a repelling force. Guild announcement: congratulations to Dad for successfully passing the 50th floor of the trial tower. In that instant, the entire Night Watchman branch was boiling with excitement. Su Chen had just refreshed the records of the entire branch. In the memorial forest beside him, Su Chen's monument stood out prominently. Starting from the 10th floor, he had broken the speed record of each floor. Listening to the guild announcement, Su Chen pursed his lips. "Can't I continue? Why not let me continue? Why? Isn't it obvious?" The man pushed his silver-framed glasses, walked up, extended his right hand. "Let me introduce myself, Shen Tianjie, a level 3 Night Wanderer god." Su Chen turned his head, his pupils slightly contracting. The rhythm of life couldn't discern his exact level. This guy was strong. Su Chen, a level 1 Night Wanderer god. After some thought, Su Chen reached out and shook his hand. Shen Tianjie hesitated for a moment, his lips moving as if he were talking to someone. After a moment, he led Su Chen to the guild's cafe. After ordering drinks for both of them, he looked at Su Chen's dark face and smiled. "I'm sure you've noticed, right? The monsters above the 50th floor of the trial tower are virtual monsters created by combining the souls of monsters from the tower. But your method of attack can penetrate the surface of the monsters and directly damage their core. As a result, the monsters you kill cannot be reused." At these words, Su Chen frowned. "So, is the guild planning to strip me of my right to enter the trial tower?" "Of course not." Shen Tianjie shook his head. "You just need to pass with other skills." Su Chen's gaze swept over Shen Tianjie. "What if I disagree? The guild can compensate you." "What compensation? A mythical grade weapon?" Su Chen sneered. What they mean is, they can help with your third awakening." Shen Tianjie was almost choked by the words mythical weapon, awkwardly explaining. "Another 50,000 contribution points. At most 5,000. Deal." Su Chen changed the subject.
How much help can you provide?
Well, Shin Tianjie muttered to the empty space for a while, then shook his head helplessly, looking at Su Chen. As a level 117 professional, I can accompany you throughout.
Are you satisfied now? Level 117 fighter, okay. Su Chen nodded at the words. After reaching level 60, he had a feeling that this awakening task would not be easy, so he didn't rush to go directly to the awakening temple to receive it. Now with a 5th tier advanced fighter to help, he felt more confident. Not a fighter, at most a protector of the way, Shin Tianjie corrected. Just a high-level fighter, right?
Su Chen shrugged, unceremoniously picked up his coffee and took a sip. Shin Tianjie was speechless and stopped arguing. Alright, let's go quickly to get your 3rd tier task. I have a lot of urgent matters to attend to.
Okay.
With that, Su Chen stood up and walked out of the Night Watch division.
The two quickly arrived at the awakening temple. Shin Tianjie stood outside bored, waiting.
But when Su Chen emerged from the awakening temple with 20 small stars above his head, he suddenly regretted agreeing to the conditions earlier.
What's going on? Is there a problem with the awakening temple? How could there be a 20-star awakening task? Did you offend the goddess of luck?
Shin Tianjie bombarded him with questions. Before seeing those 20 stars, he had always thought that the highest awakening task was only 10 stars.
But now, it seemed like awakening tasks were rated out of 100 stars? Sigh.
Su Chen was also helpless at this moment.
His premonition had come true. After entering the awakening temple, he realized something was wrong. At first, the goddess was extracting tasks for him as usual.
However, at the moment the task was drawn, a terrifying death aura appeared, causing even the goddess statue to crack. To prevent the temple staff from demanding compensation from him, Su Chen hurriedly ran out. I don't care, you agreed to it anyway. Su Chen immediately waved his hand and shared the details of his 3rd tier task with Shin Tianjie. Awakening task, Song of the Undead, task difficulty, 20 stars.
Introduction, a requiem for the undead plays, then life withers, is it decay or rebirth? The stage is set, the curtain is about to rise. As the performer, are you ready for everything?
Awakening condition, hold a grand performance in front of 1 million spectators and change everyone's fate simultaneously. 0/100000000. Task deadline, 10 days. Failure after the deadline will result in permanent disqualification from obtaining professional awakening qualifications.
Shin Tianjie's jaw dropped, and he couldn't say a word for a while. What the hell kind of task was this? Change the fate of 1 million people? What does changing fate mean? Do you have any idea about this task? After pondering for a moment, he asked Su Chen. You're the one helping, why are you asking me? Su Chen pursed his lips. Changing fate, if I'm not mistaken, probably means causing a significant change in the person's life trajectory. Afraid that Shin Tianjie wouldn't understand, Su Chen thought for a moment and added, didn't Eugene slaughter several cities before?
That kind of action also counts as changing fate. After all, being killed is a serious matter. At these words, Shin Tianjie's face suddenly stiffened, and his gaze towards Su Chen gradually became more dangerous. Are you saying that this task is for you to slaughter millions of people? Su Chen waved his hand, indifferent. Killing is indeed the simplest method, but it doesn't necessarily have to be killing, the choice is yours. After all, you picked it, idle. Based on past experience, Su Chen felt that this task was probably about triggering major events in the fate of all people in front of 1 million people. It sounded difficult, and actually doing it was probably not simple, but the person who should be worried now was not himself.
Shin Tianjie fell silent. He looked at Su Chen's task details over and over again, wishing he could awaken his time talent on the spot and go back to the time when he hadn't agreed to help him complete the awakening task. After a long time, he sighed deeply and walked up with an unnatural expression, saying, this task is unprecedented. I have no clue now. Can you share your thoughts? Shin Tianjie's attitude was humble, and even his level 90 boots had a hole in them. He would rather Su Chen's task be to kill a level 120 lord, even if it was difficult, at least there would be hope. But now, changing the fate of millions of people? This could easily lead to disaster, and he didn't want to end up in deep trouble. Gambling with the lives of millions of people? He couldn't do it. Shin Tianjie stared at Su Chen firmly, ready to reject any plan that seemed too dangerous. Clue? I didn't have one before, but now I seem to have a little. Su Chen's eyes flickered. In the perception of the rhythm of life, a large area of red light was rapidly disappearing ahead. This meant that something was rapidly harvesting lives in the city. Shin Tianjie also realized that something was wrong. He stepped forward, and a Bagua formation appeared under his feet. The yin and yang patterns circulated in his eyes. After reaching the 3rd level as a boxer, he embarked on the path of a Tai Chi master,
and now he was about to reach the 6th level, exuding the aura of a grandmaster.
Shen Tianjie, you've reached too far.
Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows. He was tall and thin, with a gray complexion and high cheekbones. He looked as if he had been staying up for 10 days straight, rewarding himself 180 times each day. It seems that this awakening task will probably fall on this kidney-deficient brother. Su Chen squinted, focusing on the bone staff in kidney-deficient brother's hand. A requiem for the undead played, followed by withering of life. This guy was obviously an undead mage, living up to his reputation.
That young fate player? You will regret not joining us before.
I will turn you into an undead creature and let your soul fall forever. Kidney-deficient brother's face darkened upon hearing Su Chen's address, then he waved the staff in his hand. In the next moment, countless undead armies screeched as they jumped down from the office building, swarmed out from the subway entrance and the square.
Damn it! What is the city lord's mansion doing? How could they let a 5th-level undead mage sneak into the city? Shen Tianjie's face was extremely ugly.
Every appearance of a skeleton soldier meant the fall of a life. Undead mages, ranked second among the top 10 dangerous professions, had always been a headache for all cities and forces, but unexpectedly appeared in Qingqing today.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Shen Tianjie performed a Tai Chi starting move, continuously striking out 3 palms to form a wall of energy, blocking the undead army in front of him for a moment. However, as kidney-deficient brother waved his staff again, a skeletal dragon exuding the breath of the dead roared as it crawled out from underground.
XXX City Lord's Mansion XXXX, you XX or XXX right? Letting such a thing lurk underground? Seeing this undead dragon, Shen Tianjie, the Tai Chi Grandmaster, completely lost his composure. Damn it! Is the City Lord's Mansion eating shit? Roar!
The skeletal dragon roared with its teeth and claws, spewing out a green breath. The strong pressure made the air whine, and the foul air made Su Chen pinch his nose involuntarily.
Fate minor event, you are corroded by the undead aura, and your stamina will permanently decrease slowly. However, upon seeing this fate summary, he silently put his hand down and took a deep breath. Well, the benefactor has arrived. Su Chen didn't rush forward, squinting his eyes, lost in thought.
The appearance of this undead mage is probably not a coincidence.
Could it be that something was asked by Lu Keixian on the other side of Lihan Mountain?
You go first, leave these guys to me, Su Chen stepped forward and said.
Ha!
Shen Tianjie was stunned by these words.
Shouldn't I be the one to say that?
No time to explain, hurry up and shake people, this guy can't possibly attack the city alone, the big ones are probably still behind.
Su Chen waved his hand, kicked Shen Tianjie in the butt, and kicked him out. Damn!
Shen Tianjie, in midair, holding his butt, looked incredulous.
I'm a 5th-level Tai Chi Grandmaster. How did this kid kick me away with one kick? Ding!
Fate minor event, you are corroded by the undead aura, and your stamina value begins to increase slowly permanently.
Fate points plus 50. Stamina plus 5. Stamina plus 7. Stamina plus 6.
Every few seconds, Su Chen saw the prompt of stamina increase flashing before his eyes, which made him very happy.
Should I say you're stupid or what?
Kidney deficiency brother's face showed a sickly smile, waving his staff, and a continuous stream of undead army emerged behind him. The skeletal dragon kept spewing undead breath, turning this area into a dead zone. Seeing this, Su Chen became even more satisfied, panting heavily and inhaling these corrosive gases.
Su Chen, don't be stubborn.
Shen Tianjie suddenly turned around, the Tai Chi pattern flashed behind him, resolving this great force. After standing firm, without any hesitation, he rushed towards Su Chen.
Didn't I tell you to shake people? What are you doing?
Su Chen gasped heavily, surprised. He didn't want this guy to steal the monsters. However, his appearance was misunderstood by Shen Tianjie as not being able to withstand the undead breath.
No one else. Headquarters can't send anyone else in a short time, I am the last reinforcement.
Regardless of whether there are others behind this guy, I can't let you die in front of me.
Shen Tianjie roared as he charged forward.
Su Chen was speechless, giving a signal to Xiong Baobao.
Bang! Xiong Baobao understood, and with another slap, he sent Shen Tianjie flying.
Then go save the civilians, I'll take care of things here,
Su Chen said without looking back. In midair, Shen Tianjie looked bewildered. It was one thing for Su Chen to knock him away, after all, this guy was mysterious, and he could reluctantly accept it. But now, Su Chen's little bear couldn't even beat him?
Shen Tianjie felt a bit depressed, but he quickly realized that whether it was Su Chen or Xiong Baobao, their strength was not much weaker than his own. So, he followed Su Chen's instructions, turned around abruptly, and began to quickly eliminate the undead creatures rampaging in the city.
Phew!
Finally, with no one disturbing his stamina recovery, Su Chen took a deep breath, a smile slowly spreading across his lips. Kidney deficiency brother, now it's just the two of us, so hurry up and bring out the good stuff. Don't call me that way again, you should address me as the esteemed dead mage lord. Okay, kidney deficiency brother. Kidney deficiency brother's face changed, suddenly feeling uneasy. This guy has been corroded by the undead breath for so long, why does he still look so strong, without any signs of weakness? After all, even though he was an undead mage, his body was not as strong as a second-level mage due to long-term exposure to the undead aura. Stamina +4. Stamina +3. Ha! Why is it not working anymore? I'm not satisfied yet. Seeing that the increase in stamina was getting less and less, Suchen was somewhat dissatisfied. It looks like I have to put some pressure on you. With that, Suchen took out the fate device. In an instant, the fate device transformed into the shape of a 6-barreled machine gun. Suchen inserted a bullet inscribed with Buddhist scriptures into it. Then, he picked up the Gatling machine gun and began to sweep the undead army. Da-da da-da da-da. The sound of machine guns echoed throughout the city, flames raging among the undead army. With the blessings of Buddha's light, bullets imbued with Buddhist scriptures exploded, causing devastating blows to these undead creatures. The city guards and night watchmen were dumbfounded. They had quickly reacted to the undead outbreak and began to resist. However, ordinary holy light bullets were ineffective against the undead creatures. Only high-level weapons with demon-slaying properties could work. Who would have thought that Suchen had stockpiled so many Buddhist scripture bullets in advance, and was relentlessly firing without any regard for loss? In just a few minutes, Suchen's killing power exceeded that of the city guards. The head of the Night Watchman's division looked at this scene with a complex expression. Watching Suchen shrouded in Buddha's light and gun smoke, his vision seemed to blur for a moment, murmuring, Namo Amitba Buddha, purified depleted uranium bullets. One breath, 3,600 revolutions, great compassion to save the world. Golden bullets shot out from the mechanism, taking away skeletons and spirits, causing the skeletal dragon to wail and continuously spew undead breath towards Suchen. However, Suchen didn't even bother to dodge, standing there bathing in the undead breath with his gun. His laughing and shooting rampage made him seem like a war maniac. Seeing this scene, kidney deficiency brother was stunned. Who the hell is this guy? He's like a killing machine. The undead army he painstakingly created was killed by a third in no time? Click, click. However, the good times didn't last long. Suchen's supply of blessed bullets was running low, and soon his gun fell silent. A good opportunity. Seeing this, kidney deficiency brother quickly waved his staff and countless black threads suddenly appeared behind him. These threads quickly entwined around Suchen, firmly immobilizing him in place, wrapping him up like a zongzi. Fate event, you are bound by undead threads. Kidney deficiency brother breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, finally catching this guy. Then, the skeletal dragon directly faced Suchen, unleashing a wave of immersive undead breath. Suchen remained calm, not struggling at all, but instead breathing in deeply with a look of ecstasy. Stamina +15. Stamina +18. Stamina +27. Yes, that's it, keep spewing it all out, all for me. Suchen grinned widely. In less than 10 minutes, his stamina had increased by 300 points. Is this guy crazy? Kidney deficiency brother was also losing his composure. He thought Suchen would be corroded and killed by the undead breath. But now, this guy not only showed no signs of weakness, but he seemed to be getting more and more excited. Is he absorbing this undead breath? Is he not afraid of death? Damn it! Why is this guy so bizarre? Kidney deficiency brother's face turned ugly, gritting his teeth. He waved his staff to stop the skeletal dragon from breathing. Then, the skeletal dragon swung its claws fiercely towards Suchen. Since you're immune to magical damage, physical damage should work, right? Boom! With the skeletal dragon's claw strike, the whole ground seemed to tremble. No way! Is this not working? Suchen looked disappointed. However, as the green glowing giant claw approached, he finally made a move. Ding! Fate event, you are bound by death stockings. Fate points +50. With the fate modification completed, the threads binding him instantly turned into black silk. With a gentle movement, Suchen shattered the thousands of black threads. Then, a flash of red light appeared in his eyes. Rage stack +1, current stack 10 layers. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. The people of Qingcheng were all shocked and sat on the ground, their faces full of fear. Shen Tianjie, who hadn't gone far, suddenly turned around and his pupils shrank. He saw Suchen, wearing a violent bear suit, grabbing a skeleton dragon hundreds of times larger than himself, and then violently slamming it to the ground. This guy, is he really a monster? Boom! The huge body of the dragon shattered many buildings, raising a cloud of dust. However, Suchen remained unfazed, as there were no living people left in the surrounding buildings.
He once again lifted the skeleton dragon and slammed it down heavily. So cool. Master, bye-bye. The bear cub's eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, Su Chen vividly demonstrated what is called violent aesthetics. In front of everyone, the skeleton dragon was like a sandbag, completely powerless to resist. Not only that, Su Chen even pressed it to the ground and pounded its chest until the last drop of undead breath was squeezed out before finally stopping. Gurgling. The entire city was stunned, especially those who had been classmates with Su Chen. The class monitor slapped his head, suspecting that he was losing his mind. Damn, I was just feeling proud of myself for getting the Night Watch internship qualification, and this guy has already started slaying dragons? Seeing that the skeleton dragon could no longer withstand Su Chen's destruction, Kidney Deficiency Brother quickly commanded all undead creatures to charge towards Su Chen. For a moment, all the undead creatures in the city stopped running amok and focused on Su Chen. This also relieved a great deal of pressure on the city's defenders and night watchmen. Useless things. Su Chen saw that the skeleton dragon had been completely drained, so he turned it into a long knife and beheaded it with one stroke. You have killed the level 119 skeleton dragon and gained 625,899 experience points. The experience point prompt appeared, but Su Chen paid no attention and instead opened the attribute panel. Occupation, Fake Master level, 60 Strength, 2908 Stamina, 2882 Intelligence, 1036 Agility, 2185 Awakening. Second transformation skills, Fate Perception, Savage Growth, Life Rhythm, Fate Weapon, Overwhelming Crowd LV6, Battle Fury LV7, Weapon Master LV10, Spellbreak LV1 Talent, Fate Modification Fate Points. 35,050 increased stamina by over 700, not bad. Su Chen's gaze focused on the stamina column and nodded slightly. Fate Minor Event, you are surrounded by a large number of undead creatures. He didn't pay any attention to the incoming undead creatures. With 10 levels of fury stacked, his stamina was approaching 6,000, and even if he stood still, these undead creatures couldn't break through his defense. Su Chen glanced at the Fate synopsis with a hint of wickedness in his eyes. Ding! Fate Minor Event, you are surrounded by undead creatures with big chests. Fate points plus 300. Duang. In the next moment, all the undead creatures rushing towards him suddenly paused. Then, the Death Knight at the forefront suddenly swelled in the chest area, with a peak reaching the size of a G-cup bursting through the armor, exposed to everyone's eyes. This eye-catching scene made everyone's mouths twitch. Then, even more bizarre things happened. With two muffled sounds, the Death Banshee, who was screaming, suddenly paused, and her chest suddenly swelled. Skeleton soldiers and ghouls, as well as other creatures, all underwent indescribable changes. Even Kidney Deficiency Brother himself looked in horror at his own chest. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Can I have a go too? No. Can it grow bigger in other places? I have urgent matters. Tisk tsk, this Death Banshee still has some charm, huh? Su Chen also felt a chill as he watched. After receiving 300 fate points, he directly turned his fate weapon into a Fong Tian halberd and began to harvest wildly. The innate characteristics of the life tool include abilities such as holy light, exorcism, purification, etc. It was as easy as cutting tofu when dealing with these undead creatures, completely annihilating them. Su Chen swung his weapon freely, holding the halberd, and with a casual sweep, thousands of white bones flew in all directions. In no time, thousands of undead creatures were crushed. Is this guy even human? Kidney Deficiency Brother's face grew increasingly pale. He had seen many people surrounding this place, including Shen Tianjie and Lu Keixian. Although Lu Keixian was only at the 4th level, Zhuke Mage's path was extremely effective against him. Therefore, he had prepared many means to deal with Lu Keixian beforehand. However, he never expected that Su Chen alone would directly thwart his plans. The undead mage excelled at dealing with multiple opponents and was most afraid of individuals with strong personal strength like Su Chen. His heart sank, and he made a certain decision. Su Chen, you forced me to this. Today, I will do whatever it takes to kill you here. Before Su Chen could react, he spat black blood onto his staff. Immediately, the remaining army of 100,000 undead creatures began to disintegrate on its own. These undead creatures fell to the ground instantly, endless white bones rising into the air, transforming into sharp bone spurs that descended towards Su Chen. These bone spurs were powerful and numerous, each one at least equivalent to a full-force strike from a 3rd-level swordsman. Even a peak 5th-level expert would undoubtedly die when faced with them. Su Chen, be careful, Shen Tianjie and Lu Keixian reminded simultaneously. Medium event in fate, you are locked by high-level undead curse magic and continuously attacked by bone spurs. Su Chen's expression changed slightly. The bone spurs fell like a torrential rain, and even he was unable to move.
After pondering for a moment amidst the bone rain, Su Chen's eyes flickered as he began to alter his fate. Ding! Medium event in fate, you are locked by high-level undead curse magic and continuously attacked by bone broth. In an instant, the stabbing pain on Su Chen's body disappeared. In its place was the rich aroma of a hearty bone broth. Tastes good. Su Chen licked his lips and flashed a brilliant smile at the undead mage. Seeing this, Shen Tianjie and the others paused, looking at Su Chen with a strange expression on their faces. The bone spurs had turned into a hearty bone broth? How did he manage that? Shua! Kidney deficiency brother gritted his teeth, his hand gripping the staff turning white. He was filled with shock and anger, unable to understand what ability Su Chen had used. What was going on with this guy? Why did my high-level curse magic turn out like this? Kidney deficiency brother was full of doubt, but it quickly turned into a murderous intent. No matter how you did it, it doesn't matter now. With this strike, you will die. His face calmed down, his body, which was already skin and bones, was now enveloped in a deathly aura, completely transformed into a forest of white bones. The deathly aura that had been separated from the white bones before now crazily converged towards him. Perhaps he could no longer be called kidney deficiency brother, after all, he no longer had kidneys. At this moment, the undead mage began to chant, "O noble and sacred goddess of death, please hear my praise. You are the divine being who holds life and death, the invincible existence. I am willing to offer my life to serve you. Please grant me power." The undead mage's speech was extremely fast, as if reciting a chant, but it carried an indescribable sense of strangeness. As his voice fell, a drop of black water slowly emerged from the void. The black water was as dark as ink, emitting a suffocatingly cold aura. How did the spell succeed in one go this time? He was puzzled, as the success rate of casting spells in the past was only about 10%. Could it be because he sacrificed his life? Oh well, never mind. The undead mage tilted his head back and swallowed the black water. In an instant, the flickering blue flames in his eyes turned into black flames. Death god's art, life stripping. Hail the goddess of death. The undead mage's face showed fanaticism. He was not afraid of death, only afraid of not being able to return to the embrace of the goddess of death after death. Bang! In the next moment, he exploded instantly, turning everything into 3 death chains. The 3 chains formed a triangle, surrounding Su Chen in the center. The faces of Lu Keixian and others turned serious. Each time the divine art was activated, it required a great price, but the corresponding power was also terrifying. This undead mage actually successfully communicated with the goddess of death right under their noses, which made things difficult. Buzz. Vaguely, Su Chen seemed to see a majestic figure. It was towering at 10,000 meters, shrouded in a dark cloak, with only 2 eyes visible, their dim light flickering. This is... Su Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. This was clearly the image of the goddess of death. Had this being descended in person? No, it should be just a projection. Hand over the item, then become my follower. In that instant, it seemed like countless wails and roars exploded in Su Chen's ears. Su Chen's face showed a look of pain, obviously tormented by this voice. He took out the diary of the goddess of death and waved it in his hand. Want this? The goddess of death did not speak, but her eyes were fixed on Su Chen, as if to completely devour him. Her meaning was simple: hand it over, and she would grant him powerful strength and authority. You can have it, just call me daddy. Don't you often call me that in the diary? Su Chen played with the diary, sneering repeatedly, showing no respect for the deity in his eyes. Boom, mortal. You have successfully angered me. The consequences are severe. The goddess of death squinted, gently closing her 5 fingers. In an instant, the 3 chains quickly constricted. The breath of annihilation erupted from it, shocking everyone. That is the Annihilation Death Curse. Once successfully activated, it means the annihilation of form, spirit, and soul. Even the mythical item Rebirth Cross cannot resurrect. Shen Tianjie suddenly remembered the records about this divine art, his face looking very grim. What should we do now? Will communicating with the goddess of luck help? Lu Keixian asked anxiously. I am trying, but I'm afraid it's too late. Shen Tianjie shook his head with a sigh. A look of guilt flashed in Lu Keixian's eyes. He did not expect that they would have a breakthrough in the interrogation of Li Hanshan in the morning, and the attack would happen in the afternoon. However, regret was now useless, and they could only watch the scene unfold, hoping for a miracle. Yura! Xiong Baobao's figure enlarged, roaring towards the projection of the goddess of death in the sky. Titanic bear? Heh, I didn't expect there was still bloodline left, but you are too small, let the old bear come over. The goddess of death smirked and casually sent out a death aura that made Xiong Baobao fall asleep. Fate event: you are attacked by the goddess of death and affected by the Annihilation Death Curse. Your life points disappear. Looking at the summary of fate that appeared before him, Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Just because I glanced at the diary? Is it necessary to do this to me? Su Chen's mind raced, pondering solutions. The result of this fate event was already fixed, which meant that the only words that could be modified were life points disappear. It was very difficult, but there was still room for manipulation. Ding! Fate event, you are attacked by the goddess of death and affected by the annihilation death curse. Your lifeline disappears. Fate points plus 800. In the next moment, as the annihilation death curse descended completely, a terrifying death power enveloped Su Chen. That feeling is like being gripped by a cold hand around the heart, as if something crucial is being forcibly pulled away. Soon, amidst the gazes of despair or sadness from everyone, the power of death forcefully erased the lifeline on Su Chen's palm. Power of destiny? Seeing this, the death goddess's expression changed slightly, looking at Su Chen with a hint of curiosity. The one with a destiny, toying with the fates of others, interesting. Lu Keixian wiped away tears, taking a while to come back to his senses. The extinction death curse, is this it? Wasn't it supposed to erase life? So, it just erased a lifeline? Shen Tianjie's eyes widened, pupils contracting. Could it be that the outcome was once again twisted by his mysterious ability? Su Chen looked at his palm and found that aside from the missing lifeline, everything else was normal. However, before he could be happy for long, a second wave of death power descended. This death power targeted his lifespan. However, perhaps due to the extra 900 years of lifespan gained earlier, this death power did not crush him as before. Soon, another summary of fate appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Major fate event, you encounter an attack from the death goddess, affected by the extinction death curse, lifespan greatly reduced. Su Chen glanced at it, a smile forming on his lips. Easy question? Ding! Major fate event, you encounter an attack from the death goddess, affected by the extinction death curse, lifespan greatly increased. Fate points plus 800. Hiss! Nice! Su Chen felt a long stream of vitality entering his body, nourishing his flesh and soul, greatly increasing his lifespan. Interesting! Watching this scene, the death goddess's eyes revealed a smile. She did not interrupt the divine art but allowed the death power to add lifespan to Su Chen. It seems like this kid has resolved the second round of death curses again? Shen Tianjie swallowed, eyes filled with astonishment. If it were any other skill being evaded, he wouldn't feel much. However, this was a divine art personally launched by the death goddess's projection, something even a 7th-tier professional couldn't resist in the slightest. The only reasonable guess was that Su Chen's ability had a higher priority than the divine art. Is he still human? Shen Tianjie muttered. Although he didn't know how Su Chen's strange ability was activated, judging by the current effects, it could only be described as heaven-defying. Lu Keixian and the city lord were also amazed. Su Chen seemed adept at creating miracles, as he did on the rampaging bear plain. She thought there was no hope facing the mythical titan bear, but Su Chen managed to prove her wrong with facts. Time passed slowly, and Su Chen, enveloped by the power of death, felt like he was immersed in a sea of life, overflowing with vitality and energy. Su Chen estimated that this wave alone had added at least 5,000 years to his lifespan. If this happened a few more times, he might even achieve immortality. This is the final round. The death goddess's projection can only release this one divine art. As long as Su Chen withstands this test of the soul, he'll be safe. Shen Tianjie said excitedly, squinting his eyes. Soon, under everyone's gaze, the death power shrouding Su Chen was swiftly withdrawn, then transformed and rushed into Su Chen's forehead once more. This time, the target was his soul. Major fate event, you encounter an attack from the death goddess, soul falls. Is it another fixed outcome? Su Chen's brows furrowed instantly. Soul falls. Descend? Drop? Or miscarriage? Hiss. This one's hard to change. For a moment, Su Chen was caught in a dilemma. This summary of fate was too difficult to alter. No matter how he changed it, almost the same outcome would occur. The power gap was too great, even fate modification seemed impossible. No, he had to find a way to resolve this summary of fate. Su Chen gritted his teeth in determination. Time is passing quickly, and the unstoppable force of death is invading Su Chen's soul, about to drag him into the abyss completely. Why hasn't the reversal appeared after so long? Could it be that his ability cannot be continuously activated? Not far away, Shen Tianjie and others were secretly sweating for Su Chen. Damn! Just as Su Chen's soul felt the intense pulling force, regardless, let's change it first. Su Chen gritted his teeth, choosing to modify the first half of the entry instead of fixing the outcome. Ding! Fate major event, you encounter an attack from the goddess of death, and your soul falls. Fate points plus 800. In the instant the fate was modified, the force of death hesitated. In that moment, The goddess of death looked at Su Chen with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Little guy, why do you look more handsome the more I look at you? The goddess of death slowly lifted her cloak, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face, and her deep purple eyes shone like dazzling gemstones. She approached Su Chen slowly, extending her palm to carefully examine him. Those exquisite features were truly worthy of the title goddess, a beauty not of this world, so stunning it was suffocating. Another one without a mask. Su Chen looked down, observing the two ravines like mountains, marveling. From his perspective, he could clearly see that the goddess of death was wearing nothing under her cloak. Are you sure you want to refuse the chance to become my follower? The voice of the goddess of death was soft and pleasant, like the sound of mountain springs, but it chilled to the bone. I refuse. Su Chen frowned, having only changed the first half of the fate summary. His soul's fall was already determined, so accepting or refusing made no difference. But while the force of death was not entwining his soul, Su Chen quickly took out the amulet of misfortune and used it on himself. I wonder if luck can make a difference. Ding! Fate minor event. You are affected by the curse of misfortune, luck X100. In an instant, Su Chen felt a slight connection between himself and a certain location in the city. What an annoying little guy. Su Chen's response made the goddess of death narrow her eyes, a dangerous curve forming at the corner of her mouth. Hee, but I quite like this attitude. Her eyes misted slightly, exuding a sticky sweetness like syrup. Don't try to seduce me. Even if you give me 100 pieces of mythical equipment, I won't yield. Su Chen showed no sign of giving in. Whether it was the modification of fate or the effect of luck, it would not change due to his subjective actions, so he might as well indulge in some banter now. Even in death, you still refuse to become my follower? Stop the nonsense. If you have the guts, then make a move. Interesting, I'm starting to hesitate about killing you. The goddess of death's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had found a fun toy. Seeing the sudden ambiguous atmosphere between the two, Shin Tianjie and the others were momentarily confused. How come these two were fighting to the death just now, but now they seem to be flirting like a couple? Could there be some conspiracy or affection between them? Your name is Su Chen, right? The goddess of death continued, her tone becoming gentle, even indulgent. Su Chen remained silent. The goddess of death slowly brought Su Chen closer to herself, smiling sweetly. Serve me in the realm of the gods, how about it? No, I'm afraid of getting sick. Su Chen didn't hide his disgust in his eyes. Ever since he read that diary, his impression of the goddess of death was extremely negative. It's not up to you. At her words, the goddess of death's eyes turned cold, fingers closing in as she grabbed Su Chen and tried to force him into her mouth. Su Chen felt a chill in his heart, feeling a sense of familiarity with this scene. Damn, am I going to be reborn again? However, the fate outline imagined by Su Chen did not appear. Strands of high-level death power surged into his body, but these death powers did not harm him, but instead transformed his soul. You have received the blessing of death, and your soul has fallen into the realm of the deceased. So, the fate outline did happen after all. Su Chen fell silent. This was just a normal hint, not the fate outline, so he couldn't modify it. Death, you have crossed the line. Just as the projection of the death goddess was about to take Su Chen away, a pleasant whisper came from within the city. Shin Tianjie was sweating profusely in anxiety. Finally, he managed to communicate with the goddess through a disposable item, but he didn't know if it was too late. Su Chen looked over through the projection. The goddess within the city was shimmering with colorful light. The lucky goddess's white robe fell off, revealing her sturdy physique, exuding a beauty of power akin to the golden ratio. Goddess, save me! Su Chen shouted from within the projection of the death goddess. Boom! A loud noise rang out as the goddess suddenly came to life and punched the projection of the death goddess. The force of this punch was terrifying, distorting the space. The fierce shockwave peeled off a layer of the city wall. In an instant, the projection of the death goddess was directly shattered. Gurgling sounds filled the city. This was the first time everyone had seen the goddess display her might. They never expected the seemingly gentle lucky goddess to be so fierce in a fight. Lucky, you couldn't have come at a worse time. As the projection of the death goddess shattered, a strand of her soul was about to depart. She looked at Su Chen with fear and a hint of reluctance. Little one, wait for me to pamper you slowly later. The next moment, Su Chen got up from the ground, staring wide-eyed at the goddess within the city. Was this really the lucky goddess? So the lucky goddess of our great Xia is this fierce? Isn't she supposed to be the lucky goddess? Why does she look as strong as a warrior? Turns out, under that pure white robe, she's all muscle. Rumble. After the goddess punched, she immediately shattered and turned into countless specks of light, disappearing. Shin Tianjie and the others hurried forward to check. Fortunately, Su Chen only suffered some superficial injuries, and his life was temporarily safe.
However, the fact that his soul was forcibly corrupted by the death goddess still posed many hidden dangers.
As a member of the deceased, he was inherently under the jurisdiction of the death god system. Not to mention the death goddess, even in ordinary death I could forcibly manipulate Su Chen, making his life worse than death. Even Li Ping'an, with the help of prominent figures in the capital, could only avoid being controlled by the death I through the use of secret realms. However, Su Chen was not worried about this. As long as it wasn't an outrageous existence like the death goddess taking action, he could evade or even counterattack through modifying fate. Unless the power of the death I reached an unprecedented level, otherwise, it would just be providing him with experience and materials. With the disappearance of the projection of the death goddess, Qingcheng quickly completed the aftermath with the help of the night guards. However, the people within the city would have plenty to talk about for a long time to come. Whether it was the fierce lucky goddess or Su Chen, who faced the death goddess with defiance, they were all objects of admiration and worship for everyone. Su Chen then carried the still unconscious bear cub on his back and, along with Shen Tianjie, made his way to the Lord's mansion. Su Chen, are you okay? Inside the Lord's mansion, Lu Keixian looked at Su Chen with a worried expression. Su Chen shook his head slightly and glanced at his attribute panel. Occupation, Fate Master Level, 60 Strength, 2908 Stamina, 2752 Intelligence, 1636 Agility, 2185 Awakening. Second Transformation Skills, Fate Perception, Savage Growth, Life Rhythm, Fate Instrument, Mass Hysteria Level 6, Battle Fury Level 7, Weapon Master Level 10, Spell Break Level 1 Talent, Fate Modification Fate Points, 36550. He was not only unharmed, but also benefited from the misfortune. Not only did he gain over 3,000 more fate points, but his intelligence attribute, which had been lagging behind, also skyrocketed by over 600. Su Chen, did you offend the goddess of death somewhere? Shen Tianjie frowned. Based on years of experience, he knew that something was off about today's events. The existence of god-level beings was too distant from them, especially deities of the caliber of the goddess of death and the goddess of luck. He still couldn't understand how the goddess of death would respond to the call of a fifth transformation necromancer. I didn't, I swear. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, not intending to reveal the matter of the diary. After the soul fell and became a being of death, the goddess of death's diary not only served as a potent healing item but also strengthened one's soul by absorbing the death aura within. Although he didn't know the benefits of soul strengthening, Su Chen felt that his soul was extremely important to him. Perhaps it would become evident after a few more career awakenings. Seeing Su Chen's denial, Shen Tianjie could only shake his head helplessly and remind Su Chen to be careful not to attract the attention of the Death God faction. Su Chen nodded in agreement, then curiously looked at Lu Keixian and asked, "So, what did you discover that made the Advent Society unable to resist taking action early?" Lu Keixian pondered for a moment, then quickly recounted the information obtained from Li Hanshan. Li Hanshan had indeed been corrupted by the Advent Society and had become a core member. He not only suppressed the young talents in the city but also conspired and participated in a major event planned by the Advent Society. The intelligence indicated that the Advent Society was about to make a major move, encompassing a total of 8 cities, including Qingcheng. Although their intentions were clear, there wasn't much detailed information available, as Li Hanshan was just a pawn and didn't know much. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen spoke up, "So, you mean the previous attack was just an appetizer, and the real assault is yet to come?" Lu Keixian nodded and quickly analyzed, "But now that we know their intentions, we can prepare in advance. However, since the Advent Society has chosen to alert the enemy, it is highly likely that they will abandon Qingcheng and attack other cities as well." Su Chen tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, his eyes narrowed and gleaming with intelligence. The Advent Society will not spare Qingcheng, the stage is set, and they have no reason not to come. With that, Su Chen stood up and walked out, pausing at the door to look meaningfully at Shen Tianjie. "Prepare in advance, the requiem of the undead has begun, and the time to change fate is upon us." With that, he quickly left the city lord's mansion. Shen Tianjie understood, knowing that Su Chen was referring to the awakening task. The task introduction, similar to a prophecy, had already come true, and there would undoubtedly be a major event to follow. Shen Tianjie clenched his fists, the joints cracking. He looked at the city lord and asked, "Tell me, how did that fifth transformation necromancer get in?" Hearing this, the city lord's head immediately shook like a rattle drum. "I don't know." He looked at Lu Keixian and Shen Tianjie with a defensive gaze and hurriedly explained, "I know what you suspect, but I am not a traitor. This is the current situation in Qingcheng. The barrier master in the city is only at the 3rd transformation level. How could they stop a 5th transformation necromancer?" Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a glance and did not pursue the matter further. After leaving the Lord's mansion, Su Chen found another hotel to stay in with Xiong Baobao. Xiong Baobao was still in a coma caused by the goddess of death, and it was unknown when he would wake up. Su Chen simply left it aside and took out the diary. Soon, a strong death aura enveloped him. 2 fate summaries popped up at the same time. Fate minor event, your body is being corroded by the death aura, and your vitality is gradually decreasing. Fate minor event, your soul is being nourished by the death aura, and your intelligence and mental strength are gradually increasing. After some thought, Su Chen decided to modify the first fate summary, mainly because if he didn't change it, he would probably be corroded into bones by the death aura in no time. At that time, he would probably truly follow in Li Ping'an's footsteps. Ding! Fate minor event, your body is being corroded by the death aura, and your vitality is gradually increasing. Fate point plus 20. Soon, the traces of the death aura corroding Su Chen's body disappeared, replaced by vigorous vitality. The diary was the personal item of the goddess of death, and the death power on it was extremely pure. Therefore, the enhancement effect it brought to Su Chen's soul and mental strength was also very obvious. It almost brought a dozen points of intelligence bonus every hour. The hidden attribute of mental strength was also rapidly increasing. Su Chen felt his mind becoming clearer, and gradually, he could even interfere with reality through his thoughts. For 3 consecutive days, Su Chen stayed in the hotel without going out, handling everything like eating, drinking, and using the restroom in his room. After 3 days, his intelligence attribute finally took on the appearance of a main attribute, leaving the other attributes far behind. At the same time, Su Chen also insisted on stabbing himself every 3 minutes to use the bleeding effect to earn fate points. Occupation, Fate player level, 60 strength, 2908 stamina, 2752 intelligence, 3636 agility, 2185 awakening. Second transformation skills, Fate perception, barbaric growth, rhythm of life, Fate tool, overwhelming crowd LV6, battle fury LV7, weapon master LV10, breaking law LV1 talent, Fate modification Fate points, 41550. Su Chen looked at his hands, countless threads of fate instantly surging out of them. These threads of fate, whether in strength or length, far exceeded before. The fate player is indeed an intelligence-based occupation. Su Chen sighed slightly. Then, he took off the wisdom source stone that he had been wearing close to his body. Wisdom source stone, platinum grade, level, 0 attributes, 0 durability, talent, light of wisdom. After wearing it, every 10 days, you will permanently gain 1 point of mental strength. Su Chen took a deep breath. The 10 days had passed, and now it was time for the harvest. Fate minor event, you gain wisdom source stone enhancement, mental strength plus 1 point. As the light of the wisdom source stone merged into Su Chen's body, a fate summary appeared before him. Su Chen looked pensive. There were many places in this fate summary that could be modified. Just changing these 3 mental strength points could be replaced with other divine powers. What if I change it to plus 100 million mental strength? Su Chen frowned, pondering. But when he had this idea, a warning sign came from fate perception. Mental strength is a will-like thing produced by the combination of the body and soul. If this thing exceeds the carrying limit of the soul and body, there is a high possibility of major problems. Plus 10,000 should be fine, right? Su Chen muttered to himself. However, when he used fate perception, the warning sign still did not disappear. Plus 1,000? He tried changing it to 1,000, and this time there was no strange feeling. However, Su Chen was still somewhat unwilling. He took out the Qiankuan sword box. During this time, Su Chen has been constantly converting his excess mental energy into sword qi. Now, there are already thousands of sword qi accumulated in the sword box. However, he still feels it's not enough. He not only has to face the possible attacks that may come, but also needs to be vigilant against the sneak attacks of the goddess of death. Su Chen doesn't want to be caught serving that goddess of death in the divine realm every day. Ding! Fate minor event, you gain wisdom source stone reinforcement, mental power plus 1-fold. Finally, Su Chen had an idea and quickly completed the fate modification. As the light of wisdom was absorbed, his mental power began to surge, and things in front of him seemed to speed up and slow down. His head also became extremely heavy, as if there was a raging bull inside crashing wildly. Gradually, Su Chen even had a feeling of separation of spirit and flesh, as if his consciousness was about to leave his body. Oops, is a fold increase too much? Su Chen quickly sat cross-legged, stabilizing his mindset, and quickly injected the surging mental power into the universe sword box. It wasn't until about half an hour later that Su Chen's eyes regained clarity. However, he dare not put down the universe sword box now. The skyrocketing mental power was beyond his control. If not constantly consumed, it could easily lead to hallucinations or even madness. It seems I was too hasty.
I shouldn't be too greedy next time.
Su Chen muttered to himself, his gaze falling on the teddy bear in the corner.
Ha!
The teddy bear was leisurely watching TV when suddenly the TV seemed to get farther away, and when it looked up, it found itself flying in midair.
Master bye-bye, am I still dreaming?
It rubbed its eyes, looking surprised. Then, at the moment Su Chen withdrew his mental power, it fell directly down, smashing a few tables and counters. Fortunately, as a Titan giant bear, it was tough and thick-skinned, so it was unharmed.
Lifting a 20-ton teddy bear is effortless. It seems the doubling of mental power is quite significant.
Su Chen smiled and shook his head. He kept injecting mental power into the universe sword box until the sun set, and there were nearly 10,000 sword chi in the box. Once opened, it would be a magnificent scene of 10,000 swords attacking together.
Phew! Finally caught my breath. Su Chen took a deep breath.
It's a good thing he didn't choose to directly increase his mental power by 1 billion, otherwise, his will would probably have been lost, turning into something instinctual and indescribable.
So, can this thing be used for offense?
Su Chen held the wisdom source stone in his hand, his eyes flickering. If facing some unbeatable opponents, he could choose to give them a light of wisdom, and then directly burst them with the surging mental power.
Hee, goddess of death.
Su Chen's mouth curved into a playful smile, a strand of the aura of the deceased emanating from his soul, making his whole demeanor appear eerie and mysterious.
Ha! What's that?
Suddenly, Su Chen's gaze shifted to the window, raising his eyebrows. There were two figures standing suspiciously on the street outside the hotel. Both were cloaked in black robes, exuding a chilling aura. They just reached the hotel entrance, but their faces showed fanatical smiles. As they handed out flyers from their pockets, they chanted some inexplicable words. The coming! The coming! The world is filthy and needs the true God to come and cleanse it. The doomsday is approaching. They shouted loudly, their voices sharp and piercing, echoing through the city on that night.
What's going on? Why are the cultists so bold now? Could it be mental patience? Forget it, it's none of our business, let's go.
Ignoring the discussions of the people around them, the two figures in black robes continued to distribute a large number of flyers from their pockets.
Ha! Are they coming towards me? Su Chen raised the phone, intending to notify the city guard to handle it.
However, the gaze of the two men locked onto the 6th floor of the hotel where he was. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, tore off 2 strips of cloth and tied the Qiankuan sword sheath to his back.
Have you been waiting for this moment to strike?
He threw the bank card on the table, kicked open the French window, and jumped straight down from the 6th floor.
Bang! Su Chen landed with a dull sound.
Without even looking, he headed straight for the two men.
Blasphemer, you will forever fall into the abyss.
Seeing Su Chen's lively appearance, the two men's faces changed slightly, and they quickly took out their weapons from their bosoms.
What's going on? Has this guy been hiding for so long? Is he not injured?
The two men held a sword and a knife in front of them, looking alert.
Don't come any closer.
One of them looked fierce, while the other lit the flyers.
Damn it, I hope the incense barrier can delay for a while.
The two glanced at each other, feeling a hint of regret. If they had known, they wouldn't have greedily faced Su Chen alone for the high bounty. Soon, wisps of blue smoke spread out, enveloping the two men.
Barrier?
Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his right hand clenched, and a translucent life tool flowed, turning into a crystal-long sword. Then, a simple and unadorned slash was made. A white light flashed on the blade, tearing the incense barrier apart like paper. Swish! A dazzling white light cut through the night sky.
Put! Blood splattered as 2 fierce heads flew out. Then, the 2 bodies fell straight down. Fate points plus 300. Fate points plus 300.
Su Chen expressionlessly shook off the blood on the sword, looked into the distance, and guessed right that the impending disaster had not spared Qingcheng, indeed making a comeback. With a loud rumble, a black shadow fell from the sky, creating a huge pit.
Bula, don't hurt my lord, you thief. Xiong Baobao climbed out of the pit and ran to Su Chen, on guard.
This guy had recently become obsessed with the 3 kingdoms, imitating the actions on TV. Su Chen patted its head, rode Xiong Baobao, and quickly headed towards the city center. Smelling the incense around, Su Chen's expression changed slightly. It seemed that the stage he needed had already been set up by someone.
Boom!
Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, a violent explosion suddenly rang in his ears.
Boom! Rumble. 2 people were standing on the side of the street in a building. An old man in white. A woman in a tight black suit. Looks like he's dead?
The woman in black looked down at the continuously exploding street below, coldly speaking. The white-haired old man closed his eyes, sensed for a moment, and shook his head. It's not that simple. His defense is comparable to a 5th-tier professional. Don't underestimate him.
5th tier? Isn't he a puppeteer? How can his defense be so strong? The black-clad woman asked in surprise.
As far as she knew, in history, puppeteers had not used a shield like Shield Mountain. If once is not enough, then try again. I don't believe it's so difficult to kill a second-tier puppeteer.
The woman's eyes turned completely black, like the eyes of a demon, shimmering with a dark light. In an instant, dozens of black spheres appeared out of thin air on the street below. Boom, rumble, rumble.
These black spheres exploded one after another, creating deafening explosions that shook the earth. In the center of the explosion, a thick smoke rose. After a while, the smoke gradually dispersed.
The black-clad woman smiled. Finally, we can kill him, right?
But when she carefully observed, she found a black shadow rushing out of the thick smoke.
Ula! Xiong Baobao roared, carrying the explosion and walking out of the black flames.
Its fur was charred black all over, but that was all.
Seeing this, the woman in black clothes' pupils shrank. Confirmed, this bear is a mythical creature, a titan giant bear.
She screamed, and hundreds of black balls appeared in front of her again. Immediately, she grabbed the wrist of the old man in white and retreated abruptly.
In an instant, a deafening explosion rang out again.
Although the two of them might be able to take down the bear cub with their combined forbidden techniques, they hadn't forgotten about Su Chen watching closely.
Boom!
Just as the explosion sounded, the bear cub caught up, and its sharp claws slapped her leg, tearing off pieces of flesh.
Ugh! The woman in black clothes groaned and fell from midair. Roar!
The bear cub pursued, wanting to end both of them with one swipe. At that moment, the old man in white suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were emitting a dark blue light, freezing the bear cub in its tracks and rendering it motionless.
Dark Ming Eye Art, physical interference. Go!
Despite the successful strike, the old man in white wasted no time, grabbing the hand of the woman in black clothes and swiftly running backward.
Trying to escape?
At that moment, Su Chen suddenly emerged from the side, holding a shotgun and firing wildly in the sky. However, the bullets he fired were mysteriously intercepted in mid-air and disappeared halfway.
Fate minor event, your shotgun attack is neutralized by the Dark Ming Eye's Eye Art. Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't rush to use fate modification, instead maintaining a distance and continuously using firearms to attack the opponent.
Both of these professionals were at the 4th level, with the old man in white at the peak of the 4th level. Although he appeared aged, in Su Chen's eyes, his vitality was almost on par with the bear cub.
These two were deliberately showing weakness, definitely brewing some kind of scheme.
However, Su Chen was not afraid at all. Seeing that the bullets were ineffective against the two, he holstered his gun and charged forward with his sword. Seeing this, the old man in white was not surprised but rather pleased.
Hee, young people are always impatient.
A smile crept onto his lips. If Su Chen had continued to hold back and engage in a protracted battle with him, he would have been somewhat troubled. But now, Su Chen had unexpectedly given up his advantage and charged forward. Wasn't he just rushing to his death? The woman in black's pale face also flushed with a hint of red, as if she had seen Su Chen's fate. As Su Chen rushed towards them, ready to strike them down with one sword, a warning suddenly rose in his heart.
Eye Art?
His eyes met the old man in white's, and strange forces came from all directions, seemingly tearing him apart.
Fate minor event, you are being watched by the Dark Ming Eye and subjected to the Eye Art's crushing force. Dark Ming Eye? Indeed an Eye Art practitioner. Su Chen pondered briefly and quickly made modifications to the Fate summary. Ding! Fate minor event, you are being watched by the Dark Eye and subjected to the Eye Art's crushing force. Fate points plus 50. In the next moment, the old man in white's vision blurred, and he felt something was amiss. What's going on? Why can't I see clearly? As an Eye Art practitioner, he not only possessed various mysterious skills but also had superior vision compared to various professions. However, now, not only was his vision blurry, but he also experienced pain, tearing, and other discomforts. What have you done to me? The old man in white was completely panicked. The woman in black also looked terrified. Her Eye Art couldn't affect either Su Chen or the bear cub. Now that the old man in white's methods had been thwarted, she no longer had the arrogance she had at the beginning and began to flee frantically. Due to his blindness and pain, the old man in white's combat power was greatly reduced, and he was soon killed by Su Chen's two swords. Fate points plus 400. The woman in black was also unable to escape misfortune. Injured, she couldn't run fast, and the little bear caught up with her in no time, knocking her down. Roar! Just as the little bear was about to crush her head with a paw, a spear thrown by Su Chen snatched the kill. Fate points plus 400. After collecting the two heads, Su Chen stepped on the air and quickly ascended, looking around from the top of the building. At this moment, chaos had engulfed every corner of Qingcheng. The smell of blood mixed with the burning incense from the special flyers filled the entire city, turning the once peaceful and harmonious atmosphere into something eerie and terrifying, sending shivers down people's spines. Ha!
Suddenly, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He felt a familiar wave coming and immediately looked in that direction. It was the direction of the Lord's mansion, located in the center of Qingcheng. In sight, the Lord's mansion had been razed to the ground, with bodies lying everywhere, blood staining the ground red. Shen Tianjie and others were gathered, facing off against a figure in midair. The lotus thunder made by Lihan Mountain was held by the mysterious figure, hovering in midair. Sensing Su Chen's gaze, the man turned his head and smiled at Su Chen. "Do you like it? This stage was set up for you." He was handsome, with a slender figure, and a hint of wickedness in his eyes. However, his left arm was missing, conspicuously absent. As he looked at Su Chen, his fingers tapped on the lotus thunder. In that instant, Su Chen's brows furrowed. He realized that the connection between himself and the lotus thunder had been severed. Can it actually cut the threads of fate? Su Chen's face tightened, and he jumped down from the building, heading straight for the Lord's mansion. Meanwhile, he directed the little bear to rescue people in the city. However, Su Chen's expression showed no sign of easing. He looked at the mission details. 0/100000000. In theory, saving those destined to die should alter the course of fate. However, no matter how many people the little bear saved, the required number in the mission remained unchanged. Boom! In midair, the man casually threw the lotus thunder in front of Shen Tianjie. In an instant, the lotus thunder exploded directly. Lihan Mountain's creation burst open, unleashing a towering blaze. Shen Tianjie spread his legs, assuming a Tai Chi stance, striking out several palms in succession. Lu Keixian also pulled out a fiery red staff from his waist, unleashing the vermilion bird flames in response. However, the lord of the city had disappeared and was not there to face the two. The major guilds in the city were also entangled and unable to come to their aid. Fortunately, although the mysterious man could detonate the lotus thunder, the power was not as terrifying as when Su Chen detonated it himself. The two managed to contain the explosion after a scare. However, the next moment, the surroundings became blurry, as if overlapping. Boom! The explosion that should have disappeared reappeared, seemingly multiplied several times, engulfing the two in an instant. When Su Chen arrived, Shen Tianjie and the others were lying on the ground, barely conscious. "How did you do it?" Su Chen, holding a sword, approached slowly. The long sword left a straight mark on the ground, the blade slowly raised, pointing at the mysterious man. The mysterious man smiled slightly, not answering. Smoke and fire continued to surround him, like a deity emerging from a temple. "Su Chen, you must be careful. He is a mysterious historian, with extremely bizarre abilities." Shen Tianjie gasped for breath and warned, "He can extract fragments from history and project them into reality, as well as replicate skills from other professions in history. We couldn't withstand his triple explosion overlay bombardment just now." Historian? Indeed, a bizarre profession. Su Chen nodded slightly and continued without looking back. "Didn't I warn you all? Why didn't you call for reinforcements?" Upon hearing this, Shen Tianjie couldn't help but smile bitterly. The manpower above is not enough, and the arrival has simultaneously locked too many cities. It's not easy for each city to get a fifth-tier professional. Who knew that the arrival could launch a bloody attack on Qingcheng, and even sent out one of the twin stars, a historian? Su Chen fell silent, glanced at Shen Tianjie, then at the historian. Both being fifth-tier professionals, the difference between them was like that between a firefly and the moon, which was extremely abnormal. "Had enough talking? Now, can I taste the blood of yours?" The historian shook his right hand, the white glove fell off, revealing his scar-covered right hand. He opened his 5 fingers, his expression carrying a hint of playfulness. "Curious? This is a memento left from my encounter with Ember." At the mention of Ember, his face twisted for a moment. Suddenly, the fireworks around him disappeared. "I hope you like the gift I'm giving you." The historian's mouth curled up, raising his right hand. In an instant, the scenery around Su Chen changed drastically, with a barrage of bullets and terrifying explosions attacking simultaneously. "Join the arrival. After today, even if you don't want to join, you won't be able to." The historian's shoulders opened up, laughing maniacally. "I will turn the people of a city into lotus thunder traps. When the high-level officials of Daxia see this scene, what will be the consequence for you, the puppeteer? You can replicate my skills? No, Ember's skills?" Su Chen's eyes flickered, suddenly retreating and turning his command weapon into a shield in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Several loud noises were heard as Su Chen was instantly overwhelmed by numerous attacks. Minor fate event: you encounter a historical replication attack and receive minor injuries. Su Chen held up the shield, stacking his battle rage while retreating. He didn't rush to modify fate but quickly analyzed the intelligence in his mind. "I must stop this guy. If he succeeds, I won't be able to shake off this blame. Suchen furrowed his brow, finding the historian's ability to replicate history even challenging for him. Although the historian profession is strong, it shouldn't be this strong. Suchen noticed that every time the historian used historical replication, a large portion of the fireworks around him would disappear. Obviously, activating this powerful skill came at a cost. But with those flyers burning all over the city, Suchen couldn't stop him. Qingcheng still hasn't escaped its predetermined fate. Where is the problem? After a moment of contemplation, Suchen decided to take down the historian first. Ding! Fate modification initiated. Minor fate event, you encounter a historical replication attack and are underestimated. Fate points plus 50. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the attacks from historical replication gradually disappeared, and Suchen emerged unscathed from the ruins. He was wearing the Berserker set, turning his command weapon into a spear and fiercely throwing out a strike stacked with 10 layers of rage. Boom! The spear broke through 10 times the speed of sound the moment it left his hand, creating intense friction in the air, producing a piercing scream as if tearing through the void. This terrifying speed was difficult even for a Sharingan user to react to. The historian, who had been disdainful of pursuit, stood in place coldly uttering some sarcastic words. However, the moment he saw the spear coming, his pupils contracted, and he quickly retreated to dodge. At the same time, he summoned a large number of buildings using historical replication to block in front of him. Half of the fireworks around him disappeared again, his figure ghostly, stepping on the ruins of the building, his body slippery like an eel. The spear pierced through numerous obstacles but eventually became powerless, getting stuck in a layer of iron building. Suchen sighed in regret, reaching out to retrieve his command weapon. Gurgling. Historians' throats rolled as they looked at the thousands of layers of copper walls and iron walls pierced in front of them, a hint of fear appearing on their faces. How dare you defy my will? The historian stared at Suchen, gritting his teeth and saying, the game of cat and mouse is over. Next, embrace your fate. Descend. Descend. With the historian's roar, the entire Qingcheng suddenly trembled madly. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, one by one, steel and concrete buildings collapsed, countless rubble flying in all directions. In the horrified eyes of everyone, one teleportation gate after another emerged from below the city. Oh no! Why are there so many secret realm teleportation gates under Qingcheng? Shen Tianjie and Lu Keixian exclaimed. A total of 10 secret realm teleportation gates appeared in the city, with countless monsters restless at the gates. These monsters varied in level, but the lowest was level 40. Wang Hailong, how can you not know that so many teleportation gates have been stuffed underground? Lu Keixian angrily shouted, trying to find the trace of the city lord. However, at this moment, she didn't even see a shadow. A piece of paper floated into her hand at some point. I am not a traitor, just made a deal with the descent. The human race is already weak, the borders of Daxia have been repeatedly breached, I had no choice but to choose self-preservation in times of crisis. Teacher Lu, I have always admired you. If you want to survive, you can escape through the underground passage in the city lord's mansion. Wang Hailong. Damn! Lu Keixian tore the paper to shreds. Indeed, that coward. You better not let me find you. 10 entire secret realms stood in the city, with numerous secret realm monsters roaring and eagerly rushing towards the exits of those secret realms, wanting to leave as soon as possible and have a good meal. Demon Gorge, Soul Mountain Range, Blood-Colored Monastery. They are all intermediate to high-level secret realms. Inside Qingcheng, countless people watched in despair. Among the 10 secret realm teleportation gates, except for one that seemed to have a problem and no monsters ran out of it, the other 9 all had high-level monsters pouring out. And what's even more terrifying is that above their heads, there were densely packed black threads descending. Once entangled by those threads, they would immediately become marionettes, ultimately transforming into a lotus flower thunder. What do we do? Someone couldn't help but scream. What else can we do? Fight! We can be reborn as Daxia souls in the next life. A sense of despair spread among the crowd. 10 giant gates stood in the sky, with a powerful historian lurking behind. With no hope, Qingcheng would completely fall today, just like the rest of the cities in Daxia. The night watchmen and city guards finally gathered together, but their morale was still low at the moment. The crowd scattered and fled, unable to form any fighting force. Many people who had just run out were torn apart and devoured by monsters not far away. Some chose to run back home, but the alloy security doors were no different from tofu under the sharp claws of the monsters, easily torn open, and a family of 3 hiding at home all ended up in the belly of the monsters. The screams of children, the groans of men, and the continuous screams of women could be heard. Tonight, blood was the main theme. Buzz! Just then, a silver-white figure flashed before everyone's eyes.
Su Chen remained expressionless.
One man, one sword, plunged into the midst of the monster horde, without any hesitation. His sword shimmered with silver light, killing any level of monster with a single strike. He moved through the monsters, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. One monster after another died at his hands, blood splattering and staining the ground red. Moving forward, he forcibly cut a bloody path. At the end of this passage, the historian's only remaining right hand trembled involuntarily, as if recalling a familiar memory, and he even moved his gaze away, not daring to meet Su Chen's eyes. This scene undoubtedly injected a dose of courage into everyone in the city. Kill. In the Night Watchman Guild, an old bald man took the lead in charging forward. His level was not high, and his figure was somewhat bulky, but his face was flushed and tears streamed down. Su Chen, I never expected that today it would be your turn to teach me a lesson. The old principal looked at Su Chen's back with a hint of guilt in his heart. When Su Chen awakened that day, he did feel disgust towards Su Chen's profession, but now, that figure made him feel extremely admiring. It was the courage to face 1,000 people alone. Shen Tianjie and Lu Keixian exchanged a glance and nodded. Despite being seriously injured, the two of them quickly followed behind Su Chen. In an instant, the fighting spirit of everyone in the city was aroused. All eyes were bloodshot, even the life professionals picked up weapons. The human race never lacked the spirit of resistance. Courage is the seventh piece of equipment for professionals. Boom! With the rhythm set by Su Chen, the millions of people in the city were united, miraculously holding back the beast tide. They even pushed back those monsters to some extent. However, the good times did not last long. As time passed, the 9 secret realm gates all emitted intense sounds. The monsters coming out of the secret realm were getting higher in level, and eventually, they had generally reached level 60. This was equivalent to the level of a third-tier professional. These monsters were no longer something that could be dealt with by just hot blood. Su Chen. Lu Keixian was covered in blood. The vermilion bird's flames flickered irregularly, indicating that she was nearing her limit. Speak! Su Chen's face was stern as he transformed his weapon into the Fengtian halberd, clearing out the monsters and ghosts around him like a peerless warrior. However, there were just too many monsters, and even though he was killing them instantly each time, his progress was still slow. Implementing the plan of capturing the leader first was proving to be too difficult. Lu Keixian struggled to reach Su Chen's side, and after hesitating for a moment, she said, "Go, Su Chen. There is a path below the city lord's mansion that leads out of the city." Shen Tianjie's eyes flickered, and he finally sighed in agreement. Xincheng is located on the border. Although it hasn't been said explicitly, the best strategy is to defend it. If we can't defend it, we must abandon it. To be honest, your importance may be greater than that of a city in some ways. Stop talking nonsense. Su Chen coldly shouted, his steps becoming more determined as he continued forward, wielding the Fengtian halberd in his hand to knock down all the monsters blocking his path. If you want to run, then run yourselves. He roared, determination in his eyes, as he transformed his weapon into a guandao, fiercely cutting down several ghostly female cultivators blocking his way. Then, he leaped into the air. Roar! A ghostly female cultivator howled and pounced towards him, extending sharp claws. Su Chen clenched his left fist and boldly met her head-on. Bang! This punch seemed to carry an immense force, directly shattering the ghostly female cultivator. On the other side, hundreds of demon monsters swarmed towards him. Su Chen crossed his arms, transforming his weapon into a shield, and withstood countless attacks. The battlefield was constantly changing, and fate prompts were popping up like crazy. Many times, he couldn't even use fate modification. Su Chen remained silent, his face filled with madness, his figure constantly moving, and his tactics varied. Seeing this scene, Lu Keixian and the others gave up trying to persuade him and instead followed alongside Su Chen, dealing with the monsters on both sides. However, the deeper they went into the beast tide, the slower their progress became. Among the 9 secret realm gates, monsters above level 80 had already appeared. Su Chen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the negative effects of his battle rage, trying to keep himself as clear-headed as possible. His gaze fell on the only portal where no monsters appeared. Where does that secret realm portal lead to? Su Chen didn't even turn his head. Hearing this, Lu Keixian squinted his eyes for a moment and then said with a hint of complexity, "There's a 90% chance it leads to the violent bear plane, because you cleared out all the monsters inside before, so now there are no monsters coming out?" What? You mean that's the violent bear plane? Su Chen's heavy expression disappeared in an instant. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? He reached out to rub his face. I even acted for so long. Su Chen shook his head slightly, retracted the amulet of misfortune, and took the universe sword case off his back and held it in his arms. He had originally planned to put on a show, waiting for the historian to approach and then reveal all his cards in one fell swoop.
But now, it seemed like there was no need to act anymore. No more pretending, I'm laying my cards on the table.
With this relaxation, the positions that the three of them had worked so hard to push forward were immediately pushed back by the group of monsters. Seeing this scene, everyone in the city darkened their gaze.
Is it still not possible?
However, Su Chen did not feel the slightest regret. He decisively opened the universe sword case. Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!
In an instant, 11,000 sword auras pierced through the air.
The swords all launched at once, the sword light dazzling and brilliant, like fireworks blooming to the extreme. The power of these sword auras was not very stunning, but they excelled in their large quantity. With a total of 11,000 sword lights, it was enough to kill level 100 monsters.
Damn, this guy still has such a strong move?
A hint of panic appeared in the historian's eyes as he hurriedly dodged, trying to escape. However, Su Chen's target was not him.
Bear baby! Su Chen roared, his voice echoing in all directions. Oola!
Bear baby slashed out a bloody path,
roaring in response to Su Chen.
At this moment, its size reached 100 meters, and its level had been directly boosted to 90 by the experience points shared by Su Chen in killing monsters, standing out among all the monsters. The might of the Titan suddenly released, instantly clearing a space within a radius of 10 kilometers, with no monsters daring to approach.
Follow me!
Just then, Su Chen controlled the myriad sword auras flying towards it. The surrounding monsters roared and clawed at Su Chen, but they were torn apart by the sword light before they could get close. At this moment, he was like an unparalleled sword immortal, with nothing able to stand in his way. In the endless ocean of monsters, Su Chen moved as easily as walking on flat ground. In the moment of approaching Bear Baby, Su Chen grabbed its neck with one hand and then rushed towards the only secret realm portal without monsters. Stop him! Seeing this, the historian's eyelids jumped, with a bad feeling in his heart. It seemed that something extremely terrifying would happen when Su Chen and the bear approached the secret realm portal. Historical retracing. Historical reenactment. Circulation. Arrival. The historian's body was instantly engulfed in smoke and fire. At the same time, behind him, thousands of soldiers appeared, forming a huge army with various powerful monsters that had appeared in history. The breath of time swept over, and these soldiers in battle armor, stained with blood, seemed to have been washed through countless centuries in the flow of history, as if they had just awakened from a deep sleep. Kill!
The deafening roar echoed in all directions.
The historical torrent combined with the monsters pouring out of the 9 secret realm gates, vowing to block Su Chen's footsteps.
In a hurry? However, Su Chen now had no reservations.
He firmly held Bear Baby, and with the myriad sword auras, he rushed towards the group of monsters without hesitation.
Boom! A earth-shattering collision erupted.
The terrifying energy spread in all directions. Everyone involuntarily closed their eyes. However, just a few seconds later, everyone felt something on their faces. Opening his eyes, all he saw was a sky filled with swirling red mist. Su Chen's eyes were crimson, a wicked smile playing at the corner of his mouth.
Countless sword lights converged into a sharp sword, unstoppable and invincible. Yura!
Beside him, Little Bear was also excited, wildly waving its paws.
Monsters fell one after another, bodies littering the ground.
The brief confrontation had a profound impact on the minds of those from other races.
For a moment, they stood still, eyes filled with fear. Damn it, stop him!
Stop him! The historian's eyes were filled with fury. Flipping through the orange glowing pages of the history book, he summoned one monster after another that had left a deep mark in history, all advancing towards Su Chen. However, under the dazzling sword light, everything was shattered. As they approached, dozens of 100-level monsters appeared in front of Su Chen, and his Qiankuan sword chi had been depleted. Facing the watchful eyes of the high-level monsters, Su Chen remained calm. He casually aimed his life tool at the evil spirit closest to the secret realm portal. In the next moment, the shadow kill was launched. Su Chen and Little Bear's figures disappeared instantly, reappearing behind the evil spirit. Su Chen struck a blow, instantly shattering the evil spirit. Then, the misfortune protection talisman activated. Minor fate event, you are plagued by misfortune, luck value x 100. Fate points plus 50. In an instant, the monsters that wanted to turn back and attack each suffered misfortune, their attacks inexplicably hitting their allies. A curse from a ghostly nun fell on the frost giant dragon's head, turning it into a fool. The frost giant dragon retaliated with an icy breath to freeze Su Chen, but the curse deflected the attack, turning the hellhound that had already charged at Su Chen into an ice sculpture. In a matter of moments, the monsters began to turn on each other, with many casualties. The remaining injured were also taken care of by Su Chen, each shot bursting their heads.
One unlucky monster triggered an instant death effect, disintegrating into nothing with a single shot.
As the last monster fell, Suchun slowly stopped his movements, exhaling gently. He looked down at the other races below, his eyes disdainful. It's over. His voice thundered, sending waves of sound that made the other races tremble. The people in the city also shuddered, their scalps tingling. Although they didn't know what Su Chen was going to do, judging from the historian's expression, perhaps Su Chen's next actions would truly change the course of events. Su Chen raised his head slightly, looking at the secret realm portal floating in the sky, a sly smile crossing his lips. He extended his right hand, turning his life tool into a large horn. Then, after a moment of thought, Su Chen clenched his fist and gave Little Bear a hard knock on the head. Thud! Ouch! That hurts! Little Bear's eyes welled up with tears, looking pitiful as it held its head. That's the expression I was looking for. Seeing this, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, placing the horn in front of Little Bear. Little Bear blinked, puzzled for a moment, then suddenly understood, roaring into the horn, "Mom!" In an instant, the entire space trembled violently, as if even time had frozen. The terrifying sound waves were amplified several times by the horn, transmitting without reservation deep into the violent bear plane. It's over. The historian covered his face, his eyes filled with despair. Damn it, how could he forget about this Titan bear cub? Now that the old bear had been awakened, everything was over. He looked at Su Chen with a fierce gaze. You're digging your own grave. That old bear is not an ally of the human race. By awakening it, you will doom the entire city. You don't need to worry about that. Su Chen shrugged, a playful smile on his lips. Humph. Foolish. The historian snorted coldly, just you wait. But I don't want to die with you. Recast. The historian unfolded a pair of wings behind him and suddenly retreated. Bang. However, as he took a step forward, a shell as thick as a cannonball grazed his cheek, drawing a few drops of blood. Are you crazy? The historian was furious, but with Su Chen's gun pointed at him, he dared not take another step forward. His senses were on high alert, warning him that he couldn't dodge Su Chen's next shot. This madman, did he really want to drag everyone down with him? Su Chen ignored him and instead looked towards the distant secret realm portal, muttering to himself, it should be almost time. As his words fell, he suddenly raised the horn of command. Mom, come quick, someone is bullying me and Little Bear. Ha! Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, even Fairy Lu Kei and the others were stunned. What did he call that bear? Mom? Shin Tianjie was completely bewildered. He had thought that Su Chen had made some deal with the Titan giant bear, allowing it to bring its offspring out of the secret realm. At that time, Fairy Lu Kei had only thought that Su Chen had used some rare item to escape a disaster and had luckily gained the goodwill of the Titan giant bear. After the information was passed on, even the top brass of the Night Watchers thought that it was a signal of goodwill released by the Titan giant bear, and they even set up a special task force, preparing to find an opportunity to approach the Titan giant bear for cooperation. However, Su Chen's words now directly overturned all their speculations. Could this guy have really accepted the Titan giant bear as his godmother? No way. Titan creatures place great importance on bloodlines. How could they randomly accept a human as their son? Undoubtedly, what was happening now completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the historian's brain froze for a few seconds. What did you call that old bear? He struggled to speak. That's an existence that once tried to ignite the divine fire and ascended to the position of the earth goddess. You can't mess around. I'm not messing around. Su Chen blinked sincerely at him and said, if you don't believe me, ask Little Bear. Little Bear scratched his head, looking puzzled. Why hasn't Mom woken up yet? Boom! Everyone present felt as if they had just heard thunder on a clear day. Is he really the biological son? This sudden change in the situation was too mind-boggling, leaving everyone completely unable to react for a moment. Do you really have the bloodline inheritance of the Titan giant bear? After hearing Little Bear's admission, the historian was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds before coming back to his senses, unable to help but exclaim, no wonder you have such a strong Titan giant bear aura. After the amazement, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. Is it a transformation technique or a reincarnation technique? Undeniably, the miracles you have created are very tempting, especially for us who are about to descend. If you are willing to share, I believe that even the elders will agree to any conditions you set. The historian had no intention of backing down at this moment, instead staring at Su Chen with fanaticism. Who gave you the courage? Is it Fish Liang? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, not expecting this guy to still be thinking about turning him over at death's door. You. Just as he was about to say something, Su Chen's expression suddenly changed, his eyes turning red in an instant. He squatted next to Little Bear without saying a word, portraying the word wrong to the fullest. Little Bear also followed suit, with his hair scorched by fire, a large bump on his head, looking just like a bullied little wife. Boom! A giant claw covered the sky extended from the secret realm portal.
In an instant, the entire secret realm portal was burst open.
A violent storm swept through the sky and the earth trembled. All the secret realm monsters froze in place at the same time, even fleeing was a luxury. The people in the city also held their breath, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts.
The might of the Titan, terrifying as it is. Su-chan raised his tearful eyes and met the gaze of the eyes in the sky. Wowo little bear hugged his mother's thigh, which was as massive as a mountain, crying, "Mom, please don't abandon me, okay? I'm so scared, Wowo."
Hiss.
Su-chan looked unexpectedly at little bear. He didn't expect this guy, who usually looked silly and foolish, to be such a good actor. Sure enough, when little bear said those words, mother bear's anger instantly reached its peak.
Su-chan quickly added fuel to the fire, pointing at the historian in the air and shouting loudly, "Mom, it's that person. He led those monsters from the secret realm to attack me and little bear. If it weren't for the humans in this city helping us, we wouldn't have lasted long." Hearing this, Mother Bear's eyes turned completely cold.
"No, it's not like that, let me explain."
The historian hurriedly waved his hands, trying to explain, but Mother Bear clearly wasn't in the mood to listen further.
"Dare to bully my child, die."
With anger in her heart, she struck down with a claw, causing even the space to be unable to withstand it, tearing open an extremely dark spatial crack.
Boom!
The earth collapsed, the sky crumbled, everything seemed so small and weak.
"No! Reset history! Reset! Why don't you reset?"
The historian shouted desperately, but the gap between them was too great, and even when the fireworks were exhausted, they couldn't resist at all. Liu Keixian and the others only felt a darkening in front of their eyes, followed by ringing in their ears and dizziness, unable to open their eyes. When they regained their sight, everything around them had disappeared, replaced by a vast open plain. Under the giant claw of the Titan bear, not only did all the enemies disappear, even the entire Qingchang was gone. Fortunately, with Su Chen's previous words as a pass to survival, everyone in the city was unharmed under such an attack. Everyone's faces were filled with joy of surviving the disaster.
What's the situation with Su-chan after all?
However, Shin Tianjie looked at Mother Bear not far away with a complex expression. He suddenly didn't understand how to treat Su Chen, who had mixed bloodlines.
Was he originally a mixed blood? Or, shaking his head, Shin Tianjie decided to throw this problem out there and let those old guys worry about it.
At this moment, Mother Bear was looking lovingly at her palm.
A sea of blood was quietly flowing in her palm.
After Mother Bear killed all the monsters of the 9 great secret realms with a single claw, she condensed the essence of life from the monster's blood and flesh.
Su-chan was happily bathing in the blood sea with little bear.
Nourished by this essence of blood and flesh, his Titan bloodline underwent a transformation ahead of schedule, without waiting for the 1-year time point. A terrifying vitality spread out, even the people in the distance felt a sense of rejuvenation, unable to imagine what benefit Su Chen, at the core, had gained.
Crackle!
There were continuous explosions inside Su Chen's body, the sound of bones shattering and recombining. He emitted a strong light, as heavy as the earth, with his skin covered in patterns, like divine patterns. These patterns quickly disappeared, but Su Chen could see them clearly.
This was his true name awakened after becoming a Titan creature, Prometheus Gaia.
Prometheus was the prefix for all Titan creatures, Gaia represented the earth, and Yu represented Su Chen. The true name was a symbol of the glory of Titan creatures and the foundation of igniting the divine fire, extremely important. Therefore, the true name must be kept strictly confidential before becoming a god.
Soon, in just a few breaths, Su Chen's basic attributes underwent a qualitative improvement once again. Not only that, but his body also underwent earth-shattering changes.
Height suddenly soared to 2 meters, with muscles coiling like a dragon, tough tendons and fascia throughout the body, filled with explosive power, like steel and iron. His strength became even more terrifying, exuding a suffocating power with every move. This power did not come from bloodlines, but from the instinctive evolution of the body. The physique of the Titan bear was already abnormal, and such a transformation was forcibly achieved by Su Chen using a large amount of life essence.
Among 1-year-old Titan bears, his physique was absolutely invincible at the same age.
Not only that, under the earth-shattering claw of the bear mother, Su Chen's third transformation task was also completed.
Witnessed by millions of people, this dramatic scene was unparalleled, and everyone's inevitable fate was reversed. Reversing destiny, destiny points plus 888,888.
In this wave, Su Chen gained a terrifying amount of destiny points, nearly 1 million.
Second career awakening successful. Your level has increased. Current level LV 65.
Level restrictions lifted, the experience points accumulated from previous monster kills were instantly absorbed.
Su Chen squinted, feeling the pleasure of increased power. You have gained the Destiny Path skill, Perfect Curtain Call. You have gained the Destiny Path skill, Order Disruption. You have gained the Destiny Path skill, Guardian Deity. 3 prompts appeared in front of Su Chen. As expected, after the third awakening, he gained 3 more skills. Su Chen opened the skill introductions. Perfect Curtain Call LV1, passive skill when you use a sniper shot, the 4th bullet will randomly trigger critical hits, execution, or instant death effects. Order Disruption LV1, passive skill your attacks will have a disintegration property, able to break down any energy body or special energy. Guardian Deity LV1, passive skill when you are in territorial battles, you will continuously gain all attribute bonuses, increasing all attributes by 1% per second, up to a maximum of 40%. Tip: your skills Perfect Curtain Call LV1, Order Disruption LV1, Guardian Deity LV1, Lawbreaker LV1 can be fused. Would you like to spend 444,444 Destiny points to fuse them? Tip: after fusion, the new skill will start at max level. Before Su Chen could finish reading the skill introductions, a prompt appeared before him. Fusion? Su Chen looked conflicted, reluctant to spend Destiny points, but ultimately nodded. Fusion. After all, quality matters more than quantity when it comes to skills, and after fusion, the skill level would directly reach max, saving him from spending more Destiny points to level up. In reality, the price wasn't that expensive. Although Su Chen's sustained combat ability was strong, he lacked a decisive finishing move. At this moment, the Heaven and Earth Sword Box, which could serve as his trump card, needed a long time to accumulate sword energy. If he could fuse into a big move, it would undoubtedly make up for his shortcomings. Your skills Perfect Curtain Call LV1, Order Disruption LV1, Guardian Deity LV1, Lawbreaker LV1 have fused into Final Curtain Call Max. Final Curtain Call Max, passive skill your 4th attack will trigger 4x critical hits, 40% health execution, 40% additional true damage, and 4,444% instant death judgment. When you are in territorial battles with enemies, you will gain 4% all attribute bonuses every 4 seconds, stacking up to 44 times. Note: only sniper rifles can trigger the 4,444 effect. Hiss. Looking at the skill introduction of Final Curtain Call, even Su Chen couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. Strong, too strong. It was truly a max-level skill fused from 4 skills. Would this 4th attack be heaven-defying? 4 times critical hits plus 40% additional true damage, and then being executed when health drops to 40%. Even if unable to be executed, there was still the instant death effect. Once the instant death effect is triggered, monsters below the god level won't be able to withstand it, right? Profit, definitely a profit. Su Chen licked his lips and then opened his own attribute panel. Occupation, Fate Master level, 65 Strength, 4618 Stamina, 4252 Intelligence, 3636 Agility, 3185 Awakening. 3rd Transformation Skills, Fate Perception, Barbaric Growth, Life Rhythm, Fate Instrument, Allure of the Masses LV6, Battle Fury LV7, Weapon Master LV10, Curtain Call Max Talents, Fate Modification Fate Points. 461550. Looking at his terrifying attributes, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. With the completion of the 3rd transformation, coupled with the 1st transformation of the Titan bloodline, his strength and stamina skyrocketed by nearly 2,000. Moreover, after using 440,000 fate points, he still had 460,000 left, which was definitely a huge gain. Su Chen leisurely lay on the sea of blood, thought for a moment, then waved his hand and directly used fate points to max out all the skills that could be upgraded. Fate points, 348,000. Your skill Allure of the Masses LV6 has been upgraded to max level. Your skill Weapon Master LV10 has been upgraded to max level. Your skill Battle Fury has been upgraded to max level. Allure of the Masses Max, active skill, you are a paranoid artist, a painter recording the splendor of life, and a dancer walking between life and death. When you cast Allure of the Masses, you can piece together any surviving or dead bodies into a Lotus Thunderbolt, whose power depends on the materials used to create it. Max effect, your art has reached its peak, increasing the power of the Lotus Thunderbolt by an additional 100%. Weapon Master Max, passive skill you are a natural weapon master, any weapon in your hands will become a terrifying weapon. Attack power increases by 140% when wielding any weapon. When you use a sword, the duration of special effects caused by the weapon increases by 100%, and the judgment level increases by 20 levels. Battle Fury Max, passive skill when you fight or take damage, you can accumulate Fury, with a total of 12 layers. For each layer of Fury, all attributes increase by 30%. When the Fury reaches the 12th layer,
your sense of pain disappears, self-healing ability increases by 500%, nerve reflex speed increases by 800%, entering a berserk state, rationality minus 300%. Su Chen was very satisfied with the improvement of the first two skills. However, the last skill made him feel a little regretful. Losing 300% of rationality after entering a berserk state, this, for Su Chen, who needs to make fate modifications in special circumstances, the impact of this negative effect is too great. I wonder if I can avoid it through fate modification, Su Chen muttered, but he couldn't try it now. If he suddenly lost his mind and attacked Mama Bear, then even the gods couldn't save him. Soon, after about another hour, this sea of blood was completely drained by Su Chen and Baby Bear. Although Baby Bear's blood purity was high, Su Chen, who possessed barbaric growth, was not to be underestimated. Even after completing the bloodline transformation, Su Chen still absorbed a huge amount of life energy in his body. This life energy could not only be used for the next bloodline transformation but also as a reserve energy to recover from injuries, and so on. Roar! Baby Bear excitedly roared to the sky, pounding its chest in joy. At this moment, it also completed a bloodline transformation, its size increased by 1 head, standing nearly 60 meters tall, and its strength greatly increased. Bear Baby Race, Titan Bear Level, 95 Talent Skills, Power of the Earth. The Titan Bear is favored by the Earth. Fighting on the ground can greatly increase defense, attack power, and quickly restore stamina. Titan's Fury, the basic attributes of the Titan Bear will gradually increase during battle, with a maximum increase of 300%. Titan's Suppression, the Titan Bear releases high-level biological suppression, exerting great pressure on lower-level creatures. Cataclysm, the Titan Bear releases all life energy, delivering a devastating blow. Su Chen casually glanced at its attribute panel and nodded slightly. As his ally pet, Bear Baby naturally should be as strong as possible. Children, it's Mommy's fault for making you suffer. Bear Mom apologized with a guilty face as she hugged Su Chen and Bear Baby, tears flowing uncontrollably. Her body was over 2,000 meters tall, but when she cried, she seemed like a child, causing a warm feeling to well up in Su Chen's heart. This was a motherly love he had never experienced before. Although their races were different, the love was even more pure. Bear Baby rubbed against Bear Mom's head, feeling a bit guilty. Mom, please don't cry. We haven't really suffered. How is that not suffering? Bear Mom stared at Su Chen, her eyes piercing through his body and reaching his soul. Seeing the deathly aura in Su Chen's soul, Bear Mom trembled all over, clearly very angry. Sigh, while I am currently in a weakened state, that despicable Lily actually dared to transform you into. Bear Mom gritted her teeth in hatred. Now that your soul has fallen, you must not come into contact with high-level undead, or you will completely become a puppet. With that, Bear Mom reached out and touched Su Chen's head, speaking with great seriousness. I still need to sleep for 30 years to heal the damage caused by the divine fire. During this time, Bear Mom turned slowly, looking at Shen Tianjie, and said word by word, if the human race can provide protection for my offspring, if one day I reignite the divine fire and ascend to the godly position, I may consider residing in Daxia. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianjie was first stunned, then ecstatic. Such a heavyweight existence willing to approach Daxia was like a pie falling from the sky. Shen Tianjie was extremely excited and quickly assured, Senior, rest assured, Su Chen's safety is in our hands. As long as I am alive, no one will dare to provoke them. Good. Bear Mom nodded, then her gaze returned to Su Chen, speaking softly, You, don't blame Mom for being ruthless. This time my awakening is already at its limit. Even if I keep you by my side, it will be difficult to prevent Lily from targeting you. Su Chen quickly nodded, You can rest assured, I will be fine. Bear Mom's decision was exactly what he wanted. He was really afraid that Bear Mom would worry about his safety and forcibly keep him by her side for 30 years. Good. Bear Mom's eyelids drooped, her face showing exhaustion. After a few more instructions to Su Chen and Bear Baby, she forcibly tore open a spatial crack and stepped into it. This scene made everyone's hearts jump in shock. Just tearing apart space with the physical body? Her condition doesn't seem as bad as it looks, right? Shen Tianjie's eyes flickered, but he quickly smiled indifferently. As an ally, he naturally hoped that Bear Mom would become stronger. After Bear Mom left, under Shen Tianjie's leadership, everyone began the post-disaster reconstruction work in full swing. Fortunately, in the current environment, professionals were experienced in infrastructure construction, combined with their strong productivity. In just one night, the outline of the entire city had been built. The materials for building the city walls were also delivered one after another under Shen Tianjie's urging, and the Night Watchman Guild activated the aerial transport channel, which was not difficult. With everyone's concerted efforts, after 3 days, the city finally began to stabilize. Due to the special circumstances,
The position of City Lord is temporarily held by Shin Tianjie until the new City Lord arrives.
Su Chen originally wanted to continue gaining experience in the wilderness, but with the opening of the Purgatory Academy approaching, he calmed down. During this time, many media reporters wanted to interview him, and Shin Tianjie also asked him to receive a batch of medals and honorary souvenirs, but Su Chen refused them all. On this day, in the newly established City Lord's mansion, Su Chen, Shin Tianjie, and Lu Keixian sat together. Are you saying that the former City Lord Wang Hailong not only didn't die, but also got promoted? Su Chen said coldly, his tone icy.
Shin Tianjie sighed and said, it's not exactly like that.
He actually abandoned everything he had before and took on a new identity working in a department in the capital.
Isn't that the same as what I told you? How can a person who betrays his compatriots get promoted?
I really doubt that there is a big problem within Xia.
Su Chen sneered. Su Chen is right, I need an explanation.
Lu Keixian raised her eyebrows, staring seriously at Shin Tianjie.
Shin Tianjie felt uneasy under their gaze, took a sip of tea, and slowly said, there is indeed a problem within Xia, but I can assure you, it's definitely not what you think.
He paused, then quickly continued. Currently, Xia is divided into 3 factions. The first is the radical faction led by the 4 major academies, advocating a tit-for-tat approach and taking the initiative to strike against foreign invasions. The second is the conservative faction led by the highest council, consisting mostly of government officials, aiming for stable development and securing the internal before dealing with external threats. Lastly, there is the neutral faction represented by the Night Watchman's Guild, where anyone can join and participate in missions.
Su Chen's eyes flickered. So you mean the conservative faction is colluding with the Adventurers Guild?
Colluding sounds too harsh. Their intention is cooperation.
Shin Tianjie smiled bitterly. The situation in Xia is worsening, and there are many experts in the Adventurers Guild, so, alright, I understand.
Su Chen waved his hand, interrupting Shin Tianjie. He stood up, walked away, leaving behind a carefree figure.
Lu Keixian followed. Hey, kid, where are you going?
To the capital, to report.
Are you planning to kill Wang Hailong?
Su Chen kept walking, saying lightly, don't you want to? Lu Keixian smiled bitterly. Of course she did. But killing a defector and killing a rising star in the capital's political scene were 2 different concepts. But don't act impulsively, the capital is deep, you can plan slowly.
Okay. Su Chen nodded. Sigh. Lu Keixian sighed deeply.
Seeing his attitude, she knew he didn't take her words to heart. The 2 walked to the newly built city gate together.
If you have a plan, let me know. I can't let you take risks alone.
Lu Keixian patted Su Chen's shoulder, smiling. By the way, you resolved the crisis in Xincheng and made a great contribution, but the credit is too great. They are discussing what reward to give you. I also benefited from your help. After returning this time, I estimate I will become a level 3 Night Wanderer. When you go to the capital, to the headquarters of the Night Watchman there, you will probably receive the reward, and by then you will likely become the youngest level 3 Night Wanderer.
Level 3 Night Wanderer? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Is that the level of Shin Tianjie? Not bad. Not bad? Do you know how many people dare not even dream of that position?
Lu Keixian gave him a look. Becoming a Night Wanderer is equivalent to the position of a city lord, and a level 3 Night Wanderer is equivalent to a provincial ministerial level. On the battlefield, they are directly in charge regardless of the experience of other commanders. If you go up 1 more level and become a day wanderer, I'm afraid no one can do anything to you even if you publicly kill Wang Hailong. That's too late. I don't want him to live that long. Su Chen pursed his lips, too lazy to say more, and turned to leave. Arriving in the wilderness, a rugged railway appeared in front of Su Chen.
Clang clang.
Accompanied by the sound of a whistle, an old-fashioned green train gradually came into view.
Su Chen squinted.
The train was emitting a faint orange glow, turning out to be a rare orange equipment.
Su Chen, right?
Get on the train. The new students of Purgatory Academy this time seemed to be of high quality. The train slowly stopped, and a tall woman came down from above. The woman's gaze lingered on the bear cub on Su Chen's shoulder for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, "Take a look at your acceptance letter."
Su Chen nodded, took out the letter and waved it in front of the woman, then boarded the train. Gazes turned towards Su Chen, focusing on him.
However, he didn't mind and casually found a seat to sit down.
Ha!
Just as his butt touched the seat, a summary of fate popped up in front of Su Chen. Fate minor event, you have entered a special area, your mental power attribute is enhanced, starting to increase slightly.
Is there such a good thing? Su Chen's expression changed slightly, not expecting to gain benefits just by taking a train.
Learning from past experiences, he first took out the already drained Xiankuan sword box to prevent any accidents from his mental power going out of control later. Then, Su Chen took a deep breath and began to modify fate. Fate minor event, you have entered a special area, your mental power attribute is enhanced, starting to increase significantly. Boom! In an instant, Su Chen felt a thunderous roar in his brain, and layers of images appeared before his eyes. His body felt lighter and almost ethereal. Wow! This is exciting! He quickly held onto the Qiankuan sword box tightly, channeling all the excess mental power into it. Fortunately, after the transformation of his body, he could now bear much more mental power. The Qiankuan sword box trembled continuously, emitting a buzzing sound, as if extremely delighted. Sword energy quickly generated within it, reaching over 1,000 in just a few minutes. At this rate, by the time Su Chen reached his destination, the amount of sword energy might directly exceed 100,000. Brother, are you okay? A young man sitting across from Su Chen couldn't help but ask when he saw Su Chen's strange expression. Ha! Oh, I'm fine. Su Chen suddenly came to his senses, smiled and shook his head. The young man looked strange, although the legendary equipment of the Changkong train had the effect of increasing mental power. It shouldn't be that exaggerated, right? He had just seen Su Chen rolling his eyes and trembling all over, thinking he was having some kind of fit. I'm Wang Fei, what about you? Su Chen. We are all new students in the same year, so we are friends from now on. Please take care of each other in the future. Wang Fei grinned. Hee, friends? Where do friends come from in Purgatory Academy? As Wang Fei spoke, mocking laughter came from the back of the carriage. Competition at Purgatory Academy is the most brutal. Even brothers can turn against each other. Who would be friends with you? Exactly, buddy, I advise you not to think too highly of yourself. It's better to take care of yourself. I'll give you 8 words, survival of the fittest. The group of people chattered, full of tension. Wang Fei's face showed embarrassment, he smiled apologetically at Su Chen and then closed his mouth, not speaking anymore. The accompanying female instructor's expression changed slightly, but she didn't intervene. These new students seemed restless, but they were just venting their inner fears. The word purgatory in Purgatory Academy was definitely not chosen randomly. Survival of the fittest? I like it. Su Chen glanced indifferently at the crowd, a faint smile playing on his lips. In an instant, the carriage fell silent. The person who had spoken earlier widened his eyes, his face turning as red as a pig's liver. How many levels is he? Why is the momentum so strong? One person swallowed hard and said with difficulty, I feel. Another person swallowed saliva and lowered his voice, this guy is at least level 40, probably got lucky and accepted a low-star awakening task. No, is his name Su Chen? It can't be that Su Chen, right? It shouldn't be. Impossible. At this moment, Su Chen's aura made everyone in the entire train compartment feel uneasy and suppressed. Ding dong, just then, the originally soft yellow light inside the compartment quickly transformed into a deep yellow. Wang Fei glanced at the window corner of his eye. Ha! In his line of sight, a black-purple figure suddenly flickered by the window. The figure was blurry, like it was made up of pixels, extremely eerie. Is this the Shadow Man? The accompanying mentor exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Everyone, open the windows and use all your means to kill the Shadow Man. Upon hearing the 3 words Shadow Man, all the new students except Su Chen suddenly stood up, their faces full of excitement. Wang Fei quickly opened the window as well. Seeing Su Chen looking at them with confusion, he quickly explained to Su Chen, the Shadow Men are said to be a group cursed by the god of time. These monsters have no attack power, their own time is affected by the curse, making it extremely chaotic, so they occasionally exhibit phenomena like teleportation and jumping. Due to their chaotic time, they all have a tendency to chase after high-speed moving objects uncontrollably. These monsters are extremely difficult to kill, but once killed, you can obtain the time from them. Time? What's the use of that? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. It's very useful. The accompanying mentor continued, the time orbs dropped by the Shadow Men can directly increase lifespan when used on oneself. When crushed during battle, it can accelerate one's own time, and even unleash thousands of slashes in a second. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? Su Chen nodded as if he understood. Hey, brother, have you seen the Time Stop series from the island nation before its destruction? Wang Fei leaned in with a knowing smile. Oh, now that you mention it, I understand. Su Chen suddenly realized, giving him an appreciative pat on the shoulder before turning his gaze outside the window. At this moment, in the wilderness outside the window, large patches of black-purple figures were constantly flickering. The style of those monsters was peculiar, looking particularly strange and bizarre. However, the attacks launched from the train against these shadow men seemed to have no effect at all, not even scratching their fur. These things are hard to kill, but there's no harm in trying. Wang Fei's eyes lit up, excitedly saying,
Let's see if we can take down a few. Su Chen nodded and took out his weapon. Xiong Baobao also looked eager, but it lacked long-range attack capabilities, so it could only lie on Su Chen's shoulder and watch. Master Bye-Bye, what is the time stop series? Is it very powerful? It blinked and asked. Well, it's a very strong skill that can easily overwhelm people. Su Chen casually replied, then transformed his weapon into a Hell's Call and set up a sniper at the window. Ah, Su Chen, I don't think I can do this thing is too difficult. Oh my god? Just as Wang Fei was retracting his weakened staff from outside the window, he turned his head and saw the 2-meter-long, cold-glowing sniper rifle. For a moment, a wave of shock surged in his heart. A talking little bear plus this sniper rifle, could this guy really be that Su Chen? Trembling, Wang Fei lit up his phone and opened the first video in his favorites folder. That was a video of a person and a bear sprinting towards tens of thousands of ferocious monsters. Along the way, those monsters couldn't even get close, they were all cut to pieces by the sword light surrounding him. The momentum was suffocating. Looking at the current Su Chen, he was exactly the same. Damn, is that really him? Wang Fei swallowed his saliva and looked at Su Chen with difficulty. Su Chen didn't have time to pay attention to anything else at the moment. He smiled and slowly pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet whistled out of the barrel, making a series of explosions in the air, as if to tear the sky apart. Even the carriages of this legendary train shook 3 times. With this huge thrust, the 80mm armor-piercing shell shot out like an arrow, heading straight for an Enderman. Bang! In an instant, hundreds of special effects triggered by the bullet at the same time. You killed Enderman LV-65, gained 65,468 experience points. The Enderman disappeared instantly, and a hazy yellow time pearl appeared in its place. The little bear immediately reached out and a strong airflow brought the time pearl to Su Chen. Damn! So powerful! Wang Fei was already stunned. Su brother is amazing. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. Su Chen smiled slightly, took the time pearl, and aimed the gun at another Enderman. Boom! You killed Enderman LV-63, gained 76,458 experience points. The gun spewed flames again, and soon another time pearl appeared in Su Chen's hand. What skill is this? How long has it been? He can actually take down 2 Endermen in seconds. It's too terrifying. Looking at the time pearl in Su Chen's hand, all the new students had a look of disbelief. They had struggled for a long time to kill an Enderman, but Su Chen, 1 shot each, was instant. The accompanying mentor also had a surprised look on her face, her mouth slightly agape. Although she had known Su Chen's true strength for a long time, seeing it with her own eyes still left her feeling shocked. He was definitely a super monster, clearly just a new student, but his strength had already surpassed hers as a mentor. Boom! With the 3rd bullet fired, 3 of the Endermen turned into flying ash in an instant. Su Chen took aim with this shot, hitting 3 with 1 arrow. After collecting the time pearl, Su Chen didn't rush to fire the 4th shot, but stopped to observe. The 4th shot would trigger the final act, so he had to aim big. It didn't take long for Su Chen to spot his target. Among the Endermen, there was a smaller one with black stripes all over its body, blending faintly with the surroundings. Elite level? Or Lord level? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of thought, he decisively pulled the trigger. Su Chen, wait! That's an Enderman Lord. It already has simple consciousness. If you don't kill it in 1 hit, it will cling to you and steal your time. The accompanying mentor hurriedly reminded, but it was too late. Boom! The bullet tore through the void and arrived in front of the Enderman in an instant. Swish! At that moment, the Enderman suddenly flashed, its figure disappearing in an instant, as if it had escaped from the spot. However, Su Chen didn't think so. Sensing the rhythm of life, this guy should have used some kind of special skill. But, the 4th bullet was obviously not so easy to evade. Boom! In an instant, quadruple critical hit triggered, adding 40% real damage, directly reducing the Enderman Lord's health by 40%. You killed Enderman Lord LV-80, gained 108,640 experience points. Without even an instant death judgment, the Enderman Lord was directly killed by Su Chen. A large time pearl was brought over by the little bear, and then stored by Su Chen in his storage bag. What did you just say? Su Chen tapped his ear and looked at the accompanying mentor. Nothing. The mentor took a deep breath, trying to maintain his composure. Su Chen nodded and continued the hunt. After the Lord of the Shadow People was killed, the remaining Shadow People seemed to lose interest in chasing the train and scattered to escape. Su Chen seized the opportunity to sweep through, collecting a time bead every 5 or 6 seconds. In the end, he had 32 more time beads in his storage bag. Now, even if Su Chen wanted to make a time stop series, he had more than enough. The green train roared through the wilderness, but apart from the Shadow People, few other monsters chose to approach.
The scenery along the way was nice, but passing through some city ruins, everyone couldn't help but feel a heavy heart. 3 hours later, the train slowly decelerated and stopped in front of a huge portal. Is this the Purgatory Academy? Suchin was the first to step off the train and look up. The portal was different from the ones he had seen before, entirely black with a dim vortex swirling in the center, and the words "Gate of the Underworld" engraved on it. Before they even got close, a gloomy atmosphere hit them. Let's go. The mentor crossed past Suchin, smiling back at the others. You still have one last chance to regret. After entering the Gate of the Underworld, there are only two outcomes, death or becoming the strongest. With those words, she stepped directly into the Gate of the Underworld. Suchin didn't hesitate and followed her into the gate. The other newcomers looked at each other, their faces not looking good. It wasn't fear of entering the Purgatory Academy, but the pressure Suchin exerted on the train was too strong. Even before entering the academy, his strength was terrifying. Does this guy want anyone to survive? However, what young people lack the least is courage and passion. Taking a deep breath, everyone also stepped into the Gate of the Underworld. In an instant, the scene before them changed drastically. A huge stone stood in front of them, with 3 large characters engraved on it: Yellow Springs Road. Tombstones lined both sides of the Yellow Springs Road, adding to the eerie feeling. Entering the Gate of the Underworld, walking the Yellow Springs Road, the image of the Purgatory Academy truly lived up to its name. Suchin shook his head and looked around. The Yellow Springs Road was not long, and in the distance, you could vaguely see the villa area, library, and teaching buildings. The female mentor led a group of 20-something newcomers in silence, with solemn expressions, showing no intention of conversation. Ha! At this moment, Suchin's footsteps suddenly paused, his gaze locked on one of the tombstones. Li Pingyan died in the Battle of Mount Daching. A simple sentence, but scenes flashed through Suchin's mind. His gaze shifted again. Zhao Zhenbong died in the Battle of Pingluangang. Lu Qing died in the Battle of River and Sea Crossing. These tombstones had no photos or life stories, but Suchin seemed to see the fierce and heroic battles that had truly taken place. Suchin took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. However, at this moment, the eerie and strange feeling around him disappeared, replaced by an inexplicable sense of security. What's wrong? A girl asked curiously. Nothing. Suchin shook his head slightly and caught up with the group. The female mentor noticed his abnormality but didn't say anything. Daxia never actively promoted anything, and every academy had such a road, burying countless martyrs, yet countless people still wanted to be buried here. The group continued forward, the surrounding tombstones disappeared, and the light became brighter. It was then that they noticed a towering tower next to the teaching building. The tall tower soared into the clouds, its top invisible. Is this the trial tower? I remember the Night Watchman Guild also had one. Suchin raised an eyebrow. Yes, but the quality of the Night Watchman branch's trial tower is generally not high, and the high-level monsters inside are far less powerful than the monsters in the real secret realm, the female instructor said with a slight smile. The trial tower in the academy is of epic level, with monsters up to level 180 inside. The rewards after clearing it are also more abundant, not just experience points. You can explore all of these in the future, but for now, go choose your own residence. The female instructor paused, then said meaningfully, one of the students was right. In the academy, survival of the fittest is the main theme. All resources have to be fought for. If you can't win, then you have to snatch. If you can't snatch, then poison. If the poison doesn't kill, well, then just accept your fate. Her smile was particularly chilling, making all the new students except for Suchin shudder. This instructor may look gentle, but those who come out of Purgatory Academy are also ruthless. Suchin didn't mind this at all. The greater the competition, the more he liked it. More new students coming? There are quite a lot in this batch. Yes, the more people, the more resources. People in the surrounding villas began to peek out of their windows, their gazes scanning Suchin and the others. Hee hee, this time we should be able to grab some good stuff. A chubby person smirked. Hee hee, I heard there are 2 dark horses in this batch. A skinny person with a scar on his face licked his lips. One is called Suchin, rumored to have obtained a hidden profession. The other is Lin Qianxue, the pride of the Lin family in Kyoto, inheriting a special profession from their ancestors. There was a lot of discussion around, making the group of new students nervous, almost like cats on edge. However, Suchin seemed to ignore it all, and walked into a villa on his own. Buzz! As soon as he stepped into the villa, the floor on the first floor suddenly emitted a red light. Then, a soft light shone, causing Suchin to feel a shock. Oh! After carefully sensing it for a moment, Suchin's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. An array to enhance physical strength? But it's too weak, it can't trigger the concept of fate. No, wait. Suddenly, Su Chen quickly walked out of the door, his gaze scanning the rows of villas. Indeed, the closer to the front row of villas, the stronger the effect of the array? I wonder if the array in the first villa of the first row can trigger the concept of fate. Su Chen's eyes flickered as he walked quickly. The new students who came with him were currently surrounded by a few students from the previous batch, seemingly in some conflict. The person in front was reluctantly handing over his long knife. Su Chen recognized him. He was the one who had said survival of the fittest, natural selection on the train. Su Chen didn't want to get involved in these trivial matters, but the group seemed unwilling to let him go. Stop! A scar-faced youth blocked Su Chen's way. Su Chen glanced at him, frowned, and said, I don't want to fight for now. The scar-faced youth looked at Su Chen, snorted, and said, You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Sorry, everyone who can come here is arrogant. He licked his dagger, then pointed it at Su Chen, a smirk on his face. Don't you know? In Purgatory Academy, you can kill. Sensing the killing intent, Su Chen nodded. I didn't know before, but now I do. After some thought, he took out a time bead from his storage bag and crushed it. In an instant, a strange feeling surrounded him. Fate minor event. You use the time bead to accelerate your own time by 11 times. So this is time acceleration? How amazing. Su Chen looked around in amazement. The surroundings were slowed down by 11 times, everything moving at a snail's pace. It was similar to the increase in reflex speed after reaching a state of battle rage, but time acceleration brought about a much stronger overall effect. Su Chen didn't bother to modify the summary of fate. 11 times the effect was already enough. If it weren't for testing the effect of the time bead, he wouldn't have wasted it on such a person in the first place. You. Shameless. Actually. Using props. The scar-faced youth's speech slowed down by 11 times, sounding particularly strange. The fierceness on his face disappeared, replaced by extreme fear. He suddenly regretted provoking this ruthless person in front of him. This guy really dares to kill. Asterisk crack. Asterisk fate points plus 200. He casually twisted the man's neck. Su Chen continued forward, kicking open the door of the first villa in the first row. Open up, checking the water meter. Checking what? I haven't heard that the Purgatory Academy needs to pay water bills? Inside the villa, a man with a crew cut rubbed his eyes sleepily and pulled back the covers. The next moment, he felt light all over, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already on the stone road. What the hell? Qin Huai instantly lost his drowsiness and quickly covered his important parts with his hand. Which bastard ambushed me, old six? He roared in anger. Before he could finish speaking, he saw a familiar figure approaching, and couldn't help but curse loudly, bastard. You. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Huai's pupils suddenly contracted. Not far from him, there lay a dead body, surrounded by a group of people staring at each other. What the hell? Who dares to kill in public? Doesn't he know that killing in the academy can only be done on the life and death platform? Qin Huai slapped himself hard. Am I still not awake? Can someone tell me what's going on here? After taking a deep breath, he asked the crowd. After a long time, a fat man walked out of the crowd. Boss Qin, here's what happened. After listening to the story, Qin Huai sighed deeply. Damn, he really is a reckless fool. Immediately, he looked smugly at the villa where he had stayed for a few days. This guy dares to kill without going to the life and death platform. Wait for the academy's punishment. Humph, dare to steal my villa. In less than 3 minutes you'll immediately return it. Just thinking about the consequences of violating the academy's rules, Qin Huai shuddered. There are special enforcers in the academy called ghost agents, who specifically deal with these troublemakers. Who in the Purgatory Academy isn't a genius from their respective cities? Each one is a lawless existence. Therefore, during the beginning of the school season, many people have crossed the academy's bottom line and been taken away by the ghost agents. Once taken to the enforcement building, after going through the 18 levels of hell, even if you don't die, you'll be ruined. Qin Huai casually took a piece of clothing from the fat man and put it on, daring to steal his villa. He wanted to see Su Chen's collapse after being taken away by the ghost agents. Meanwhile, inside the villa, Su Chen was sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation, waiting quietly. Soon, as the time exceeded the judgment of Qin Huai's departure, Su Chen officially became the owner of the villa. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk the formation on the first floor was quickly activated. However, the color was different from the one Su Chen had entered before. Fate minor event, you and Xiong Baobao received the blessing of the Tiandu Gathering Spirit Array, gaining 100 experience points per second. Oh, it seems that the formations in each villa are different? Su Chen pondered. Gaining experience points was not bad, saving him the time to climb the tower or explore the secret realms. Besides, his level was already high, requiring a massive amount of experience points to level up each time.
Changing it to 100 billion, I wonder if it will work. After some thought, Su Chen decided to make a bold attempt. However, as expected, the modification failed. It's not smooth, it needs to be changed to 100 billion experience points, one word short. Su Chen shook his head slightly, not paying much attention to it. This formation is not created out of thin air. If it really succeeds, I estimate that the entire foundation of the academy will be drained by oneself. By then, I'm afraid I'll be hunted down by the whole school on the first day of enrollment. Ding!
Fate event, you and Xiong Baobao received the blessing of the Tiandu Gathering Spirit Formation, increasing 900 experience points per second.
900 per second is pretty good. Just stay for a whole day and it's 2 million experience points, without doing anything. I can level up in a few days. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. The feeling of getting stronger while lying down is really nice. Xiong Baobao also noticed the effects of the formation and comfortably lay down on the sofa to rest. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside. Soon, a person dressed in black appeared in front of the villa. The ghost messenger is here.
Seeing this, everyone showed excitement, eagerly looking inside the villa.
Knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door came. Who is it? Su Chen, lying on the sofa with Xiong Baobao as a pillow, casually asked.
The ghost messenger outside thought for a moment, then replied, "Open the door, checking the water meter." Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately felt amused.
How dare they check my water meter?
He immediately took out his command device, transformed into a hellish appearance, and walked towards the door.
With a creak, the villa door opened from the inside.
The ghost messenger smirked, thinking that this guy was really arrogant, daring to open the door. Su Chen was the most arrogant person he had encountered in the decades he had been an enforcer. However, just as his hand was about to reach for the large stick at his waist, he felt a chilling sensation on his forehead. Gulp! The ghost messenger instantly lost his composure. This sense of imminent death made his hair stand on end. This threat was definitely deadly. He could even clearly feel that if he made any sudden movements, this gun would not hesitate to take his life. After all, this was the fourth gun that Su Chen had deliberately saved.
Classmate, calm down, calm down.
He swallowed his saliva, forced a smile, and tremblingly turned his head. What he saw was a smiling face, a young man of about 18 or 19 years old.
Do you also want to rob my villa?
Su Chen's smile was bright, but it sent chills down people's spines.
No, no. Then can you explain why your hand is there?
Su Chen glanced at the hand placed on the large stick. The ghost messenger was almost in tears at this point, explaining in a trembling voice, "I was sent by the academy to deliver something. The safe in the villa doesn't have a key, so this can open it." With that, he quickly pulled out the large stick behind him and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen took the large stick and looked at it, thinking that indeed, it was worthy of being from the Purgatory Academy. The way to open the safe was indeed extraordinary.
All right, you can go now.
And tell the others, if they disturb me again, I won't be so lenient.
Yes, I'll leave right away.
The ghost messenger breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed. He turned and ran away as fast as he could, as if there was a wild beast from the primordial wilderness chasing him.
As he ran, he cursed in his heart, "Damn it, this guy is actually a new student? That gun could definitely kill me, right? Damn it, are all new students so extraordinary? How can I manage this?"
As an enforcer, the expression on his face was almost crying at this moment.
Has the authority established by the enforcers been taken away like this?
As the ghost messenger ran frantically, he shouted with a trembling voice, "Damn it, don't run, I'll go shake someone right now." Watching this scene, the new students outside the villa were dumbfounded.
Even the ghost messenger couldn't handle that guy? This is too outrageous. Not only that, even the so-called morning stick, the big stick that made countless troublemakers cry and wail, was lost? Who exactly is this big shot?
On the street, Qin Hui stared blankly at the fleeing figure of the enforcer, unable to speak for a while. The body on the ground had already cooled down, but at this moment, no one paid it any attention. Within the Infernal Academy, the sight of dead bodies was not uncommon.
Only those who emerged from the Azura Hell could dominate the battlefield. Who exactly is he?
Qin Hui muttered to himself, feeling more puzzled than shocked. The enforcers were generally at least at the 4th transformation level, making them akin to gods.
When had someone managed to poke a hole in the heavens? Su Chen, didn't you just discuss him? Wang Fei couldn't help but comment. Su Chen? You mean he's Su Chen?
Qin Hui's eyes widened, his face turning pale as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly. The others had similarly complex expressions. The news of the Advent Society planning to expand the borders of the 10 cities had long spread throughout Daxia. However, when the enemy directed their firepower towards Qingcheng, they unexpectedly suffered a major setback. The Advent Society not only deployed their long-prepared hidden forces but also sent out a historian known as one of the twin stars. Yet, despite this lineup, Su Chen single-handedly turned the tide and saved the entire Qingcheng. Su Chen was already on the verge of becoming the representative of the new generation, as promoted by official media. However, due to the lack of communication between the cities of Daxia, this news had not yet reached most people. Even the videos circulating on the internet only captured his profile. Because of Su Chen's exaggerated actions and the fact that the Night Watchman's Guild had not yet issued a statement, many believed this was just another round of radical propaganda, leveraging the momentum of the Titan Bear. They did not believe that Su Chen alone had resolved the Battle of Qingcheng. However, now it seemed that this news might be true. Su Chen? Are you talking about the Su Chen from Qingcheng? Just then, snowflakes began to fall. In the sky, a figure in ice blue descended through the snow. She wore a long dress made of ice feathers, her face cold and her figure tall and elegant, exuding an otherworldly aura as if she had stepped out of a painting. Lin Qianxue! Everyone exclaimed in surprise. It seems that the final train of the long sky train has arrived. Hee, I've been almost bored these days, finally waiting for these two heavyweights to show up. Xin Hui squinted, his heart beating slightly faster. Great, this is perfect. Genius is never self-proclaimed, only by defeating everyone can one be called a peerless genius. Xin Hui was looking forward to seeing the sparks that would fly when Su Chen and Lin Qianxue clashed. Could he rise up and surpass them both, trampling them underfoot? Lin Qianxue's steps were light, each one accompanied by a breeze of snow, and in the blink of an eye, she was already in front of them. Where's Su Chen? She asked, raising her chin and scanning the surroundings, furrowing her brows. Here, Xin Hui disregarded her commanding tone, pointing to the first villa in the first row, and said with a playful smile, he issued a warning earlier. If you're not afraid of death, go on in. Xin Hui smiled brightly, with enforcers in front and the top person in Kyoto coming to pick a fight with Su Chen. Was this heaven helping him? Lin Qianxue followed his gaze, her eyebrows furrowed, then her eyes flashed, and she walked towards the villa's front door. Bang! Lin Qianxue kicked open the door, and a chilling cold rushed into the room. Inside, a handsome man of 2 meters tall lay on the sofa, holding a teddy bear in his arms, staring blankly at the TV. Are you done yet? Hearing the commotion, Su Chen furrowed his brows, placed the sleeping teddy bear on the sofa, and then walked towards the door, flexing his fingers. Do you know that this villa belongs to me now? Are you ready to pay the price for trespassing on private property? Su Chen said coldly. Is that so? Lin Qianxue remained calm, not intimidated by Su Chen's aura. Do you know? They've put me on par with you. So what? Su Chen replied indifferently. A look of disgust flashed across Lin Qianxue's pretty face, placing a hand on her chest as if feeling nauseous. This kind of thing makes me feel disgusted. What are you, to be mentioned in the same breath as my name? Country bumpkin, go back to your Qingcheng. Kyoto is not a place for you to come. Lin Qianxue's delicate body trembled, a strong aura swept over. This was the invincible momentum forged by defeating all of Kyoto's peers. At this moment, she was like a proud ice phoenix, looking down on the ants. Heh, so it's Lord Jing. Su Chen slowly reached out his hand, a hint of cold light appearing. Lin Qianxue's eyes narrowed, and her figure retreated violently. Ding! The next second, the villa gate burst into pieces in an instant. A finger brushed across Lin Qianxue's forehead, the finger as sharp as fine iron, actually scraping off a few strands of hair. So fast! Lin Qianxue's heart shuddered, retreating to the edge of the street. Su Chen leaned against the doorframe, coldly saying, "Humph, I only need one finger to make you scream." Seeing Lin Qianxue being thrown out, Xin Hui and others on the street blinked. One was a genius who stood out among the second and third generations in Kyoto, and the other was a freak who rose in a border town. One was a mysterious professional puppeteer, and the other was also a mysterious professional ice phoenix integrator. When two monsters meet, there will be a fierce battle. Xin Hui leaned in next to Wang Fei and whispered, "Wang Fei, you came with Su Chen, you should know him a bit, right? Predict the outcome? Do I even need to say?" Wang Fei shrugged, 30-70 odds. Hearing this, Xin Hui became interested. Oh? How so? Wang Fei smiled, 3 seconds, Lin Qianxue will be chopped into 7 pieces. What? Such a big difference? Xin Hui's smile froze instantly. Wang Fei looked disdainful, of course. Do you think he solved the Qingcheng battle just by his relationship with that Titan bear? Let me tell you, even without the help of that big bear, he could probably kill all those monsters and that historian by himself. Gulp! Xin Hui swallowed hard, finding it hard to believe that someone of the same age could reach such strength. I wonder if joining the sect requires spending your own money. Su Chen shook his head, slowly stepping out of the villa.
Let's make it quick, so I don't waste my experience points.
Lin Qianshue's eyebrows furrowed, her face frosty.
I admit you have some skills, but it's far from enough.
Her eyes narrowed. Show me your full strength, or else
you will die. In the next moment, Lin Qianshue was covered in ice feathers. Caw! Faintly, a crisp phoenix cry echoed in everyone's ears.
Strands of killing intent gathered in Lin Qianshue's eyes. Her hostility towards Su Chen was not just for simple reasons. It was because of his profession as a puppeteer like ashes.
Ice Phoenix spreads its wings.
In an instant, a shadow appeared behind Lin Qianshue.
She transformed into an ice phoenix, flapping its wings, snow and ice filling the sky. Boom!
A thunderous sound came from the sky as a huge ice lotus bloomed, carrying a terrifying chill, pressing down towards Su Chen.
This pressure, is she more than a third tier?
Qin Huai and others quickly retreated to avoid being accidentally injured by the terrifying frost power.
An ice phoenix integrator could easily outperform an ordinary ice mage by several streets.
Lin Qianshue was not just summoning an illusion of an ice phoenix. At this moment she truly merged with the ice phoenix, no different from a real ice crystal phoenix. The pressure of that epic-level creature made everyone breathless. Everyone stared at Su Chen, wanting to see how he would face this ice phoenix.
Truly a miraculous profession.
Su Chen crossed his arms, looking amazed. He discovered from the rhythm of life that Lin Qianshue had fundamentally completed the transformation of her life form. The ice phoenix in front of him was indeed a genuine epic creature.
After looking at the ice lotus, Su Chen squinted his eyes and said, if we keep this thing, do we even need to turn on the air conditioning in the summer?
Lin Qianshue snorted coldly, pointing her finger in the air. In an instant, the surrounding cold air gathered frantically and rushed towards Su Chen.
Forget it, since you have such a foul mouth, let's just kill and eat meat.
Su Chen shrugged and shouted into the villa, Xiong Bao Bao, get up and boil some water.
Okay. Hearing about food, Xiong Bao Bao's sleepiness disappeared, and he excitedly ran to the kitchen.
After Su Chen finished speaking, he stepped on the ground, and in an instant, he disappeared from the spot. Lin Qianshue's pupils shrank suddenly, feeling a sharp pain in her body.
Her wings were twisted off. How is this possible? Lin Qianshue was full of disbelief. This was absolutely impossible.
Although she was only at the 3rd level, she couldn't unleash the full power of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, but she shouldn't be able to be matched by someone of the same level, right? Moreover, why was Su Chen not affected by the pressure of epic creatures?
Boom!
In the next instant, a mountain-like pressure suddenly descended, making Lin Qianshue, in the form of an ice phoenix, unable to move.
How is it possible? The bloodline pressure on him is even higher than that of the Ice Crystal Phoenix? Lin Qianshue's mind was in turmoil.
With the sound of bones cracking, Su Chen forcibly broke off the 2 wings of the Ice Crystal Phoenix.
Lin Qianshue couldn't help but scream, spitting out blood. Is it Lord Jing? Looking down on the small city, huh? So arrogant, why don't you be arrogant on the battlefield?
Su Chen pressed the Ice Phoenix under him, pulling out a few ice feathers with each sentence.
I wonder what phoenix meat tastes like.
Looking at the ice phoenix in front of him that had turned into a bald chicken, Su Chen couldn't help but swallow his saliva.
Is the water boiling, Xiong Bao Bao? Su Chen held the ice phoenix in one hand and hurriedly walked towards the villa.
Seeing Su Chen easily subduing Lin Qianshue, everyone on the street was dumbfounded.
Damn! He brought Lin Qianshue into the villa. Is he planning to do that? It's over. Will the innocence of the Lin family's pride be taken away like this? This guy can commit murder in public. What else can he do? People gathered at the entrance of the villa, listening to the commotion inside. Almost there. Xiong Bao Bao wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. But Master Bai, I think our size might not be suitable for this?
It looked at the ice phoenix's body, which was over 5 meters long, feeling a bit troubled.
It's simple, if we can't finish it in one go, we'll do it a few more times. Su Chen waved his hand and smiled. Damn, not only does he want to do it alone, but he also wants to bring that bear along? The eavesdroppers outside were once again shocked, not expecting Su Chen's tastes to be so unique.
Inside the villa, Su Chen was about to cut open the ice phoenix's neck to bleed it.
You guys,
Seeing that the 2 really wanted to eat her, Lin Qianshue could no longer suppress the fear in her heart and burst into tears.
Her ice phoenix form instantly disappeared, reverting back to human form.
Fortunately, her current professional awakening level was not high. If she had reached the 7th level and could permanently maintain the ice phoenix form, she would probably have perished today.
Huh, why did you change back? What a letdown.
Su Chen disdainfully pushed Lin Qianshue away, then threw the ice sleeves that had turned into wings back at her.
Now that you've turned back into a human, how are we going to eat? Xiong Bao Bao also looked disappointed.
It had never eaten a person before, at most just played house with some professionals, although sometimes the other party couldn't bear it and died.
Oh my beans, he's not happy even though she's turned back into a human? So you don't want that ice-cold beauty, you prefer to challenge yourself? It's hard to say, the hobbies of monsters are indeed beyond the understanding of ordinary people. The expressions of the people outside the villa were indescribable. I will definitely kill you.
Lin Qianxue kept sobbing, wearing nothing but the 2 sleeves that Su Chen threw over to cover her key parts.
I have to say, you are really white, even after 3 days in the dead river. Ordinary people wouldn't be this white.
Su Chen praised, casually throwing a blanket over.
If you want to kill me, you can, but come back after you reach the 7th transformation.
Su Chen planned to release this phoenix, so he could taste what phoenix meat would be like.
You!
Lin Qianxue gritted her teeth, but couldn't refute. She was completely overwhelmed by Su Chen just now, without any strength to fight back. 19 years old, 3rd transformation level 69, a mysterious ice phoenix fusionist with a hidden profession, plus the epic ice crystal phoenix her father paid a huge price to find for her. These achievements are extremely dazzling no matter where they are placed. However, they were shattered by Su Chen with just one touch. Tears welled up in Lin Qianxue's eyes. The ice-cold proud face was no longer there. Instead, there was a face of vulnerability. However, Su Chen was not in the mood to appreciate it. He lifted his foot to kick her out of the villa. Step. However, at this moment, there were sounds of footsteps outside the villa.
People in black and white clothes blocked the entrance tightly. Damn! Such a big lineup? 10 mentors and 10 enforcers. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was an invasion by another race. The people outside the villa watched this scene with different expressions. Except for Wang Fei and a few others who were on the same trip as Su Chen, the rest of the people had a hint of schadenfreude on their faces. Xin Huai squinted. He didn't believe that Su Chen could still withstand so many 5th, 6th, and 7th transformations this time. It's simply lawless. Inside the villa, a female mentor stepped forward to help Lin Qianxue up from the ground. But when she saw Lin Qianxue wearing nothing, looking like she had been bullied, her tone suddenly became serious. What did you do to Lin Qianxue? Su Chen shrugged, casually saying, I wanted to eat her, but it didn't work out. She's too small, and I couldn't get my mouth around her in human form. Hiss. At these words, all the mentors and enforcers were taken aback. This guy, is he a pervert? Not only did he kill someone in public, but he also wanted to make a move on Lin Qianxue, and in the end, it was because he didn't like human form? After a moment of silence, a 6th transformation enforcer with a cold face walked up to Su Chen. You violated the school rules by killing someone in public, and attempted to assault a female student. Come with us to the enforcement building. What? What did you say? Su Chen was slightly stunned, surprised. Isn't it allowed to kill people in the school? I only killed him because he said it was allowed. And when did I attempt to assault a female student? This. Su Chen glanced at the enforcer's head.
This Mediterranean uncle, you can eat shit, but you can't talk nonsense.
Listening to Su Chen's words, the mentors and enforcers present fell silent for a while.
The enforcer with the 6th transformation, with a black face, stubbornly combed his few hairs to the middle. But that little hair couldn't block the reflected light.
Are you telling the truth?
Su Chen patted his chest. If I tell a lie, I'll admit you as my father on the spot.
That's not necessary. The enforcer nodded slightly. This kid had quite a temper. Su Chen didn't seem to be lying, but if the truth was as he said, it was too bizarre, right?
A mentor walked out of the villa and retrieved the surveillance footage from the time of the incident. At the same time, Wang Fei and the others voluntarily entered the villa to act as witnesses, proving that it was the scar-faced man who provoked Su Chen. The misunderstanding with Lin Qianxue was also resolved during the questioning by the female teacher. Lin Qianxue took the lead in provoking the fight, and was seriously injured. Not only did Su Chen not have to take responsibility, but she also had to bear the responsibility of repairing the villa gate. This made Lin Qianxue's small eyes look even more aggrieved.
A once aloof and cold ice phoenix was directly beaten into a little chick by Su Chen.
Well, although you didn't lie, this also violates the rules of the academy. A law enforcer pointed to the video surveillance and said, fighting privately within the academy is prohibited. If there are grievances, you can apply to the academy to go to the life and death platform.
Isn't this written in your admission letter? Is it?
Su Chen pursed his lips and took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. After a while, he finally saw a row of small words in the corner of the back page of the paper. Those were the 8 major prohibitions of the academy, one of which was highlighted in red and bold, stating that fighting to the death within the school was prohibited.
Indeed, the academy only recruits over 20 new students in a year.
If fighting to the death is not prohibited, they might deplete their internal resources before graduation.
Alright, How do you want to punish me then? Su Chen shrugged and asked. Since this is your first offense, go to the third floor. The leader of the 6 transformation law enforcers decided after some thought. The third floor? Qin Huai rushed in, furrowing his brows and shaking his head. Tomorrow is the day for new student military training, and it's a joint training for 4 schools. He can't go to the third floor. The law enforcer leader's gaze was firm as he looked at Qin Huai, saying word by word, without rules, there is no order. The academy clearly distinguishes rewards and punishments. No matter what day it is tomorrow, no matter who he is, he must follow the rules. Qin Huai shivered, sighed, and could only step aside. It doesn't matter if you don't find me, but can you provide a meal? I'm a bit hungry, to be honest. Su Chen shrugged, following everyone to the 18 floors of hell as mentioned by the new students. Before long, surrounded by 10 law enforcers and over 20 new students, they were close to the law enforcement department building. Wait outside the perimeter, do not approach this building. The leader of the law enforcers reminded, leading Su Chen into the hall. In fact, no one wanted to enter that haunted place even without his reminder. The hall was vast, with no end in sight. Occasionally, screams could be heard. Su Chen followed the 6th transformation law enforcer up the stairs. How should I address you, Brother Zhenghai? Bored, Su Chen casually chatted. You can call me Zero, and don't mention the hair thing again. The law enforcer Zero twitched his mouth and said lightly. Zero, why does the law enforcement building always have those kinds of sounds? Su Chen shouted thoughtfully, asking. If you want to call me by my full name. As for the sounds, you'll know in a moment. Zero drew a few black lines on his forehead. This guy was poking at his nerves with every word, making him want to punch him. As they went up, the smell of blood became stronger. Occasionally, there were figures in white coats passing by. Soon, the two finally reached the third floor. As Zero pushed open the steel door, a scene like a hell on earth appeared before Su Chen's eyes. Broken bodies, dark red blood, flesh, brain tissue, etc. piled up like mountains. It was like a slaughterhouse here. Even Su Chen, who was used to bloodshed, couldn't help but take a breath. Su Chen's eyes flickered, he took a few steps back, and looked at the sign hanging on the third floor. Skinning hell, these are all foreign soldiers brought back from the front lines, or some foreign spies exposed in the rear. Zero remained calm, as if he was already used to it. He looked at Su Chen with some surprise. Your reaction? I'm very satisfied. Ordinary people would have a stress reaction just standing at the door. Those new students who were arrogant in their own cities are scared and vomiting as soon as they come here. Let's go, I'll take you in for a tour. Having said that, Zero went straight to the deepest part. Su Chen did not hesitate and followed suit. His gaze curiously wandered around the third floor. These aliens had all been skinned, bloodied, and some even had their intestines exposed, a very disgusting sight. However, strangely enough, they were all still alive. Could it be that every level of the enforcement building is holding aliens? Su Chen muttered to himself. Yes, Zero nodded, patting Su Chen's shoulder. To be able to analyze calmly in this environment, your mental strength is quite good. With that, he casually took a bloodied surgical knife from the wall and handed it to Su Chen. Your punishment is to dissect 100 living bodies within a day. Zero sighed, fearing that Su Chen might have a psychological burden, and explained, the conservatives have always opposed us doing this, but the aliens are not so kind to us. The enforcement building is present in every alien. Understood, but this kind of punishment. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What, are you afraid? Zero grinned. No, just curious, is this considered a punishment? Isn't it a reward? Su Chen shook his head slightly, taking the surgical knife directly from Zero's hand. With a slight movement of his fingers, the surgical knife seemed to dance in the air, spinning lightly as if it had its own consciousness. You. Zero's eyelid twitched. How are you so skilled? Su Chen smiled, practice makes perfect. After reaching the highest level of the Lotus Thunder, he had been wanting an opportunity to practice, and it came sooner than expected. Under the bright shadowless light, Su Chen, dressed in a neat white lab coat, wearing a mask and gloves, stood in front of the dissecting table. His gaze was focused and calm. The surgical knife in his hand drew an elegant arc in the air, accurately cutting open the skin of this abyssal demon abyssal mage. The moment the blade touched the skin, it made a slight hiss sound. He gently placed the cut skin aside, revealing the dark muscle tissue underneath. Such a miraculous body structure, are there abyssal runes flowing in the blood vessels? Su Chen picked up a notebook with his other hand and quickly recorded the data with a pen. His handwriting was neat and graceful, in stark contrast to the towering 2-meter-tall figure of the abyssal mage. Whenever he discovered something interesting, he would pause for a moment, fiddle with the abyssal mage's belly with the surgical knife, and then continue recording.
The two pure black eyeballs of the abyssal mage stared at him intently, constantly uttering some strange syllables from its mouth, probably not saying anything good. The faint smell of formalin permeated the air, but it did not affect Su Chen's concentration. His gaze remained on the dissecting table, as if he could see through to a deeper level of structure. The surgical knife danced in his hand, each cut precise and accurate. As time passed, the abyssal mage's body was gradually unveiled, revealing the complex internal organs and facial network. Due to the special nature of the third floor, even when dissected to this extent, this abyssal mage surprisingly still maintained consciousness clearly and did not die. However, this was probably not a good thing. Researchers and enforcers around occasionally cast strange glances. Zero, is this a new colleague? An enforcer couldn't help but lean over to Zero and whispered. His technique is skilled, clearly well practiced, precise and elegant, it's like an art. Where did we hire him from? With his help, we can probably deconstruct the skills of the abyssal mage soon. Several researchers also put down their work and gathered around, praising him. Colleague? Hired? The number Zero's eyes twitched at the corner. He's just a new student in this class, who killed someone in violation of the rules and is currently being punished. A new student? Upon hearing this, several people were stunned. With this level of proficiency, this knife control technique, you're telling me he's a new student? How old is he? The punishment system for students probably doesn't apply to him. The crowd discussed, looking at Su Chen with increasingly surprised eyes. An 18 or 19-year-old youth not only possessed such skilled techniques, but also had such strong mental resilience. He could even calmly dissect the opponent's brain without changing his expression when facing the abyssal mage. This guy is definitely a genius at the monstrous level in the research field. Zero, can we borrow him for a few days? A researcher nudged Zero with his shoulder, winking. Can't borrow him at all. He just started school today, and tomorrow he has to participate in the new student military training. How can he come here to waste time? Zero refused without hesitation. Military training? Indeed, this time it's a joint training for 4 schools, involving the allocation of academic resources, no time to delay. Ah, what a pity, with his help, the project plan could probably progress much faster. A group of researchers discussed eagerly. What is your project plan? Tell me about it. Su Chen put down the scalpel and notebook, took a step back, and examined his work. A hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. In front of him, the abyssal mage had been completely disassembled into orderly fragments, like Lego bricks, each piece labeled with a name and function. Hearing Su Chen's question, several researchers hesitated whether to tell him. Finally, a female researcher stepped forward and said, "We are trying to extract the skills from the abyssal mage's body separately and then make them into skill books. If we extract enough, there will probably be an additional path for the mage profession in the future." So that's it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Su Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. He thought these perverts were torturing the outsiders to extract information. He had deliberately slowed down earlier to let the abyssal mage confess on his own. It seemed that the foreign languages were not extracted information, but rather freely spoken. No wonder the recorder next to him had not moved his pen. Was it because of this reason? Understanding the researcher's intentions, Su Chen once again walked up to the abyssal mage fixed in place. This time, he did not take the scalpel but came empty-handed. However, the numbness on the abyssal mage's face disappeared instantly, replaced by an extremely terrified expression, as if afraid of something. Su Chen slowly approached with his right hand raised, nothing visible on his palm, but it made people shudder involuntarily. Wow. The abyssal mage struggled frantically, twisting and shouting in a foreign language, trying to attack Su Chen. But its feet were fixed on the pillar, completely powerless to escape. In the next moment, countless threads of fate surged into the abyssal mage's body, completely taking control of its destiny. Every piece of flesh, every bone seemed to come alive at this moment, dancing at Su Chen's will. Not only the physical body, but even the soul controlled by the abyss was forcibly taken over by Su Chen. Roar! A mournful roar echoed throughout the third floor. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What is he doing? Did he snatch the soul of that demon from the abyssal will? Can a human do this? The faces of all the researchers present were filled with incredulity. This scene was as shocking to them as if physics did not exist. Each foreign soul had the protection of a divine-level existence within the clan. They just couldn't get their hands on the souls of different races, so they had to settle for making moves on the physical body. But now, Su Chen went straight to the point. After a brief shock, the researchers were ecstatic once again. Shu, the oldest director, put his index finger to his lips, his eyes fierce. Don't speak. If anyone dares to interrupt him, I'll cut you right away. Watching Su Chen being worshipped by everyone, Zero felt a bit embarrassed, coughed lightly and said, this kid tomorrow. He had just spoken when the director appeared in front of him as if teleporting, and placed a surgical knife at his neck.
Zero remained silent.
Su-chen did not pay attention to what was happening around him. He was completely focused on the process of creating this blood-red lotus flower. After reaching the max level of adoration from the crowd, he used this skill for the first time. Unlike before, after reaching the max level of the skill, he not only became more proficient in its operation, but also, like a master painter throughout the entire production process, he could incorporate more of his own understanding.
The Abyssal Mage's attribute leans towards dark elements, so it can use dark attributes as the main tone.
When it explodes, it can corrode the enemy with dark elemental corrosion, and with its own mana value, it can also achieve a blinding effect. Its inherent skill, Dark Energy Explosion, can be made into a second layer of lotus flower, adding a layer of dark energy explosion upon detonation, achieving optimal destructive power.
Wait, it seems like I'm getting off track. I think I was supposed to extract a skill book? Oh well, I can learn the skill by watching it explode anyway. Soon, Su-chen's masterpiece was completed. Looking at the exquisite blood-red lotus flower, everyone present was amazed. It was like a work of art, especially under the lighting. It was magnificent, as if it were a black lotus blooming from the depths of the abyss, enchanting. Ahem. Su-chen cleared his throat, attracting everyone's attention. Alright, let's find a place to detonate it now. What? Everyone was puzzled. This thing can explode? Of course. Su-chen exclaimed, haven't you seen it before? Didn't Eugene make a lot of lotus thunder back then? Eugene?
Upon hearing these two words, there was a moment of freezing in the scene, as if the temperature had dropped several degrees. The researchers suddenly realized.
I see, you're a fate master?
The director said thoughtfully.
Su-chen nodded. So where should we detonate it? Right here?
Indeed, your character does have some resemblance to Eugene.
Resemblance? I don't think so. Su-chen shook his head slightly.
The director smiled. You're stronger than him.
Then, he led everyone to a spacious room. Let's detonate it here. This is a special isolation area that can provide high-intensity experiments.
Okay.
Su-chen didn't hesitate. He threw the black lotus onto the ground. Boom!
The next moment, a black light burst forth. The terrifying dark energy crazily corroded the surroundings. The violent explosion kept colliding with the surrounding barriers. The residual abyssal aura clung to the barriers, even corroding them with holes. If it weren't for the quick eyes and hands of the director, who quickly used his skill to repair the barriers, even the 7th-turn barrier set up by the barrier master wouldn't have been able to withstand it. A 5th-turn pinnacle abyssal mage actually exploded with the power of a 6th-turn pinnacle? Everyone was amazed. The black lotus in front of them continued to bloom, layers of black petals overlapping, becoming more powerful. That touch of black was extremely dazzling, truly exemplifying what it means to be colorful black. After a while, the explosion gradually subsided. The director wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked somewhat scared at the researchers beside him. These guys are still watching the show here. It's dangerous. The explosion just broke through the barrier, and at least half of the people present will die. However, soon the director's face showed a smile. The barrier in the room quickly closed, and 2 skill books that were replicated during the explosion appeared in front of him. Abyss Magic Dark Energy Bombardment, Diamond level, Abyss Magic Fear Corrosion, Emerald level. Now all that's left is to pay the price to duplicate and spread these 2 skill books. After a few decades or even hundreds of years, a path called Abyss Mage will naturally emerge in the mage profession. So, what reward do you want? The director happily patted Su-chen's shoulder and asked. Reward? Let me think. Su-chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect to come here to be punished and end up getting a reward. Zero's eyes were also particularly complex. He had seen Su-chen's file, and this guy seemed to bring surprises wherever he went. Rewards? Can I have those Abyss Mages? After some thought, Su-chen pointed outside the door and asked. Of course, you can have as many as you want, the director promised. He was ecstatic. He had originally estimated that it would take deconstructing 10,000 Abyss Mages to complete the research, but Su-chen managed to do it with just 1. This saved him a lot of manpower and resources. At this moment, the director looked at Su-chen as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. Really? Su-chen's eyes lit up. Then I won't be polite. With that, he immediately rushed to an Abyss Mage, activated the skill, and began creating the Lotus Thunder. Pay attention to the time. Don't delay tomorrow's matters. Otherwise, you should go back and rest first. We will gather at 6 in the morning. Get some sleep and adjust your condition. Zero sighed and stood next to Su-chen, reminding him like a little assistant. What time is it now? Su-chen didn't even look back. 1:44 in the morning. Okay, got it.
Su Chen continued to focus on creating the Lotus Thunder without any sign of stopping. Zero was somewhat helpless but stood by quietly, trying to learn something from it. However, he soon realized that he couldn't learn anything. Su Chen's techniques seemed to be some kind of advanced skill, and he couldn't even observe how he did it. Moreover, Su Chen was not satisfied with his speed at all and took out a time pearl from his pocket. Fate minor event, you are affected by the time pearl, accelerating your own time by 12 times. Su Chen's eyes flickered as he activated the fate modification. Ding! Fate minor event, you are affected by the time pearl, accelerating your own time by 92 times. Fate points plus 30. In an instant, the world in front of him seemed to freeze. Only by carefully observing could one faintly see the flow of time. Wow! What kind of quality time pearl is this? Why is the power of time so terrifying? Zero's pupils contracted. In his sight, Su Chen seemed to have turned into a beam of light, shuttling between the abyss mages. What used to take about 3 minutes to create the Lotus Thunder was now completed in less than 2 seconds. Under Su Chen's operation, one Lotus Thunder after another was born. Roar! The vast roar continued to resound, shaking the entire enforcement building. With continuous production, strands of spiritual light gradually appeared in Su Chen's mind. Finally, after the 100th Lotus Thunder was created, those fleeting inspirations gradually converged into one point. You have comprehended the advanced essence of the skill Max Crowd Control Abyssal Fire. When you create the Lotus Thunder, it will be imbued with an Abyssal Flame attribute. After 4 minutes, all the Abyssal Mages on the 3rd floor were turned into Lotus Thunder traps by Su Chen. A total of 110 of them. Looking at the Black Lotus floating in the air, even Zero, a 6th level swordsman, couldn't help but feel a little scared. Even his tone towards Su Chen softened. Su, you need to be careful. There are many researchers in the enforcement building who are not very strong. Just in case. Don't worry. Su Chen smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, all 110 Lotus Thunder traps shrank and flew into his palm. After some thought, Su Chen took out 2 of them and handed them to the director. Take these 2 as well, otherwise I would feel bad. Then Su Chen casually put these black lotuses into his pocket. Good boy, I knew I didn't misjudge you. The director happily took the 2 black lotuses and looked at Su Chen with admiration. Next time I have something good, I'll inform you first. The director reached out his hand. Okay. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and walked up to shake hands with him. The enforcement building was a treasure trove for him. These high-level alien races couldn't resist, they could only let him take control. It was simply too cool. This kind of opportunity was rare. Even if Su Chen went to the secret realm himself, it would be difficult to find such complete and advanced materials. Seeing this scene, Zero sighed helplessly. Director Zhao's position in the enforcement building was indeed high. With him as a backer, wouldn't this kid be even more lawless in the future? Not long after chatting with Director Zhao and the other researchers, Su Chen walked out of the enforcement building alone. As soon as he stepped out, Qin Huai approached with a serious expression. How was it? Can you handle it? The matters inside the enforcement building are not like fighting on the battlefield. People who go there for the first time are easily affected psychologically. I have prepared a golden clear heart pill for you. Take it.